Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Yeah. All right, Quake fans. You're here with myself, Hamo, and
Fuzzy, how are we doing, Hamo? Good to be back. Another day. Are you excited for finals?
Good to be here. The top 8, finally, down to their elimination stage. And, I mean, as the biggest Quake Champions tournament of the year, I'm excited to see these guys battle it out.
So we've seen some fantastic games day one, right? And this is playing for everything now, right? So these guys...
Look at this beautiful stage. Look at this giant screen. We've got all these guys down on the floor playing their games,
Yep.
their tournament games, Divisions 2 to 5. All the Division 1 players are up here, dueling it out for the prize pool, $3,500.
It's an amazing setup, yeah, saying...
We're just warming up ourselves,
Exactly.
you know.
Yes, it's early morning still for us.
It's early morning. It's only 10:30 a.m.
It's a late night, all right? Late night.
But yeah, if we swap over to the bracket and have a look at the who we'll be watching today, let's just have a look at this bracket. So we got Kama versus Mike, and Salty versus Redoxide, then Dander King versus Lua, and Knight versus RR Lucky. Now, there's a couple of really good matches there that I would be excited to see, but I believe we're starting today with Salty versus Redoxide.
Redoxide, yeah, exactly. Yep. I think that's going to be a great match. These guys have both been, I'd say, pretty similarly matched up. And Salty, that's been playing really, really well. And
absolutely,
I've been really impressed with what we've seen from him so far.
Absolutely.
And I think he's definitely, he wants to keep that going, keep the momentum running into day 2.
Absolutely. As we said yesterday, Redoxide hasn't really found good form lately online, but yesterday on LAN, he was playing really excellently. A couple of upsets, a couple of really close matches. So it wouldn't surprise me if he makes a deep run in this.
Look, I know he'll be gunning for it, right? And as you say, you're right. Yeah, he's had a bit of a rough start, but I think we saw what he can do, yep. And I'm hoping we see some more of that today. And as you say, we could see him go, pretty deep into this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe the pick bans have been done.
Well, let's have a look what we've got going on. Here we go, underway now.
So we're underway with these pick bans. So Salty's banned Molten Falls, Redoxide banned Ruins. So the two slowest maps have been cut out of the pools so far. And we got Salty banning Visor, and then Redoxide picking Ranger on Deep Embrace, and Salty picking Strog and Pika. So pretty fast matchup to start the day.
So we're going straight into probably what, maybe the fastest map, right, of the pool? Definitely, probably the most frag-heavy map at least.
Yep.
You've seen the play. You can tell the players who know this map well. There's a few who I know really like to play here, and you can just see how comfortable they feel on this map. And the ability to get the damage off early and quickly off spawns and all as well is crucial, I think, to taking a win on Deep Embrace.
Absolutely, and according to the interviews we did earlier, Salty, actually his favourite map is Deep Embrace. So
well, there we go. So I'm sure he'll be one of those players we've seen. He will be onto Red, I think, really quick. So this is definitely a map where I think Red's, especially because this might not be Red's most comfortable pick, is going to have to get onto it early, not allowing Salty to get that pressure sort of building, not allow this to sort of start snowballing out of control.
Absolutely, but with Salty in particular, we might see him completely dominate this match, or we might see him GG within the first 2 minutes. It's always
that's the thing, right?
It's always a bit of a gamble of what kind of Salty we're going to see on the day.
And I think I do like the Reds Ranger pick here over the Strog map. So
totally, a couple of good orbs into shotguns or something like that. A bit of cheesy play, and we might see Salty get a bit tilted. Both these players can be tilted. We've seen them tilt in tournaments before, pretty easily. So, you know,
So it might be a bit of a mental game, you
we
reckon,
might
here
see
for-
we might see the mental game.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's the
be
thing.
pretty important.
That is a factor in, right? In when we've got, you know, you're playing potentially 5 maps.
Yeah.
You've got to be able to, you know, keep in it every single map if it goes all that length.
Absolutely. So yeah, these two players had a pretty, you know, probably we'll be looking at Redoxide to try to settle his nerves and get into the game and have some kind of mental fortitude, whereas we'll be seeing Salty come out going guns blazing from the get-go and try to just, you know, be aggressive and really try to lay down his style from the get-go and make Redoxide be responsive to him. So I think that's probably how this game will go. Secondly, in the pick bans, we got Redoxide picking his favorite map, Awoken. We got Redoxide on Eisen, and then Salty on Galena. Athena was banned, interestingly, but I think Redoxide probably banned Athena in preparation for Blood Covenant.
I would say that's probably... Mind you, we've seen Athena work. You know, we've seen Lion Knight play Athena on Awoken to great success before as well. So definitely not a map that would be foreign for to see Athena. So potential see there. Either way, Galena, we're seeing again, right? And we've seen a lot of success so far from Galena this tournament.
Oh, Clutch. Clutch has come out from Salty on Corrupted Keep.
That'll be the first heavy we're seeing on stream
Yeah.
so far this tournament.
Yeah, you know what? That's so true.
We did not see a single one. One got picked yesterday.
Wow.
And then never played.
Wow. And I know Salty and Billy, the YOFW crew, Bandit as well probably is in there. They love picking Clutch on Corrupted Keep.
Yeah.
And I don't know how well it's played out for them so far in the tournaments that I've seen them do it. I don't think they've won a match with that.
Look,
but
I rate it, but again on LAN, it's, you know, everyone's hitting hard.
Everyone's
hitting really hard.
And when you're a big target like Clutch, that hard hitting really hurts. And I got to say, Doomslayer is a very actually underrated pick on Corrupted Keep. Yeah, the speed you get around is very fast with that double jump. But then we got Blood Covenant, banning the Nyx, and we're going to probably see an Anarchy or a Slash.
There's a Visor here as well, right? Like,
yeah, true.
oh no, sorry, apologies. Visor was banned in the first map. No, we will not be seeing that.
I think the fast characters usually we'll see an Anarchy or a Nyx come out.
That's the thing. Blood Covenant allows for quite a variety of style, right? It's probably one of the... I'd say one of the maps that's most friendly towards the light champs, right? Pretty much all the lights are a viable pick here. We've seen Slash picked quite a lot. Obviously, Athena is just a staple here on Blood Covenant. Obviously, we won't be seeing those today. But the Anarchy, as you said, there we go.
Before we continue, I believe there is an update to the prize pool. Let me just double check that. Prize pool donations.
And there we go, yeah, the Slash coming out from red. So we're going to have the double light matchup, the Anarchy versus Slash.
I believe the prize pool has been increased by $171 by Robkov, which
It's an odd amount.
is, well, he did €100.
Oh, okay.
So,
So
thanks to Robkov from Shaftastic TV for adding a prize pool increase. So $171 on 3,340 is... We have $3,511 in the prize pool now. And if anyone else would like to donate, send us a PM on Discord or use the donate in chat, and we'll happily give these guys a bit more incentive to play harder.
all right, and then final map, we're going on to Vale, and we've got the Keel immediate ban and red bringing out first heavy for his tournament here, the Scale Bearer. And the normal counter picks that you have, like, so Eisenreich would be a very common pick here against, but obviously once you get down to this late stage of a tournament, when you're playing 5 maps,
there's not much left.
Not much available, and you're usually stuck to pretty much a heavy v heavy, which we're going to see here again. Like
Veil, I mean, scale on Veil is the go. I'm surprised Salty didn't anticipate this earlier, but you know, he banned Keel instead, so obviously he would rather play the scale than the Keel. But nonetheless, I believe that is all the pick bans, so we can start to get into the match.
So who are you looking at what we've got here? What are you thinking? How's this going to run out? From what we've seen from these two over the last day.
Well, as I said earlier, I think Redoxide will be trying to settle his nerves, trying to get into it. He is often kind of loses his composure after a couple of cheesy frags or something like that, and finds it difficult to regain his flow state. And obviously, these players, you know, all the players trying to stay in their flow state, and when something bad happens, they can drop out of it. And yeah, Redoxide definitely struggles from that, but if he is able to maintain that state, that composure, he is right up there with all the top players.
So Redox, I think, is one of those players where once he's like in the zone and going, it is really scary to watch, right? Like he is just, it looks like everything's just perfect. It is genuinely terrifying to see. So I hope we see that a bit today.
Absolutely. Check the face cams real quick. We might need to adjust this. Yeah, I'll just fix that up and then we'll be back.
All right, we'll take 2 seconds here and we'll be getting into this.
All right, now we're going to get underway for the first final of the Kawachi Cup's Dual Championship LAN Finals, playoffs, whatever you want to call them.
I'm excited. Are you excited?
I'm excited, and
let's do this.
I think, speaking to these guys this morning, I think they're a little bit nervous, so yeah.
Well, that's the thing, right? First time, you're just getting into the tournament, you come back, you want to warm up, you want to get feel. Exactly. And the thing is, right, the most important part now is if you lose this first match, you're down to the lower bracket, and then for the rest of the day, if you drop another set, you're out. That's it. Your tournament's done.
And I was speaking to, you know, Redoxide was here like 20 minutes early, warming up and everything. And when Salty walked in after that, I was like, okay, Salty, you ready to go? We got to go in like 2 minutes. And he was like, no, I need warm up. I need warm up. And I was like, okay, all right. It's very like kind of uncharacteristic vibes from Salty. Usually he's straight into being able to, being able to just like be like, yeah, I got this. But nah, today definitely needs to warm up.
This is the important time now. So
yeah,
let's see what these guys have got for us. So let's start here on Red Oxide on the Ranger.
2, 1, fight.
And getting this spawn over by Rail and Heavy, probably arguably the most important spawn here, right? You get Rockets, Rail immediately off spawn, and going to delay this Heavy pickup as well. And Salty coming in fast, straight over towards that Rail. Red picking up the delayed Heavy now as well, but Salty's going to have timing on that. And we'll probably see a little bit of a slower side here, just trying to feel each other out. Red's got to be a little bit careful, does not have LG, and the first engagement comes in. First Rocket launching Salty down, and this will be Red's chance to get that weapon as well. And the Orb coming straight out, but the Rocket hitting the ledge, forcing him back.
Oh, and you hear Salty yelling already on stage.
So the nerves,
letting a little bit out. Ooh, that was a sneaky rail. And another one. That was Pixel Rail, I think. Straight off the bat from Salty. He's coming in sharp from the get-go. He's already yelling at Redoxide. Thank God they got got sound cancelling headphones on because Redoxide are probably getting tilted from from being yelled out right next to him. Salty now just hunting. He's coming in hard straight off the bat. And there, finally, Redoxide able to kind of weather the storm a little bit and get the rail to his name as well.
It's a bit slower than I sort of honestly would have expected here, right? This map is usually very just snowball, right? Like you'll see, yeah, we've already got 2 frags, right? But these players still just giving each other a bit of room here. Nice rail coming through. And they're just going to play this a little bit faster, but Red gets some damage from the high ground, pushing in. Now the orb comes out, the rail connects. Second one does not hit, and 4 HP surviving on the Salty,
And
still
Red
staying up.
absolutely whiffed those last 2 rockets there. Didn't hit them at all, but okay, a mutual. And Red will be happy about that, I think, after all that.
It's a bit of a reset right now,
Yeah.
so it's back on even grounds. The spawn's obviously going to be a bit important here, but still 3-0 right now in favor of Salty.
All right. So Salty just kind of sussing the vibe, just listening. He's going in aggressive, like going up that jump pad where when you're not quite sure where your opponent is can be dangerous, but using that crash slide very effectively, able to catch Redoxide out, and right now it really feels like Salty has Redoxide under his thumb. He's literally just catching Redoxide over and over again, and yeah, dealing a ton of damage. And when Redoxide makes these aggressive moves, he actually makes a lot happen. So I think we might see Redoxide be a lot more aggressive from here on. It seems to be working out from him. Every time Redoxide's kind of running around, looking for items, like not really paying attention to Salty, he's getting smacked by Salty. But when Redoxide is on the aggressive, he's really dishing it out. So
I think that's what the best sort of play that Redoxide has, right? When he's playing his game, he's just can play how he wants. And nice for Salty there, just hide behind that pillar, not taking any damage. Getting that heavy now. And Red just trying to find the ability to get here. He's going to secure this Mega.
yeah, and oh,
The rails now is so sharp from Salty. And it can be so punishing on a map like this, right? Because as soon as you take one of those rails, you've then got to be a little bit more careful. You've got to, like, look at Red stack now. He's got very little armor to work with. I'll do it 2 lines.
and finally, the orb comes out, orb into shotgun. Strong play there with the Ranger. And if you're in the chat right now, let's hear you. Let's hear who you're going for. Let's hear it. Are you going for Redoxide? Are you going for Salty? You know, who do you want to see win this LAN? You know, are you? Do you have a favorite to win the LAN? You know, let's hear you in the chat. Let's see you in the chat. Give us that energy. And if you're in Melbourne or Victoria, come for a drive. Come down to Fortress and come have a beer and watch this live, because these finals are extremely entertaining.
So nice rail coming from Red, but oh, another one here as well. Red though, he's so low. Salty's trying to get away, and Red's still just playing the aggressive mode here, and he's so low in the LG battle coming out. Red forced to get back off here. Salty not healthy himself, but Mega. He's going to give him that advantage now, and Red is in a dire situation. Needs to try and get some sack. Needs to play this safe, play this quiet.
5-minute warning.
Salty as well, doing the exact same play from beneath. Here in the jump pad, and smart play from Red there, just immediately backing off. Doesn't even want to take the risk. Salty's rail has been so sharp, you don't want to give him the rail angle. And again, Red just playing this runaway game until he can get this stack built back up. Needs a couple of armor shards.
Yeah, and the clock is ticking now for Red. You know, 4 frags in 4 minutes. Yeah, that's...
Salty's just catching him out around the corner, and...
Yeah, that's not what you want as Redoxide. You know, you needed to start creating a bit of a comeback there. And, I mean, that is a whiffed play by Salty, absolutely. Gives Red the heavy. Red, though, taking a very predictable route straight out of the heavy, taking a rail to the face. And every one of these rails right now feels like they're very important. Salty hitting another, Red hitting another rail. Oh, Red jumping in, but absolutely whiffing everything. And Salty will be able to defend himself and get the frag. Red will be kicking himself about that.
So it feels like Salty's doing a really good job right now so far of just getting enough defensive damage off in these fights. And like every time Red goes in for a kill, it's never a clean kill. He's never had the opportunity to just chain a few together, which is usually something you want to be able to do on a map like Deep Embrace.
Absolutely. And I think this is definitely a first match of the day kind of map that we're seeing right now.
100%, yeah.
You know?
It doesn't feel exactly what these guys, they're capable of. I think we'll definitely see some, throughout the second, third, maybe fourth map, depending on how far we go. I think we'll see these guys come alive a little bit longer. Good catch there with the LG as Red tries to go up the bounce pad.
Always good to do that, even if you trade equal damage, because you defend your position. But he did allow Red to go get that heavy armor, and they still have reasonably even stacks. So Red will wait for this light armor down below. Salty waiting at the health bubbles. Does see Red but misses the rail. Red finally gets to that high ground, but he's not able to convert. But the orb is brilliant. He takes the high ground from Salty, and now finally he's got position. He's got the items. He's got enough time to go put pressure on this heavy armor as well. And he's got Salty in a difficult position, but he lets Salty rocket jump. Salty gets straight by Red. Lets him rocket jump to the heavy, gets that heavy, and now Red only has a slight stack advantage. 5 frags in it with 2.5 minutes to go. This first map of the day might be a slow start for both these players, but it is extremely important to get off to a good start, because whoever wins this first upper bracket match will save themselves a lot of heartache going through those lower bracket matches and a long slog for the rest of the day.
And not to mention the pressure too, right? Like when you're in that lower bracket, you can't make a mistake. You have to be perfect for the rest of the day.
Absolutely. And, as we saw yesterday, like if you play like 6 or 7 games of Quake in a row, you get exhausted. It's an exhausting game. So, yeah, wow. Fantastic play there from Salty. He really baited him out. He went to that position knowing Red would try to pin him down, and instead just took a rail fight, which, to be honest, Salty's rail is excellent. He knows that he will either match Red or beat him in the rail fight, and it's what he exactly did. So really nicely played there from Salty. Put himself in a position to kind of bait Red to take him on with the fight. Got the frag, and I think he's locked down this map.
I think so. I'd say with this much time left, 10-3, this will definitely be Salty's map. The thing is, Red shouldn't be too disheartened with this, right? It's Salty's map pick, and this is definitely a map I feel like a lot of players, if you know this map, you know this map. And if you don't, it's really, really difficult to play.
Absolutely.
And the damage coming out, Salty, you're happy with how he's playing so far. You can hear it. You can hear it.
He celebrated that rocket. He celebrated that rocket. He went, whoa! Oh yeah. It's funny. There's a couple of guys on stage that make quite a lot of noise while they're playing. Salty, Kama talks to himself a bit as well. Kama will not only be like, it's outrageous, but he'll also compliment his opponent as well. He'll be like, that's a nice shot, just kind of talk to himself while he's playing. And Salty, in particular, talks a lot while he's playing. It's like, that's bullshit, or celebrates a good shot, or he says like, yeah, that's what you get when he punishes you for doing something stupid. So, it's kind of entertaining seeing these guys in person.
So it's a different thing. You don't see it right when you're playing online and all that, and it's a completely different experience. So that's another reason you should be here in person if you can make it. But that will be the final siren. 11-1 will be our scores in the first map.
All right. Well, I'd say that was definitely a start to the day map, and I hope that both players are kind of feeling like they have a little bit more warm-up under their belt. And I think what we're going to probably see here is Redoxide play even more cautious on this map and not try to let it get away from him early. Try to keep the score close for at least the first 5 minutes or so, like under the couple of frags.
Yep, 100%.
Count for the first 5 minutes. Try to just weather Salty's aggression, and then, see where it goes from there. I think with Salty in particular, you can kind of grind him down by wait, who's the party leader? We're not the party leader. Yeah, we're up. You know, with Salty in particular, you can kind of grind him down by weathering his rail, weathering his aggression, and kind of frustrate him into making a bad attack. And I think that's probably an approach that Redoxide will try to take.
I agree, yeah. And probably just try and play the sort of smart. This map sort of allows, it's got a little bit more defensive play, I think, allowed on as well. It's not quite so, because while Deep Embrace is a very small map, it's quite open, especially when it comes to like rail angles. So I think Awoken's going to allow Red to play a little bit more the way he wants to play in this map.
But in saying that, Salty is on the Galena, you know, the most defensive champ in the game in some regards. And Redoxide will be trying to kind of bait Salty to maybe go through a teleporter or something like that into his turret, you know, to set him up into a situation where the turret is shooting him and Redoxide's laying some damage onto him as well. So we might see, I don't know, I'm interested to see how this will play out.
So do you think this map, is this Red or Salty? Who takes down this map?
Well, I think Red is going to try to get Retribution after the last
Retribution
map.
after the last map?
YOFW3175 Demon is Salty, and Redoxide is
Redoxide.
And yeah, just got to clarify that. There's a lot of people with aliases. Redoxide's coming straight in. Did he even get the Mega? He didn't get the Mega. And he doesn't hit enough LG to get a clean frag there. That is...
It's an interesting start, right? You don't normally
he's
see
not even
that
going to go get the Mega. He's not even getting the Mega right now. I don't think... Salty doesn't know. Salty doesn't know.
Well, this thing he wouldn't... that's the
So-
thing, but you couldn't make it so quick without getting the Mega.
This is, I don't know if Salty heard that Mega, and so Salty's going to be extremely confused about what time the Mega is from here on out. And this is a really strong setup here for Redoxide if he can just keep the map flow going. Salty probably thinks the Mega is up right now. It's gone through that teleporter though. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's just playing defensive. But either way, I think Salty will be confused about when the Mega is, what's going on with the Mega. That was a really strange start there from Redoxide. And
I really like that play, actually, because you approach your opponent, they've only got Railgun. So if they miss that first shot, like what happened, you've almost a free kill. But yeah, it's not quite enough connecting, but there we go. Good kill coming out from Redoxide. And the spawn rail as well. Nice. Beautiful shot to hit.
And see, I think that it played out exactly like I thought. I think Salty thought Redoxide would just be on the Mega collecting it, but instead he was at that rail angle and he hit him with the rail. And so, yeah, great start there. And now, yeah, Salty, I think he's just trying to listen for the Mega. Yes, see, Salty's come out early. He doesn't know when it is.
And perfect kill there. Bring on the bounce pad right before the Mega there.
And Salty's probably thinking, how is that Mega spawning at 29 and not 35? You know? But now he knows, so... 3 frag lead here from Redoxide, and this is exactly the start you want to have from a Redoxide.
And look how comfortable Redoxide is already looking on this map compared to the previous one. This looks like a completely different player almost. He's like, he feels like he's in control again immediately, and he's just playing smart. He's hitting hard.
100%.
And not only that, he's got full control right now of this map. Salty forced onto these sort of quieter back parts of maps. Just needs to get weapons and armor up. And Red even delaying this item a little bit more. Good read. Doesn't get the damage to the TP, but scares Salty back. Finally getting up to that 100-100 stack. Red is just going to go straight out of the bounce pad. The LG fight will be in his favor with a huge stack advantage. That rail is a fantastic first shot, and he should be able to chase him down here. This will be another kill going towards Red. The rail's not connecting, and again, a clean kill to come out of that fight.
Yeah, and we're seeing almost the opposite play out from the last map. Oh, Salty came back there. I thought he was going to get trapped in that room, but instead he just did a little cheeky shotgun. It's the teleporter trap. He's found him, but he doesn't have the weaponry out to deal with this properly. And Salty on the stairs versus the Rockets. Very hard to hit Rockets in that situation. And good position by Salty, and he's finally got himself on the board.
So Red, though, he's got the spawn there. He's able to pick up the weapons that got dropped, so he's already got a railgun straight away. Positioning this Mega, the turret just delaying Salty's approach. Beautiful shot as well. And even after that kill, it really doesn't feel like much has changed in this map, right? I feel like Red's still the one in control here. He's got the Mega back. He's in position for this heavy. There are no totems up.
100%. And I like the pace of this game so far. It feels like everyone is playing extremely intentional. You know, they're making plays. You know, they're not just kind of running around and shooting each other. And this is what you want to see at a LAN finals. And Redoxide's making the push out here. This is a very aggressive play considering that he pushed Salty onto the Mega, but he got Salty so low, he hit so much of that LG, and Salty has to back off. But Salty now with the position on the heavy. Redoxide, one more rail will do it. Redoxide has a little bit more health, but he misses the rails. He misses crucial rails there. Oh, but the double rocket there, pushing Salty into the roof, lifts his crosshair and hits the mid-air. Fantastic play there from Red. But he does need to concede this Mega, and now Salty has a giant stack with the rail to his name. Salty not quite able to get that rail off in time, and Red will run off. So Red 4 frag lead, but Salty has full control of the map right now, and Salty is on the hunt.
So Red now in the same position we found Salty in for the first almost 3 minutes of this game, just in these back parts of the map, just trying to hide, not give away his position too much. Salty trying to jump up top. Red defensive play, turret being taken care of. And Red will just take this armor shard and he'll be happy to get out of here without taking damage. Ooh, but Salty was actually going on that low ground path there, playing this quiet, and Red's not going to be ready for this position, and jumping down, and wow, the mid-air rocket, and Salty going to bounce back the LG 1v1, the rail swap from Salty coming out, doesn't connect, and Red, he gets the fadeaway rocket, and this is insane. If right now both players are railable, Red, though, he gets the T position, he gets that 50 shot and the 25, and he's put himself in such a huge position. Red has managed to turn this around.
He has a lot of time to get to this Mega, but this angle is difficult to come from. I don't think he knows the exact time of the Mega, though, because he's not pushing, and he will concede that to Salty. So Salty able to get the Mega. Oh, smart play there from Salty. I know exactly what he was doing. Oh, yes, fantastic play there from Salty. Really good prediction to know that Red would drop for that light, and yeah, fantastic play. He purposely took that fight, knew he wasn't railable, knew he had the Mega to fall back on, so he got the extra health out of that play by picking up the Mega afterwards. But both players are facing off right now. Salty not able to deal the damage he wanted to, and Redoxide will come out of that fight better. He's got a bit of time before this Mega, but will he push for it? I think Redoxide playing extremely cautious right now, and there you go. Here's the Mega pickup. Salty able to get that Mega, and Redoxide just kind of playing this side of the map. I don't know, maybe he's protecting the rail. I think Salty has the rail. I think maybe Redoxide is playing around his turret, or maybe he's just playing extremely cautious. I'm not sure really what his game plan is here right now.
So I think I quite like because going through that corridor that is, as you said before, such a dangerous position to be in. Oh, this is perfect here from the turret, and the LG is so strong, going on the bounce pattern. Red just laser accurate with this LG, doing a huge amount of damage, and Salty's just stuck down in that pit.
I'll be honest, Red set up a fantastic trap right there, but he was a little bit late to it, so it wasn't very clean. But yeah, the idea was fantastic.
He still managed to, he still got the frag, and he's managed to connect with the, get the Mega from it now as well. So he's put himself back in a really good position, and he's just holding this side of the map.
And he will pick up that lightning gun ammo. The lightning gun has been excellent for Redoxide so far, and he's happy to take these one-on-one lightning gun fights for Salty. And yeah, fantastic rail to finish him off. And here we go, Red is running away with this one. Kind of the opposite to what we saw last map. Maybe a settle of the nerves, maybe after some warm-up, but Redoxide looking like he has full control over the game right now.
And he should finally clear out these totems as well, because there's 3 totems up and all of them are gone. And damage coming out of Salty. Wow, the LG from him was just absolutely perfect, hitting every cell. Yeah. I don't think Red was quite ready for him to be right there.
Well, I think also Salty knew the totems were getting taken down. He knew that Red would go up that jump pad, so he caught him in mid-play, and so Salty with the smart play there, but Salty has to put the pressure on. He has no health to his name. He's got 2.5 minutes to get 5 frags. Time is running out for Salty.
And especially in the position he's in now, it's going to take him like 30 seconds minimum just to stack back up to be able to fight this. So time is really, really tight for him. He does have that 50 shard by the LG, but he needs to get up in this T position. And even rocket jumping as well, just wants to get up there as soon as possible, try and get this position. It's a really strong position to have on this map. Now Red's going to have heard those rockets, but again, this is going to make a play here, and this is it. This is his chance. The LG, good amount of damage, but Red just having such a huge stack to work with, and the rockets in return. Mega is secured for Salty, and again, rocket jumping up straight up into Red, just backpedaling though, and the defensive rockets were perfect. He was prepared. And
GG.
that's the GG
Yeah.
getting called. Red taking down map 2. And again, it looked as convincing as what Salty won the first map in, right? So definitely, you know, Red staying composed and...
And, you know, I respect the GG in that situation. You know, sure, you know, it's possible you can come back 7 frags down.
But when your opponent's playing that well, right, they're not going to allow you
and
to get...
also, there is a bit of, like, mental, you know, stamina that you want to maintain, you know? You don't want to just jump around a map, like, kind of getting flogged for the last minute and a half. You want to go, you know what, let's get on with it.
Yeah.
I'm okay conceding this one. I'll keep my motivation up for the next one.
Yeah, All right, we are moving on to CK now. So, this is going to be our first heavy. We've got the Clutch coming out from Salty, the Doom Slayer on the side of Red Oxide.
Prepare to fight. Round begins again.
All right, and we are loaded in, and as rules always have it, we're starting here with the Clutch of Salty. Going back onto his map pick. Let's see what he's got here. We're going to see his first engagement by Rocket Shield. Immediately pop Rocket. Red with the Rockets, they're doing big damage, but the Shield is just enough to negate that damage. The LG from Salty strong enough to claim that first frag. 1-0 up immediately, and that's the thing, this Clutch is going to be a very, very fast champion. Definitely going to be able to get into Red's face quickly. It's going to be Red's chance while the shield is down. The nail gun, though, so much damage. You've got to be so careful. You've got such a large hitbox, and even going to push it immediately with the refrag from the nail. So we're going nail the nail refrag. And again, a second engagement happening over by those rockets.
And man, this is a fast map so far. You know, not even a single second pickup yet of the major items, and we had 4 frags. So, I mean, these players are happy not really engaging over the items per se, and instead just kind of engaging each other in the middle of the map. And the shield comes out. He knocks Red Oxide away from the Mega just in time, but he's not able to get it himself. And that'll be enough to get himself the, I mean, and Red Oxide will take him down. And to be honest, Red Oxide's LG was so strong in the last map. This might be a tall order for Salty, considering the giant hitbox of Clutch. I'd be interested to see what accuracy Red Oxide's hitting so far with that LG.
Let's have a quick look now that we're got a second to
44% so far on that LG, and he has been spamming it as well, so I think he's almost been hitting 100%, but he comes in and he actually left that mega health up, and you hear Red Oxide letting out some air there. He's in frustration, and yeah, that'll finally get Salty back in the lead.
And there we go, Red is immediately wants to go straight up towards this LG. And that's the thing, I guess, playing this Clutch is such a crucial one. Look how quickly that stack, like that was like 150 stack gone instantaneously.
Yeah.
That's just what happens when you hit 100% LG.
Yeah.
And push straight back in with the shield out, shotgun going, but the Mega is going to keep Red up and allows him to get that frag, taking the lead back now.
And so far, it seems like both these players, every fight has come down to who picks up the mega health mid-fight. And I don't know if we're going to continue to see this trend, but maybe one of them will work it out.
The other thing too is now that, this is Red's chance. He's got to know that now that the shield is down on the clutch. Clutches do not want to be taking these fights without that shield. It's such a crucial lifeline. And Salty will not have it up for the next 30 seconds. And just dancing around here. We've seen this in so many times. Just both players will camp here, which this, mind you, this is working really well in Red's favor because he knows that Heavy's going to be coming up soon. He saw the pickup time, and yep, now he's just going to walk off and he's just going to get this Heavy. And full control secured simply just like that. Still no shield after this clutch, and he's going to probably try and put in a bit of aggression here. So a good chance for him to try and get this kill. Now you can hear the clutch flying around the map. Not a quiet champion by any stretch. But right now, Salty is being quiet and walking around, and Red not prepared for that. Just dashing across, and Mega is up, and Salty's going to dive on it with shield out, does secure it, and the combo of just the Mega there. And as you were just saying before, we're going to wait for every engagement to pick up Mega. Yeah. It seems like we're going to keep that going.
And whoever gets it mid-fire wins the fight. And I think maybe Salty has finally worked it out because he paused there, waited for Red to kind of just dive towards the Mega, and then trapped him with the shield. Fantastic play there by Salty. And now Salty's got a giant stack, 300 total stack, and Redoxide's playing very cautiously. Salty's setting up a trap here, waiting to see where Redoxide is, and Redoxide's not even going to turn up for this Mega this time. So, but I think finally they're learning, it's like the cheese and the rat, Salty's able to get in here and get this heavy armor as well, but no damage done. Red's in a difficult position though, he's a bit trapped, but he's hit a lot of LG and he is able to defend himself versus Salty. Salty's rocket not quite able to connect there with Red, that would have been important, and both players just kind of parting ways.
So I like that Red sort of waited out the shield before he took that engagement because he knows that shooting LG into that shield, it's no point of doing, especially with the stack that clutch was on. So he just preserves his stack for as long as he can and then waits until he's got the opportunity to push. And this is his opportunity. The LG is good. The rockets aren't bad here from sort of keeping him going. And I think, there's enough to scare Red off, but he's just going to go full back onto this Heavy. And it's so hard for these Heavies to restack on such a low amount, right? There's only 2 armor shards on this map. If Salty picks them both up now, he's still not even going to be on max armor.
Oh, great mid-air, but he just doesn't have enough stack, and the Mega Health isn't spawning for another 5 seconds now.
And that was shield down too. That was shield. He's actually just going to push straight in from these rockets.
And he knows the Mega Health not up. Yeah. So Salty actually made a misplay there, but maybe he read the timer wrong in the moment and still knew what the time was because he came back in for it, and maybe the right play there. Nice rocket as well. But to be honest, Red is a lot more stacked now, and if you're outstacking the clutch and he doesn't have his shield up, you've got to be going for the frags. That's your opportunity, and Red knows it. He's looking for Salty. He's trying to find him. He gets him as he's going for those health bubbles, and finally, Red is extending this lead.
Yeah, and so far, Red, I'm actually been pretty impressed with the movement so far has been shown on Noob, because that's one thing where everyone always talks about with Red. He's played I don't know how many thousands of hours of defrag, right? He's got one of maybe the best movement in Australia. And I'm terrified of this telefrag going on here. He's just hanging around this side platform, the LG coming out, but the rockets from Salty are just bouncing him everywhere. Really hard for him to get any damage off in that engagement whatsoever.
I'm surprised Salty's not trying to use his lightning gun more, but just as I say that, he gets the lightning gun, pops the shield, takes a great engagement, and is able to come out on top and get the Mega Health here. He's going to trap Red here at the lightning gun. Red doesn't have the lightning gun, but he hits a great defensive rocket. He is able to push Salty away, and Red still maintaining his position on the map.
Red again in the same position, taking this fight here, and the telefrag, and
that can be tilting. That can be really tilting, It's a lot of unreturned damage. But
you get that stack off spawn, and we see, it's a lot of health to work down.
Yep.
And we've had enough to go through, and catching Red out here as well. Nice first little rocket. And okay, the defensive rockets here, really nice from Red, but Salty has got the stack to keep pushing here. Going up the jump pad, the LG out and ready, and Redoxide just wanting to get away, and the machine gun in the back.
And we finally see Salty being able to chase down Red, trap Red a little bit better, and get a pretty clean frag. And now this is a difficult position for Redoxide to be in. Salty's here way too early though, not a couple seconds further to Omega, and Redoxide's just going to let him have it. Great damage there from Redoxide. He's totally evened up the stacks as they prepare for this next fight. But the shield comes out. The telefrag was very close actually, but he's not able to get it. And there we go. Salty takes the lead. 2 minutes to go.
So even after picking up that heavy though, not a huge stack to work with for the clutch. No overstack. So we'll be pretty much even going to this fight, and there is no shield.
Mega spawns. Both players here. Redoxide will drop onto it. This is maybe the most important moment of the map, I reckon. This setting up for this next heavy. Both players looking for each other. Redoxide does get position, but Redoxide's waiting in the center of the map for Salty. He wants to defend it, wants to get a clean mega here. Sorry, heavy here, and he will get the stack. And now Redoxide has way more stack than Salty. Salty has a shield, however. They will fight over this next mega. Redoxide finally gets that LG, and Salty's actually just going to let him have it. And Salty, playing on the heavy defensive here, doesn't want to give up any kind of opportunity to get fragged. Knows Redoxide has way more overstack, and I think we might see Salty play extremely cautious until he can deal some unreturned damage. And yeah, not looking good for Salty. Salty pops the shield while he's being levitated midair, and that is not a good
yeah, that's not how you want to be.
Shield.
That's never how you want to be using your clutch ability. You never want to be using it defensively like that.
And this is bad for Salty. Salty is definitely on the back foot here, and yeah, Redoxide with position is going to come in hard for this next heavy. Has a perfect split on the items, and yeah, Salty I think sweating a little bit.
Do you think Salty's maybe just like stepped out of the map a little bit too much? Because Red just was free to take absolutely everything. Salty wasn't even on a full like natural 100, 125 for the heavy.
Yeah,
and there's still 2
100%.
minutes to go, and it's like, oh, this is CK. This is a map where you can easily get 3, 4, even 5 frags in that amount of time.
But Redoxide doesn't know where Salty is. Salty will surprise him. Salty's popped the shield. Salty quite low as well, but he will earn himself that mega. That is a big play there from Salty. Pushes Redoxide away, gets the mega. Now has more stack than Redoxide. With 30 seconds to go, that is a really important play for the to try to secure this map. If Salty will just come in here very hard, this could be the final fight of the map.
Oh, and the
Huge
rocket from Red Oxide. Huge damage coming up there.
Both players yelling on stage after that fight. And yeah, Salty will come in for this. He's taken so much damage though, he has to take the fight. The shield is popped. This is the final fight of the map, and Redoxide will come out just on top, and Redoxide will take this map. The GG comes out from Salty, and that's 2-1 Redoxide's way. Absolutely huge start for Redoxide. I don't think, like, what seed did Redoxide come in on to the finals here today? I think seed 5 and
5 or 6, something like that,
Salty
yeah.
seed 4. So a little bit of an upset here that we're seeing.
And that
first
too was
round.
the Red taking Salty's map pick as well. So both the first 2 maps went each their own ways. So Red now only needs 1 more to close out this set.
Yeah, now keep in mind this is a best of 5. Okay, we're not quite done yet. And
We could still have 2 more maps to go here.
we'll see Blood Covenant next.
Blood Covenant wins the... So we've gone from seeing the heavy, now we're in double lights. The Anarchy for Salty and the Slash for Red.
Ooh, Redoxide on Slash.
I'm excited too. As soon as... Yeah, I know.
He's a fast guy. He likes his movement, and you know, probably the fastest mover in the region. So I think we'll see with Slash, obviously that crouch slide moves very fast. It's the map for it. I think we'll see him zooming around, trying to pick up items. Now, that can also be a blessing and a curse though, because once you get kind of too much in the zone of just moving around, you can put yourself in a position where you just kind of going autopilot from A to B, and you're not really thinking about your opponent too much.
Exactly, yeah, you don't want to just start flying around, because the thing is, you're still making a lot of sound while you're doing that. So your opponent can hear everything you're doing, and they know exactly where you are. So you still want to make sure you're playing smart about how, you know, just because you're fast doesn't necessarily mean it's the right thing to do. And also the other thing too is now thinking about is, you know, the mental game, right? For Salty, is he prepared for another? You know, there's a few moments in that previous match which were
I think
looked
Salty,
a bit.
I think Salty will lock in, but if this gets away early from him, I don't know. Maybe he will give it up. You're right.
Prepare to fight.
You know, as you say, he's a bit of a wild card.
Round begins in 3.
All right, let's start here on Red. Let's showcase some of his movement here off the start, right? Like, it's always a gem to watch.
Oh, it's excellent from the get-go. And yeah, we will see him delay this mega 10 seconds after the map starts. The heavy was also reasonably delayed. Both players going for that rail, but Redoxide actually stuffing up his movement a little bit.
It may have actually saved him from taking a bunch of damage there, so could be a blessing in disguise, but means he still does not have this railgun. Again, he's going to try again here. Salty's going to just keep trying to defend this item. And a beautiful rocket to engage it. Oh, making the same little mistake again.
He's making me eat my words about being good at moving. And both players now with the rail, the most important weapon on this map, and both players will get each other's item for the second spawn. And I think, you know, a lot more caution. We're seeing a lot of caution in this map compared to the start of last map.
And I think Red is also definitely going to want to try and be playing around this heavy side of the map, because for two reasons, right? One, you've got the railgun over there, which is so crucial on this map. But two, you've got the heavy, right? If you've got an Anarchy, he's going to love to just keep picking up the heavy because he's got that inject to keep getting that mega, that overstack. So if he's stuck on the mega side of the map, armor is going to be a problem.
Totally.
And we're seeing that from Red now, just hanging around inside the bounce pad here in the skateboard of Anarchy. And Red will just fall back down to his item. No more engagement yet. Yeah, and as you said, this is a lot slower, more calculated match. There's a lot of pressure here on this one.
We could see the first frag of this map basically being the winner of this map, but Salty coming in there, jumping in against the LG, taking a whole lot of damage. Oh, Salty not hitting the rockets that he desired, but taking the LG into the rails, and
what even happened?
The trail was popped. Salty jumped into it. He got killed by Redoxide's trail. It was actually a great kind of last desperation play there from Red, and they will equalize. So, you know, 1-1. Neither player has the advantage yet. Great return rail there from Redoxide, and I think both players ready to take this map on.
And it's been kept so even, right? Like, stacks pretty much the same here. But mind you, Salty's the one who gets that high ground position and gets the armor. Red stuck in here, waiting for this lower armor shot before he goes towards the heavy. And Salty's actually going to come in. Oh, that's a really nice little peek there from him. Just getting that first shot, and then he just leaves. He doesn't hang around to try and get a second one. Goes over towards Mego. Now he's ready for this fight, because he's got the inject up as well. So if this starts going bad, he's got that extra, is it 75 boost? And he's just rocket jumping straight up, taking one direct though. Huge amount of damage, and trying to keep peek back into this. Red's prepared for it, both rails missing. Again, rails missing from both players. You can feel the pressure, the tension in these fights. There we go. There's the shot that he needs. Salty super low, and Red smells blood. Trying to push him for this. Salty playing around fast. He's just trying to get any armor he can. Red, and again, not allowing Salty over to this side of the map, securing that heavy. And we have no real split between these items, so there's no way for either player to try and get full control going on yet. Nice shot too.
Fantastic rocket.
The LG fight's coming out, and the rail though, fade away from Salty. I was going to say that fight is going to go in the favor of Red, but until that final shot came out.
Salty not railable. I was surprised he didn't go for another shot there, but I guess he's being cautious. And now Salty will have the heavy armor and the inject to his name, so that's a strong position to be in with the Anarchy. And look at Salty's overstack compared to Red now. They're a bit more stacked.
And that just shows exactly how important it is to have that heavy armor. But there we go, that one rail immediately sort of ties this back up. Missed shot from both players again. I think there's definitely some nerves here, right? Like these rails were connecting so much stronger in this the first map here. Obviously against these lights it is a bit harder to hit.
Well, I mean, Salty's back's against the wall. Lose this map and you're knocked down to the lower bracket. But Redoxide, I think, you know, knows the importance of this map, because if you go down to the final map, if you're losing when you're up 2-1, you had the opportunity to seal the deal, and then you don't, you know, close it away. You know, that puts you kind of back on the back foot again. So, you know, both players knowing how important this map is in the best of 5.
Both players just playing this really, really quiet. Which is interesting because, you know, we've got probably the two fastest champions in the game, and they're playing this so slow and calm.
Yeah, well, neither of them wants to make a misstep right now. We're 5 minutes in, we've only seen 2 frags. And, yeah, both players also just not really sure where their opponent is. They're both kind of just drawing a line across the center of the map and not crossing it. And there you go, we got an unreturned rail there from Salty. This could give him an opportunity to deal some damage, and Salty is coming in to try to do some extra damage, but will back off, and he goes and gets the heavy armor himself, and Red will go the mega health as well. So both players just playing extremely respectable right now.
I'd probably like to see maybe one of these players finally decide to make a play right, delay their item for a bit, try and make a play go for
Well,
this.
this is what we're
'cause
seeing right now. Yeah. Oh, Redoxide made some noise when both players were walking around. Finally let Salty know where he was, but Redoxide had the opportunity there for a good trap, but it didn't quite pull it off. And now, Salty's in a difficult position. He's way too early here for this Mega. Doesn't know when it is. Redoxide has a good position to deal damage, but isn't connecting the rails. And Salty actually hitting good rails, and Redoxide in trouble. Will Salty hit him in time? Doesn't quite get there in time. Redoxide hits the return rail. Both players railable, so Salty runs off. But the nice aggressive drop rail there from Salty. And now Redoxide is feeling the pressure.
Nice spam rockets there from Salty, knowing exactly where Red's going to restack. Mind you, Red's done a very good job of getting back up. It's pretty healthy again now. So it's after all that engagement we just saw, both players are pretty much still back to where we started again. But mind you, there's a couple of seconds here for this item, and with the speed of the Anarchy, this could be it. This could be the turning point, right? Red's been sort of pushed off this heavy position. And that's it. There's we're 6.5 minutes in. That's the first. I believe that is the first double items the players picked up, right?
Yeah, that's the first time we've seen a player have full control, I think, at least, with a proper split. And now Redoxide is definitely on the back foot. He does get caught up this jump pad, and Salty will get the frag, so that now this map has really opened up. I think we should swap over to Salty now, as he just got that frag. And this map has really opened up. So I think Salty has full control now. He's setting up traps. He's got both items on a perfect split. Redoxide feeling the pressure, but comes in, catches Salty on the rocket jump, deals a whole lot of damage, but it won't matter so much because Salty has so much to fall back on, plus the inject, and now Redoxide definitely on the back foot here. And Salty will be looking to hunt and frag from here on out.
Especially after that rail now. Again, smelling blood. Redoxide has got very little to work with. No rockets here, but we'll just come here and perfect read. And this should be a third kill here.
The rockets are strong from Redoxide,
wow,
but he whiffs the third one and doesn't quite finish off the frag. 3 HP from Salty, and he will run off, but again, a lot to fall back on. Will have the inject soon, will have that mega health soon, but actually, Redoxide, with the right play there, going and realizing he needs to continue the pressure, and he will go and earn that mega health himself. So now Salty on the back foot.
But the pressure's still on Red. Needs to get that. Oh, and that rail would have been crucial. But Red's actually still just pushing in, but the defensive rockets are so good. Salty's not allowing him in, and even rocket jumping out does not want to get caught down that lower ground. And in position for this heavy. It's nothing that Red can do with the stack that's on, especially after that damage has been taken. Railable now.
Oh, and you can feel the tension. There's so much tension right now. That's a really great rail. Redoxide in a very difficult position. The machine gun comes out. He's playing very safe here.
Beautiful weapon
and that
switch.
will extend his lead. And in such a low-scoring match, I don't know if we're going to be able to see Redoxide pull out any frag here from here on. He gets caught, he gets fragged, and we might see a GG early here. That's 3 frags in a match that has been extremely low scoring, and I think we're going to go to a fifth map.
I think we're seeing a 5th map, yeah. Of course, what a way to start the day, right? You're
I
coming
know.
straight into a best of 5, seed all 5.
I know, absolutely.
And the next map is exciting. We've got the double heavy on, do you remember what map we're on? Was it Vale?
No, that's the final. Yeah, that's the 5th
Oh,
map. Yeah. We got Scale Bearer versus Solag on Scale next, on Vale next, and yeah, to be honest, these have been some really good games. They've come to this map in particular. Definitely came down to that one fight at the Mega Health just before, where Redoxide made that mistake getting into that position too early, and I don't think we're going to be able to see Redoxide make any more progress to bring this map back.
So he might be able to get this kill here potentially, but look at the speed right now. Salty just flying around. He's going to get caught out here and just doesn't even get the kill.
And that is like what you can do on land, you know, that little bit of LG, swap to rocket, you know, you deal out so much damage. It's harder to do that online. And that's also part of what we're seeing here is, you know, the difference between LAN and online. And there we go, up to the 5th map. great match there.
I'm
from
excited
Salty.
for this. Yeah, and Salty playing fantastically in that final map. That second last map there, and taking Red's map pick, right? It's going to be a bit of a confidence boost now going into this final one. And especially considering this is probably going to, you know, once you get to the end of these best of 5, this is where the players are going to be feeling a little bit uncomfortable, right? And this is where champ pool is such a crucial part of the game, where when you're just doing, you know, casual duels, it doesn't matter, right? You just play whoever you like. But when you get to this stage here in tournament play, when you're forced onto using these odd champions, you need to be able to do it.
Now, I will note that I think that match was probably very exhausting for the players.
100%. That was such a mental. That was like, well, not much was happening a lot of the time.
Yeah,
it's such a mental game.
Yeah, that's a really mental game to stay locked in, to be concentrating so hard, and to kind of know exactly what's going on the map when you're not a part of the action. That can be really draining. So we might see a kind of a battle of the endurance this map. The winner of this map might be whoever has better endurance. So in that regard, do you think it's Redoxide or Salty?
That's a hard question. I think I'd have to maybe lean towards Red, right? He's been playing along. He's been in this situation so many times. He's been playing for a long time. Salty, you know, he's a bit of a newer face into the scene, especially in these high years. He's shot up really, really quickly to this higher level. But I think Red's maybe a bit more experienced with this and playing on these longer games. And I just think I like the scale here as well more on Veil. It's a the champ just sort of is, well, Sorlag has got the few advantages. A couple of flavors like acid pits and all that, which you don't take damage from, but that's not really much of an impact in a map like this. It's never really, you get the odd kill maybe by the rail there, but that's about it. So just the charge, having that damage negation you get from the, yeah, so when you're in charge, you get that, you know, reduced damage. I think it's such a great way just to, like, you know, get in, you can take an item real quick, get out without, effectively for free almost.
Now, if you're in the chat, let's hear who you think's going to win this match. Who are you going for? Are you a Redoxide fan? Are you a Salty fan? We want to hear it. We want to see who you're going for. We want to know who we should be rooting for. Redoxide on that Scale Bearer, getting the Mega Health spawn. Probably the ideal spawn for the Scale Bearer on this map, so you can take that high ground early. And he's just kind of trying to work out where Salty is right now. Salty doing a great job of having the rail and the rocket launcher early as well. And this will be the initial engagement. Salty hitting a nice rail, going up for that follow-up rail. Not quite doing the damage, but the Scale Bearer is so deadly close range, but they actually end up with a mutual. And Salty will come out in the probably better position from that, getting both the lightning gun and the rocket launcher off spawn, and now the mega health and this light armor as well. So Salty with the high ground position, which is so key on this map, setting up a trap here for the rocket launcher, and Redoxide with that rail. Neither player able to get all 3 weapons here yet.
Salty's the one here, trying to put the aggression on. Rocket jumping as well to get this high ground. Doesn't want to lose out in this position, as you said before. This high ground's so powerful, and Red, well, I don't think it was ready for him to beat there, but Red plays saying, oh, and Red, he misses the platform. That's really crucial, and beautiful little rocket jump there. Getting up to top. This is his last rocket, though. He's running very low on ammo, Salty, so he will be able to secure that, and finally, yeah, he gets back up, gets those rockets, and catching Red out as well, and hits a clean first frag to start this map out, a minute 30 in.
Both players have their ability here. Obviously, the Scale Bearer's ability is extremely annoying to play against. And we'll probably see Salty try to keep his distance from here on out. Not trying to get charged by the Scale Bearer. The spit does hit the Scale Bearer. Salty knows exactly where Red is. Red's so low, but the timing on the Mega is perfect. But he does take a rail as well. And now Red extremely low, and Salty with the light armor to his name, and is probably able to set up for this heavy armor. Does hear Redoxide, sets up a decent trap, but doesn't quite connect, doesn't hit the rail either. Redoxide getting the high ground position, and probably will earn this heavy armor. And now Redoxide firmly in control of the items of this map, I think.
I just want to say, before Red went to that TP, I don't know if you saw there was just a little bit of scale movement, just because he knows the exact timing, right? He knows, all right, you've shot a rocket, it's going to take you this long to get a rail out, and he's trying to dodge that shot, and it's perfect. And just small little micro things like that, which these players can do, which you don't even notice, right? And that pretty much saved his life, because I believe he was railable actually at that point. So, and that's allowed him to get full control now, and Salty just hiding here in the back corners of the map. He's one of them trying to get this trap in, just still just doesn't even engage. Just allows Red to fly past. Look, it's still way too early. If we were at a 9-minute mark, perfect play, but you don't want to let your opponent just get full control of the map for complete free. There we go, good rail though. Keeping this competitive now. That single rail pretty much evens us back up.
And I like this approach from Salty. He's like, well, I don't want to run into the scale bearer head on, so I'm just going to play these areas where I can hear Red Oxide, but he does go through the teleporter for the fight. Knows the timing on the Mega. Really excellent play there from Salty. Set up the trap, and that is a terrible situation for Red Oxide. And now 2 frags up. That's a nice rail. That's a big rail. I could hear Salty yelling no after that rail hit. And that is, you know, an important amount of damage at that point in time that earns Red Oxide that heavy armor as well. And Red Oxide.
Beautiful rail from Red, and this puts Salty, he's railable here. He's got to be so careful, and Red's not going to let him escape here for nothing, but just going to play this quiet, and Salty just, it's just inevitable. Eventually Red's going to push in here, but wow, Salty does get a nice direct off, right? And it's done a lot of damage. Red is going to make this hard for him to get to the items, and if Salty catches him here, like he has great rail though, and LG finds the charge! That's exactly what we're saying, right? The charge, the damage reduction when you use that ability, and he's tied this straight back up. Salty has got the spawn over on this item, and he has got the heavy taken away, so that's something to go for him. But back on 2-2, and beautiful rail angle there from Red taking that first shot. When you're playing these heavy, the keeping your opponent stacked at bay is such, especially when you get these, which is 1v1 LG battles, because you're both so big, it pretty much just comes down to who's got the biggest stack in the long run. So these rails are going to be crucial for them, both of these. Oh, and just he gets the peak in the last second.
Salty setting up a trap here, knows exactly where Red Oxide is, but Salty not able to connect that rail. He probably would have come back in for the kill if he did, but oh yeah, nice shot there from Salty, and he does keep Red Oxide at bay. Red Oxide taking a nice aggressive approach here to these fights. I think we're seeing Salty set up the traps and Red Oxide setting up the aggressive plays, and it's really paying off for Red Oxide right now. I think uncharacteristic kind of play from Red Oxide, but he does so much damage with these plays right now. It's really working out for him.
I think that's how you want to play the scale, right? You want to be a bit more aggressive, because if you get into their face, there's not much they can do about you, right? You've got the charge damage, and you can just rock it up close. Salty's pushing in here with the aggressive play. But Red, he's done a good job forcing back both players, missing the rail. But neither of them in a situation where they want to take a fight, because it's going to be a bit... Oh, nice shot from below from Salty.
And Red Oxide, no ammo on the rail. So Red Oxide needs to restock that. And now Salty has a lot more stack. He's coming in here. He caught Red Oxide off. Oh, how did that mutual? Red Oxide did so much damage there to cause that mutual to happen. And yeah, that's actually really big, because Salty was making a big momentum push. Taking control of the map. Thought that was definitely in Salty.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when Red went back to the behind near the teleporter there, he sort of got himself cornered. Yeah, Red's the one setting the trap. Oh, he had the right read, but I don't think he was expecting him to actually be there.
Okay, now we're getting into the pressure time of the map. You know, we're on the 5th map. There's 3 minutes to go. There's 1 frag in it. It's all coming down to this now, and I think we're going to see some nerves coming out from these players. Red Oxide knows that he just needs to hang on, not give up a frag. Salty knows he needs to make something happen, manufacture a frag, and I think the pressure is starting to mount.
Salty's doing a good job just setting these like little trap areas up, and Red, you know, he likes to just push around. Oh, beautiful rail, but one in return. Nice drop from Salty. And the thing is, items, they're just going to keep trading between right now. No one's able to get control going. And this at the moment is pretty much just a battle, right? Who can get that first good engagement off, and then, because they're both champions are pretty quick.
Yeah, it's a lot of tit for tat, you know, without either of them kind of committing to it. But here we go, Salty comes in. He knows he needs to make something happen. The charge is strong, but Salty comes out of that with so much more. Neither player able to hit the shot there, but Salty with the jump in and another mutual. And you hear it coming out from Salty there. The scream of agony. He knows how important that was, and he's not able to... oh, that would have been a really important rail to hit as well. Doesn't quite connect. Red has full control now. Salty drops onto him, gets him in the back. Salty does so much damage, but not able to connect that one either. And another scream coming out from Salty on the stage, and 10 HP from Salty, and the rail, he's not able to finish him off with that rail, and that might have done it. 2 frags in it. Oh
Wow.
my goodness.
Flying
Where
around
did
the
that
corner.
railgun come from? Where did he get that railgun from? He must have dropped it before
Must
when
have
he
dropped
died.
when he died, yeah, exactly.
And Redoxide was not ready for that. And that is actually a huge play there from Salty because he earns himself the Mega as well. He's got 1 frag to get. He's caught him, but he misses the midi, but he does convert the frag. A minute and a half to go. The game is tied up, and now Salty has both items to his name, has the railgun, and Redoxide, not much to his name, only has a lightning gun right now, I think. Maybe he has the rocket launcher. I'm pretty sure he only has the lightning gun. And Salty's going to make a play for it. Salty going up the jump pad, knows the timing on that Mega, does so much damage. Redoxide running off, he is railable. And Redoxide in a lot of trouble right now. The desperation charge comes out, and Redoxide, Salty getting the lead, getting the 1 frag. 1 minute to go, best of 5, final map, 2 apiece. Redoxide, aggressive play there to get that heavy armor. Both players just going at it. He catches him on the jump pad, and he will tie it up as well. But so low after that. Can he maintain his position on the map? I think he's going to have to give up a lot here after that frag. And are we going to go into an overtime? Salty, I don't think, has the rail right now. So Redoxide at least able to keep him at bay with that. But yeah, 30 seconds to go. 5th map. First match of the day. A lot on the line here for these players. And Redoxide just kind of being okay to concede stuff, but finally Salty has that railgun. This is a bad position for Redoxide. Neither player is able to connect here. I think we're seeing a lot of nerves.
Salty rocket jumping up into the high ground and going towards that
so
Mega, but
early.
huge damage coming out from Red.
He's
The rail
so
landing hits the next
early.
one, and that's GG. Right on the bell. 2 seconds left, and Red hits the final shot, securing the first set, for winning this final map.
Salty with the
What?
massive mistime there was 5 seconds early for that Mega, and that's all that'll do it. He made a play for it, but it was the wrong play, and Redoxide coming out on top. What a performance there. What a first match of the day. Came right down to the wire, and that means Redoxide will progress through the upper bracket, and Salty will be knocked down to the lower bracket.
That's, I don't even know what to say, right? That was such a action-packed final map there, and extremely well played to Red. But yeah, look, as neither player, Salty's still not knocked out. Going down to lower bracket, Red will move on. So let's get the brackets up, and we'll see what that does actually mean now for these players. Yeah, so we see Red will be moving on. He'll be playing the winner of Cam versus Mike. Anyway, we're just getting Red up here.
All right, Redoxide winning that first match of the day, coming down to the final second of the 5th map. How you feel about your performance in that match?
Oh, it's all over the place. I feel like I could have been doing like a lot better. It's a miracle I won, honestly.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
What were you thinking when Salty jumped up to that Mega on that final frag? Did you know the timing of the Mega? Did you know that he made a misplay?
No,
What was going through your head?
I was out of it. I had no idea when the items were. I knew it was soon. I didn't know exactly when it was.
Uh-huh.
It just happened to work out properly.
Well, I think both of you didn't really know what was going on in that moment. Do you think maybe the pressure was getting to you both? There was too much on the line. Do you think maybe you're getting to the 5th map, you were a bit exhausted?
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit wobbly still. Like, just trying to hold myself up. So, like, I don't know what to say. I don't know what happened that game. I thought I was close to done if I thought I was alive even if I missed that round because I still had this charge.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's all a blur now. I can't believe it happened.
Well, congratulations. You've moved through the upper bracket, knocked Salty down to the lower bracket. And if we're looking at the brackets now, you'll be up against either Kama or Mike in the next round.
Oh, yeah.
How do you feel about those two opponents?
Well, I won against Mike yesterday, so there's a chance there.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm getting smashed like camera all the time, so it'd be a minor miracle for me to get anything there.
Well, you know, coming 8th in the last split, or I think 12th in the last split of the KDC in Division 1, you know, you didn't win a map the entire split, but you did get into the top 8 through the points system. Now you're proving that you definitely belong in this top 8. You're progressing through the bracket well. How do you feel about your performance in this LAN overall?
I'm doing a lot better than I did last season, that's for sure. A lot less raging, suiciding.
Yep.
I'm playing a lot more slower, a little more cowardly. And it's just leading to a lot less depths and more opportunities for me to win games, which is nice.
Okay, all right. Fuzzy, you have any questions for Redoxide?
My question is just going into those sort of like final maps. Were you feeling sort of confident? Because obviously you get to the point in those best of fives where champ pool becomes important, and you've got to know all your maps right. So how are you feeling? Because I think you've got a bit more experience probably in the longer sort of format that's over what Salty does. So are you feeling confident if it went that length that you would be able to come out of it on the top, or?
I did feel the Scalbearer was better than the Sorlag. So in that particular matchup, I did feel a bit better. But it's not like I play Scalbearer a lot, so it was still a bit iffy.
Right,
I wasn't sure. The Blood Cove one, I felt I probably should have done better on, but yeah, I'm not sure. I can't remember what happened in that game. I'd say there was a lot of like waiting and then not much happening, and then I just did something wrong and died, and then it was gone from there really.
Yeah.
All right. Well, when you can break it down that simply, you obviously got a good thing going on. So anyway, let's move on. Well done, Redoxide, and good luck in the next round.
Thanks.
Well done.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to take a short break here. We're just going to work out what the next match is on stream. We'll leave the brackets up as a update, and we'll probably need about 15 or 20 minutes before the next match.
And welcome back, everyone. We are preparing for our next set, and we are joined by a special co-caster today, Dan.
What's going on, guys?
Thank
Nice
you for
to be
coming
here.
along and joining. How's the day going for you so far?
Yeah, good start. I played Laura first game, and it was good. Nice close series.
Yeah.
3-0, but the last two maps were very close. He had a lot of control on the second map. Just managed to get him 6-4, and then the third map was very similar, 9-2, but the scoreline was a bit, kind of.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it was closer than it kind of seemed. I just got a few kills at the end to kind of blow away the lead, but good start. You can't complain when you go 3-0.
Exactly right, and moving up to the upper bracket, Ben. So how are you feeling overall? Playing well, do you feel, and confident throughout the rest of the day?
I think that first game, definitely giving me a bit of confidence back, because getting a 3-0 is obviously quite nice. As to, I guess, the rest of the day, we're going to have to see how everyone else is playing as well.
Yep.
So I think my next game is up against Knight, and he obviously beat me yesterday.
Exactly, in the group. So yeah, you got to get a revenge for that one now.
Yeah.
So
I think the 5 map, the best of 5 scenario changes things. Even in the games we'll see today.
Yeah.
That series we just got to watch between Salty and Red, having it 5 maps. Obviously, I think there's a different kind of pressure that comes on, because the first few maps you might play a bit looser, because you've kind of got
a bit more room to play with. If you make a mistake and something goes wrong, you've got.
But then you saw the last map; it was kill for kill. It goes down to the last 20 seconds, and that's what decides the game. So I feel like that's the kind of one for entertainment purposes. Best of 5 kind of gets you there for the 4th and 5th map.
Yep.
But I also think that pressure changes it, and I'm hoping that pressure plays into my hands.
I was going to say,
yes.
So do you prefer the sort of longer format, or would you rather, are you more of a fan of just best of 3?
I definitely prefer best of 5. I think it obviously means the better player wins more consistently. In a best of 3, it could be could come down to champ picks or map picks, and somebody just really dominant on 2 maps, and they get those and they manage to beat you.
Yeah.
But I think the consistency of who's better is decided in best of 5. So I do prefer it. And it might come into play here because Mike has been playing really well, yesterday.
Yeah.
He had when I played him in kind of the group stage, he was really on point, and I think if it was a best of 3, he would have a chance, quite a good chance to take it, because he's got a few maps that he's really good on, and there's a few champs he's really good on. But once we get into the best of 5, his champ pool is not as good as Lure, and his map pool is probably not as practiced as Lure as well. And I think that's going to play into a big advantage for Lure.
All right, well, let's have a look into our match that we've got coming up here. So we'll get up some picks and bans here, and we'll see what we're going to be playing.
And I said Mike, and it's Lucky, guys, so just ignore me.
All right, so here's our picks and bans for our set here. So, CK, Blood Covenant, Ruins, Veil, Awoken.
Yeah, I would have expected this from these 2 players. The first 3 guaranteed, because just the style they play. The thing I'm interested by there, the first map we can see Corruptor, we've got the quintessential Ranger Strog matchup. That's
you always
at this
see that,
point,
right?
It's basically map 1
has to
almost
be
every series, or map 2 every series. I think that one, for me personally, Ranger is the better pick. But again, it comes down to how you play, because I think offensively Ranger has real good ability versus Strog, because he can bypass the the peak.
That's one thing we've been
talking
talking about. Yeah, yesterday as well. We saw a lot of matchups between them. And just the fact that Ranger can basically get in behind, because Strog probably, some would argue is probably the best champion in the game. Arguably with Ranger.
Yeah,
but
I would say so.
In the head-to-head, I've always rated Ranger.
And on this map in particular too, because it's they'll try and use it at those kind of choke corridor points, and you just get straight past it, rocket straight into a guy who's just sitting there, a shotgun into him, and it's an easy kill. So I like Lure's pick there. I think is very strong, and I think honestly, I reckon this is going to go right down to the wire, that map. The next one we've got Blood Covenant. I'd say this is probably, in my opinion, Lure's best map.
Okay. Yep.
The reason I say that is because he's a very defensive player, and he'll obviously always take the opportunity to kind of plus back and pick up restack before kind of going for risky shots.
Yeah.
And Blood Covenant has 350s on it. So he's going to try and use those when he's out of control. He's got Anarchy, which has the inject to get the extra health as well. He's going to be happy to play in that real defensive zone on this map. And on the other side, we've got Athena, who's kind of quite aggressive.
It'll be
So
interesting to see whether or not Lucky's going to be able to use that aggression to
Exactly.
try and get on top of
Yeah.
Lure when he gets into control. So
yeah. But I think Lure's like strategy on that map might be a little bit too good for him. But you never know. Like Lucky's rail can just pop off sometimes, and he might
we've
just
seen
start
him be
hitting everything.
Exactly, we've seen Lucky be absolutely terrifying. If you're receiving the rail, Lucky at his best,
Yeah.
it is a scary sight.
Absolutely. And then we're going into Ruins of Sarnath. Interesting pick from Lucky for me here. Galena, again, is kind of a staple on Ruins of Sarnath. She's a lot better, like especially when you get to third map and a lot of the champs are out. Like we know at this point, Visor's basically been banned. We can see second map, so he would have been kind of your optimum pick.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
But we also see Scale was banned. So I think like Lucky's trying to go for a bit of additional stack here, hoping he can kind of play defensive on this map. But at the same time, if he does that too much, Galena's going to get 3 totems set up and then just have a mega health everywhere.
Exactly right, and it can be hard to deal with on that map too because it's such a big open map. There's so many places to get those totems down, so it's going to be a very good defensive map for a Galena.
Absolutely. Then we go into Vale, and now we're
Death
kind
Knight.
of getting the scraps of
So
champs.
I want to ask you, what's your opinion of Death Knight? So have you touched
Yeah.
Death Knight at all? Or
He's terrible.
He's terrible, is
Yeah,
he?
he's terrible.
Terrible. Okay, there you
Yeah,
go.
he's worse than before, in my opinion, for sure.
Okay.
Like the additional damage you get if you place it down, that can be good for like choke points. So on Vale, we'll probably look to see him use it, at the TP, probably if he goes up the jump pad above red and he's trying to defend from someone pushing from Mega, at the kind of elbow into red armor, those kind of spots. But the problem is, like once they put it down, you're not really going to run through it.
Exactly.
And even if you run through it, you probably take about 50 damage, which is equivalent to 3 ticks of the Death Knight Fireball before. So, in my opinion, he's all round worse.
There you go.
Will
we
that
had-
come into play there with BJ? That's the bigger question because BJ
Well, would that be
obviously
enough to
wants to push.
I'll say, would that be enough damage to sort of counteract that?
Yeah,
and especially
exactly.
Vale's, there's a lot of small little choke points, and you're kind of forced to push in through some of these spots. So
That's going to come. I think that's going to come down to Lucky how effective the Death Knight's ability is, because if he's trying to go aggressive and use like his double weapon and really push and do damage, he might end up taking a lot more damage from Death Knight's ability.
Exactly.
At the same time, though, I definitely give that pick to BJ. So that is another good matchup. And then final map, we got Awoken. Doom versus my most hated champ, Clutch, as usual. Doom, really strong. Like on Awoken in particular, if you've got
seen it
Ranger, Visor, you've got Strog out, you've got all the kind of mediums out, and even like Nyx, for example, she's gone. That like Doom kind of becomes the
fact
best on
that
that
I'll say
map.
the fact that you can get Doom sort of I think on a 5th map there on for Woken is
It's
a bit
good.
It's a bit surprising, honestly.
Yeah, and like the Clutch to counter, I'm definitely a fan of that. Like that's a good matchup because Clutch obviously is very fast around the map. They have that same type of ability where they can move quickly.
Yeah.
Because Doom, like his punch is actually quite good to deal damage, but more importantly to move around the map quickly.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see like Lure go into it with that kind of thought process to use it to escape if he needs to, if he's getting rushed by the Clutch.
And it's also good against because obviously Clutch wants shield up 24/7.
Yeah.
So if you can then take away some of these time balls off the map by just using, because you see a lot of times where the Dooms just don't use punch, right? It just sits there the whole game and you won't use a single berserk.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's something you can. And then your opponent has got free run of the time balls for the entire game.
Yeah, and this is not the matchup you want to try and deal damage with the punch. Because
Certainly not.
getting point blank with a clutch is going to be bad for you.
Exactly.
So I want to see him use it defensively, use it to run away, restack on the 50s when he's out of control, even escape rushes from Lucky. But honestly, I really like this. Between these two players, I think this is a really good lineup of maps and champs. And I like going to say, I reckon this is going to go very close to the wire.
Okay, so you reckon we might be seeing potentially 5 maps?
I think we might see, see 5 maps. Like, the only reason it'll really be dependent on that Ruins of Sarnath, because I think, Lucky says he's terrible at Crafted. So, I think he might take that matchup, just because the way he plays Strog. Blood Covenant, I'm going to give to Lord just because how well he plays the map.
Yep.
Ruins of Sarnath will be the tough one to decide who wins the game.
Yeah, because I know Lua loves that, but then see that Lucky's the one who's actually picked it. So.
Yeah, exactly. And then Vale, for me, just the BJ pick is going to be a lot more effective.
So you really think the Ruins is probably the decider almost between this matchup?
I reckon whoever wins that map, it's going to be close. And then for me, on Awoken, we're going to see Maddie in my opinion, take that just because I'm biased towards Clutch, and I think Doom's obviously way better. So I'm keen. I think we've got a good game on our hands for sure.
Well, let's see. I think these guys are ready to go. So we will boot up now. All right, Corrupted keep starting out this set.
And how do the players look? Lewis going in
nervous?
for a quick drink, getting himself settled. Lucky's just absolutely roaring to go. And we'll see who gets the kind of spawn on this map, because it's a hard map, because the LG, if you get the LG side spawn, it's really strong because you get good mid-range damage with the LG. You get good long-range damage with the heavy machine gun. On the counter to that, if you get the shotgun spawn, you've got all the close-range weapons. You've got shotgun, you've got rockets. So Ranger is probably better off if he gets the rocket. Like if you get the rocket spawn, you're probably not as, it's not as detrimental. So let's see what happens here off the start. And Lewis got the rocket spawn. He's going to get rockets, shoot one at Mega, and then just go take the red. But he's taken a lot of MG damage there. That definitely hurt him a bit, so that red's not as effective as it could have been. And he's only got like the tri-bolt and rockets here. He needs to be careful. Lucky already looking to kind of pressure him out and like control him to this side of the map, which is going to give him every weapon.
And yeah, it'll be interesting when the Lucky's going to now try and just... We've seen a lot of players just hold off in that LG room and just prevent your opponent from getting in there.
Yeah.
So now whether or not this is going to be sort of Lucky's strategy from here.
And Lewis, like here, he's looking to see if he can get some damage in using the tri-bolt before kind of he takes, you know, this red armor. Here we go, first engagement, nice rocket. And he's going straight in. He wants to go aggressive, but it's not paid off for him. Lovely rockets from Lucky there. Got him the first kill. And Lewis just basically picked up the red off spawn, but again, no weaponry here, and he's segregated to this elbow part with nothing but the tri-bolt to kind of defend with.
And this is where the speed of the Strog is also really helping Lucky out, because he can get to these, you know, swap between these maps, decides each side of the map really quickly, and he can use that to try and just push Lure back, push him off these items, and that's exactly what he's been doing.
Now, second engagement here, they want to make it happen. No messing around from the boys. And this has gone terribly for Lure. The mega pickup from Lucky and the kill, and he can probably make it to get the red and the 50. This is almost a full cycle he's going to get going here. But Lure wants to fight, and he's just Lucky taking the defensive approach. Okay, I don't mind that.
Yeah, showing a lot of respect there to Lure, not just trying to push in there, so... Because, you know, he's respecting your opponent, right? You know that he's in the high ground position. It can be a dangerous spot to be in when you've got rockets, so...
And he's got the weapon advantage. So he wants to like use that heavy machine gun to probably try and deal damage without taking too much. But he's just got, scrap that, he wants to fight. And the orb comes out, no ability. Lucky's still got the Pika, but beautiful LG, beautiful rocket. And Lure is trapped. And he's no way he's getting out of that. And Lucky can probably restack on the 50 in the plasma room here, but again, the control has sort of switched, and Matty's now got himself a lightning gun, which is going to really help him for this next engagement. And let's see what happens over the mega coming up here. We'll see if Lucky wants to deal any damage on it. Nope, just accepting that he's lost it. And just a bit of a mid kind of fire engagement here. Nobody wants to commit too hard just yet. And Lure wants this red, and Lucky's taken a bit of a rocket, which has unfortunately knocked him down. Now he's got to run. But he's being fought out in the mid, and the orb to kill. That is really nice from Lure there. Very nice attack. An interesting start. Like, I thought they would be a bit more passive, but again, what I said about the 5-map scenario, you want happy to take some risks.
Exactly, yeah. So I suppose these guys, you know, they want to sort of, that's the thing first too, when you first map in, you sort of want to just feel everything out, see how your opponent's going to take it, right? You know, you've only played, so they've played one set now, and this is second set for the day. But we're going to see a little bit more engagement here.
Control has swapped. Lucky doing a really good job there, and more importantly here, the major items have split. So we see Mega spawning in 4. Red's off-timed on that on 18, so Lua's in a real precarious position here because he's not got the ability to basically get restacked on either of those major items. So he's going to have to run away for a bit here at least until he can get 100 armor and probably like then look to do some heavy machine gun damage across mid somewhere as Lucky comes out of red. Yeah, this is perfect. And a big rocket that knocks. Oh, and he gets him up the jump pad. Oh, that was really nice LG from Lucky, but just not good enough. And another engagement coming. Big rocket and the counter frag.
And so Lucky actually, yeah. I think that's pretty well for Lucky to manage to get the kill there. Because I say, look, Lua maybe was a bit aggressive. Should Lua have even gone in towards Mega there, right? He was on such, what, 16 HP, 20 HP was it?
Yeah,
so
he had good timing on Mega though. He knew it was coming, so he thought maybe I can get it and escape. But then Lucky didn't want to have none of that and wanted to make sure it happened. And another attack from Lucky and big LG damage. His aim has been like quite phenomenal.
Lucky's LG on land, especially right now, has been an absolutely terrifying thing to see, and that's why I think he's been playing around. This is why this map actually works out really well for him. I think even as you said, he might not be that confident to say on it, but
big rocket from Lua, and he's going to push here because he knows he's low, and that's a big kill. And now the red spawning in 5 seconds, he's going to be able to grab that, and Lucky's going to take control of the weaponry here kind of in this time. And big machine gun damage from Lucky. That's really hurt Lua for this next Mega Health. And the Pika, good rocket. Oh, and the direct to the face.
And he's just trying to run for his life. 1 HP, doesn't quite catch it. 1 machine gun ball is all that Lua needed.
But more importantly, Lua's doing a good job of cleaning up all this like little stack, and there's nothing Lucky can do. And he can even take the 50 here and then go back to red. Lucky may contest this though. Let's see if he sticks around. He is going to. Let's see if he can do any work with the shotgun. Oh, big rockets under the grate.
It's actually going to rocket jump up again. He's playing this super aggressive.
Oh, but a shotgun.
You can't push into a shotgun like that.
And that was really well done by Lucky. And Lua just coming for the counter attack straight off spawn. But I don't know. He's now in a bad position because he got the cycle going on the items and losing that kill. Like if Lucky had gone into the plasma room, the nail gun room and got the 50.
Exactly, he could have just swapped it exactly the same back onto him. And
exactly.
And on this map, it can be so difficult to sort of break that cycle once it's going.
Yeah, we're 6 minutes in, 1 kill. Like this is still right down to the wire. Like this is anybody's game here. And a big engagement coming over the rockets. Good LG from Lucky. Doesn't take too much damage either.
And gets the orb out as well, right? So
yeah.
we've seen how much the orb has done in this. I think almost 3 frags probably from Lua have been because of the orb.
Absolutely. And Lua's, again, kind of tail between his legs, and Lucky's onto him. He wants to kind of make some pressure happen before this red so he can restack. Doesn't get the opportunity, but still in the driving seat here, without a doubt. And here comes an engagement happening over Mega. Lua looking to defend it, but big Pika damage. This is going to be bad for Lua. Nothing he can do. Without that orb, there's just no way he could defend. And we've got 3 minutes. Like, there's still time here, but Lucky's doing a really good job of keeping these major items controlled, keeping the weapons controlled, and Lua's going to need to figure something out here.
And Lucky's not really making many mistakes too, is the thing, right? So Lua's got to try and force something here, and I think when he gets this orb back up, that's probably going to be his opportunity, right, to make something happen. And because he needs to do something, look, he's still, as you say, he's got plenty of time, right? And this is CK. You can chain 2 frags together in 10 seconds, right? So time is not a huge concern, but he's got to start making something happen.
Big engagement, direct, 2 directs, almost a third, and Lua is on no health, and that's it. I got to say, the rockets when Lucky has been pushing in have been really clean, and a quick attack from Lua, but this is not the play, and he ends up paying with his life for it. I think he's feeling the time pressure now, so he wants to try and obviously, maybe give up a life to try and swing control back. But Lucky's defensive rockets and LG have just been way too sharp. And again, Lua's in a struggling position here. Big LG, but the stack on Lucky is just really good. And even with that LG, they kind of come out 50-50 from that. 4 kills though. We're not out of the realms of possibility here.
Problem is, it's going to be here Lucky's item. It doesn't look like Lua. Yeah, he's just going to wait around it. He's going to watch that TP, probably try and get some machine gun damage out. Now he's falling back now. He gets that armor shard. This is going to be all he's going to have for a little while because this other lower armor had been taken prior to this fight. So Lua's not going to be able to get back up to 100 for this. Coming in behind. Still no damage. And the beautiful damage from Lucky. And he's just going to, peek her out. I wouldn't even be surprised if we see him continue the aggression here. And orb used.
Perfect scenario. Yep. Like, that buys him basically a minute now, or probably 35 seconds after he picks up the time shards. where he doesn't have that op. And again, he's just going aggressive now. Perfect kind of opportunity here to get a kill. But the LG
What?
and the red pickup.
How has he done that?
I cannot believe it. And he's running for his life now.
But this is
Good
the speed of Lucky right now only does manage to clean that up. But Lucky was so fast to get away, right? As soon as he realized he's in a dangerous spot, he's like, all right, I know that I'm ahead. I've got the frags. There's not much time. If I just get out of here, I can waste so much time. And that's what. And in the end, he managed to actually chain that into a frag and stay alive.
And that's the strength of, you know, Strog's defensive capability, why we were saying he's the best champ in the game. And Lua looking to try and make something happen. He needs a kill, but again, Lucky's just going to go plus back and shoot some rockets as he's coming at him, and it's no problem.
Exactly, and Lucky's defensive rockets have been pretty much spot on this map. He has hit so many directs, and just the splash damages Lua's tried to push through in engagements. It's just, he hasn't been able to get through safely pretty much ever.
Yeah. And this has been like a real impressive opening performance from Lucky. He's already proven me wrong and taken the first map.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see what he's got going into the next few. And he picks up another one just for his troubles. We're obviously in the stoppage time here. It's going to be important for Lua to kind of, you know, let this game go.
Just think about the next map at this point, right? And just, because, look, and that's the other thing too is, you've got these two like top tier champs out the way, right? And I think Lua's probably, I'd say Lua's probably got more experience when it comes to maybe a bit more of a wide champ pool and all that. So if he can keep this going to the later stages of the set, maybe that's going to benefit him a bit more. But the thing is, he has to make it there, right?
That's right.
You can't lose. If he loses to the next map, he's then, it's one more map and then he's knocked down to the lower bracket.
Exactly, and that Ruins is going to be like an interesting matchup for sure, because I feel like I like the way Lucky generally plays that.
Right, so map 1 down, and very convincing there from Lucky. He looked just really calm, collected. He was hitting his shots. His LG looked absolutely perfect.
Yeah, 12-5. A better performance than I was kind of expecting. I thought that map, you know, generally will be close with the Ranger because of the refrag ability with the orb. But Lucky made all the right choices, hit all the right rockets in those close range fights, and I'm just all round impressed. I wouldn't want to be coming up against Lucky in this lower bracket, to be honest. Especially if he's hitting those kind of shots. His movement was really clean on Strog as well. And, you know, that confidence builder he's going to have going into this second map, like, especially when you're on Athena on Blood Cove, you can really make things spiral on this map if you get into a real good run, because her ability to kind of, you know, put pressure and hit shots that other like champs just simply can't because
exactly.
she can move around the map so well.
And that's the thing, you can be in positions where you're not going to be ready for it, right? Like, she can be anywhere, and there's not a lot of champs who can do that. And, well, she can't necessarily do it silently, but, like, you know, you're not rocket jumping everywhere, so she's got that advantage there. And again, same deal as well with the, you know, the abilities too. She can take away all these time shots. One of those good champions who can just eat everything off the map.
And, like, even defensively, when you're playing like against Naki, you can kind of use that hook to escape from him when he pushes you lower level. So it's a lot less dangerous to sit down there. Whereas when a counter argument, when you're on the Anarchy, she can like be really effective in those lower corridor fights because of how quick she can swing through and hit a shot or a rocket. We're going to kick off. Lua getting the nail gun spawn. Interesting take. He's gone straight up to the rockets.
And immediately, as we saw, yeah, defending that
Oh,
round.
the double rocket.
Beautiful shots there from Lua. And that's pretty much like the perfect way for him to start this map. So he's going to be happy with that. And he knows that that's the weapon that Lucky's he's going to want it badly, right? So he's going to want to try and keep the pressure on that. If he can keep Railgun and a beautiful shot there as well. Again, continuing this pressure. The hook's coming out. A little bit of tri-bot from above. And we can see here, look, Lucky immediately straight back over towards this Railgun. He really, really wants to get this.
And this is what I was saying, like, you know, when you're on a lower level on, like, Anarchy versus Athena, it's quite tough to, you know, deal that damage. But on the counter, you just see Lucky just, you know, using his hook, darting around the top, hits a rail, and again, like, even though he lost that first frag, he's in a decent position here. We've seen the inject come out from Lua, like, preemptively there. He takes the time shots, which is really good to know, and hits the rail. That's actually really good, but not having that inject, if, you know, a fight goes poor, that can be really dangerous on this map as well. So Oh, big rail from Lucky, and he wants to aggress here, but Lure hitting that rail really clean. And Lucky just wants to make something happen. He wants him. He's out for blood. He's angry about that first double direct.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't blame him as well. Both of them kind of went for a bit of a tricky play, and it did not pay off for Lucky in that case.
And now we've got the inject used as well. Lure. Oh, the big rocket jump up, and I don't think Lucky was ready for that, but he respects him, goes back, and good defensive damage coming out from Lucky.
And it is interesting to see that Lure's opting kind of to use that inject straight away.
Yeah.
And big rail from Lucky. Lure is at 82, railable here. He needs to be careful. Gets himself to 50. And Lucky wants to pressure the red. This is a good choice. Because he's got the mega to fall back and he's got the other 50 lower to fall back on. Any fight he takes here is to his advantage. Even the top 50 is up as well. So if he takes a rail here, it's actually not too bad. That rocket hurts because he doesn't get any counter damage back and a bit of self damage. And now he's in trouble. Needs to hook out of there and just get himself to an item. Oh, luckily, Lure does not see the rail opportunity.
So that was a very dangerous spot there for Lucky. I'm surprised he decided to drop straight down because yeah, Lure was pretty much watching the angle. And then we go, beautiful shot there. Forces the inject out. But this time we're going to have Lure ready to get onto this side, but no hook up top.
Yeah, and he can get the time shards here if he drops down. It's definitely worth doing. Get that 50 armor and get out. He does not want to take a fight here on the lower level. Yeah, he doesn't even opt for the 50 armor. Probably the right choice. And he just, at this point, essentially, he does not want to kind of, it's not even worth looking for shots. You've got no inject, you've got no 50s up on the lower level.
Exactly, you don't want to risk taking damage, yeah. Because that's the thing, yeah, if he takes damage now, then he's out of the map for the next, you know, 30 seconds, 40 seconds. And that's assuming that Lucky doesn't try and, you know, push the aggression and get onto him quickly.
And both of them split items. Now he's got the inject back. Now he wants to kind of take that engagement. He wants to put pressure here. Get some damage while he's got that ability up. If he does it without taking any back, it's a really good position for him. I see a bit of a pillar dance going on here. Nothing too drastic has happened. And again, still just feeling each other out. Oh, big rail from Lucky though. Oh, another big rail from Lucky. And he just, let's see what he can do here. Can Lure even get out from this position? And here's the hook. He wants to make something happen. He's just defensively running away. And very nice. He waited for the sound cues and did what he needed to do.
Yeah, no, he played that really smart, just avoiding the opponent. And by doing so, right, he's managed to also win that major item. They're still synced. Does also finally get some more railgun ammo, because this thing has been out of rail for a bit. So we can now take these long-range engagements. Mr. Rail from Lucky, and oh, beautiful shot return there from Lure. And oh, prepared perfectly for the second one. Lucky now, super low, and Lure's just going to wait.
Yeah, you can't even leave that bridge. It's so risky because if he does, like, where's Lure waiting for him? And finally, he hears the noise, runs away. We'll get that 50 armor, but Lure probably wants to put some pressure before any of these major items come up. Does just take the red. That gives Lucky that mega health. And again, we're kind of in the usual stalemate. And maybe an engagement happening here. Lucky on top. Can he do some damage? Here we go. And he wants to make it happen. And again, just abusing his LG aim and winning the fight.
I think, yeah, it's just the engagements here between these has just been so... Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the engagements, like, Lucky's LG has just been so good that even in these LG fights where Lure might have the stack advantage, Lucky's just hitting so much more damage. And it just seems to be a fight that he does not, you know, Lure probably just doesn't want to take right now. Play around, you know, play this
and again, the LG up the jump pad, and he wants to make it happen.
And
his LG has just been absolutely destroying Lure here. And he's 2-1 up. And another off-spawn engagement, using the hooks, needs to get away. Oh my god, just escapes with 20 health.
I just want to check what LG is Lucky in. 43% against an Anarchy.
Yeah, this is... he's making the right choice because he's obviously noticed that he's dealing more damage with that gun, and so he wants to kind of make those fights happen. Now he's 3-1 up on Athena. The question will become, if he goes into defensive mode and he lets Lure get control of the map and the weapons, will he be able to run away well enough?
Exactly, because, you know, the Anarchy's a speed champ, and we've seen Lure, you know, he's got some good movement, he can get around this map, and he's done a good job. You know, when he was out of control, he's done a good job of avoiding Lucky, so...
Oh, big rail.
See if he can do the good job of chasing if it comes down to that.
And I don't even think he wants to go defensive. He looks keen for the fight. And really good LG again. Lua just having to tuck tail and run. He's looking for any 50 he can get on the map. Will like to find him, and he does. Big LG again.
Oh, the rockets were nice.
Are great,
yeah,
but it just doesn't matter when you've got that much stack. You can afford to kind of lose a bit. And let's see what he does here. Very nice. Okay, he's going to get control on red, and Lua's got no rail, just that heavy MG to fight range. So it's dominant control. He just needs to basically like control this top mid area. If he keeps Lua off the rail, like he can potentially delay 1 to 2 minutes here. And even this, like, nice job keeping him off that upper level.
And all these little bits of chip damage as well. While he's in control of this heavy armor, all this chip damage is doing, that's just keeping Lua stacked down. And as you can see right now, until he picked up that 50 shot, he had almost no armor to work with. And that rail again, no armor once more. So now Lua's forced back. It wastes so much time. And second rail again, and now Lua's again forced off to get...
the third rail in the back.
And what's Lua do, right? He's just picked up every single thing on the map, and now he's still only got 50 armor. If he takes any damage here, all the armor's gone. There's nothing for him.
This is really nice from like his whole last minute and a half of play. He's just, all of his mechanics have been on point. It's too easy.
Yeah, exactly. And, well, I suppose it is easy when you hit, you know, every single rail, isn't it?
Yeah, and here we go. Maybe another rail.
Another one.
Beautiful. And Lua is running. He is absolutely running.
So is there any way that Lua gets back into this at this point?
It's going to be really hard. Like, the biggest challenge for him, and here we go, another fight. Oh, the big rail as he swings past full
think
speed.
At this point, I think he's almost relying on Lucky to make it, like, stop hitting, right? Like,
yep.
If Lucky keeps going like this, I don't see a way you stop him.
No, and the bigger part for Lucky is just denying that rail. Exactly. That's going to be the only opportunity he's got to get back into this game, to be honest. Like, and it's just he's using his hook, attacking, shotgunning, railing, like everything is connecting for him.
You could see at the start of the map, right, how when Lua immediately went for that double rocket onto the rail, as soon as Lucky went for it, and you got that kill there. And for that first like 2 minutes or so, 2 minutes there, where Lucky didn't have the rail, you could definitely tell he was playing this completely differently. But now that he's got that weapon, he's had it all match, he's just been a completely different player. He's been so confident at all these plays. Nice shot there from Lua, and a second one as well.
Here's the rail. This was his only chance for the comeback. Needs to be hitting every rail possible here.
But the escapes from Lucky,
nice.
the hooks just make it so easy to get away. And even if he drops down to low ground, he's about to get another hook back, which he has. And again, just the defensive rockets doesn't even matter. And shotgun switch, perfect weapon choice again.
Yeah, his weapon selection has been really good this map.
He's been doing a fantastic job, I think, of just, you know, understanding how much damage he's doing to his opponent. Because I don't think there's one time yet where he's brought out shotgun at sort of that medium-ish range and thought, you know, he's got too much stack there. But every time it's been perfect. And another rail. And he'll just hook out of here. Yeah. Again, wasting more time.
Like, Lua managed to get himself on the rail now, but just simply put, the kill lead is just, it's gone too far.
Yeah.
Like, and on a champion like Anarchy, hunting an Athena is just, maybe if you're 3 or 4 kills, it's possible in a few minutes.
And on a map with so much verticality as well. It's like Anarchy's got, if it was something like CK, I could definitely see it happening, right? Because Anarchy excels there, right? There's only this sort of like the one level, really. But when you've got so much verticality here, and good kill there from Lua.
Yeah, gets a stoppage time kill. And those are definitely important because, like, mentally you want to get your confidence up a bit, hit a couple of shots and feel like, you know, you're still in the game. Especially when now, like, you're down 2-0 after this map.
But yeah, it's a tall order now in a best of 5. Now you've got to come back. You know, you've got to win the next 3 without dropping a map.
And obviously, like, Lucky must have heard me pre-game and just been like, nah, stuff Dan. I'm gonna make sure I prove him wrong.
Yeah.
Because he's taken it 2-0. Like, I definitely kind of expected the first map, but I thought this map would suit Lua's playstyle a bit. But I was so wrong. The rail connections, the LG, look at the accuracy.
Was it 63% right there?
Yeah.
On the rail for like, and I think the thing was every single one that was important was hitting.
Yeah.
Right? All those crucial ones to get Lua down low, which even if he didn't get the kill in the end, he was already ahead. And they all just wasted so much time. There's probably like 2-3 minutes of that map, which was just Lua spent sitting around, just waiting for items to restack because he had nothing to work with.
Absolutely. And then the weapon selection to like use shotgun and hook in and finish those kills, perfect. Because if he went for, you know, kind of like rail fights to close them out, you've run that risk of taking a rail on Athena, and then when they respawn, you're really low stack, which can be dangerous for you. He took no risks. He just said, I know you're 30 health, I know my shotgun medium range is going to take you out, and 3 or 4 kills, he just did that exact same play. He just hooked off the floor, shotgun, killed him, and then just restacked on his major items that he still had control of, and he had enough health to kind of re-engage after that with his railgun. And the best part, I think, was like that 7-minute mark when he was, 4 kills
Yeah, he was
up.
playing
He
fantastically.
did not let Lure get Rao. Most important aspect of Lure doing a comeback would be for him to have Rao or heavy machine gun and kind of do damage long range when, Lucky wasn't doing anything in return. But he gave him no opportunity for that. And he's earned himself a 2-0 lead.
Yep.
The pressure is on Lure here. We go into the third map, Ruins of Sarnath.
And this is what we were saying at the start, right? This was sort of
The decider.
a big map, and right now we're coming into it for Lure's life.
Yeah. I think the Gleaner pick is it's definitely good. He's probably got like a slight advantage here. But I say that with a bit of hesitancy now because after I've seen kind of, Lucky's LG and stuff like that, I'm feeling like, if he's hitting that hard again, the bigger hitbox won't make that much of a difference. And
Exactly. Like I feel like he's still probably going to be hitting just as much, if not more, LG, right? And it's
Round begins.
let's kick off on Lure and we'll see because this is do or die for him.
exactly.
Fight.
As you say, I do think I like the champ here. There's so many spots to put these totems down.
And he instantly places on the red. That's quite an interesting play.
Yeah, so I was going to say, is that would you have put one there? Like, I feel like there's so many spots where you can just hide them and that are nearby, even just that little corridor right next to red.
I would normally go for like the time shard denial. So like put it as you come up the jump pad to get all the time shards. But I guess versus Sorlag, who's like Spit isn't going to be used as frequently, the time vial denial might not be as crucial in this map. And we've got a bit of an engagement straight away here over the Mega. And Lucky just trying to do anything jumping across that T area, but decides to let it go. And more importantly, he's got himself that LG there in that little bit of time before red spawned. So let's see. An engagement probably coming here at the TP. Let's see. Big LG fight coming up. And the Spit's out just to deny him running away. But again, the LG is just so strong and he takes the first kill easily.
And I like that from there that Lucky was, he was keeping the right, he knows what he's working well with, right? He's working well with that that rail and the LG, and then uses that Spit to push Lure out of that corner, so he has to take that fight. And Lure, you could see that he didn't want to take the LG fight.
But he's sticking around for this fight. Big LG, and he somehow got himself back in, but the rail to finish him.
Yeah.
Crazy. And another engagement straight over the stairs. The nail gun off spawn manages to get the kill.
Starting nail gun. We've seen Lure use it a lot, and against the heavy, and this is
And
exactly
again.
why he uses that
Oh
starting
my-
nail guns against the heavy. It can just melt them off spawn, and Lucky just not prepared for so much damage so quickly.
I've been hammering him about how bad that gun is too, and finally he's proved me wrong.
We
At the right time.
At the right time, exactly. We saw it once on a Veil against an Eyes, and it worked really well, and then everyone's like, oh, this is the best thing ever, and then not much really from it since, and then right now, it's proven to show quite well.
And impressively, he's worked himself back in after that really terrible start. 2-0. Now he's got himself a bit of control. He doesn't have himself a rocket launcher, but that's not the worst thing on Ruins of Sarnath. As long as you kind of don't push into choke points, you can be okay with that. Picked himself up the heavy nail gun now. Like, here's the Mega pickup. Will he stick around for this red fight? And the rail, he's got to leave. He has to, yeah.
After two.
Yeah, taking the second one. Now he's in a fair bit of trouble. He just needs to run and hide for a
Because
little
he's still
bit.
railable here, and if he
Oh
peeks around the
my-
corner, yep.
As you said it, he literally took a shot in the back. And 3-2, Lucky. And full control. If he drops to red, he could... Oh, he just wants to kill. Going in hard with the LG, but that nail gun doing some serious work again.
Yeah, it'll be interesting whether Lucky's going to maybe respect him a little bit more off spawn now on some of these. Like because obviously Lucky's like to get in close and take some of these like brawly, close to range LG engagements. But yeah, that starting nail gun has shown that it can do work. Spit coming out, pushes Lure back, and he's got that tick as well. But immediately the totem, removing the acid proc.
And the fight coming over the red armor here, but Lure just says you can have it. He knows the Mega spawning just after.
Yep.
He'll have enough time to sit on it and take it without getting pushed. Unluckily for him, though, he doesn't have any armor, so the heavy would have been much more beneficial for him. And if that rail had connected, it would have been another kill incoming within the next 20 seconds. But Lucky just looking to see if he can hit a rail maybe as he gets this 50. And Lure respecting that. He knows Lucky's hitting, so he doesn't want to even peek to kind of risk getting shot by that railgun. And Lucky's got one rocket left. I would like to see him kind of go and restack on that. Like I said, not the most important weapon, but on a Sorlag, you really want to have rockets, especially if you're trying to push for kills.
Exactly, especially around some of these choke. Like if you're sitting around this top position where Lucky is, a lot of these little choke points like that, rockets are crucial, especially when you're trying to push back your opponent. Otherwise, you get this giantly stacked Sorlag just
Here we go.
diving
Are
on
we
top
going to
of
see
you.
engagement? I see Lure just setting up a
Behind the
trap, but is it
wall.
going to backfire on him? And big rockets from both players. And who's going to get the kill? Oh, the LG trade. Very nice.
And Lure even beautiful, yeah, getting that railgun spawn, going for that shot. Good little bit of damage immediately on the Sorlag. This thing, the Sorlag spawns with so much stack, and nice rocket.
54 damage through the hole under Mega. That's a lot of damage for that spot.
Yeah, it's not going to be able to deny anything with that Mega, but there's a very low armored stack Sorlag, right? And if he gets this heavy here, because that first armor shard's already gone, that should be back up shortly. But lower 50 shard will be available.
And Lure's only totem just gets destroyed again. So we have not seen a whole lot of impact come out from that totem.
It seems to be he's pretty much just using these totems as like mid-game, mid-round fight engagement, or if he just wants a quick pocket heal just like that one. Not no plan to sort of get this overstack going.
And like, this is probably the time where it would be really valuable to do that, but I love the play Lucky's done here. I've just seen him pick up Mega from Lure's screen, and he's dropped down into red. Now, Lure's not going to be ready for this. And the trap, oh, the rockets, that is unbelievable.
Fantastic shots there from Lucky. He was just so ready for that.
And the preemptive decision for him to go down staircase really silently, that, like, you could see it coming from before the play. It was just so good, and Lure was clueless. And we've got another engagement happening. Big rail opening here. And
Great
Lucky
dodging.
looking to put the pressure on. And the LG, phenomenal again. And he takes it really clean.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Yeah, he just dodged pretty much every single rocket that Lure was throwing at. And as soon as he got that Mega right, and he hasn't taken any damage in that fight, he's like, all right, this is an opportunity. Missed rail. It's unfortunate for him, but still there's 2 frags in the lead. So,
But Lure has nothing but this nail gun here. And Lucky, good. He doesn't want to push. He's learned his lesson from the last couple of engagements of getting absolutely destroyed. And Lure just working his way around the map slowly, looking to pick up weapons. This is what he has to do. Like, he needs to bide his time here. Make sure he has all the weapons. And then look to deal damage after these items are picked up, where he's not going to take too much damage. And he might just get caught out here. Big LG and the aggression push. Oh, he gets the kill again. Very clean. More than 100 health and armor.
I want to check again. What's LG's here? 43%. Like,
quite unbelievable. And again, another fight happening over the Mega Hill, but big defensive rockets from Lure. The tick damage is really hurting him though. Puts the totem down, heals up, he will get the Mega. So he's definitely like balanced himself out a bit here. And I think he's got 2 totems up now. So the question will become, if he can, will he get that 3rd totem up? And if he does, it's going to be super important for him to hold control on this heavy armor and not let Lucky get it.
yeah, and so unfortunately he misses that rail too, right? Because if he hits that shot, Lucky is crippled and he can't play for it. And then that's Lure's chance back into this map. But unfortunately, simply one missed rail has meant that Lucky's got the heavy, and now he's got a stack to play with.
And the time pressure is going to come into this now too. Like, we're 2 minutes 40 left and he's 3 kills up. He's a Sorlag. Impressively fast movement on this map if you're good with it, and he is.
And just to mention the fact that you also spawn with so much stack to come in, so like refragging can be difficult.
Yeah,
so if you get down to the
gets
last
the heavy again, so
and
he's really stacked.
Yeah. Totem doesn't actually deal damage, it gets destroyed before it hits that.
And that's very unfortunate because he's lost both of those totems he had up for absolute no value.
The trap from beneath, but somehow Lucky, he goes over the wall of the immediate direct, and Lure takes a huge amount of damage. He actually does a great amount of damage in return though. But the problem is, it doesn't matter how much damage he's getting in return, Lure has to start getting kills.
That's right.
And we're going to just keep seeing the same rotation, right? They take these fights, they come out pretty evenly, and then Lucky will just drop down, he'll go to heavy. And Lure's just currently sitting on top. Lure's actually here. All right, he's actually fighting for this. It's a great rail first shot. He wins the heavy, and he pushes Lucky back.
And will he be able to... Yeah, he denies him the Mega 2 here.
Perfect.
While that was very dangerous, risky play,
I
understand why he did it.
I think at this point, right, you've got to make something happen, right? And that's the thing is, I don't think Lucky was ever expecting that play. So it's a good, just sort of, something a bit unusual, right, that's not going to be prepared for. And it worked out well for him.
Here we go.
Beautiful
He
rail.
needs to get the kill here. Can he close it out without taking too much damage? He can. 2 kills, a minute 20. He's worked himself
I'll
back
say
into
this
an
is-
opportunity.
It was looking dire, but that one kill is now starting to make this look better. And he's focusing on these time shards. He's getting these totems up one more, and he has triple.
And he's heard him. He's heard him come up the jump pad. Can he get himself a rail? He can opt to be a bit more aggressive here because he's got that overstack, but he kind of wastes it a little bit there. But let's see. Oh, big rail, and he's got him trapped inside here. Can he get it without taking too many rails, though? He needs to be fairly clean with this kill with 50 seconds left. And he's going to go for the push. Straight down the jump pad. And before the red is spawning too, he gets it. This is really good for him with the triple stack of totems up. He has every opportunity to win this now.
And he's going to go here. He's going to pick up these. This big. Oh, he didn't even go for the vials.
And big engagement. But he's low health. Oh, 7
rockets.
HP. We've got 25 seconds left and he needs to make something happen here. And Lucky's too railable. He's not even going to come to contest anything. He needs to be pushing. Lua doesn't have time to wait around for this red.
Yeah, because with the speed of the sword, like, there's no way he's going to catch up. And yeah, he's just spending too much time just waiting here for this item. And he spent the last 10 seconds just on this item and going for the rocket jump. And
it's too late.
missed, and that's it. It will go to Lucky. And GG's, that's 3-0 going towards Lucky. And what a set that was. Lucky is just playing phenomenally.
I'm really impressed by that game, and we see here again that like his accuracy is just off the charts. Very nice spread on his weapon damage actually, so you can see like was using him at the right time.
Exactly, because it felt like, when we were watching him, it felt a lot of, it seemed very LG dominant. But yeah, you look at the damage and it wasn't, right? Which just proves that he's picking the right weapon at the right time. He's getting, the damage off with the rocket, the splash damage off on the side, but then he's taking these LG duels when it suits him. And because he's just hitting so hard, and he's got that stack advantage playing the heavy, he's coming out on top of them. And in the end, it did. We saw how Lua brought it back that last sort of 2 minutes there, but just not quite enough at the last minute, and one frag in it for the final map.
Yeah, and the Sorlag movement, he obviously had that little end fight basically where he kind of like jumped past, took a rocket, was down to 7 health. That was his opportunity. Like he had to kind of, from that point, just go for rail shots and essentially make something happen.
Yeah. Anyway, we're getting Lucky up here now. Come have a quick chat with us. And here he is, the man himself. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Another win. You're staying in the tournament?
Yes.
So how are you feeling? That must be a great feeling, knowing that after such a hard first map, coming through, 3-0 then.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I played bad against Knight, but Knight, I think he's just playing exceptionally well. And every rail I hit, he was hitting rails back. And yeah, so it wasn't like big deficits either. So actually, by the end of the last map when I lost, I was like, I actually feel quite good going to the next map. So, And me and Lua, we duel each other all the time. So I think that only played into my favor. I kind of know how to beat him, and I'm happy with how I played.
Yeah, well, look, I think the biggest thing there is your LG, right? Some of those duels were just phenomenal. Like, you take these LG duels, you'd be at a stack disadvantage, you'd still come out on top. Like, was that sort of how you wanted to go at some of these duels? Like, get in, take that sort of mid-range engagement, and know that if you were taking that one-on-one LG battle, you could come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, I'm confident in my LG online as well, and online is just better. So, I knew I could win those fights. Even if it's a slight stack disadvantage, I have enough confidence that I think I can come out on top on those fights.
And I mean, like, I want to obviously ask, I guess the question is, you like play style that you were playing here, like sometimes you obviously, I've noticed when you're playing, you'll be very aggressive, but you seem to obviously take the foot off. Like, was that because you were playing Lua and he'll give you a bit more kind of free space and stuff like that? Or like, were you just more tournament focused, let's say, and playing the competitive style today?
Yeah, I think it's tournament focused. And I noticed, yesterday when I decided to turn down the gear a bit and play safer, I was able to make more opportunities for myself and stay silent on the map and not rush into things. And give myself time to think and get 100-100 as well. And I think against Lua's playstyle, it only helps. The thing with Lua is he's passive, and I'm able to find the gaps, which is good, and get myself back into the game. So,
I think obviously like your big thing here was like you had good champion selections as well. was it like the first map, obviously, take us through, like, were you always aiming to get Strog, or was it just a situation of, you know, higher seed kind of bans and then someone takes Ranger? Do you prefer the Strog matchup to the Ranger, or like how do you kind of see that play out for you? What kind of preference do you have?
I don't know if it's LAN or I've just actually tried Ranger more this over the last few weeks, but I think I prefer Ranger now in that matchup, even though there's no rail for the Strog Pika. I don't know. I don't know what it is about Ranger. I just think in those close fights you can clutch them out with the orb, and the rocket jumping is really useful in certain situations. So yeah, I did want the Ranger, but I kind of expected him to pick the Strog, to be honest. But it's all right. I wasn't overly happy, but I played enough Strog on that map. So,
Yeah, your movement was really sharp on that, especially when you were kind of trying to get away.
Yeah.
Like, I was super impressed. I hope I don't honestly have to play you after seeing those 3 games. Not going to lie.
Yeah.
Who do you know who you play next?
I actually don't know.
Let's have a look.
Because I'm
at-
keen to kind of see what how this plays out now.
Yeah.
So if we have a quick look at the bracket here. So looking here, so you'll be moving on to what would be the
Loser of Red and Cam, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
So obviously, let's play some hypothetical series
Sure.
here as well, since we're getting kind of into that
Yep.
next stage. If it ends up being red,
Yep.
we'll go kind of that scenario
Sure.
first. And I don't want you to give away too much
Yeah, of
kind of
course, of
strategy
course.
here, but take us into kind of your insight of what you're thinking about if that ends up being your, you know, are you going to kind of focus on champs that are going to let you play defensive, or do you want to go more aggressive against him? He's a very aim-based player. Will you kind of make some decision-making on your choices around that?
I definitely learnt from our game yesterday, because we played yesterday, obviously, and a really close game too. I felt like I should have won that, but I learnt a lot from that, I think, and I can take a lot away. I think my champ picks were not great, which showed on the deep. I absolutely got destroyed. I couldn't find a way in, so yeah, I definitely have ideas, and I'm also feeling confident, but Red's also looking good. So, and yeah, his rail is honestly one of the most annoying to deal with when he's on. So, you know, I think, and he has an aggressive playstyle too. So, yeah, I think I can struggle a bit more when it's aggressive versus aggressive, because I have to learn how to slow down, and sometimes it's a bit hard for me. But I think I've been doing it well today, so hopefully I can carry over.
So one last question I want to ask you is, so now that you're, you know, tough matchup first, lower bracket now, right?
Yep.
Breast, so pretty much now you're in every match is an elimination match for you.
Yep.
Do you play this any different now, or do you just go into it thinking this is just another match, try and avoid the fact that, you know, there's the pressure of, you know, tournament, you know, nerves and everything like that, and the elimination nerves? It's like, do you just go into it, just play my own game and whatever, you know, play my best I can and come out of it,
Yeah.
you know, whatever happens, happens? Or do you sort of adjust anything for the situation, you know?
No, I think if I'm too busy thinking about, you know, what it is or if I should adjust, it's too easy to overthink.
Yeah.
So, you know, people might change their playstyle for like online and LAN. I don't really.
Just
I
play what you're used to,
I
what you're
just play what
comfortable
I'm
with.
used to and comfortable with, and that tends to yield the best results. You know, I've tried different playstyles. I've had, you know, people VOD review. I try and do, you know, Kama VOD review me. I try and play like Kama. It doesn't work. So, yeah, I've just got to do what's comfortable for me, and
Yeah.
I think that works best, and I think that showed in the Lure
Yeah.
games.
Yeah, no, you
I
certainly
did what
played
was
really well,
comfortable,
so.
and yeah, it worked out well.
Well, congratulations.
Thank
Good luck
you.
for your next set, and
Thank you.
wishing you the best.
Well played.
Thank you.
Amazing games, honestly.
Thank you.
Really
thank you.
impressed.
Awesome.
Cheers. So we're going to go to a quick break after that, and we shall be back very soon for your next matchup. Dan the King versus Knight. There you go. That is going to be our next set.
Oh, I got to get ready then.
So good luck, Dan.
Thank you.
We will see you shortly on stream.
See you later, guys.
right, everyone. While they're doing their pick bands, I just want to welcome back, by the way. While they're doing their pick bands, Dan and I are just getting ready. Just want to go over the sponsors of this LAN and the donators. Currently, the prize pool is 3,561, and we got some donators. The prize pool started at $1,000 thanks to the Kwacha Cup's admins. Redoxide contributed $50. Donna contributed $300. Teok1 contributed $440. Elim contributed $200. K-Nature contributed $100. Jibby contributed $100. The Angry OC contributed $1,000. That's Fraser and Cam's dad. Hodgezilla contributed $300. Rob Corv from Shaftastic TV contributed $171, and Ace Them from Lewis Gaming Org Fury contributed $50. So thanks to all those guys for contributing to the prize pool. And if you would like to make a contribution yourself, give these guys some more to play for. The top 8 of the prize pool goes to the whole top 8. It gets distributed between them, and you can donate by doing !donate in the chat. And also shout out to our sponsors of this LAN, Artisan, donating 70 of their world-class mouse pads. They've been a great sponsor to the LAN, and everyone here now is playing on an Artisan mouse pad pretty much. And there's some spares to go out as well. So yeah. Anyway, getting onto this match, the pick bands are being completed right now, and they're just getting down to the final end of it. Daspok, between Knight and Dandaking, who do you think is the favourite to win this match?
If we were going by what happened yesterday when we saw this exact matchup in Game 2 yesterday, you'd be saying Knight. But we all know that Elimination Bracket Day Dan is a very different beast to Group Stage Dan. And I think the smart money's on him today.
Okay. And how do you feel about the journey that Knight and Dan have gone to get to this point?
It's been one that we've seen like over the course of 12 months. Through splits 1, 2, and 3, we spoke about quite extensively yesterday with the interruption to kind of the grand final for Div 1 that we were used to seeing over the last 12 months of Knight Dan with Kama coming in and disrupting that.
True.
But each time it's been back and forth, and each one of those finals, it could always have gone either way. It was always on a knife edge. And I think we're going to see that today. Yes, I've said Dan is the favourite going into this. I think the smart money is there. But I don't think it's going to be easy wins for him.
And as far as... sorry, just going to cut over to this pick band right here. As far as these pick bands go, hang on 1 second, let me just sort this out for us. Yeah, we got the pick bands here. Sorry about the stream back soon overlay. Don't worry, the match is starting very soon. Fuzzy is the caster pro, but we're just chilling right now.
You've let him go.
We're going to start this match on Awoken with Knight on Struggle Pika and Dandaking on Ranger. And what do you think of that matchup? Like, obviously, Struggle Pika gets picked pretty much first all the time at the moment, and Ranger is the counter pick to Struggle Pika. How do you feel about that matchup?
Again, it could go either way. Yeah, with who's got what here? It's a bit hard to see with the stream back soon over the top of things. Having said that, though, I kind of rate... I rate Dan on Ranger. Dan on Ranger is a deadly combo, and we saw yesterday with two very close matchups with Cam and Dan playing, that just the burst damage from the Ranger, yeah, absolutely devastating. And I think that's what we'll see here. Pika can be useful, but yeah, you just leave yourself exposed, and Dan was always catching out other players doing that.
I do want to point out that Dandy King banned the clutch very first up, and that's
smart.
unusual. But
No,
when
not
I
against
think
Knight.
I think back to Dandy King versus Knight in some of their other matchups previously, and actually actually Knight did pick clutch on Awoken versus Dandy King. So, you know, maybe Dandy King thinking about those past matchups, not wanting to take on that classic Knight clutch.
Well, we know Knight rates himself pretty highly on clutch, so it's a smart move getting away a comfort pick there. Yeah, like today, again, it's elimination day. You don't want to leave picks up for your opponent.
All right, so we're just getting to the end of these pick bans, and then we'll get into the match. So the first match will be on Awoken. Let me just set this up. Do we have...
I don't think we have either of them in at the moment.
Yeah. Let's just have a look. Both players just setting up their PC, getting everything ready. We're still waiting on Knight.
I know the friends list has been a little bit buggy. You might need to do a search.
There's so many people online right now.
How good is it seeing so many people online? It's not often in Australia we get a scroll bar that's actually useful in our friends list here, but all weekend it's been good.
Absolutely. And if you're in the chat right now, like I'm just having a look, let me know who you think is going to get up. Do you think it's going to be Dan? Do you think it's going to be Knight? Dasbok, you need to turn your microphone up a little bit apparently. Maybe put it just a little bit closer.
Get a little bit closer. I'll get a little bit closer.
And yeah, let us know. Who do you think is going to win this match? Is it going to be Dan? Is it going to be Knight? Who's going to come out on top? This is the winner bracket semi-final, and whoever loses this gets knocked down to the loser bracket, of course, but they still get another chance. And the winner bracket will go to the winner bracket final. Oh, there we go. He just wasn't showing.
I told you, the friends list isn't used to having so many players on. It isn't, especially in Australia. You know, 3-4 people if you're lucky. It's not used to having a scroll bar.
All right, so we're getting into game here. We're getting ready to get started.
They're already readied up.
Look at this arena. It looks fantastic. Everyone's getting hype. You know, let's get into it.
I see Westy's hand there, right there.
All right, let's get started.
And we're going straight in on Awoken. So you've asked me what you think is going to happen here. Whilst we're loading in, Hamo, where's your predictions lie?
I think Knight has a lot to prove, Dandy King. I think Knight has a lot to prove. He beat sorry, Dasbok. He beat Dandy King.
I'm going to take that. I'm going to take it.
He beat Dandy King in the AQL 6 Grand Final and took that first place from him. So I think he has a lot to prove to back that up, to say, you know what, I can beat him and I'm going to do it on LAN.
That's quite a statement to make. Yeah, always the bridesmaid, never the bride in split 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm. That's
and
true.
today is the chance to change things. Mm-hmm. Who are we going to be starting with?
I think we'll start with Dandy King here. Dandy King been looking very strong all tournament, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do.
Okay, well, he's got a very safe start. Both players getting their items straight off the bat. No real surprise there. What a rail through the tally there to open things up. But the Pika actually coming out and getting some damage in. And yeah, both players essentially in a reset position now right after a big exchange like that. The orb comes out, 1-2 rockets. Dan takes himself out.
-1 on the scoreboard. The killer doesn't get changed. We're still on Dandy King's POV. And
technically, Dan still has the most amount of frags in the game so far.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. That's what.
But no, now because of that self-damage, it's a harder job. I mean, we're only 40 seconds in. The game's just barely started. But it's not great for the confidence having that be the way that you're starting. The little jump coming out.
Yeah, I don't think Dandaking quite... I think, Knight is being very cautious here. He's not even wanting to make an attempt.
Jumps.
Both players just trying to bait each other out to go get their item first. They want to start a run here. Both players trying to start a run.
Catches him with the rail.
Dandaking has the items on a run now, but Knight knows. Knight knows the timing of the Mega as well. So both players being very cautious there, but both players very aware of what's going on the map.
Yeah, Knight more than happy to just play the cautious game here. Dan sees a little bit of Knight skill, fires the rockets, no damage, the shaft comes out. The shaft is strong from both. Knight with the first proper frag of the game and comes away from that a little bit worse for wear. Has to restack quickly, gets a little bit of tri-bolt damage on, and Dan is just going to get out of there. He's not interested in facing him. Cops a rail for attempted to run. 2 rails, one after the other. The Pika does a ton of damage, and both players forced to back off from that one. Yeah, just that.
Oh, this is not...
No.
That's a very awkward fight there. And Knight actually getting a 3-frag lead in the first 2 minutes of this match. We know Dandaking is definitely the favorite, but Knight really showing that he has the chops. Dandaking's going to have to pick up the game if he wants to bring this back. Knight currently has him right under his thumb.
I'm just thinking this is a very different Knight to what we saw back at KWACHICON 2022, where the pressure definitely got to him in that regard.
That's a nice rocket.
The pressure on stage is not getting to him right now.
Bragging right now.
Oh,
there we go.
There's the orb.
There we go. That's exactly what we're looking for.
Here we go. We've got the LG. Ton of damage coming out.
Knight's done a great job
play.
with 7 HP. 1 tick of LG. Or two ticks of the new LG, I guess. But yeah, he's so close to getting the frag there, but not quite able to do it. And Dandaking will get a full restack here. And now both players even on stack. Both players have the railgun. Dandaking's coming in for this heavy. He's being very aggressive here, even though the stacks are even. Hitting that rail is key, and that's going to win him the mega health as well. So Dandaking
with cross map rocket there doesn't quite connect.
The 2 major items are on a run now, so Dandaking can collect them both. So Dandaking with full control, and we should see Dandaking go on the hunt.
Knight's holding the top of banana here, although 2 rails from Dan hitting beautifully. As we were saying yesterday, Dan just does not miss when it matters. And showing it there, with the 2 rails connecting. Knight goes for a bit of the drive-by rocket. Doesn't expect the fly-by Dan to happen.
Oh,
the rockets coming in are brilliant.
Fantastic rockets there by Dan, but he stuffs up the orb, and Knight actually didn't realize both players a little bit awkward there at the end of the fight, and Knight's able to get away by the skin of his teeth, and
facing the wrong way.
Killer there for Knight, and he's not going to be happy about that one. Totally surprised. And here we go, Dandaking. All of a sudden, he's gone into another gear.
Yeah, just think about it. We would be back to 3-all if it wasn't for the small blunder at the within the first 30 seconds there. So good to see Dan getting back in, but this is what we were saying. It's more work for him now to achieve essentially the same thing. He started off with a handicap. Licks the moss on the wall. Okay then. Both players more than happy to go a bit quiet here.
5-minute warning.
The experimental Pika comes out. Dan knows exactly where that's going to be. He goes in, tries to get the damage on. The pillar takes all of it instead of Knight. And Knight's just more than happy to play more passively. And he baits Dan into the LG room and he's just going to sneak through.
And Dandaking, it's almost like he's hitting defensive rockets there while pushing. Knight just kind of copying it, and Knight has taken so much unreturned damage. Dandy King kind of deny this light armor. That's a good tactical play, but he's out of rockets and rail. Knight will not know that, but Knight is hitting all the rails, and Dandy King can't respond to it. He doesn't have any rockets or rail, so he's going to be in a difficult position to take this next fight, and Knight hit 3 consecutive rails there. Now Dandy King has been put back on the back foot.
And he's just not hitting the rails he needs to be right now. That was actually 4 rails in a row now that Knight's hit. I know you said 3, but he added an additional 1 to the total.
Yeah, right.
And yeah, he's just keeping Dan stacked nice and low. Dan needs to go on the aggressive soon, but he's just not able to with all this defensive damage that Knight's dealing out at the moment. Little bit of rocket there, and Knight's just straight out of there. Another little tick of rocket damage, but Knight is the one hitting the rails at the moment.
Is that 7 consecutive rails?
I think it might be.
There's 7 consecutive rails from Knight.
It's either 7 consecutive
Oh,
rails that hit from
Dan
Knight.
is just getting by, like, only just by knocking Knight around, and Knight is just trying his best to find this frag, but he's not quite able to convert. And Dan hanging on here is actually, his ability to hang on has actually kind of saved him.
There we are, he finally hits a rail.
There you go, and now the stacks have been evened up, so Dan kind of getting through all those exchanges without giving up a frag is really good work. And Knight will kind of be kicking himself that he hasn't been able to convert something.
Fails out of the rocket jump. Probably the smart move there considering where Knight was. He wanted to go for Knight there, but the Pika just pushed him out. He knew exactly where he had to go. But the timing just didn't line up. Yeah, both players just circling around each other a little bit now. Here we go, Knight with the aggressive rocket jump straight up onto the Mega Health, gets shafted by Dan, and that's going to even up the scores finally. We're essentially back to where Dan would have wanted to be at least 7 minutes ago, and now the game is on. Both players are going to be looking for that extra frag to win them the match. 8 minutes, 2 minutes left on the clock now. Scores are tied up, and Dan is definitely looking in a comfortable position right now.
And this map is extremely important. You know, they're on their comfortable champions. You know, they're on a comfortable map. You know, this is a very, you know, it's not getting weird with the champ picks yet, late in the best of 5. Both these players really want to win this map to get off to a good start.
Knight more than happy to play his game of slowing things down, which so far has worked pretty good at keeping Dan, you know, off track, so to speak.
Dan,
the rail from Knight hits.
Oh, this heavy's important, and the
direct
rocket.
Dan's forced to back away. Knight
what a
smells
chase
blood,
down.
and Knight gets the frag. 4-3. A minute 15 left on the
Oh,
clock.
you see Knight's face after that one. He's like, whew, glad I got that.
He's glad he got it, but he's got to maintain it now for the next minute. And the next minute is going to be one of the toughest minutes that he's going to experience today, especially against Dan. Because Dan is on the hunt. Dan knows that he's got limited
Oh,
time
Dan
to play
comes
with
straight
now.
in. They've done so much damage to each other. 7 HP, and Dandy King will get
Gets
the
it.
frag. What a great chase down there. 1 minute to go. Dandy King, he's waiting for this heavy, but he's here super early, and I don't think he knows when it is. So he's hoping it's going to spawn. He gets the heavy. Mega spawns. I think this is an opportunity for Knight to get this Mega. If he lets Dan get this Mega, yeah, he does get the Mega, and he will get the rail as well. So both players pretty much on an even keel.
This is a situation with the pressure that really does benefit Dan here. Just the experience from it, from previous competitions and being under the pressure like this, it's going to benefit him greatly.
Yeah, that LAN experience really does pull through. International experience, you know, comes 6th in the world before internationally. Knight, a much newer player on the block, will be a lot more nervous probably.
We're going to go overtime.
We're going to go into overtime.
And this is where the pressure mounts. There is no mulligan. Now, it's all for the marbles, and this is map 1. Knight gets the Pika out, looking for the info.
I don't know if that would have picked up Dan. He was around the corner at the time. Yeah, Knight doesn't know. Knight thinks Dan isn't there.
And Dan knows exactly which walls he has to keep an eye on
he's
now.
trying to bait him out. We're back to the start of the match. The very first 30 seconds, they're doing the exact same thing now. Both players don't want to be the one to make this mistake. And yeah.
Yeah, Knight knows what's up there. He baits Dan to try and get the Mega Health. It doesn't quite work. The MG's coming out. Dan's still missing the rails. The rails are not connecting from either player. Knight finally lands a rail. Dan's got the Mega Health to back up onto, though. Gonna need the Mega Health with Knight just not missing with the rail. Dan, great read on Knight coming into the room, and he's gonna catch him out with the rockets.
Oh.
Knight gets the kill. What a map one.
Wow. What a finish.
What a map one. That is not the way I saw it going, but well played by Knight. He did not let the pressure get to him.
Wow. Dan's not happy about that. You can see his face right now.
I don't think he'll be happy about any map loss today.
Yeah, totally. And we're just going to go back to the pick bands for a moment.
You want to
So,
talk about this corrupted keep?
We
don't
got
you?
Corrupted Keep. We got Knight on Ison and Dandaking on Galena. And BJ was banned, so there's no BJ Galena matchup, which is very typical.
No BJ on CK today?
Yeah, no BJ on CK. Dan. That's what.
I've got to say, Galena on CK, we've just seen that combo be so effective today.
Oh. All right, so Dandaking with the ready straight away. He's ready to get straight into this next map. We're just waiting on Knight. He's taking a moment.
Wouldn't you want to after
what,
that?
What do you think about
just
what's going to happen this match? CK, Galena on Dandaking, Ison on Knight on Ison. What do you reckon is going to happen?
It feels like after that first map that we're back to how Dustbox online predictions are going, where I'm constantly wrong.
Oh, yeah.
But just
the
with-
caster's curse, as they call it.
No, that's where you screw up the players.
Yeah, right.
Having said that, though, Galena on Corrupted Keep has just been such a strong combo across the entire LAN, and especially since the latest patch where the totem health went up, that I don't think we've actually seen a Galena loss on CK on stream yet, all weekend. And I honestly think going into this, we're not going to see it again. CK is a map that suits Dan's playstyle a little bit better. I don't think Timmy's going to come in and, do much.
Yeah.
I honestly think that the pick bands here, I think Dan's got the stronger pick.
Yeah, I mean, Ison did get a bit of a buff recently with the armor restack. And
obviously the tracking of Timmy on LAN is a lot better.
yeah.
But
Is it
yeah,
enough? Is it
I
enough?
don't think it is.
And I don't know, Knight now, getting that first map, that's the upper hand in the best of 5. That is a really big swing that we didn't predict. I thought Dandaking would come out and get that first map.
I did too, but I mean, we're about to see the rage come out now, I reckon. We're about to see the aggression.
Ah, yes, the controlled rage.
The controlled rage. So who are we starting on,
We're going to
Hamo?
start on Knight,
Given
this
Knight
one.
some stream time. Sounds good to me.
2, 1, fight.
And this, I reckon, will see a bit of a high-octane start to things, and we're actually going to see that with both players going for the Mega Health first. The nail, defensive nail is enough to keep Knight out of the room, and Dan's just going to come over looking for that extra chip damage. He's out for blood. He wants to get the first frag over and done with nice and soon. The nail spam's coming out, keeping Knight in that little weird tri-bolt area, and pushes Knight into the lava. A little bit of movement error there. And Dan is just going to be defending this LG room.
If you're in the chat right now, let us know. Are you happy about Knight winning that first map? Are you going for Dandaking? Let us know. Let's get the crowd into it.
The only person who needs to be happy or not about that about Knight winning is Knight, and I'm sure he's very happy with it.
Oh well, I mean, he's got his fans out there. There was a couple of people here yesterday that were here just to watch Knight.
So it's always good to root for the underdog.
It's true. He is the underdog.
And it feels so weird saying that, considering how close these two have been over the last 12 months of competition.
Yeah, and Knight told me himself, he's going for first place. He's going to try to win this LAN. So he's got the confidence.
Dan drops in on that Mega. Knight gets a bunch of LG damage, but is forced to back away just with the shaft from Dan being so strong.
And Dan has 2 totems up already, so, you know, 1 more totem from Dan and he'll have his overstack. 30 seconds until that, he might get some hourglasses, and here we go, Knight has found the totems.
He's found one of them.
Yeah,
Left
he-
the other one up. I wonder if he's playing on
Oh,
low graphics.
what a rocket, straight to the face. He's found the second totem, and
That was a bunch of, of cells that were just wasted on the removal of that totem.
Yeah,
Which means he didn't have the ammo there to fight Dan in a comfortable position. Obviously, you know, elevation being a factor as well.
totally, and Dandiking's not going to be happy that those totems got taken out. You know, all that hard work defending a position and
So
putting
hard
everything up.
Yeah, we're just seeing normally CK is that map where, you know, it's high octane, everyone's going at it incredibly hard. And both players are being very reserved. I think we'll see the speed come out with the spawn frags after that first frag occurs, which is not going to happen right now. So far, Timmy not really doing much. There is going to be a forced fight here over the Mega Health area. Knight finally getting himself the LG. The LG's coming out
so
and
much
takes
damage.
him down.
Wow.
Dan just knows Knight slow. He's going to come and get a bunch of plasma damage onto him. And the plasma's just not...
Oh, the
my
plasma.
God, that stream!
He almost got him as well. He only needed 2 more cells.
Yeah, it's 26 damage, 2 more cells left. The nail
Oh,
damage is amazing, and there was...
Oh, and you'd have to be spewing if you were Dan in that situation. I mean, if you were Knight in that situation, you know, pull out the tri-bolt at the wrong time. Yes, I understand Knight's real name is actually Dan as well, so it is a bit confusing for the casters, but yeah, you'd have to be spewing. You pulled out the tri-bolt at the wrong time, you took a whole lot of LG to the face and plasma, and then, you know, taken down. Tied up game.
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure Dan's quite happy with that kill, and he's going to try and go for a second one here, but Knight steals the Mega Health. The fight is being forced. Knight's getting so much damage, and 10 HP left from Dan. Shotgun to the face, it's over.
Oh, we're getting clapping in the crowd right here. There are some people who are definitely going for Knight.
I told you, the underdog story is people get behind it. But
So it's a reasonably low-scoring CK so far. I mean, think back to Salty before. There was 5 frags in the first minute. So this is a much different style of play, maybe a cut above. The plasma doesn't connect from Dandiking, and Knight is able to pull it
frustrating.
out.
oh, that was a great rocket from Knight on the Dan's entrance into the Mega Health room there.
Yeah, but Dan's...
Look at the aggression coming out from Knight here. The aggressive rocket jump to deny the rocket launcher's Dan.
And Knight is probably going to be thinking, it'll be convenient if I had the heavy machine gun with the style that he's playing. So I think we're going to see Knight try to rotate around and get that heavy machine gun soon. But he's going to take him on here at this Mega Health. The Mega Health does spawn. Dandiking goes and gets a heavy machine gun himself. Knight unleashing a lot of damage, and he makes the correct weapon switch this time and gets the frag. So 3 frags up from Knight. It's dropped to keep, 5 minutes left. This map, you can get many frags within 30 seconds, so
There is.
this
He's
is very much within reach.
He's
but
got the heavy machine gun, and you can definitely tell that there is some confidence in Knight's play style now. He's more than happy to get in there. The frags he's getting are very clean in general. I say that as he gets dropped down to 60 HP. But Dan's got such a job ahead of him. Caster's Curse coming out. I said he was going to have the advantage on this map with the champ pick. Doesn't seem to be working too well for him at the moment. Knight's just all over CK and
yeah,
keeping it
and
on lockdown.
it hasn't even really been Timmy, the turret, that has been making the difference. Knight has just been making the right plays, but he has to concede this heavy armor here. And look, putting in the work with the heavy machine gun, as we expected, it suits his style right now, and he's able to hold down here for a bit. But that was a great rocket, and Dan has done so much damage. Where did all that damage come from?
Dan's shaft is strong, obviously, today. And he came out of that fight, you know, looking pretty good as well. He's going to be on the hunt now for that conversion. So it'll be interesting to see what he does. Knight's going to come rushing in for the heavy. He hears it getting picked up and makes the correct decision to, you know, bow to a different direction. Timmy comes up and there's a bit of a distraction, allowing Knight to... I don't think Dan knew exactly where Knight went to there. And Knight picks himself up an easy mega health, but he pays for it with so much LG damage.
Yeah, so much damage. And Dander King, you know, very quickly able to close the gap. And if it keeps going this way, what a rocket!
Almost followed up with a second one.
Dander King, I mean, Knight shot that so long before it hit Dander King directly to his feet. What a rocket. Dander King is here way too early. Yeah, he's realized it.
And
He
Knight's way
realizes
too
it.
cautious on the Mega. And that's going to mean that Dan picks himself up the Mega in any case. Even though he had the timing missed, he's not actually missing out. And Knight goes through for the LG. That's not a place you want to be in right now with a healthy Dan, who's going to trap you there.
Yeah, sketchy position here for Knight. Dan is so good in this area, but Knight actually hitting quite a lot of LG there. Dan's dodging is just so good though, and I think Knight is starting to struggle with it.
No, he's a great rocket. Switches over to the shotgun. You can see that the Dan shotgun curse is no longer.
That little bit of damage makes a big difference, but
not
the
enough when you're hitting
rockets.
rockets like that, mate. Not enough when you're hitting rockets like that. And Dan just catches Knight on spawn, does a ton of shaft damage, and he wants to finish up this kill.
We've got a tight game, 2 minutes to go. Dander King able to extend that to the lead, and he looks like he has Knight completely under his thumb now. He's gone into a 100% different gear.
This is where the power of the Galena pick is coming into its own.
Yeah, there's
just the ability to restack.
Yeah, and snowball. And Knight keeps getting himself trapped in this position. It's a difficult position to be in. Knight really wanting that lightning gun, but every time he goes for it, Dander King is just trapping him there.
Although he's doing, Dan really wants to finish off the kill. Forces his
Lot of
way through the
damage.
telly. When did Dan start hitting shotgun damage like this?
Yeah.
That is what I want to know. That is, someone check his PC.
Oh, so much damage. And like this game was 1 frag to 4 minutes ago. Now 7 to 4, and he doesn't even get the mega health. 8 to 4. We could see an early GG here. Like obviously, you can get like 5-6 frags within a minute pretty easily on this map if you're rolling. But right now, Dander King has Knight right under his thumb, and yeah, it's just not looking good.
I think it's a combo of Dan's found his groove and Knight's checked out of CK.
Maybe. I don't think Knight really checks out though. Like, you might know he doesn't have much of a chance, but this is your opportunity to try to get your bearings straight, realize, you know, your nerves sorted, realize I still got this, and, you know, get back onto form.
I mean, when you're making decisions like that where there's the GG,
Yeah,
and Knight has left the match.
Wow.
What a great map by Dan there. My prediction came true.
Yep.
I'll take it.
Yep. And we're going to go 1 apiece in this best of 5. Dander King 1, Knight 1.
Do you reckon we're going to go all 5? That is the question we didn't ask ourselves before going into this. Are we going to go all 5? Now that you've seen Awoken, now that you've seen CK, knowing what the rest of the pick bands are we in for having sore throats from talking too much?
I mean, the very even pick bands, except for maybe Molten Falls, where Knight has to play Scale Bearer versus Dander King's Doom, and that is the last map. So it wouldn't surprise me if it gets that far, it gets really difficult for Knight. I think Scale might be a bit difficult on Molten Falls against a Doom. But anyway, now we're getting into the third map, Veil,
Naf.
and we got Visor versus Sorlag.
Gotta love seeing a Sorlag coming out in competition. It's always fun, especially with someone who knows how to utilize her movement well. And yeah, so I'm assuming we'll be getting underway soon. Looks like the readies have come out, so we're going to be jumping into the Veil of the Naf. Sorlag Visor. I rate the Sorlag on Naf, and I question the Visor pick. But it's early enough in the pick bands that it's obviously not a bottom of the barrel. I don't know what to pick. It's a deliberate choice, and it's one of Dan's better champs. So yeah, we'll be starting on Dan when we get into game here. As we're just waiting for the map to load. And this one
And
here,
I reckon Knight is probably feeling a bit shaken up about that. Like, that map really went... Oh, he got away from him, you know? He's going to have to recompose himself, really bring his game back, and, yeah, get his composure.
and going straight into Vale, which is another one of those maps that can snowball similar to CK.
Sorry, onto Dandaking. Pops his sight, gets the Mega, gets the light armor. Knight has the rocket launcher. So Knight has a rail and the rocket right now, and Dandaking has the LG and the rocket as well. But one of them has the LG, one of them has the rail.
And notice something very similar to what we were seeing with CK, a map which is typically high octane. Both players more than happy to, you know, play the smarter game, more than happy to just back off and feel each other out a little bit on the map. Because Vale's one of those maps where you don't want to get caught in one of those weird, weird Sport frag runs. And yeah, both players just happy to stay on their side. Dan's going to probably pick himself up another Mega. Knight's probably going to pick himself up another Heavy in the moment.
There is no one
Sorry.
Rocket jumps up. It's going to trap him here. Oh, doesn't quite time the rocket perfectly, but he hits so much LG, but he runs out of cells. Absolutely killer. And we're going to swap over to Knight here after that frag. Absolutely killer running out of cells. He would have killed him if he had more ammo, but he didn't have enough ammo. And Dandaking and Knight able to come out on top of that frag. And another one on top.
Whoa. I was going to say, that's something that people haven't really taken into account with the recent change to the LG. It uses a lot more ammo. So you need to be carrying more of it to get kills done that, you know.
And you still only pick up 100 cells when you pick it up, just like before. I would say that Knight is probably feeling really good about this start now. He got maybe a little bit lucky that Dan ran out of LG and made a miscalculation, but finally he's got 2 frags. His nerves are probably settled. And
looking the wrong way.
Oh, Dan's going to come through the teleporter here, is he? No, he's not. Knight's actually going to give it up as well and go get this heavy armor, but he's going to come back and try to do some damage in the room here. Is he going to go through the teleporter? Copying that rocket will probably slow him down. Dan's actually being aggressive here. He's gone up the jump pad, and Knight able to defend himself, but he's out of rocket ammo, and I don't know if Dandaking realizes it.
I really like that play from Dan. It made Knight exhaust resources, and it also basically negated all of the heavy armor that was picked up, meaning that all the advantage of being a saw lad was essentially taken away.
And Dan
pigeon shooting there, Knight was as he went flying through with the shotgun.
And both players with about an even stack here. Really comes down to who hits some unreturned damage, and there you go. Knight hitting some unreturned damage will have a little bit of an advantage stack-wise. It's evened up again now after that light armor. Knight prioritizing the ability so much that he rocket jumps to get those time shards, and I think he's hunting. He's looking for Dan. Doesn't quite know where he is. He gets a tab on him, and what's he going to do from this lower position now? Is he trying to bait Dan?
Just taking a look for the through wall ghost where Dan is. Dan left the Mega Health up. Knight comes through. There's a ton of LG damage from both, but the rockets from Dan are just sublime.
Beautiful. And again,
Dan's got the spit on him. He doesn't make it all the way to the health. That's a massive win for Knight. It just didn't have to do any work to pick up that frag whatsoever. And any frag Knight's going to know, especially after CK, any frag is going to help him immensely here because Dan's just able to close that gap so well. The shaft damage from Knight is fantastic, but he is so weak from that encounter with Dan.
Yeah, Dan actually left that encounter with under 10 health. He was just got out. But yeah, that rail would have made a big difference. But yeah, Knight playing this map excellently right now. Obviously, Dan is playing well as well, but Knight looking confident. This would be a big upset if Knight wins this map, I think, like, and match, of course. But this map in particular, you know, I think Dander King's feeling confident after the last map. He thought, okay, I've worked him out, I've got the game plan down. And Knight's like, hang on, no you don't.
No, 100% there. Like, I'm sure we saw how close the games were yesterday between these two. I don't think there was ever an expectation that the repeat would go.
Oh, the stack difference there is too big. Knight cannot even stay in this room. He can't do anything. Oh, but
What is happening
he's hit
there?
quite a lot of damage. No, it's not enough though. And Dander King will take him down.
He was only on 12 health at the end of that engagement, though. That was a ton of damage that Knight did. The play with the rail on the bounce pad there
Yeah.
really worked to his favour.
Oh, what a rail. The falling rail. That's brilliant. And Dander King actually had his wall hack up there and just watched it happen. He couldn't do anything about it. What a play. And oh, the LG is strong. He's hit a lot of unreturned damage here, Knight has. But Dander King still with the better position.
Dan is the master
Finally.
of the restack, and he restacks beautifully.
Knight not choosing to go through the teleporter and get the mega health. He's actually given up his position here. Knight's not very healthy. He's actually going to let Dan get the mega health. And that means that Dan gets away from that situation. I thought Knight could have pushed through there and killed Dander King, but he's let him live, and now Dander King gets a heavy as well, and Knight is just fighting for scraps.
I've got to ask, what percentage rail are these two hitting at the moment?
Let's have a look. 44 and 50, yeah.
Okay, that seems to be the opposite way of how the game's felt so far. It feels like all of the rails that need to be hit, Dan's missing. But overall, and Knight's hitting all the rails he needs to hit. But
yeah. And sometimes they're the rails that kind of matter the most, you know. The ones that you really need to hit, if you string a couple together, you get the frag. The other ones, like, obviously they're nice to hit the spam rails to kind of deal some damage and whatever, but when your back's against the wall, and you need to hit those rails.
I was going to say, do we go from saying Dan doesn't hit to Dan... Dan doesn't miss to Dan doesn't hit?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I will not disrespect the king like that.
Anyway, having said that, he has closed it up to be within one frag now. And we're going to see another fight occur over this heavy armor now. Knight just has to go for it. Dan pushes him off. And there we are. We are all tied up. The little tickle from the shaft is all that's needed to...
And it's a deja vu from the last map. Knight getting the lead early and Dander King bringing it back. I feel like Dander King is adapting to Knight quickly every single match. And
takes him about 7 minutes.
And now their stacks are even, and Knight might not have all the weapons, but he does have a couple of them. I think he has the rail as well.
Typically how it works in Quake.
So I think Dander King, I think they're on even keel now with 2 minutes to go. This map is extremely important.
Dan's just going to go for it. The shaft comes out.
Oh, the
Knight
damage
gets
is
caught
huge.
in the air.
Oh, but what is that
rail.
rail? That's unbelievable.
Those rails, the rails that need to hit are the ones that matter.
Oh.
And Knight gives himself that one frag lead. He's got to hold on to it for another 2 minutes. He's definitely going to be looking for another frag after that one.
I can't believe Knight won that fight. He was rocket jump. He was mid-air. He was taking all the LG. Dan's just come in. Great dodging from Dan. Knight may be railable here. There's so much damage with the LG though, and Dan is able to take it out. He's tied the game up again. 1.5 minutes to go.
The rails aren't working. He whips out the shaft, and the shaft is deadly from Dan today. As Knight's just having to put a ton of nails down to try and keep Dan at bay. Dan knows Knight's going to be going for that rail. The rail that's been so devastating for how he's been playing today. He's just keeping Knight off it. I don't think Knight was actually able to pick it up then. He'll definitely have it now, as he takes a ton of damage from Dan's shaft. Dan knows exactly where he is. He wants to have a repeat of this fight for the heavy. He comes
there you
through,
go.
he seals it up.
It's a deja vu from the last map for sure. And now if this spirals out of control for Knight and he loses a couple more frags and then loses his map because of it, if he doesn't put up a fight here, he's not going to be feeling good at all going into the final map. So we really need to see Knight pick it up here. And he's done a lot of damage here.
Dan's LG
He's
is
picked
like
up.
glue.
He's picked up the Mega though, and Knight is in a sketchy position, but Dandaking actually falls, stuffs up his movement a little bit. He's gone through the teleporter, he has position on this heavy armor, he's obviously going to get it, but what can Knight do here with the last 30 seconds, Dasblock?
Look, that's the thing. Knight's got to hunt. Dan knows all he has to do is run, and Naf has a lot of those little corners that you can hide from. And Knight is on the hunt. He's found him. He's coming in. The shaft is coming out. Dan's defensive rockets are keeping him at bay. We're down into the last 10 seconds of the match.
Oh, the
Knight
hearts.
needs to make something happen. And Dan is out of there. He's going to pick up the mega health for his trouble. 5 seconds left on the clock. Can Knight make a frag of it? Dan's not going to let it. That seals the deal. Dan walks away.
Wow.
Third map in hand now.
Wow. So we're going up 2-1 to Dandaking.
He needs one more. Needs one more to stay alive in the winner's bracket.
And Knight is going to be kicking himself to have a lead on both maps and then giving it away.
I get the feeling this is one stream that Knight's going to come back to and watch a few times when he's struggling to sleep and just give himself nightmares. It'll be the horror of Dan making those 7-minute comebacks time and time again, especially if we see it happen again this time.
Yeah, I don't know if I would watch those back and give myself nightmares, but you do you, Dasblock.
I said Knight would, not me.
Okay, so now we're going into Blood Cove. Knight is on the Athena and Dandaking is on the Nyx, and Dandaking's Nyx is deadly. He is so good at using that Ghost Walk for aggressive plays. But Knight is very good on Athena, and Athena, strong champion on Blood Covenant.
Yeah, and this is a matchup from the two of them that we've seen a ton over the last 12 months, both in feature matches with the weeklies and with the finals. And it's one of those ones where I'm not even going to make a prediction on this because we've seen it swing back and forth. Not to make a pun with Athena, but we've seen it swing back and forth so many times with these two. With this exact champ pick setup on this exact map. That I'm not going to make the prediction. It could go either way. Obviously, Dan wants to be able to get to lunch or similar soon, so I'm sure he wants to get the 3-1 on Knight, but...
Well, I think that that Knight is going to be thinking, damn, I really wanted to not have to go to the final map and play Scalebearer versus Doom on Molten Falls. That sounds like a terrible time. So
if he wants to win, though, he has no choice but to do it.
He has no choice, but that is going to take a mammoth effort to win that map. So,
I mean, what did I say my prediction was at the start of this matchup?
Dandaking was going to win?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
And that's the way we're looking at the moment. Don't write off Knight, as we are now getting into Blood Covenant. And I think we're going to be starting on Knight, are we?
No, we're going to start on Dandaking.
Dan.
There we go.
Both players. Okay, Knight's going for the heavy. Dan's getting the mega. And as we always say with the light champ matchups on this map, it's the heavy armor that's kind of the more important one. Having said that, Knight's got his trusty railgun. Dan's only really got a rocket launcher to work with. He'll have a rail now. And feel like we're going to see a bit more of a slow start for players committing to getting that frag at the start of this match. Knight puts himself in a bit of an awkward spot, but Dan's more than happy to go back and get his mega. No, he's not. First rail from Dan connects for the match, and Knight's forced to back off.
Does Knight have the railgun yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I was busy doing some tech, just catching up. And Dandaking getting that mega health mid-fight. Oh, that rail is killer. Oh,
where was this rail from Dan last map? Where was this rail from him on Vale? I mean, he won Vale, okay. But still, where was that rail? That rail was not there.
That was the Dandaking rail that we have come to expect, and finally is coming out.
That was the rail that made Fuzzy coin Dan doesn't miss.
That was the rail that Dandaking beat Kilson with at I think it was QuakeCon in I think 2014.
Exchange of rails happens once again, obviously to Dan's advantage, considering the health stack he's got.
Oh.
Here we go, the aggressive Ghost Walk. Exchange of rockets is definitely going to benefit Dan a little bit more there. Knight is running with the low health.
And Knight's heart is probably pounding right now after that Ghost Walk. He would have been totally surprised by that play, and he was left on hardly any health, just getting away. I think the adrenaline is probably starting to kick in.
I think the pressure is starting to kick in as well. Like,
Oh,
this map has so much riding on it for Knight.
oh, the damage is good, but it's not enough. He gets pinned into the corner, and Dan gets another frag, and this is starting to get away from Knight a little bit.
It's only 2 minutes in, mate. Settle down.
I just feel like the vibes, Dasbox.
No, you don't.
Well, we'll see what Dan and Knight are going to make of each other here. The nail damage is absolutely phenomenal from Knight there, although Dan's more than happy to punch a rail into the shoulder, and Knight's forced to back away again. And just
Nice
Dan's,
denial.
yeah, Dan's just keeping his stack in such a good position right now.
Yeah, he has full control of this map right now. He has all the weapons. He has a time shot.
He's
Beautiful
not
rail.
missing rails
He's
today.
absolutely creaming Knight right now, and yeah, it is.
Do you think the pressure's gone?
It looks like Dan is just leveling up every single map.
Yeah, it took a little bit to get warm, you know. He's had to move slightly across on the stage, and that slight movement took a map to get used to, and 3-0, 3 minutes in on Blood Covenant. If you've watched any of the previous KDC finals, or even the weeklies, you'll know that a score like that does not occur very often. This is something special we're seeing here.
Dandaking able to easily get that heavy armor, but the stack is still not huge, you know, these light characters, and Dandaking doesn't have Ghost Walk. I'd like to see Knight trying to put on some more pressure between Ghost Walks, but, you know, I guess Knight is doing whatever he can right now, because Dandaking's rail is being so oppressive, and the timing is perfect.
All Athena's got is movement, and you don't want to be moving directly into a rocket.
Dandaking choosing not to deny that light armor just there. Oh, the rocket is great. The rocket is great. This should earn Knight this heavy armor. There's a little bit of footsies going back and forth here. Dan hits the rail though, but Knight is going to come out on top. Knight has more health and armor right now. This is an opportunity.
But Dan's just not letting him press his advantage whatsoever. Dan's just backed away. He's gotten the stack back up, and yeah, Knight's just not really in a position to do much here after Dan picks up the Mega, and he's going to be in great position now to. He's going to be in a fantastic position to be there for the heavy. The light pickup is good. Knight's going to challenge for it.
He's got the Ghost Walk, so he can stick around, and yeah, very nicely done there by Dan. He pops the Ghost Walk though, and so at least Knight won't have to deal with that Ghost Walk for another 30 seconds. But 4 frags with 5 minutes left on Blood Covenant. It is getting hard against the Knicks to do this. He needs to hit the shot. He doesn't quite hit it, and Dandaking does get away. And this is starting to become a very tall order for Knight. Oh, that would have killed Dan if he hit that rail.
I thought he did.
No. It just off to the side, over the shoulder.
Too big, yeah. Yeah, Knight just seems to be out of all sorts right now. I don't know what he can do to get back in. The rails that we saw him hitting in Vale just are not connecting right now.
Knight's rails, yeah, I think
the jitters
are
setting
nerves,
in, the nerves are setting in.
You can tell the heart's beating a bit fast now. He's going to need to get his composure back and start hitting the shots that he's used to hitting. But yeah, see, look, Dan has just got so much more stack. He's going to have his Ghost Walk back pretty soon. But Dan is actually a little bit stuck here. This is good for Knight, but Knight doesn't connect on any of his shots. And
smart move to back away if shots aren't connecting though, and that was the right choice from Knight, I believe. The defensive rocket's good, but the return rail from Dan is phenomenal.
Knight hit 7 rails in a row before, and earlier in this series, and now he's missed 7 in a row.
And I feel like Dan's just not missing right now. I bet you if we look at his stats, his rail's going to be up in the 60s. That's my prediction. Okay. Dan goes for the pixel shot on the head as Knight comes bounding towards him.
Knight actually with more stack right now, but Dan has the position this fight. Knight is dealing good damage, but he can't quite convert. And Dandaking
crouch.
trying to get this heavy, this mega health, but Knight will come in and take it. This is Knight's opportunity, okay? Knight needs to convert something within the next minute or two. Well, the next minute he needs to convert, I think, because all he's going to be doing if he gets a frag here is fighting against the Ghost Walk. And yeah, he needs to convert ASAP.
And you can see the muscle memory from Dan kicking in there. As soon as he took that damage, he just fell back on the time vials, even though he didn't need it. It's just
Knight letting Dan
memory.
get that heavy armor just there. Scott free. Let's, you know, he just needs to put the pressure on. He needs to make something happen. He's just not quite doing it. And Dan
rails are
still has a Ghost Walk. He could have gotten the frag there, but he doesn't hit the final rail. Instead, he tries to just get away. And there you go, Dandaking getting the frag. And I think that might be the map.
I'm calling it early.
Oh, hang on. There's an opportunity here, 2.5 minutes. It's going to be tough against Dandaking. He's going to have to get the kills while Dandaking doesn't have the Ghost Walk, obviously. But, you know, 2 minutes, it's possible.
I agree.
It's going to have to be aggressive. It doesn't suit Knight to be playing this way, though.
I agree it's going to be tough. I agree it is possible. I don't think it's going to happen. And we're seeing this from Dan, just the great defensive plays there, the nail usage. Absolutely perfect at keeping Knight at arm's reach. Knight just not able to connect with those vertical rails. Dan is connecting, goes for the midi. Got to give him props for trying to go for the midi there. And Dan just more than happy to keep Knight away, keep him low, not able to contest for that frag. And
oh, it's a good rail there from Dan. And he's just so oppressive, isn't
here we
he?
go. There's going to be another frag appearing here.
I don't think Dan needs it. He's just
He doesn't need it, but he's going to get it.
Yep.
He doesn't need it, but he's going to get it, and that's all that matters. Dan's just hitting with all the rails that he needs to on Blood Cove right now. And with 1:30 to go, that's...
And this is going to put Dandaking through to the winner bracket final, where he's going to be playing against Hammer. And Knight is going to be knocked into the lower bracket. I'm not sure who he's going to be playing against right now, but yeah, I mean, Knight's going to be a little bit upset about this, I think. He won the first map. He had the opportunity on the next 2 maps where he had the lead. And the GGs come out. And there you go. Knight is going to call it. Congratulations to Dandaking.
What a great set as well. Like, I was getting a little bit worried, not going to lie, with how the first map, how Awoken went. But fantastic played by both players there, and congratulations, Dan, on the win.
All right, we're going to take a moment and we'll bring Dandaking in for a short interview. All right.
What a win, mate.
How do you feel about that one, Dan?
Yeah, good. A lot better.
Yeah.
I started absolutely terrible.
Yeah, that first map you went down. Second map you didn't have the lead on the first, on the second or the third map. Had to grind your way back. Third map, you win it in. Fourth map, you win it in very convincing favor. What do you think about the series?
He played, like, full credit to Knight. He played really well. He was, like, you know, really focusing on just contesting the map and splitting the kind of control with me.
Yep.
So I couldn't do what I like to do, which is set up a cycle and obviously, you know, dominate
which
every
map
item.
we're talking about, or the whole series?
The whole series. Like, normally he tends to get a bit too passive and he falls off the map. And then that's my opportunity to basically take, like, a full control cycle, put the, like, pressure on non-stop, and that eventually chokes him out, which is kind of what happened in the last one. He let it slip, obviously, a bit at the end, but he was contesting at the start. And from the kind of first map, I was feeling pretty shaky. Like, I could tell my aim wasn't what it usually is. And
We saw that. We
yeah,
saw that on
defensively,
Bale.
I couldn't hit anything. Like, he could have just he was run through doorways and I was doing 12 damage. I was like, oh, this is probably going to be pretty hard for me to win.
Right.
So those first few maps, I was just trying to like take some fights and just like warm myself up so that I could start hitting shots.
Yeah, it seemed like you were leveling up every single map.
Yeah.
You know, you were getting more and more form, and by the time Blood Cove came around, we started seeing the real classic Dandy King rails.
Then the rails were coming out, and finally I was feeling good. But I think like I had to do that, even though it cost me like 3 or 4 frags each map. Like if I didn't do that, like I wouldn't have given myself an opportunity to kind of get my aim a bit warmed up, and he would have just been able to kind of keep control and just keep pressure on me and end up kind of whittling me down.
Right.
And yeah, so that's kind of what my strat was, because I could tell I wasn't aiming very strong.
Yep,
And then once like kind of I felt each map like I was getting back to where I'm normally at, then I could kind of swap my strategy completely and go tight, super tight game plan. I didn't want to give up too many though that I couldn't catch a lead. So I needed to keep it within 3 or 4 frags. Once I kind of got to that point, then I went, all right, you know what, it's time to switch on. Let's basically go full control. Let's not give him rail openings, because if you give Knight rail openings, he hits pixel shots. And hey, look, I got lucky and it worked out.
Yeah, nicely done. So overall, how do you feel about your form in this tournament so far?
Pretty terrible so far.
Right.
I mean, I lost to Knight yesterday, and I got spanked by Kami yesterday. So, but I think at least our Val map was probably one of the most entertaining games, because
yeah, it was very entertaining.
For the first time ever, my missus actually messaged me and was like, you were going back and forth non-stop. That was like actually thrilling.
Oh,
so,
awesome. Shout out to the missus.
Yeah, she never kind of ever says my games are entertaining. So I was like, I must have been doing something well. So, you know, me and Cam got to take notes for the next one and obviously make it fast-paced. But yeah, like, again, the rest of my games, I was playing really tight. My aim was feeling good. My rail was a bit off. My LG was really strong. My rockets were really strong. So I was feeling pretty good, but I am a bit out of touch. Obviously, I've been, you know, flat out playing CS, which is not great for your Quake form. But the thing with tournaments is, like, once you start kind of playing, like yesterday is really a good day for me to build kind of my strategy. And then even like yesterday, I'm not trying to obviously play a hard strategy against all my opponents. I'm trying to feel them out. I'm trying to feel what characters are working for me. I'm trying to, you know, see, am I going to try and focus on playing like a rail game, or am I going to go like a, you know, mid-range game, or do I want to play trap rockets or something? What is going to be kind of best? So obviously feel out camera a bit yesterday. Come in today with a bit more of a strategy, and hopefully it pays off.
So your next game, now that you're in the winner bracket final, is versus Kama. How you feel about that matchup?
I mean, he's in tremendous form. He's obviously been playing a lot recently. I actually noticed he's somehow like caught me in hours in Quake Champions, which is pretty insane since I played for like 8 years. And he started a lot later. But it shows. Like, his style is super aggressive. He doesn't miss shots. His like rockets are, you know, probably top level. His rail, like him and Fraser's rail are the best like rails I've ever played.
You always
worldwide.
Say they never miss. That's what you say.
Yeah. It's insane. And like, it's really the pixel shots that other people just don't even look for. They go for them and they connect with them. And that's what makes it just like they're really hard to play against, because you've got to be consciously thinking about those shots that they'll take that other players won't. So I'm going to obviously try my best to minimize those kind of opportunities for him. Try and play my control game, not let him use his like ultra aggressive play style, or like kind of let him use it, but hopefully make it work to my advantage with my champion picks and stuff like that. And yeah, hopefully it works out well for me.
Okay, well, I won't ask you any more questions about strategy versus Cam, give your secrets away, but congratulations on winning that match.
Thanks, boys.
Really well done, and we'll see your match in a couple matches' time versus Kama. But you have a bit of a break now, and we'll have some of the lower bracket games on the stream. So congratulations.
Who's
Ben.
next? Can I ask?
We got to work it out. I think they're still sorting it out. I'm just up here doing the cast.
Oh, obviously, yeah. You're not an admin or nothing, Kamo.
No,
you know what I mean?
I don't know.
No, because I'd be keen to do the Lucky Red game. I reckon that's going to be an absolute cracker. I'd love to cast that. And whoever's on the stream, I would make sure you stick around for that, because both of their aims were absolutely on point this morning.
And that'll be an elimination game as well.
Yeah.
And Lucky has been playing really well. It's such a good up-and-comer, Lucky
Absolutely,
is. You know, it's great to see him in this top 8 and doing so so well this tournament as well.
It was surprising
he
because
has family
he's
here, he has a
Oh,
crowd
does he?
here. It's very nice. It's wholesome. It's
shout out
good
Lucky's
stuff.
family.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
Shout out.
It's really like impressive how well he played against Lua because it's like you come into, you're not that experienced in tournaments, and to level up in like a elimination game, that's like really shows the mettle of what makes the absolute peak players the best.
Yeah.
It's like when you think
To
of the
adapt to
Raffas,
get
Cypher,
better.
like when they're the chips are like, against them, that's when they show their absolute best form, and that's the kind of trait like he pulled out against Lua. So I'm keen to see what he can do versus Red and how far he can go.
Okay, well, for now, we're going to go for a short break, and then we'll be back with the next match. So stick around. Should be like 15 or 20 minutes. All right, so we're back here getting ready for RR Lucky versus Redoxide. I think both their players have completed their pick bans, so we'll be getting into match very soon. And I think we'll have a guest caster, Dandy King, coming to cast a couple of these matches in a minute. So we'll go over to our picks and bans for RR Lucky versus versus Redoxide, lower bracket final. And first up, we got Awoken with RR Lucky on Strog versus Redoxide
What a surprise.
on Ranger. And
What a
I feel like
surprise.
we've seen this matchup almost every single game for the entire tournament so far.
If it's not on Awoken,
So-
it's that on like CK. Right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's just that matchup. So
Yeah.
look, who knows? It could go either way. We see it all the time. So
All right, and I think we're ready to get into it. So we're just getting the players in.
and then yeah, so moving on. CK again. That's like the staple right now for how these games are all beginning.
Yep. And we're just waiting on RR Lucky to get ready. And then we'll get underway. Lower bracket final. The loser of this match comes, I think, 5th or 6th in the tournament.
Yeah. So again,
And-
tournament life here on the line.
And the winner will go through to that elusive top 4, which is a seriously big achievement. So good luck to both of these players. And let's get this match underway.
So while we've still got you here, how do you think this matchup's going to go? Right, Lucky's been playing absolutely phenomenally, and I think it's hard to bet against him right now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Lucky's on a roll. He's for sure feeling good about his game. But to be honest, he's only just been getting through every single match. Only just. So, you know, while he's been doing really well, while he's been on a roll, his matches have been very close. And I think we're going to see the endurance games start kicking in.
That's true. These players have already played a lot of matches today,
Yeah.
especially if you're going down lower div and all that. You've got a lot of games to play.
Yep. So I feel like these guys are probably getting a little bit wary now. They're probably on their form, but they're getting a little bit more tired. And yeah, let's get into this one. So we're starting on RR Lucky here. We got the face cam on. He's going to get the heavy armor straight up. He's got the Strog. He's got the Mega Blaster plasma rifle. And man, that thing makes a lot of noise. And he will go and get the lightning gun as well. So Redoxide, I think he has the rail already. Lucky doesn't have the rail. This is a huge push here by Redoxide to go in and very smart preemptive play there by Redoxide to push, use the orb, knowing that Lucky was going to use a Pika, but he's not able to convert. And RR Lucky actually getting away from that fight. And wow, what a rocket. Does a little bit of damage though, not quite enough. Surprises RR Lucky. Redoxide totally surprises RR Lucky, and he gets away with that frag. What a janky start to this game.
I would say not the usual start you see on this map, right? But you don't normally see an engagement quite so early up in that center T position there near Stribolt. And Red, yeah, doing a good job. He tries to get that orb through, but damage. Lucky was smart. He got out of that peak real quick. And now, though, we have Red, who's got the weapons. He's going to play in this position, and he knows that he can kind of cut this map in half now. And Luck is actually just going to go straight in for the Mega, jumping on top of it. He does get it. Takes a bit of a big rocket for those troubles. But Red will still be able to secure heavy. We're still trading items as it goes.
Absolutely. And, usually we see the Strog come out on top of this matchup. I think we've seen the Strog come out of this matchup most of today. But currently we're seeing Redoxide on the Ranger doing most of the work. So Lucky needs to settle himself, get his composure sorted. And
Again, there's always some nerves, right? Trying to get in early for these, start of these matches. They're long form games, so. And we're going to see another engagement here by this rocket. And the rails so far from Red have been so good. Hitting consistent damage. Trying again to get that peaky angle there. Through the jump peak, doesn't hit the shot. And both items aren't too far away. There's only a few seconds off between them both. Mega will be going towards Lucky. Red going to happily give him that item.
And I mean, both players completely even keel on the map right now. They both have all the weapons. They both have a similar stack. But I'd say Lucky has a better position here at T. And that makes a big difference. Like, you know, Redoxide is the one that's having to make a play right now and taking that rail. Oh, he evens it off though, a little bit more damage, but 2 HP getting away from that one. Will Lucky convert? He comes through, but he doesn't quite hit the rail. And we got an aggressive play coming from Redoxide. What a play! He knew that he was going to pop that Strogan Pika. Cerebral play there from Redoxide, and he gets him on the jump pad as well. A little bit of a throw there from Lucky, going straight in with the shotgun off spawn, up the jump pad, and what a play by Redoxide. That was excellent.
So Red is looking
play.
really good here, actually. He's, you know, we saw him, yeah, it seemed a little bit shaky, but earlier on. But so far, he's looking locked in. He is ready to play. He wants to take the victory here, and he's got Lucky now stuck on about 30 HP. He'll just play again, quiet now. To this position, trying to catch him out. He's got Mega to his back. And if he's fast, he'll have time to go and fight with this heavy. But no, he's actually going to go try and hunt here. He's low on ammo, so he can't really afford to take a full-on fight. But Lucky was sitting there the whole time, but it doesn't matter. There you go. Immediately that rail removes most of the stack. Rocket jumping up into this middle position again. And he just wants to stay in roughly in this position while he's got this control going. He hears the Sanku. He knows where Lucky is from the armor shard. And now the play, trying to read where he's going through. Here's the TP. Rail ready, but no, Lucky's actually the one who hits the shot.
And he evens up the stacks for a moment, but then Redoxide does get that Mega health, and there is time between the Mega and the Heavy for Redoxide to come over here, but he's not hitting the shots that he needs to. He has to rocket jump away, and that will earn RR Lucky that Mega health, that Heavy armor, and now he has more stack than Redoxide. Redoxide was railable for a moment there, but Redoxide's still not looking healthy, and takes that rail as well. Is railable, and RR Lucky looking to try to convert his first frag.
And again, Red's in a spot here. Look at his ammo. No rockets and only 2 rails. He does get the ammo box there, but with still 0 rockets for Stamen, Lucky's actually going to try and chase, but Red right behind, the rail behind missing.
He's given up position here on the Heavy, but Red doesn't want to stick around to contest it. And Red just kind of playing keep away right now. The rocket jump, that's a nice rocket jump there.
Yeah, that's an angle there that you can be seen if you try and just walk past. So, and you like looking at it, but coming through the TP. Oh, that rocket was huge.
Yeah, but Redoxide just holding on there with that rocket. RR Lucky looking very healthy, landing on the awkward spot. The orb was really good. He almost got up to the Mega health.
I love the idea. The idea was so good, but yeah, just a little bit early, and he fell down onto the bounce pad. He did get a rail off before, but again, Mega was sitting there for Lucky, so it meant bugger all.
I mean, if Redoxide just held onto that orb just a little bit more, he would have gone straight onto that Mega. He would have had more stack. But oh, a nice trap here from Redoxide. He's hit really good damage. It's not looking good for Lucky, and Redoxide will come out with the frag with 36 health remaining, and here we go. This map is well and truly underway.
And Red, he's not healthy at all, and he's just sort of run into that center position, run into Lucky, 100 HP, and that's it. And well, you see what happens when that happens.
Yeah, and I think both players still right now like playing a really back and forth game, just trying to sort out their nerves, you know, get a foothold on the map. We were seeing Redoxide with some really smart plays at the start. I think that might have thrown off Lucky's game a little bit, but now we're seeing Lucky play some really good Quake, and now Redoxide kind of feeling a bit nervous, I think making some bad plays.
I think he's trying to just like keep refragging here, but he's not realizing how much stack that Lucky's still got. That Strog with that destroying, right? That can make a big difference. That's that 25 free extra health after every kill. And that might be that's been helping him to stay up. A little bit more stacked, barely surviving there. The rail almost clipping Red's toe.
Lucky will get this heavy armor. Oh, that rail pushed Lucky back enough that he got pushed back, so when he rocket jumps, he didn't go up all the way to get that light armor. That is actually a huge step back for Lucky, and really puts Redoxide into a good position here at T. But Lucky still on the good position with the Mega health behind him. Redoxide not able to convert any damage, so nothing really came of that play there by Redoxide. But there you go, he comes straight in with the orb. Lucky defends himself well and just gets away, but Redoxide's still trying to put the pressure on, but not quite converting over and over again.
And Lucky there, he was actually out of rails in that engagement, so if Red stuck around, he probably would have been able to get that kill, but obviously no way for him to know. But there we go, rails are changed by players, Pika comes out. Red's got the much better stack here, and yeah, exactly. Lucky he's just forced to back off, cannot hang around 50 HP. He's actually still railable here, and this is the problem. This is a spot where you could easily get stuck. And if Red plays his cards right, yes, there we go, exactly. Peeks at just the right time. Lucky trying to sneak past without making any sound. He almost makes it.
2-frag game, 2 minutes to go. This is still anyone's game. Redoxide, I think, you know, obviously looking more comfortable, but yeah, shown some weakness. Lucky just trying to defend himself, taking so much damage, and there another frag for Redoxide, extending his lead to 3. Catches him out on the spawn, teleports. There
Wow,
you go.
look how quickly this has got, like how many kills Red's got in such a quick turnaround, right? That's how quickly these games can spin around.
Yeah.
And now 4-8 for Red Oxide. Sorry, 8-4 for Red Oxide's favor. And even using the orb to go through TP, the LG fight. Peek comes out. There's no orb this time. But this time, yeah, Rez heard the scream and the rail again to finish this off. And with a minute and a half left. I don't know if Lucky's going to get back into this. Especially with Red, the pressure he keeps putting on. And Red can now just sort of play this a bit slower, a little bit quieter. But I say that as a rocket jumps and flies through the map. So a bit of a mix-up here on the timings. Mega, these ones coming up soon. And Red will hang around to try and defend this. LG in hand, the first 2 rails from Lucky not connecting. The third one does, but Mega is up. There we go, and Red hits that shot. Lucky running around here. Oh, he's not happy about that miss. He knew where he was coming from.
Oh.
And Lucky's actually getting some really nice damage off in this fight. But there we go, Red hits the decider rail. And even going to go peek around that corner, a cheeky angle.
And I got to say, I think this was like a feel each other out kind of match. Like,
Yeah,
I don't.
the start of it definitely felt a bit that way.
It definitely felt like the last time we watched these guys play, like both of them kind of had their first match where they don't really look like they're like really in the zone yet. So I hope that these guys kind of get a little bit more composure and we see a little bit, you know, more out of each of these players next match. But yeah, Lucky in particular needs to find his composure.
Yeah, and Red is just looking like on form right now. Like these rails are just, they're hitting now. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I feel like he had a few games where he still lacked a bit of confidence, right? Wasn't hitting necessarily all the shots, but if he keeps playing like this, he's going to be a tough opponent.
And it's not just the rails. He also made heaps of really smart plays as well.
Exactly.
Like, he predicted every time, or not every time, but a lot of the times when RR Lucky was going to use his Pika, he predicted it ahead of time, and he made a really smart play to orb into Lucky and then get the frag, you know?
yeah.
And that's exactly what you want to be doing with that matchup.
Exactly, and that the orb is such a crucial tool against playing against Strog, and he really showed why the Ranger can definitely be this stronger champ in that exact matchup. But moving on to CK, match number 2. The Galena again coming out.
All right, we're all ready. So we're getting into this match. We've got CK, BJ versus Galena. What a classic matchup.
Again, another one
we've
we've seen pretty much, you know, every map starts Awoken,
Yep.
Ranger Strog,
Yep.
and then we go CK, like
I feel-
Galena, either Aizen or BJ.
I feel like this scene has pretty
got
much
some-
worked out what they're comfortable playing,
yeah.
and they just keep doing it, you know, and they don't, like, you know, sometimes we see a clutch on this map, sometimes we see an Aizen on this map, but overall, we generally see a BJ or
much,
Galena on this
yeah.
map every single time.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes we get an Anarchy and an Advisor. That's pretty much the whole pool that gets played on this map. So
Exactly, yeah. Or if this is map 1, then you get Ranger Strog.
yeah, yeah. Anyway, if you're in the chat right now, let us know who you're going for. Are you going for RR Lucky? Are you going for Redoxide? You know, let us know who you're rooting for.
Prepare to fight. Round begins in 3.
All right, and we're starting out here on Lucky.
Fight.
And spawning over here by this HMG. Gets the Mega. And And this is the ideal weapon for this character. Going to pop this dual wielding frequently, and we're going to see a lot of dual wield LG coming out, and he's immediately going to try and chase down and get some damage off the machine gun as well. Gets that little bit of chip to begin the fight. Red's got his rockets, and now finally securing at least the HMG, but still, we're seeing Lucky once more. He's just sort of guarding. We've seen him do this before in previous matches yesterday. He likes to just sort of hang around this LG sort of room, because it means you've got rockets, you've got HMG, and he can sit there and sort of guard it, and he can prevent his opponent from picking up this weapon, which is such a crucial weapon in this matchup. And it means we're going to have probably a bit of a slower, I think, CK until someone makes that sort of initial first breakthrough, gets that first frag, and wants to try and start pushing it a little bit further. I think we will see a pretty passive, slower game here. And as we've seen like a minute here, and we've barely seen any damage come out.
But
really, so
I will say it doesn't work out in RR Lucky's favor. Redoxide already has 2 of those totems up, but so much damage coming out from Lucky, but he only just wins that fight by 4 HP.
He's got to be careful he doesn't hit a totem, because if he hits... Oh, okay, he did put one up top there.
They're down below. But 4 HP getting through that fight. Only 1 more tick of machine gun would have gotten him. I think Lucky's pretty surprised. He didn't... Lucky thought he didn't even need to pop the dual wield then. And yeah, only just survives that fight. So Redoxide actually with more stack now will get the overstack next time he puts down a totem. He's holding on to that right now. Lucky has no idea of the totems, but that will actually give a clue that the totems are down there to Lucky. And I mean, Lucky not looking healthy. RR Lucky, Redoxide jumping in this room, but the defense! What defense? Rocket, LG, huge amount of unreturned damage. I cannot believe Lucky won that fight. And here, does he know about the totems? He doesn't know about the totems. So Redoxide is going to probably have overstack for this entire match if Lucky doesn't go and check that spot, which I feel like he's not going to.
And even to solo this one, yeah, we go. He does go back and clear away that extra one. But exactly, if you've got the 2 just sitting there and they never get cleared, that means every time Red throws down a totem, he's going to have that pocket mega sitting there with him. And we're going to see the engagement here as well. And oh, the LG damages so much from Redoxide. That's phenomenal. Cleans up, and the heavy is still here, and that's the biggest key for him. He's going to have that triple totem immediately back up. He's going to throw it down straight away. Gets that heal up, and the duel is going to get popped. But the thing is, Red's got so much more stack. I think he'll still take this. He'll take this easily.
Lucky is surprised. He's so surprised about that extra stack. He doesn't know about the totems. And this is hugely detrimental to RR Lucky right now. He needs to start being like, okay, they are somewhere. They've got to be somewhere. See, he's looking for them, but he just hasn't checked that particular spot. And this is looking good for Redoxide. RR Lucky's got to be thinking after that last fight, yeah, I should have killed him. There's something wrong.
Again, we're going to see another 3rd totem come down. It's going to go back up, triple stack coming up, and he's going to come into there with such a large stack to take the fight for this major item. And Lucky just sitting down on the low ground, but he's just got no healthy weapons. He gets a beautiful rocket, though. That was a direct as Red picks it up. He is going to have that armor shot there, though. And again, if he needs to fall back, he's just got those 2 totems sitting there. So he can just jump down that shaft and he'll get them. He's going to have a full overstack.
Yeah, and so it really suits Redoxide right now to be getting this heavy armor, because obviously he can overstack.
And there he goes, he's going to go get his health.
And Lucky would have heard that jump pad, I think. So maybe he'll be thinking, okay, that's where the totems are. And that was a clue. So yeah, I think we're going to see Lucky go and get those totems now. Redoxide not needing that mega health, but going and denying it. He's going in so much damage from Lucky, though, with the dual wield. He absolutely melted Redoxide just there. Maybe it doesn't matter if you have the overstack, if you hit 100% LG with dual wield.
Exactly. There was so much damage, but Red's coming back in with his own LG, so I can do that too. And the shotgun comes out, and what? No way does he survive in that situation.
Nah, he doesn't know.
Still hasn't cleared him. But mind you, again, if he's going to keep putting that so much damage in these fights, Red's going to push him with the LG, and there we go. He finally gets that kill cleaned up. He knew the whole time, right, he was low, and Mega will be secured. And the thing is, Red's still pretty much in a spot where he can keep this control going, even after those couple of kills there from Lucky. This is still Red's game right now that he's in control of. He's got both items. He's still got these triple totems.
And if you are Lucky, like, you know, you got to start thinking to yourself, like, am I crazy, or like, why am I not hitting as hard as usual?
Well, he should be able to think to himself, right? It's like, okay, the game's been on for 4 minutes, and I've destroyed what, 3 totems?
Yeah.
Just that alone should be enough of a notice to think, okay, there's got to be something going on here.
Yeah.
And right now, Red's using the stack, and he immediately throws that totem down, gets a huge stack from it. Mega will be here as well, and Jewel's going to come out one more time. Good damage from above. But luckily he's so low, he can't keep fighting for this.
Yeah.
And Red's even going to pick up that armor there.
He's got position though. Red's got, RR Lucky's got position. He's hitting good damage. But it doesn't matter. Redoxide just has so much stack. And yeah, there you go. He gets another frag. 75 damage off that totem at the teleporter. That is going to put Lucky totally on the back foot. Lucky's in a very difficult situation, and Redoxide takes the lead.
So we've just hit the halfway point on this map. And Red right now is just sort of repeating this same cycle. Oh, there we go. He destroyed one of the totems down there, but not both.
Oh, wow.
So that's interesting.
Yeah.
Because Red's now just going to throw a second one down there.
Oh, but he'll go and check that spot again now, I think.
Hopefully.
Okay. So he's worked it out. He's worked out what's going on.
And then they're both playing a little slow. And again, with only one frag in, this game is... There's nothing in it. It's can be easily brought back here. And good rocket. Just chunking Lucky down. And Red, he's going to try and play this aggressive. Oh, but the dual wield actually gets forced. And Red's the one who gets all the damage. And he's about to get this triple totem once again. Heavy's just come up. He doesn't need it right now. Still got that 170 health. A little bit of an engagement comes through here. The machine gun from both players. Totem comes down, just get back up to that full overstack, 175. Pushing through, and good defensive, but not enough. And cleans up again. Mega will be here ready for Redoxide again. Not that he needs it. And he's just running to eating everything off this map, because he's going to grab this armor shard here as well. He's going to have plenty of time to get over to this heavy. And yeah, there we go. Lucky's seen him.
Ah, he worked it out.
The first proper clear
Yeah.
now of those. But that
Yeah.
thing is now Red's got him trapped in this tiny little spot.
Yeah,
The
and
question is, can Lucky get away? Which he's not going to be able to. The LG so good. Shotgun comes out from Lucky's side. And nowhere near enough.
3 frags up, 3 minutes to go, CK. You know, we all know it's doable, but Lucky's got to manufacture something. He's got to make something happen. And when Redoxide is hitting like this...
I was going to say, Redoxide's actually matching the output, right? I think this is probably one of the first times that someone's actually matched Lucky's output, damage output, and then it's maybe making questions like, oh, hang on, this is, what do I do now? And Red's just going to keep running here, so he's got, doesn't have these tokens to back on, and oh, the LG pinning him to that wall. He couldn't even move. And Red, once more, just looking really dominant again. Second totem going back down the same spot. Looks like he's just going to keep doing that now for the rest of this game. And the LG duel and 8 HP again.
Oh.
Pretty much just the health he's getting from the totems has been keeping him up here.
And Redoxide's running away with this. And if Redoxide goes up 2 maps to 0, oh boy, that is hard to come and do a reverse sweep against Redoxide. Lucky will be feeling like his back is up against the wall.
Especially in a best of 5, right? In a best of 3,
Nice rocket jump. I didn't think he was going to get out of there. And he's earned himself the heavy as well. Big play.
So not only is he hitting hard, he's playing really smart right now.
Yeah. And he's got the overstack as well. Oh, it's just tough for our Lucky.
So like, all right, we're effectively going third map now, right? This map's over.
I mean, unless Lucky frags him right now, but...
And the defensive damage and hit by the full triple stack totem, the 75, the landmine.
And you got to be feeling for our Lucky. He just didn't realize what was going on with the totems at the start of this game, and it cost him a couple of frags, and then it got away from him, and that's tough.
And this is what can be so frustrating playing against a Galena, right? Because you feel like you're doing so much work, and it's just you never seem to get the frags for it. Like, let's quickly check. Let's see how much damage output have we got.
44% LG and 40% LG. Both of these guys hitting like a truck.
But the damage is the exact same, even though the Red's got 6 more kills.
Yeah, right. Overall damage.
Just because he's had so much stack every fight.
Yeah, yeah.
So you take away that overstack he's had, this would be a completely different game.
Well, it does go to show that if Lucky plays well in the next map, he could bring it back.
Very true. Very true.
He just kind of got out-strategized this one.
Dual-wield machine gun doing a good chunk of damage, but the defensive rockets are just too good. And that will be the GG conclusion of map 2. We will be going on to the third map. This is best of 5.
Lucky just kind of feeling out the game still, getting a frag. You got to be get yourself feeling good again, getting some momentum in your favor going into the map when you're 2-0 down. And yeah, great showing from Redoxide so far. Look at that, 45% LG, 40% LG. That's world-class accuracies in a tournament game. So we will be going on to Blood Cove. Now, we've seen what Redoxide can do on the slash on Blood Cove. He's fast, he moves well, he makes good plays, but the visor on Blood Cove, you know, it's actually a pretty good pick against the slash. You can keep on top of where she's going. You can you know, keep on top of what's going on with the items, which can really get away from you when you're playing against a slash.
Exactly.
And also, the rail is just so important on a map like Blood Covenant. All right, we're ready, getting into it.
I think the speed though that Red's going to have on this slash is just might be something that's going to be difficult for Lucky to be ready for. Like, yeah, Visor as a medium is a fast champion, but there's nothing comparable to the slash, especially on Blood Cove. It's a map that really allows the slash movement to shine. And especially a player like Red, we saw him play the slash, I think on this map earlier on. And yeah, we can see how amazing that was to watch there. So we're definitely going to be checking that out one more time.
All right, I'll sub out. Danny can do this one.
Prepare to fight.
I'm back.
Round
All right, we are joined by Dan once again.
So
Welcome.
I heard it's 2-0 and
2-0
Red's
and
putting on a clinic.
Red has been playing fantastically, so let's start here with Lucky, because he's got to come back in this. He's got the Visor versus the Slash on Blood Covenant. How do you feel about this?
Good matchup. Visor's one of my favorite champs. I'm sure everyone knows
We
that.
do know, yes.
And I think this is one of his best maps too. But the Slash is really strong on this map too. The fast movement speed means you can get a lot of angles that they don't expect. So let's see how they play it. Oh, big engagement coming up. Nice opening rocket from Lucky. And oh, he's missed the rail. Good rockets from Red, but he hits the last one to get the kill. Really clean on that last shot as well. And he's got solid control, gets the time shots, and opening rail, beautiful.
So he's never going to miss a shot like that. Easy shot now, Red. And that's the thing, being this line champion, he's absolutely crippled now for spawn. However, Lucky has allowed him get over towards that side for heavy for free. So he's going to run back, trade it out, and grab this. But Red's actually just going to try
engagement
and
coming
go
the
straight
Mega,
up.
and LG just decimates Lucky.
I guess that's the thing, right? He wasn't expecting the speed of the slide. He did not think there was a chance that Red Oxide could be there that fast. And then bam, Red just goes straight out the bounce pad before he's ready for it.
And as we can see, like watching Red here, his slash movement, phenomenal.
Good LG from beneath, almost floating him up. And
Oh,
that
that
would
was
have been a good opportunity.
Yeah, a bit unlucky there. But he's still got the map control, and let's see if he tries to make it over for another engagement on Mega here. He looks like he's sort of keen, but he wants to take the angle to get some rails off. Oh, big opening shot. And he's knocked him down. This is going to be bad. I don't think Lucky's getting out of here alive.
It does actually let him go, but I think he just wants to keep this item control going right now. He doesn't want to, he's respecting the Lucky's LG. We've seen numerous times people try and drop on that LG, and it has been absolutely devastating. So just going to allow to keep his control going and take an engagement that's a bit safer.
And he's got a good split on the major items again, so he can fight for this like Red and still make it over to Mega. But he's got to be a little bit quick here. Let's see if he rocket jumps back up. And he's missed his rocket jump. That could impact him contesting this Mega health. And yep, he's making the smart choice, I think, here. Just look for some damage on the escape, but don't actually commit. And he's just, where is he? Wants to know. Lucky hiding over there, trying to get himself a rail without taking any damage. Oh, hasn't got it yet.
And Red knows, and yeah, he's got to just leave. He's given it up. He knows that he can't hang around anymore.
And he's fallen down into the blood pool, but oh, he just gets out without taking that shot as well. And just a little bit weary that Red was like Lucky wasn't trying to kind of pin him with LG. But again, probably going to try and rush his way over to that Mega Health and see if he can just hit a shot here. Or just misses it again. But he doesn't need to do anything crazy.
Exactly.
It's
And
1-0.
And Lucky still doesn't have that railgun, which is his crucial weapon. So if Red can sort of just keep the pressure on and take these fights, especially these range fights, he knows exactly where Lucky is. And the question is, how's he going to go? Maybe just coming straight through. Oh, but he's got rail out, misses the shot. This is really uncharacteristic. He was hitting everything in these last couple of maps. And
Oh, and the rockets from Lucky. Oh, one more should do it. He just needs to hit anything here. But unfortunately, Red gets himself away. Going to restack on the 50s below and then jump up to Mega and be in a good spot again. Lucky using this time to get himself railgun, which is going to be crucial. And a big shot from Lucky here. Let's see if he can turn this into a kill. Misses that second shot. He's got his side up. I feel like it's a good opportunity to use that and maybe get himself like the kill advantage here. But big rockets from Red. And again, just both of them kind of limping away from this fight. But oh, Red with the clean rail. Lucky unaware what was going on. And again, Red takes that full control on Red armor. Looking to work his way over to Mega, but won't make it in time to contest. But that's still fine. He's got the kill lead. He doesn't need to do anything crazy, and we're just seeing that real good slash movement from Red right now. And again, Lucky in a bit of a average scenario here. Let's see if Red can kind of make him pay. Looking for all the rail angles. He knows he's down there. Doesn't want to let him get out, and here it comes. Big rocket from Lucky to open. And the LG, he's pushing back in. Will he be able to kill him here? Oh, the rocket gets him. Takes the red armor. The important thing is how quick can he restack here, because he's not healthy. There's no way he's going to be able to make it over to contest this Mega from Red. He's going to have to just let him get it. And importantly, Red spawned on the rail, so he's going to have that gun to play defensive or go aggressive if he wants to.
Nice little bit of chip damage from those few rockets. So it's just keeping Red safe. Like he's got no armor to work with right now. Red's trying to push in here from this high ground, and he's going to fall back. He's got nothing to work with, and good bit of rocket damage. But again, he's just not able to get enough to try and take a fight here. Lucky going slow, and Red will give up the major item here in the jump pad. He knows he can get up top. Secures that heavy.
And he needs to get himself rail. Here we go. Oh, good opening
and
shot.
As soon as he gets it right, immediately he's playing his game again, right? That's first shot off. Triples Red, and
oh,
unfortunate miss there as he drops down from the Mega.
Really good read on him. And if he gets a rail anywhere here with sight coming up, he should be able to secure himself a kill. So he's going to use it and see if he can get that kind of opening. But Red just doing well to kind of play defensive. Oh, just misses that shot. And they're kind of just feeling each other out here. Red, obviously, they're too old. It's, decided map for Red, so he doesn't want to do anything too crazy. And that's probably the right call.
And I think also the fact that now that Lucky does have that rail, he doesn't want it to give him these angles, because he can hit these like just really fine, like pixel angles almost. And on a light champion, getting one of those rails is such a crippling feeling, right? You lose all your armor, and you feel like you're back to square one.
Yeah. I'm hoping, like, Lucky's going to take it slow, as he was doing against Lua. Get that kind of opening shot, like sneak around the map, get that opening shot, and then use his sight to like punish him, and get that kill. Because if he does it that perfectly, he can probably do it while maintaining control. But again, he's going a bit aggressive. But a weird engagement happens here because Red falls down, and a little bit of damage done, but nothing that he's not going to be able to recover from with a couple of 50s. Oh, big opening shot from Red there. Needed to hit that to kind of keep the pressure off of him. And there's items are split here, so let's see. Red, I'm assuming he's going to go for Mega Health and just kind of let Lucky take the red. Yep. And they split the items evenly.
Yeah, we have no delay between these, so it's going to be a situation of, no one's going to be able to get control off this cycle yet. That's the other thing, we've been trading a lot of items. We haven't really had anyone get full control yet. Beautiful rocket, though, from Red as he slides down and just flying through the middle. They're going to go up the bounce pad. No, he's just going to hit around the blood. Well, even rocket jumping up.
He wants to take the fight, though, and again, just aggressing and hitting everything he needs to with LG to get that kill.
You can see Lucky there was not happy with that one whatsoever. The bit of rage coming out there. That's a look. It was a ballsy move by Red, to say the least, right? Like pushing.
Yeah, unexpected.
I would not have picked him to rocket jump up into that situation.
And sometimes with Slash, you can make that stuff work because she's hard to hit when she's doing the kind of crouch sliding movement at you. So I don't hate that kind of opportunistic push that he's gone for. Nice defensive rocket, big. Does miss the rail, but it's not too bad. Lucky's really still not looking healthy here, and a little bit of LG damage, not enough to get a kill, but again, Lucky's he's got the frag advantage. Big rail there, 1 health on Lucky here. Picks up that Mega, gets himself just back to a base 100. needs to be really careful coming for this fight.
Actually, Red's just going to grab that lower shard, and he's just going to give it to him. But I suppose the thing is, you know, with
And here maybe comes the next engagement. Let's see what happens. And Red just making the wise choice, playing defensive, wants to get out of there and does. Big row. Oh, and another engagement. Lucky needs to hit some good rockets. Oh,
What
the
a
direct!
shot!
He does hit the big rocket, and he's tied it up. 2 minutes left. Mega's spawning. He's going to collect that. And if he remembers, Red is going to be up. The red arm is going to be up like...
Yeah, he should be able to make it here in
Yeah.
time. But the thing, if he hangs around... Now, Red's sitting over by rail side, so he shouldn't be able to go get it. But mind you, he's still waiting, and he
Yeah.
might be waiting a little bit too long. And
Oh,
what a rail,
good
though.
shot.
Keeping
And I like the
pressure on.
fact he's decided here to stack up on that 50.
Yeah.
So actually be able to, have a good stack for this next contest that's coming here. Oh, the rocket almost corrects. And big rocket again. Who's going to win the fight? He needs to hit something. Oh, he hits the rail to close out. That's really important considering Mega's spawning and he can get this 50 and have sight, and there's a minute 10 left on the clock.
Exactly. Time's becoming a factor here, and he's even got that rail ammo too. So, and he's hit a
Big shot.
perfect shot. And now Red is out of the map for a while. Like, he's got to go. That lower armor shard by the pillars is gone. It's only that one there. If he gets heavy, there's bugger all left on the map now for Red Oxide in such little amount of time. So he's going to waste the next 20 seconds just stacking.
And what we're hoping to see from Lucky here, like, don't contest anything you don't have to. Get out of here. Like, this doesn't need to be a fight. Getting bounced up. He's almost cost himself this kill. Is he even going to be able to escape here? He's getting hunted by a slash. And Red's looking for the way that he can basically attack him here and get this kill to tie up the game. Lucky doing a good job of just kind of not committing to any movement pass. And, but the big LG, good rocket, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And ties it up with 25 seconds on the clock. He's done good damage. He'll get the red, but the big row as well. And this is really back and forth here. A lot of good shots coming out from both players and a lot of good plays in particular coming out from Red on the attack.
Exactly. And now we're going into OT, right? Do you think we're going to see this slow down? Are these guys going to really just... Cause the next kill, right? It could be a tournament life if Red gets this.
I feel like with obviously Red, because he's got that 2-map advantage, he might kind of look for one of those pushes.
Yeah, because the pressure's on Lucky now too.
And I don't hate it, but again, if I was him, I would kind of make sure I hit an opening bit of damage first.
Yeah.
Then kind of go a bit, just completely push into him and make him make a mistake, miss some rockets, etc. And let's see what happens over this Mega Health. Lucky just deciding he doesn't want any piece of it and backs off.
And this is the chance, right? If Red gets, as you said before, if Red gets any opening damage here, he's got an overwhelming stack advantage. And then Lucky is, he's in a really low spot, a really bad spot. So we might potentially, the rail misses though. Another lifeline for Lucky.
And Lucky, really for him, he's just used his sight. He's got 45 seconds on that. He doesn't have either of the major items, so he just needs to stay defensive. Like, he's doing the right thing here, being quiet. Red's got a beat on him, and he just backs off. I feel like his opportunity is going to come in 30 seconds. That's when he can probably make his next move. Most likely over the next Mega, coming up in 24 seconds.
Let's swap over to Lucky and see how he's playing this in the...
Because this is do or die for him.
Because right now, Red's just kind of roaming the map doing what he wants. And Lucky's just hiding, he's getting the side up, so he's got the idea now. And Red knows he'll have heard that.
Yep. And I want to see Lucky on this next play. When he uses that sight, use it from a distance. Oh, he's going for the rail shot, just misses that. But he should be able to get himself Mega here, and he's rushing his way over. Red's coming in, though. Are we going to see the final fight? Here we go. Up the jump pad, big rockets, a bit of LG damage. Who's going to connect with the next damage? Oh, and Lucky manages to get himself away. Well done from him. Red obviously just went for that rail shot, just missing it. That could have been game over, but instead we've got a bit of additional time.
And it's tied things up a little bit, right? Red was just running around with a huge overstack, so at least now, if he goes into the next image, his actual stack advantage into that tri-bolt is not what ideal for him. But the items are pretty close to being split, so he should be able to get this Mega.
And I don't think Red's going to come attack this one. He's not. And that sight is going to be quite good to get an opening rail, but he misses the shot as he jumps through. That could have been a real big opening for him. Now he's got to wait another 50 seconds to get that back up, but this could be interesting right here because big kind of engagement, and Lucky hitting some crazy LG to open that up. Can he put a bit of pressure here? And
He's going to keep pushing here. He's going straight through the TP. Red just speeding away. That rail doesn't connect again.
Oh,
there
big shots from both players here, though. And Lucky going to be able to get himself onto that Red. He needs to try and make an engagement. Oh, here we go. Big needs to hit something, but Red, the LG point blank. Lose him.
So unfortunate for Lucky.
And
That's
that is
missed
game.
shot.
Man, I was not expecting that, but 43% LG coming out from Red there. He's hit like 12 rails in total, which was very equivalent to like essentially Lucky's as well on the visor. Even rocket damage. What a contested game. Like looking at that, you can see most of the items like relatively split, damage split. That's pretty much as close as
You don't get much closer.
yeah,
to
a blood
exactly.
cup can get.
Yeah.
So what a way to end though. I can't believe like with all that pressure, he still manages to hit just point blank 100% LG to glue him to death.
And just that one unfortunate missed rail right at close range. Because the thing is, right, I was not expecting Red to be there. Mega was up, right? And it's like he only had 100 health to work with.
And like, imagine if Lucky had rockets there for that fight and he just comes sliding in. He's dead.
100%.
Guaranteed.
Even LG, right? He's just picked up heavy. He's got a good stack to work with.
He would have like melted him in seconds. And instead, because he has that rail out, it's ended up costing him the game.
Yeah. Anyway, let's get Red up here and we'll have a chat how he's feeling about that one. I'm sure there's a few nerves at the moment after
I mean, what a performance from Red too. Like, obviously Lucky, massive game he's had against Lua earlier. I'm sure he's going to be feeling some way about that, but he should be proud of his performance still.
I think Lucky's probably, I reckon, the player who's impressed me the most, I think, throughout this whole tournament.
Yeah, I have to agree.
He's
Until now.
So, yeah.
Red has just taken over.
I was going to say Red, actually, like after the split 3, right? Like, this has been, let's get him on the mic. He's just, he's up the front here now.
Getting near Red.
So, Red, congratulations. What a set that was. That was, how are the nerves?
Oh, I can feel my foot tapping.
I can see you. I can literally see the nerves playing a part.
I was sitting there, my foot was just going up, up, and down. It's not even something I normally do. It's just, I was fumbling that entire last game. I was falling when I was trying to like jump around. I was missing.
So run us through that last like couple of minutes there, and then like that final few moments.
Guys, it just exited my memory.
And that happens, let's be honest.
I'm just trying to run around, trying to stay alive, trying to make sure I don't kill myself or get myself killed. I was trying to jump around a lot. So I just like running around on Slash that map.
Well, we've seen you play Slash on that map now a few times, and it seems to be going quite well for you, actually. It's been
it's always sometimes. Sometimes it's not so good. Depends how badly I'm playing the day. Right at the end, I probably should have died. I felt like I got away with the crime.
Did you expect him to be coming from bridge to rockets there, or like was that just complete surprise? You've got LG out now. I've just got to make something happen, or were you kind of anticipating that to be?
I wasn't planning on fighting. I don't think. I feel like I should have died doing that.
Because Mega was up, and we're sitting because he just got heavy, and Mega was up. We think, oh, okay, items will just be split again, and we'll just we'll just hang around for a little bit longer. We'll do another sort of rotation, and we'll keep going for another minute before the next engagement. Then when the sort of the head-to-head there was like, oh, all of a sudden, and
yeah,
I think it was just lucky that in that case he had rail out.
Pretty much, yeah.
Got
away a bit lucky.
If he had switched to something else, he might have just killed me. Or maybe he didn't at the time.
Yeah. I don't think he was expecting you to attack or like be at that position.
That's what a lot of people say. They say I make the play worse or something.
But to be honest, like you had done a couple of those situations, if you remember, through the map where you had kind of maybe gone for pushes that didn't seem very obvious, or they could have been very risky.
Yeah,
but you made them kind of pay off.
I remember one rocket jump there.
Yeah, from mid into the kind of mid level from blood pool up, and he just wasn't expecting it. Caught him out. Were you kind of actively trying to, do those plays, like make him kind of unexpected to catch him out, or was it just I'm just feeling it, let's just go for it?
That one in particular, I was pretty sure I could get up there without him looking, because you don't do that sort of thing normally.
Yeah.
So yeah, I got up there. He had his back turned, so I killed him. I'm pretty sure. I got a lot of damage at least, so yeah, it worked out.
Yeah.
The others, I don't really think about them. I think probably just felt good on those ones.
Yeah.
That one in particular I remember, because I remember thinking it was kind of sketchy, but it worked out.
It definitely was. And you're right, he had just turned away, so it ended up working perfectly for you, and you just LG'd him in the back, and he had nothing he could do. I mean, overall, how are you feeling? Like going into your next map now, you've just taken a 3-0. You've taken some big scalps already in this tournament. I mean, and a good day to obviously invite your brother down to come watch you play as well, because he gets to see the best.
Yeah, he's not been here. He's at the ice hockey.
Oh, is he?
I went to watch
okay.
some ice hockey.
Oh, he just ditched you.
Yeah,
So he hasn't even been able to see it.
He saw me against Salty, so that's a good elite.
Well, that's
Yeah.
okay. Well, you have to get him to watch this one back, because I think
he's
that's
watching
probably
the
a more
stream.
impressive performance, to be quite frank.
Yeah.
Now, how are you feeling going into like your next matchup, and who will it be as well?
Let's find
Yeah,
out
depends
who
who
it's
it's
going to be.
against.
The next one will be. It's a good question.
Well, it's probably just going to get harder from here, I imagine.
I mean, with how Lucky was playing, I feel like, if that you keep that kind of form rolling, you might find that obviously, you do
those,
quite well in the
those
next
two
game.
maps felt very good. That last map, I feel like I probably scammed a win out of that.
But that's tournament gameplay as well. You've got to remember, sometimes you've just got to keep yourself in it, and it comes down to that one moment where somebody just makes a mistake and has the wrong weapon out, and that's it, you win a game.
Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, it's the movement. Your next match is going to be between either Salty or Knight.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
How do you feel your matchup? Okay, let's think of it from both angles. If you obviously, how do you think you match up against Salty first? Like, do you reckon your style kind of works against his? Are you going to try and be aggressive or defensive against him? Like,
I feel like it works worse against him, and that's why I also lost to him in the group stages, but I beat Lucky in the group stages, I think. Like, playing against Lucky there, I felt a little more comfortable than I did against Salty. Against Salty, I feel like I have to play a lot more carefully almost,
Yep. And is that because you think he plays like a bit more defensive than Lucky does and kind of goes for those trap opportunities, or?
I feel like when I try and go into fight Salty, it's always like a worse situation. Like,
Yeah.
I'm fighting Lucky in some of those fights, and it feels like a good fight. Like, a lot of the fights I'm in with Salty, they feel bad a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So it just feels harder. I don't know. It's weird. Or at least this weekend, it's felt like that.
Yeah, I think like it's kind of just the difference in their gameplay. Salty,
Yeah.
like he plays for those opportunities to deal maximum damage. So it's
Yeah.
like if you kind of engage with him when he wants to engage, I understand like where you're coming from on that. I guess on the other side then, if you end up playing Knight, how do you think your style matches up? He's obviously a very passive player.
Yeah.
And I feel like that could be like a potential opening for you too.
Yeah, the problem with Knight is I've like rarely won against him, so I'm gonna have to really play my best if I want to win. I have won sometimes, but I'm still losing most of the time. If I can just get those wins in our set, then it's possible.
Well, you've been looking really good. So I think you should be going to this next match confident. So regardless of who it's against. Anyway, congratulations on your win again.
Thank you.
We're playing an extra set now, so we've got to get these games rolling. So congratulations, and we'll see you on stream soon.
Thanks.
Well played.
And welcome back, everyone. We have got guest co-caster today, Cam. How you doing?
Good. How are you, Fuzzy?
Very good, thank you. Very good. Excited. We have got Knight versus Salty.
This is a good match. I think there's a bit in this match as well. And, I think the spectators are keen to see the result of this match. I'm keen to see the result of this match. And I think, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Because there's a bit of history here.
Yeah, and these guys have both been playing sort of really well too, right? We've seen Knight, had some good performance against Dan there. And Salty's been, like the fact he's still in and he's been hitting hard and he's been playing well. So what do you think? How do you think these guys are going to go against each other? So let's have a quick look at what's going on with their picks and bans.
It'll be hard to say. I think the history is that obviously Knight is the stronger player historically. Yep. But, Knight did get beaten by Salty that one time in the split.
Yep.
I can't remember which split that was. But then...
well, I think Salty actually beat Knight, if I'm not mistaken, in groups, I believe.
Yeah, he did.
So
and I just said to Knight then, because I'm mates with Knight as well, as Salty, but I said to Knight, he's up for this game, just so you know. He's up for this game.
Yeah.
Just
exactly.
be ready,
Yeah, exactly. I'll say there's going to be, look, neither of these players no slouch here. And interestingly enough, so we're starting Blood Covenant. We're getting the dual lights to kick us off. Athena from Salty and Slash from Knight. Yeah. How do you like this this matchup here between these two?
I think Athena is the strongest champion on the map, full stop.
Yep.
So if you can get Athena on that map, you're happy basically against anything. Of course, Knight has really good movement, so his Slash is good.
He's one, like Red, he's probably one of the few players who will actually pick that champion and can do it really well.
Yeah, I think if you don't have extremely good movement, you're wasting your time picking Slash. You may as well pick Anarchy.
100%, I agree. Yep.
Strong and Pika.
Yeah, so we went into Veil. So it's always the case. If it's going to be Strong, Rangers or vice versa seems to be the case. But on Veil though, not where we normally see the matchup. So
yeah, see, Veil's probably the only map in the pool where if my opponent picks Strong and Pika, I won't necessarily pick Ranger, and and vice versa.
So what would you sort of like? So who we picked into it? So Knight was the one who picked the Ranger. So Salty actually picked Strong.
So I think he picked Ranger because he doesn't want Salty to have Ranger.
Which is, fair enough.
And then, obviously, because you picked Ranger, you're thinking Strong and Pika. See, on this map, I don't mind if the opponent's Ranger. I actually don't mind if you're Eisen or you're BJ. Honestly, it's fine.
Yeah.
But most other maps, generally, if they pick Ranger, you have to pick Strong. But on that map, I think you don't have to do that.
Yeah, I think Veil's one of the interesting maps where I think it's probably one of the got the sort of widest variety of sort of like champs who can work quite well on that map. So, but again, we get the standard matchup. So, Corrupted Keep again, we see a very standard matchup here. We saw this before. BJ versus Galena, Knight and the Galena.
I still believe BJ's stronger in that matchup, even with the buff. I just think whenever I'm playing BJ against another medium that isn't named Strong and Pika or Ranger, you have the advantage.
Right, okay.
And that's end of story.
On any map, or is this just like
well, obviously not like BC and that sort of stuff, but any most of the maps, yes, you have the advantage. End of story.
Okay.
So I think.
But we've definitely seen numerous times, right, how good BJ can be on CK. It's dual at LG, right?
Yeah.
What else do you have to say?
Sometimes on CK it's a bit hard because you've got to get in close with the LG. The key to using him on that map is timing the ability. Because it lasts longer than what you think.
Yeah.
And it lasts longer than what the opponent thinks too.
Exactly, yeah. And the thing is, because it can be hard, especially if you've got rockets, you can defend against it quite easily if they're not in the same. So you ideally want to catch them out somewhere where you've got a bit more open area, which in CK is not necessarily that much of the map. Anyway, moving on, Deep Embrace. Now this Salty pick, this one.
It's pretty even, I'll say.
Yeah, interesting picks there. I suppose, you do get to the end. And then Ruins of Silence, Keel versus Anarchy.
Look, well, that's Anarchy, but...
I know Knight likes Keel, but I'm not sure about Keel on Ruins.
He loves Keel, so I can't say. I think Anarchy is... Well, you see in the professional scene, sometimes Anarchy's first pick on that map, literally out of all the champions.
Yeah.
So even in Australia, Stejo used to pick Anarchy as the first champion on that map. So, I think... so Salty, I would say, in the first map has the advantage.
Looking at what we have, how do you think this is going to go, and what's your prediction?
My prediction is Knight 3-2.
3-2, so you're going to go all the way?
I think so, but I think Salty's here to play. And that's why I told Knight, get ready, be up and about, because he's ready to play.
Yeah. Well, we have seen Salty, right? He's been hitting hard, he's been playing well, and I think, maybe people weren't quite expecting Salty to go quite as well as he has. And
I was expecting him to place in the top 4.
You were expecting top 4? Okay.
Well, he was seated. He was seated number.
Actually, I suppose he was. Yeah, we technically was third, I suppose.
He was seated third. I mean, my seat is obviously at 7. Is not right.
Yeah, you're
but I'm not saying that to be arrogant. It's just it's not right.
You came in through last chance.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah.
But past that, obviously Knight and Dan were the other two, and then I think Salty, in my opinion, has proven that he's the 4th best.
Yeah.
Playing at the
moment. I suppose now he's trying to prove that he's the 3rd best, right? So.
No,
We'll see what happens. No?
because Redoxide's in the top 4.
Oh, true.
This is the... Because, of course, Salty lost Redoxide, right? And Redoxide just beat Lucky.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
whoever loses this isn't in the top 4.
True. True.
But, yeah, you could say it's...
They've got to play.
Yeah, those would have to play Redoxide.
Yeah, so we'll see how they go. But looks like we are about to get started here. All right, and we are launching our first map, Blood Covenant. Let's see what these guys have got for us.
Prepare to fight.
All right, and we are kicking off here on Salty on the Athena.
3, 2, 1. Fight.
And getting the rail side spawn. Straight in, through the rockets. And immediately securing this rail.
Yeah, I like grabbing the rocket launch first. A lot of players go to the red first, but I think grabbing rockets is... and then rail, you've got 2 weapons now. We've got a good stack.
And didn't get any damage off from that rocket, but the rail was really nice afterwards, 90 damage. Knight getting that upper armor shard. Keeping himself at a reasonable stack. And once see these guys here, it's playing a little bit slow here. Both have rail now, both should have all their weapons. It'll be the question of who can get this first. Good engagement, and Salty here ready with the rockets. Gets that first little damage, he's going to hook across. And again, they're just going to give up the fight, fall back to the 2 items.
I like what Salty did, but I think once you get to rocket like that and he's backed off to Mega, you can get some damage before you go back to red armor, especially because he's just charging relentlessly towards Mega, thinking that he needs to go get Mega, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Because now you've got to wait around for red armor at the same time anyway, or similar. But let's see, whoever gets next damage usually ends up on the red armor here.
So it looks like Salty's actually sort of given up that side of the map, but oh, good damage coming out from both players, but the rocket rail combo, and Salty will be the one flying through. Knight still on the bridge, going to try and get some damage on this, and that rocket will be enough to scare him off. No, to his name, Mega will be up for him.
I actually like that play, going for a little bit of chip damage. Hold him up so that you can go get Mega in complete peace. Especially against Athena, because they can get around the map so quickly. Not shot.
Oh, and a beautiful rail at the end there coming out from Knight as he's falling down. And the hook gets him out of danger, but Knight is heading over towards that heavy side of the map again. He wants to keep control of that item. That's a crucial tool for having been a light champion. You want to get that armor stack.
Same again for Salty there. Once you realize your opponent's down lower, just go for some damage on red armor. He doesn't want you to do that. Mega's behind you. You just wait until you get railed. You can hit 2 rails, and then you can get Mega, and then you got everything. Now it's split control again, and you get railed like this. It's pretty difficult now.
I feel like Salty's almost playing a little bit scared to begin this map. It's like Knight's sort of roaming around. You know, he's got the speed, and he's just flying around, and Salty's sort of just on the back foot, just effectively just trying to keep his stack going, right? And Knight, here we go, pushing through fast. The armor charge is down low. Rail misses, gives Salty a lifeline. And Only a couple of rockets left, and he's actually going to try and head over towards this heavy. And the question is, Knight is not far away, but a little bit too slow. I don't think he was expecting Salty to have just walked on that item. Little mix up on that hook, but he will get back the extra rail ammo, and good shot there after the mega pickup.
I think as Athena, you just got to be careful sometimes because, against Athena, sorry, because they can hit that rail at red. Most other champions, you can easily get back to mega, but she can just get there all of a sudden and then put pressure on you. Shot.
Oh, and another one as well, and yeah, the pressure, there's only one hook though, so we can't get in too far, and he's going to hear down low, and a perfect trap set up, and there we go. Salty taking the first kill of the match.
Again here, he shouldn't be grabbing this red armor. He should be going to top mid, rocket launcher, get damage, deny the weapons. You've got 130 armor. You just grab up red for 20 health. You know what I mean? It's a waste of time. And then he's got 3 weapons now, and he's got a green, and he's back in the map split control after your 1 kill. Whereas if you just went top mid, it's 2 kills.
And all it takes is 1 rail from Knight, and then it's back to even. However, they do trade rails. Knight now railable, dropping down, picking up the 225s. 0 arm, but even the stacks are not far from. And Knight's the one playing on that heavy side of the map, so he will be able to take. Yeah,
that's right. Now he's in the map, if not having the advantage. Not now after that rail, but it's all because you're picking up red armor for 20 health, you know.
Both players trading again, and they both hit all their rails, but yeah, Salty with the larger stack stays up. And he's going to have this 50 shard and 25 as well. Get himself to a good amount of health. And Knight, I think he thought about going in there, but the defensive rockets force him back.
Yeah, so this is good. Flush the map out, you know what I mean? And now you've got a decent delay between red and mega. You can get your damage now, shot, grab red, and now you can harass mega. This is perfect. He should have probably hooked up after he hit that rail.
Yeah, I like to see when they use the hook up onto the bridge, and then you can do the grapple swing through the archway here. You can get to mega so quickly, but Knight, again, he's just have the health to risk playing for that. Because if he catches Salty in the open here, he's dead. There's no way he survives. So Knight will just spend his time on the lower parts of the map, just trying to get these 50 shards, trying to get any damage if he can. And that's a good amount of damage to begin with, but the return rail, again, cripples Knight. No health whatsoever, even after picking up that 50 shard, he's got nothing. He goes over towards the pillar. He gets some more armor. And nice rail there. And he gets the second one too. And that's the thing, again, we said it before, like playing these lights. Those 2 rails and you're back to nothing, even after you've had such a good stack to work with. And that's one Knight that mega. Oh, but instead, no, he engages, and the rocket at the end was nice, but it will mean nothing.
I mean, that's the thing about BC as well. You need to strip the lights of their weapons, because if they get away, there's usually a green up somewhere and health. So minimum, when you see them next, they're going to be 150 health, even if they get away on 1 health. Nice damage. Get away with the mega. Now he can cut him off to the red armor. See if Knight goes for this.
Yeah, Knight just with the speed, he's able to get there first, but the rail. LG one more. No, but he's not able to hit, and he's going to have to run now. Railable.
I don't think Knight has rail.
Knight still just low grades pushing up the shotgun out, and out of LG cells, and the rockets are not doing anything.
Shotgun was the gun. Should still be okay here.
So Knight, yeah, Knight's not healthy enough. He is also going to back off.
I don't think he's got rail yet, so he's probably going to go get that now. No, he hasn't gone for it yet, so he'll probably go for it now though, yeah.
And Salty will be in position here, actually, to try and cut Knight off, especially if he hits this shot, which he doesn't. Knight's the one who returns it. 2 shots missing. Knight doesn't just give up. No, he does not give up. He comes flying around the corner, but straight into the LG right there. And Salty is so far 4-0 up and playing him in nice, but there we go. Nice coming in aggressive. The LG and the rocket, that would have been a nice shot to hit. I think that would have even impressed you, yeah?
Yeah, it would have been good. I think you just need some damage on the first rocket so you can kill him with the second.
Second one, yeah.
So that's the thing, you didn't get any damage on the first 2 rockets.
Anyway, let's see what Knight can do now. He's got that first kill on the board. Hope to relieve a little bit of pressure now, so see if he can. He doesn't get rail interesting when he's up top, but there we go. Rocket jumps straight back up. Heavy is up, and he's going to have heard that armor pickup. So the question is, can he try and punish it? But no, the hook up from the lower armor gets the rail. Rocket jumping back onto the bridge. Knight wants to try and punish this item, but the missed rail up the bounce. But and Salty returns one of his own, and hooking across too. Gee, Salty's playing this a bit dangerous. But he knows that Knight is not healthy.
I actually don't mind if Knight shoots a rocket on the left-hand side of the pillar, because then you know they're peeking on the right, or they're running into your rocket. But if you hold that rail out and they're not even railable, it's pretty difficult to hit that shot. He's done well, though, to get away onto 170 health. The thing is, if you don't die as a light, like I said, you go back to 170 health or whatever. But this is maybe a bit... I mean, that armor's only giving you 9 anyway, so you shouldn't be so open.
Yeah. I could see there on the cam there, Salty was happy with that one.
That was it.
Catching Knight out, not aware. And the LG just hitting everything.
This is starting to look tough for Knight here. 5-5 break down.
Yeah, with the scoreline as it is, like how do you come back into this for a 9?
Well, there's a split between the two items right now, so he really needs to do something now. Because the problem is if you let Salty get damage on you getting the weapons, yeah. So this is the thing, with split control, there's no item for him, so this is a good time for Knight to attack, you know what I mean? But he hasn't got the red yet, which is unfortunate.
So it's all just a little time waste, and he even hits the rail. Both players connecting, but Salty survives and gets that heavy. 7-1 with just under 2 minutes.
And that's just good damage to go for, because even if he doesn't die to that rail and he gets the red armor, it's fine. You've dealt your damage, you can back off to Mega and you're laughing, you know what I mean? You got a good lead.
Oh, and the direct as well. And this is the thing for Knight right now. Salty's doing such great defensive damage. He can't get in and get just a clean kill every time. Salty's just hitting these beautiful rockets or a rail. And he's just playing this slow, right? He's not running around the map too far. These items, as you say, still perfectly synced up.
He can just play the.
I was going to say, does he sit there for a minute 20 now?
Yeah, this game's over. He's won.
You know, let's swap over to Knight. It might be a little bit more entertaining.
I think when Salty just plays his hiding game, it's sort of entertaining in like the weird way.
It is. It's funny just watch because you can.
He just won't move at all.
You can. Okay, we'll swap back because you can just watch the X-ray. Oh no, he's actually out of the code. All right, we'll sit it with Knight though. We'll see what Knight's going to do for this last minute. See if he's got any way into this.
Just out of curiosity, whose pick was first in this map? Who banned Clutch?
I would say. Oh, actually, that's a good point. Yeah, they both play Clutch. We'll check once this map's over. We'll have a look at the picks and bans game. We'll have a look.
Because I think the Slash champion is just a mistake. Simple as that. Because you're banning Clutch, but if they pick Clutch, then Athena is still good. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Tonight we'll get one towards the end, but
I just don't think Slash should ever be the first champion that you're picking in the set.
okay.
Full stop.
So I know Knight's always been a big fan of Slash. It's a champ that frequently gets banned. I guess obviously when you're playing best of 5, you obviously get those. There we go. Gets another kill. But 15 seconds. GG will go towards Salty.
Yeah, I just think that the champion pick, you're just giving your opponent the advantage. You know, tight set.
Yeah.
Just play even matchups. You know what I mean? Athena is, in my opinion,
the better
just
champ.
simply stronger. Yeah.
Yep. So that is map 1 going Salty's way, and both players hitting relatively well, but the LG there for Knight just not comparable to Salty's. Like, look at that LG from Salty.
Because you caught him out a lot of times. You know, he was sitting in good spots, and that's where Knight just needed to be a bit more patient. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, okay, he has the ascendancy on the map, but you're tucked.
Yeah.
But he's just jumping around the map. For that, where he lost the map was when he jumped for that top green. It's given him 9 armor, so he doesn't need it.
Exactly, doesn't give him anything extra.
And he's just making yourself vulnerable for no game.
Yeah. And he gets caught out, and then, yeah. Anyway, to answer your question before, so Knight was actually the one who banned Clutch. So
I find that a bit strange.
Yeah, because I think, Knight, obviously, look, it's obviously a respect ban, right? Because we know that Knight also really likes Clutch, so it's more, I guess, obviously he doesn't want to be playing against Salty's Clutch here, so.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, that's what he's thinking, I suppose.
Yeah, because there's no other reason why he would ban the Clutch. Because you think a player who likes Clutch, who's a big Clutch player, you wouldn't ban it.
Yeah, but my thinking is you're better off banning Athena, and you're planning to play Slash anyway. You know Salty's not going to pick Slash. You'll get Slash anyway. So you don't need to ban because your opponent's going to pick it. But, yeah, first map goes the way of Salty. You know, he played how he plays, you know, quite passive when it's quiet, and he's always getting first damage in those moments. So it just helps you a lot, especially in tense games. Because if you can get first damage in tense games, it's everything, you know what I mean?
Exactly. Oh, well, let's see going into Vale now, because that was also Knight's map pick, so Salty must feel good coming off the win with that one.
They're starting on CK, is that correct? It's not correct.
No, it should be Vale.
Yeah. Getting a bit
ahead of themselves.
Ahead of themselves, yeah. That tells me his head's not in the game as well, you know what I mean?
Yeah, little things he's not thinking right. So we're going to go back to lobby once this one boots up.
I made Salty laugh in the split that we just played because he said I can never remember the maps. and the champions that. I said usually in a best of 5 I can't. I only worry about the first 3.
Okay, you're right.
If you get a map on me, I'll go check.
Then-
You know what I mean? Before that, I'm not wasting my time remembering all 5.
Hey, you know, playing with confidence is good, right? So
Well, he plays with confidence as well. I like how he plays because he's certain in his style. That's how he's going to play,
Yeah.
and this is what I'm doing. You know
let's
what I
think,
mean?
right? Yeah, well, you plan to play 3, and then you've got a couple of backups if need be, right? So
Yeah, exactly. The old Death Knight and Scalebearer on Blood Covenant, map 5. So Vale, yeah.
all right, there we go. We're on the right map now.
I think generally speaking, Ranger would have the advantage, but I think Knight's Ranger isn't as strong as his Strog.
Okay.
So, yeah, we'll see.
That's interesting because Knight was the one who actually picked the Ranger. And
Yeah, like I said, I
first,
believe
so-
he picked that because he didn't want Salty to pick it.
True, true.
Yeah. This is an important map for Knight because if you go down this map 2-0,
It's
you
very
just had a
hard,
good
yeah.
set against Dan. It's easy to lose confidence, you know, because
Yeah.
you just almost got there,
yeah.
and now you're facing going out in 3. You know
Exactly,
what I mean?
yeah.
So this is a really important map. For,
And just the thing is, like, it feels like a big mountain to climb. If you come down, if you're already 2 down, you have to win the next 3, and you cannot make. It's effectively you've got to go now perfect.
yeah,
for the rest
in
of it.
a fairly even match. I think Knight is slightly, you know, proven to be the better
Yeah.
player, but you know, in a somewhat even match, going 2-0 down, it's not a death sentence, but it's very difficult to come
Yeah,
back.
exactly. You don't see it. You don't see reverse sweeps frequently in
No.
a best of 5.
Well, you don't see him full stop because most of the time, if you're better, you don't
Well,
go
that's-
down 2-0. You know what I mean?
Plan to play for 3, and then you got
Yeah,
2 backups.
Exactly. You're learning. We'll start on Knight.
All right.
Begins in 3, 2, 1, fight.
And getting this spawn over here by the heavy. Little machine gun damage. Interesting that goes in for the rock zone. Nice, actually just going to wait and just go straight in for rockets.
No, I think that's good. That's fine. You get your weapon when you know he goes through the teleporter. That's fine. So this is how Salty plays, though. He's just waiting, you know what I mean?
And
Good.
Knight knows about it, right? Like, he knows the style that Salty likes, so...
Yeah, that's a good rocket because even if it doesn't get damage, it got information. You know what I mean?
Salty, good amount of LG, though, in that peak, and Knight's going to come through. This will be his chance to get a great rail. He knows that Salty doesn't have that weapon, right? So he's got that weapon advantage. And he's actually going to push straight in. Knight was not ready to be so close, but does not matter. Gets that kill. First kill on the board for those 30 seconds for Knight, and now secures the LG as well. Both items up now. Can he actually get to both of them in time? He should be able to rocket jump back up. Now he's seen him. He knows.
Rocket jump?
Perfect rocket jump up and takes both items. First bit of control now going towards Knight in the first minute of this match.
No, I like how he played that because he jumped in with the rail because you know he's at the rocket launcher with range, and he hasn't got rail yet. If he's
Exactly.
got rail, then yeah, it's a different story, but he knew he didn't.
Exactly, you play your
So-
advantages and the fact that there's nothing that Salty can do at that range. So
And then got the orb with the Ranger rockets. Just, yeah, good frag. Can push forward for damage. Yeah, I like what he tried to do because then you push forward for damage and you got the green next to you after you get some damage, and then you can probably get both items. Oh, unlucky, he fucked it. Now he can die.
okay, I like the play, but if that worked out, that would have been a great way to steal them both. But almost.
Imagine
very
if Salty
almost.
just stayed up top of the teleporter and just killed him. Shot.
Nice rail there from Knight. And opted to get these vials as well.
I
It's
like
good
that
to-
as Ranger. I like that. yeah.
Exactly, get that orb up. That's such a crucial tool. It does so much damage.
Some champions, I think you're not as important. It depends what your opponent's playing as well. Because if your opponent's playing someone who always needs their ability like Clutch or Gleaner or these type
Yeah.
BJ, then you want to deny him as much as you want to get him for yourself. So I like what he's done. 1-0.
And Salty again just
This is
playing
how he plays. I like it though. I like it because you're making it hard.
Yeah, but the thing is, Knight, yeah, I think he's aware of it, right? Like, he knows the style, again, as I said. And he's not going to be just running through these corridors and just fall into these traps so easily.
I think if you're going to approach there, you need to approach at speed with spam down ahead of you. So that way, if he is peeking with LG, he's already getting destroyed by the time
Exactly,
he's
a
peeking
rocket
onto you.
before he can, yep.
If you're going to approach walking, it can be hard to get your spam right because even if you hit it, it's going to be close. Nice orb. Could teleport to it. No, he doesn't. Could go through, but probably better not to. So good play. Only problem is then you concede top map to your opponent, and he's still 100-100 here. So it's not like he can just kill him.
And again, he's going to go straight back here, pick up these time vials, and he's going to go underneath, yeah, and get the other two. So he's already got orb back, right? And
Yeah,
Salty's probably
nice.
not going to be ready for this. So he can potentially go in for another orb play. And that's one thing I think I like, again, I like about the Ranger Strog matchup. If you don't use the Strog enough, you're never picking up Iron Vials. So the Ranger's
exactly,
going to have orb,
exactly
and
right.
exactly like this. He's got orb back, and he used it 15 seconds ago. And again, same deal, he's orbing straight through, and he's going to be able to take both these items. A bit of damage from above. So that Knight rail was nice, and Knight will back out, but he's still in a good spot. Oh, that was scary.
I've done that before. I think everyone knows.
We've all done it at least once.
He's going to get the time shards again. But this is the problem with in this matchup, Strog and Pika, generally speaking. I like how he didn't go for the other two just in case Salty was peeking in at that time. So that was clever, yeah. But that's the problem in this matchup. It's you just don't get a chance to use your drone because it's too risky.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's one of the best abilities in the game, but against Ranger, it's just not.
Exactly, Ranger sort of removes it. And the thing is, right now, Knight's in a spot where he's just been controlling this map. Let's have a quick check while there's nothing happening. What are the items looking like? 1, 3, 6, 4. Okay, so it's a little bit more balanced than I thought, actually. But still, Knight definitely the one in control of this map.
I mean, I think that's a lot on this map. The red armor is important on this map.
Yeah.
You know, the Mega's 50 health most of the time anyway. It's good after the fight, but...
And the rock jumper here's Salty going up, but immediately just backing off. And Salty's playing this very, very defensively. Not taking these fights until it's a situation where he feels like he can, get the advantage early.
I think he should have gone for some damage before he's picking up Mega. It's giving you 25 health. Same story we talked about in the last game, you know what I mean? It's giving you 25 health and you're picking it up in a tense game. And now by the time you go fight him again, you've got the same amount of health you had before you picked up Mega.
Salty's doing really good in this fight, actually. A lot of damage in that rail, yet forces Knight away. He is just going to fall back here. Oh, another shot too. And again, huge amount of damage. And if Salty's ready for this, he's not actually going to come around and try and frag it, but it means that he's going to get Mega, and he can probably also get towards this heavy.
And this situation is all because he picked up the Mega. If he went towards the rail, put some pressure on him, hit a rail, hit 2 rails, then picked up Mega, he can't challenge red armor now.
And Knight's also now, he's just taken that rail, he's just taken everything out of that room, and there we go. Salty tying this back up, 1-1, halfway through.
And I know I'm harping on about it, but that was all because he picked up that Mega on 30 health, on 140 health. And split control now, which is good for Salty. You know, he can get this Mega and wait for the Mega, and then he's got time to press towards red. I don't think Knight will show up for this red anyway, but yeah, good play.
Salty's just going to stay on this high ground now.
Yeah, see, this is a funny one, because if you peek with rail and he comes through at the right timing, you're in trouble. But
and there we go. And Knight, oh, perfect. Right. I think Knight was just waiting for because I think he's got time on that arm. He was just waiting to do a rocket jump through, but then he orbited.
Yeah, but the one thing I will say is when you shoot that rocket, where else is it going? You know it's coming towards you.
Exactly.
Or you should.
And Knight getting a nice defensive shot.
Oh, I seen that coming.
Telefrag.
He had to get off it the second he wasn't pushing towards it. Yeah. I saw that coming a mile away.
You hate to see it, but...
And that was crucial too.
And yeah, look at that. That's immediately led into another frag here for Knight. And he's even going to go in for the spawn here. And
he's got it.
Dare I say, could we see a GG early maybe in this one? Oh, he's even going for spawn frag and he had it right, but the door's just closing on him.
I mean, I just don't think he needed to use the drone.
Yeah, I think he sort of had a pretty decent spot to be working with right. Knight still, Salty was in control for that fight. And then, oh, good shot from Knight and the rail combo as well. But
nice
Salty,
damage by LJ.
Yeah, and Knight's just not connecting with his shots, and Salty actually now wins that item. And there's still 15 seconds before this Mega comes up, and Knight is not looking healthy.
He's available still.
And he's actually just going to walk straight in. Salty, he drops down, so down, yeah, Knight's in position. It's not easy for Salty to get back up, and this will be Knight's Mega. And Salty's actually just flying through.
I don't mind this, because you're down, you know, I mean, you've got to do something.
Knight gets the rail. Oh, and the second one as well, and Salty just wanted to get that armor, and Knight don't hit the acid, that's going to hurt.
I think if you're not railable there, Salty, you can afford to shoot a rocket down there.
Yeah.
That way it forces him through. If you are railable, obviously you have to pick with rail, but yeah. Now Knight's in a really good spot.
Yeah, 4-1 up. We've got 3 minutes to go, and Salty is still not healthy, and Knight just playing out for the sound cues here, and Salty drops down, and the LG ready for Knight, and almost 13 health.
Surprised he got that kill because he had his shotgun out to begin with, but well done. Now if he just plays for a split control, he's in a really, really good spot. I like what Salty's doing though, he knows. Oh, what was that shotgun?
I don't know what that was.
Must have been shotgun, had to be.
Yeah, because it didn't explode. It had to be, yeah.
Well, if it's shotgun, you've got to kill. You have to frag.
Like, yeah. I think he's unlucky that it probably did because he was only on about, what, 60 health?
On the timing, I think Knight should have been aware that something was fishy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And we're going to see Knight here. Swapping out to shotgun, perfect weapon, and there we go.
That's about it.
Is that GG?
Not yet, but it's very hard from here.
No, Knight looks a lot more locked in, I think, this map than
Oh, that's important for him as well because, like I said, this is a really important map. Now you feel a lot more comfortable. You know, you're in the set.
And also, especially because the I believe the first map was Knight Knight's map.
Yeah,
so he
yeah,
lost his
exactly.
map, so it always feels good to come back, take your opponent's map pick back off them, and it puts you back into a good spot. And he's going to try and go down here for spawn frag.
I think when you're playing against good players, sometimes the map picks, it's not as
Not
important
as
as it is in
important, yeah.
other games, because they all know how to play like most of the maps anyway.
Unless you get the weird ones like Insomnia.
Yeah, but you got a ban already, so you know
That's
what I mean.
true.
If you didn't have the ban first, then yeah, picks matters. But when you got the ban first, it's not as big of a deal. That's GG. So yeah, well done by Knight. That was the important win, and yeah, come back. I think Salty had his chances. He'll be annoyed at that one because he
yeah.
let that one slip. I think. The problem that he had, that drone, it was just he didn't need to go on the drone.
100%,
And he should have been aware that he was about to get, if not Tally.
And that's the thing, I'll say, playing against the range, if you're drone, you have to be completely aware of where your opponent is and make sure that they've either A, don't have the orb up, or in a spot where they just can't get to you like that quickly.
Yeah, and once you see what you saw on the drone, just crash it immediately. You have
Yeah,
to. But
yeah.
he just stayed on it for a split second.
And that gave Knight the opportunity to get through. And
That was it to go. So,
and
yeah,
the
1-1.
GGs get called.
so well done by Knight, yeah, I've got to say, because it looked like he was, down a map and in trouble on the next map, and he's come back to
Yeah.
win it. So, and win it quite convincingly in the end. So, well done. What's the third map?
We are now moving on to the CK.
Now CK.
So yeah, now the one we were trying to skip one ahead before. So
yeah. BJ versus
BJ versus
Galena.
Galena. The Galena for Knight.
I still think Galena.
You think Galena?
I still think Galena.
Do you think Galena?
Oh no, sorry.
I was going to say, because you
Yeah,
were saying BJ
yeah,
before, I'm like,
yeah,
hang
yeah.
on a minute.
I still think BJ. But who's
Okay.
who?
Knight's got the Galena. Oh, that's stumped him.
Just because Salty's playing quite passive, and when someone's playing passive, Galena's a really good champion. If you're playing to your side, split
But
control.
mind you, this being a completely different map, right?
Yeah,
It's a map
exactly.
that you can be quite aggressive on. It can work very well. So
That's right, yeah. So, interesting, yeah. I still 3-2, I'm telling you.
3-2. All right, we're still on track.
I still think BJ, yeah, I really do, yeah.
Yeah, look, I could definitely see this one going either way. But these two are both really well matched up. Like we're seeing it right now, right?
Yeah, that's right.
It's a really good matchup, I think, these two. So
The funny thing is they both complain about each other's styles a bit. But I think stylistically, they play similarly, not same, but similarly.
So I think Knight is got a little bit more versatility now because obviously
he does,
used to be
yeah.
that very
Well,
defensive player, and he's sort of breaking out a bit more. He's like, we've definitely seen a lot more aggression coming out from Knight, but
No, it's
he
good.
can still definitely play that. It's good to have that. He's got the ability to fall back onto that play style. He's to have that very defensive if need be, which, as you said, Galena are quite defensive champions, so you can sort of just hang back with totems. And I think with the change totems, you can use them a little bit more aggressive too, right? But we'll see if he's going to go. We saw with Red playing before against Lucky, having the totems, just having that pocket mega, and I think Salty will have to be aware of that. If you get to the 3-minute mark and you've only destroyed 2 totems, you got to click in your head. It's like, where are they?
Well,
What's
people
happening?
always talk about the overstack, but I think just the fact that you've got 100 health somewhere on the map, even if you've only got 2 totems, that's a big deal too.
Exactly. Sure. If you come out of a fight with
Yeah,
1
exactly.
HP,
And then all of a sudden you're 100 health when they
Exactly.
and you got 30 armor, and they're trying to kill you still. But anyway, let's get into the
Exactly,
game. Start
yeah.
on Knight as Galena. Goes for the tri-bot first. I don't really like that because it means you can't get to rocket launcher, but it's gone lows and he's going to get to LG, which is good.
Tri-Bolt's on point, but just a little bit early. There we go. The second one gets the info, get a little bit of damage.
Yeah, the info is more important than the damage, but yeah, nice. This is where you should be looking for some damage with your tri-bolt and your plasma and shit, because you got that green there.
Dual wield comes out early, and it takes a lot of tri-bolt. And yeah, Knight actually, it feels like going back in after hitting that damage, but respects the dual wield in the end. And tri-bolt, again, I'm liking the use of the tri-bolt so far from Knight.
Nah, it's good. That's where having the weapon, it is important. Because it's an underrated weapon. People think they can just jump around the map. Look at all the damage
Yeah,
he's
but look,
getting.
let's quickly.
Just chipping away, you know what I mean? 150 damage.
Yeah, exactly. And all that's for free. Second totem is up, about a minute in.
This is the thing as Galena. It's fine when you're playing split control like this on your side of the map. You're working towards something. He's not really working towards anything. You know what I mean?
Exactly right, yeah. And when you're playing on the heavy side too, you can basically just walk back over there, you get that full mega heal, you've got the heavy, and you can come back out and you're...
I mean, heavy's better anyway.
And you're so ready for a fight, and
Nice LG.
dropping down a huge amount of LG. And look at Salty stack. Okay, yes, he's just picked up mega, but he's got, what, 1 overstack.
And this is what I was talking about. You get your damage on mega, you fall back to red, you're laughing now.
Exactly.
Split items, so you know when mega is. He doesn't.
Right, pushing in with the Jordan. Actually gets the ring out kill on the lava.
Should use his overstack once you get these health bubbles. I think you just want to use your overstack. Oh, yeah, now you lost it. Oh, no, you haven't got it yet. The reason you want to use it because you know you're going to fight for mega.
Right,
So
yeah.
just use it. You're not going to
And
just get Mega for free.
Salty's going to come over here. He's going to clear these away. Yeah, he actually destroys them, doesn't hit them, which is
Nice
good.
rocket
And
jump.
rocket jump straight up. Doesn't get any extra
Unlucky.
damage there, the LG. But it will be still his item. He won't be able to get back in time for heavy unless Salty actually does... No, Salty doesn't have time on this. So he's actually just going to leave, get that shard, and it will be a free heavy actually going over towards 9.
All right. Nice rocket.
Oh,
That's big.
beautiful defensive, yeah.
That's really important because now Knight has to be a bit careful playing top mid now.
Yeah, Knight no open,
Use
no
the
armor.
ability to
Just pick up
attack.
his
I don't
armor
mind
guard.
that actually. Oh, he didn't use it. I thought I said, oh, heard it. My bad. Oh, he did. No, he did use it.
Knight will have a totem up here in a couple of seconds. Mega is up, and that's a good rocket, but he's just going to use that as a chance to get away. Oh, nice LG from beneath.
So that's where you need to put your spam out for Knight. Like you're not sure you're holding
Shooting
LG
it,
out when he's coming from lowest. Just put a rocket down bottom mid. If it hits him 100, you can get red.
Exactly, yeah, you win that. And then here we go, push straight
Oh!
through. Oh, he hit the second one as well.
I said all before it even hit because I just
Was
knew.
that,
Yeah.
so is that good enough for you? And he
Yeah,
gets
that
the
was
kill.
beautiful, that was
There you
beautiful,
go. There you go. No, that is the biggest, best compliment.
Nah,
you
because
can
I've
get.
shot enough of them ones. I know the angle of
The
the barrel.
angle.
That's all I need to knew it was
No.
hitting. Before he even clicked, I knew it was hitting.
I just needed to get the kill from
That
him.
was
That would have
beautiful.
been the best
yeah,
kill.
That was beautiful. Yeah, that's what you hate it when you don't kill.
Yeah.
I mean, you finish with LG, but it's just not as nice.
No, it doesn't have the style anymore.
But that was still beautiful and nice.
Yeah,
Huge
good
kill.
damage though. You get 200 and even gets the totem there as well. A little bit of Tribalt too. And stack's pretty even here. You got to be careful though. The HMG will take 100 health off in no time. So falls back, gets that heavy. Salty getting an upshot, and the jewel comes out, and the totem as well.
Oh!
And walks straight on
What
top of
happened then? The totem.
I think the totem bursted him down, and the one more LG cell actually got the kill.
Can the totem heal you and deal damage at the same time? I don't think so.
Good question. No,
I don't think it
no,
can.
I don't think it can because I think it dies before it can heal
But
you.
what if it's literally the same time?
I think it always dies. If it's on you, I think it dies before it can heal you. I think it'll deal damage before it heals.
Better go test that after, I reckon.
Might have to. Anyway, 3-0 right now. Knight not healthy.
But see, it's not too bad as Gleaner because you can grab this health bubble.
And Salty has just picked up another direct. Does
Nice
good
meeting.
damage, but... And Salty survived on sub 25 HP.
So it's good to see Knight hitting these mids because he's not really known for that. So I like it. Because he's lifting his crosshair, it's good.
He took your advice. Oh, the LG 3 HP.
Yeah,
We'll
Salty's
get that
in trouble.
passive back up
Knight
to
was walking
25,
around the
but-
other way. I like that. I think he knows. I'm pretty sure he knows.
He's going to shoot. Then Salty's got no rockets. If Knight comes around this corner, we're going to get a click of death.
I mean, as Salty, I think you have to move at that stage. And if he's still there making no noise,
Yeah.
shake his hand too good. That's what I
Oh,
was saying.
straight into the totem, and then the LG immediately from Knight. And
Yeah, now he's looking good. So again, this is where I don't think you pick up Mega. This is good. I like what he's doing here. Like, get some information, clear the map, and then go for your Mega.
yeah, he gets that MG.
Now,
He's even gonna
this
go-
is what he hadn't had in his game when in previous times. I've been trying to, when I've been telling him some tips, I've been trying to focus this into him. This is good, because now you can go to red armor, you know when Mega is, he doesn't have a clue, and you looked for damage. Okay, you didn't get any, but
You tried,
sometimes
exactly.
you did. Sometimes
and the
you
thing,
do.
if you find him, right, then you get that. You can get a kill
Exactly.
off, or you know, even if the fight goes bad, you can fall back onto your
No,
item.
exactly, so it's just good play. I think probably have to use LG on the way down there, just in case.
Jewel's coming out pretty much just as a defensive tool right here. And Knight rocket jumping up, taking the high
Nice
ground.
rocket jump.
Totem will go out on towards the Mega. So if Salty wants to drop on that, he's got to clear that. And the LG Jewel will come out. Oh,
Good
big damage from Knight. He's just going to keep aggressing here. Yes, Mega is up. He's got the totem as well, but he doesn't need it right now. Going to try and keep the aggression on. For anyone spectating, he couldn't actually see him. He doesn't have that outline. He's just reading. He knows exactly where he'd be going. And this bit of delay in this fight has actually meant that Salty's free to go get that item. Nice LG from below. And Knight will finally fall back and take this major item. And Salty will have probably seen that too, so he's going to know roughly about the time of that Mega as well as the Heavy.
Knight's still looking pretty good. 15 seconds to his next totem as well. Like to see him push for some damage here before he goes to red armor. Just got to be careful that he doesn't steal it. Yeah, this is where when you hear him jumping lows, you need to be putting your rockets down, not LG.
Knight messing up that movement. He doesn't get up the high ground. He's trying to avoid the...
Beautiful,
the Jewel
beautiful.
comes out flying
Yeah,
around
beautiful,
the corner.
beautiful.
A huge amount of damage from Salty. Hits every cell. Good kill from him, bringing this back to a 2-frag game. He's going to try and keep this pressure on here. Knight, he's just running. He's got that totem there. Salty has seen it. Yep, he's going to clear that before he runs into it.
Screen up, yeah. This is important because now he can challenge this red armor. All right.
Okay, free item for him. Knight hanging around the other side. He's going to go for a damage through this. Machine gun out. A big amount of damage from the machine gun and pushing in with the LG.
I like that because you're going for damage. You know you can get some damage down before Mega. So it's good. So this is looking tough for Salty now. He's got his dual wield again though. They're going to fight over this red armor. I don't mind if Knight concedes this red armor. Reason being is because he hasn't got that good of a stack. Similar stacks.
And Salty is going to play quiet, wait for it to come up. And again, Knight's just doing the same sort of play here, but dual wield comes out. Oh, great defensive rocket though from Knight, forces him off. And it's going to come out with the dual wield still, but Knight's going to get that mega. And he will escape. And that lower 50 shot, I believe, should be up any second.
I think the lower one's before red armor. Destroys the totem. Yeah, so he can challenge this red, but he's got to go now. He chooses not to. That's not bad. The only problem is you're leaving it a little late now, you know what I mean?
I'll say time is starting to become a factor, right? We've got 2.5 minutes left of this map. It's, yes, only 2 kills. That can vary, you know, you can get 2 kills super quick, and he's going to try this again. This sort of little trap play. Takes it out, and Knight probably wasn't ready for it to be so close. Does always steal away the mega. Totem's gone as well. Salty so far though stuck on this high ground. He needs to be a little careful trying to get out, trying to bait him with a sound cue. And good amount of damage coming out from Knight. There's only the 25 to pick up there. No armor yet. Should be up, and he grabs. Now he's going to run for
armor. He can frag here.
Dual wield out, and Knight, yeah, I like from Knight how he just immediately tries to get away. The defensive rocket was good. Chasing this corridor can be so difficult when your opponent's got rockets out, and the LG is out for Salty. You cannot keep pushing. Even though Knight's low, doesn't have the weapons there. He could have potentially gone for a shotgun, but it's just too risky when you've got rockets raining down through a doorway like that.
I think maybe once he got into the archway, just concede that fight didn't go as you thought, and then maintain your chance. It's very difficult now because he's on the red armor side as well, you know what I mean?
Exactly, especially with the time. He needs to be careful, right? If you get yourself in a bad position now and lose a frag at this point in the game and let your opponent get into control, there's almost no way for him to get back and get into this game. And Knight's just doing good damage in these fights. Salty's still just trying to find an opening where he can come through and get this frag that he needs. Good tri-bolt coming in there from Knight. Armor, again, the biggest problem for Salty. And Knight's caught him out in this room here. The LG is strong and cleans it up, and 5-2 now, and the GGs have been called.
I think that was going to be GG anyway, because he was going to spawn at the
yeah, spawn over near in the
rockets.
Yeah,
and then he's just
exactly. It's a common spawn on that. It's so hard once you get killed there. So that is going to be a second map.
This next map, Deep Embrace.
Going to Knight.
Doomslayer, Saw Leg.
So after a bad start from Knight, now on match point.
Now that was a good game by him again because you know, Salty had his chances, but then, you know, Knight asserted his dominance at the right time and then rode that to the rest of the match. I still reckon BJ though.
Yeah?
I just don't think he quite... It was the moment top... Do you remember the moment top mid when he used his ability, but then he didn't get in because the rocket knocked him away?
Yeah, yep.
That was where he if he got a good pin
if
on...
he got in there, yeah,
he was laughing. Yeah.
That's the thing, Knight was just doing really good defensive damage.
Well, his rockets were especially good that game, for, you know, especially for him because he's not known for his rocket launcher.
Yeah.
So, no, that midi was huge. I knew that was hitting before it even clicked. I'm not even shitting. I knew it was hitting before. That's why I went, oh, before it had even hit.
I think it's so lucky A that doesn't get that kill or B that doesn't like ring him out or something. Like surely, like come on.
Yeah, it was a bit strange it didn't ring him out because he was pretty high up in the air.
Yeah, I would have thought there would have been enough, but alas, we did not get the spectacle we wanted. But either way, well played by Knight.
Imagine if he peaked again and hit him again.
Oh,
I don't reckon he would have had time, but maybe.
No, mate. If he went a bit further back, maybe.
Do you remember that kill Fraze got against Dander King above the mega? You were casting it.
On
CK,
yes,
it was kind of like that.
Yes, I do remember.
Different angle, of course, but it was kind of like that.
So, yeah.
Like anyone who plays Quake knows how hard that rocket is to hit.
Yeah. It's the greatest feeling too. You know, when you hit that shot, it's just like, oh, it feels fantastic. All right.
Yeah, so Doomslayer versus Solag.
Let's start over here on Salty.
See where he goes. I like grabbing this frame. This is what I do as well. This one's good because then you get
Yeah, you get max overstack here from this heavy bar.
Good speed by Knight too.
Yeah, Knight just immediately going straight over that rail. Not only that, it's denied.
Oh, he left mega, of course. Yeah, left mega, of course. Yeah.
Oh, true. Yep.
I was going to say, how fast is this guy? But yeah. But this is where it's good for him because against the tanks especially, you want hit scan weapons. You know what I mean? And Salty hasn't got any.
Does finally get that LG now, which
nice position by Knight.
We've seen him use this LG, so yeah.
But good patience by Salty, understanding the situation. You can't peek and get railed here.
Thing is, though, Salty, well, he should know that the Mega wasn't picked up, right, with speed initially off the start. So the question is he going to
Well, it
obviously...
fooled me, and it fooled you,
well,
mate.
true, but it looks like he does know, right? He's smarter than us, apparently. He's waiting over here, but the thing is, Knight's got this high ground position, but no, he looks back for 1 second, and he will get away taking
I
that
wonder if
Mega.
that was the Doom quiet that he didn't hear any movement,
Maybe.
because it sounded like he should have been able to hear him drop towards the Mega.
And the drop down here, the machine gun out. Knight just pushes through with the LG. Those 225 saving his life almost, and
Knight's got to be careful here because he thinks that Salty's ready to frag, but he's not.
ooh, almost. If he had rail there, could have been got a nice chunk of damage. But that's the thing, Salty's still been stuck on this side of the map ever since Knight came over there and stole railgun. And it looks like he's finally had enough, and he decided, yes, it's my turn to get over here. Uses the Berserk, such quick movement with it.
Well, he
and
should
you
have
can-
used the Berserk at the start of the game because you're not in a position to get any damage onto him anyway.
True, and you can just
So
yeah.
if I'm Doomslayer, I use the Berserk, grab the green, and then go to rail because you're
Rail.
there way faster. And then you would have been the one cutting him off. You know what I mean?
Direct coming out from Salty, but the rail in return from Knight. So we're pretty even on that. That lower shard does come back up, so he gets a reasonable amount back, but Knight catches him up top ground. This is a really bad spot to be in. 30 HP
Good
stuck
spit
in this
too,
shotgun.
nice spit. So for me, yeah, once he shot the spit, he should have just moved around the
Immediately
right
going
side
in.
because you know he can't get across it.
Exactly, can't get out. We should be on.
So well done by Knight. I like pushing it up the center map here, get some damage. As a tank, when you can collect all 200 armor, this is fine. But this is the problem when you don't get damage before you pick up red. Then he can get his damage on you and push back.
Oh, Knight catching him out there. So a little bit of a delay, and
Nice.
Salty
Yeah,
thought
I
it was
like how
safe to-
I like that. That was good. So he's looking pretty now, 2-0.
Yeah, he might be able to catch him out, but no, Salty smart, does not want to take that engagement. A full stacked Lizard with all the weaponry, denying the armor shard even as well.
Get onto the red now, this is good.
Almost
Peek
had
for
the
some
timing.
damage.
And
I like looking for some damage until you hear something or get information.
there we go. That's good, 70 damage there from those two rockets.
Yeah, and it makes a big difference because now he's only 100 when you flush the map, and you're fucking 350 health, you know?
Yeah,
that,
so-
that 50 damage, it helps you so much.
And now he's just going to push through. The question is, can he find him in time? Salty's playing quiet. And that's what Salty can do quite well sometimes. The missed rail's unfortunate, but Mega picked up, and this is a scary moment. There's no armor still, and
Well, that
he
spot.
doesn't get seen.
Hey, so in there,
he
oh,
sees the
imagine,
foot.
imagine if he hit that shot.
Salty does actually get a little bit of damage off there, which is nice from him, but it's not going to mean much because it's all like, yeah, this speed is just flying around the map. You're going to go straight back up. And get
I
the
like
champion.
this. This is good. This is what he hadn't been doing in his game because you get that damage, then you can get red and flush Mega. Now, unfortunately, he got knocked off, so he's going to be a little slow for Mega. But yeah, I like the idea. It's just
He's
good
actually
play.
going to probably be able to contest with this. He's going to throw the spit down. The rocket's
Still
coming
think he
from
can come
above,
back for it. I don't think he had to give this up.
and he will be able to get damage off here. He's not going to give it up completely. And
Oh, no,
huge.
beautiful.
Oh, wow. Beautiful swap. And
I'm
the
surprised he
combo
was in
kill.
range then. That was beautiful.
Must have been the absolute limit of the LG range. I think he was on there. And the rail doesn't connect. But he's in position here again. He's playing on this side of the map. He's playing it well. Gets that extra LG and the rocket jump up. And Salty double jumping through into the LG. And the shotgun
Oh, how
actually
did he not
doesn't
die?
kill. What health
Oh,
is
it was strong.
Oh, he's a lot healthier than
Yeah, I
we
thought LG was a bit... I don't think he hit that strong of LG either. But he's still... Knight's still alright. He's still 3-1, you know what I mean? But Salty needs to get some damage with this railgun. So Knight's doing a good job just rooting around in the Mega.
Oh, good first rocket. The LG, though, from the beneath is really nice. And Salty, not healthy as heavy, will be up. Tell
Oh,
the
good
tri-ball.
beautiful.
Beautiful
Now-
damage. And he's going to try and push in here.
Yeah, I think you can try and get... Or at least if you're not pushing in, you can at least go get red armor. Yeah.
He's got heaps of time as well to get back towards this Mega. So he's got control now of his map. Salty, again, in a situation where he's just sort of forced to this lower section. We've seen him so much sitting down on this part of the map.
I think against the tank there, Salty can actually fight because he's only 100 crossing the map.
Yeah.
It's not like he's really strong. But chose not to fight, which is fine. I think he could have pushed in there as well with LG.
He's playing the guy, just wants to get one of the traps. And, like, I think Knight realizes somewhere around, but just not 100% sure which angle. Throwing the spit out.
Generally
to keep it safe.
speaking, when you're against tanks, you don't want to use rockets because they're almost as hard to hit as the lights, whereas the
Hit scans here.
hit scans is a lot easier.
Yeah. And using the Berserk, he's pretty much just using it here just to escape. Like, he's taking as much damage as picked up, and a beautiful rail there from, like, going up the bounce pad, and even going to go in for the spawn.
Nice.
He even delays this Mega
I
here.
think he probably would have been better off going top mid because now you haven't. If he gets to Mega, you can still kill him and go get red armor. But this is fine. Probably, yeah, this is good. If you get damage now, this is good. Won't want to give up this red armor, but that's the problem. But now he got onto the red armor, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so he's actually given
He's
up
got his
both
chance
his major
now.
items. Mind you, though, he's given up both those items, but Salty hasn't really gained any overstack from that, right? He's only basically 100-100.
Yeah.
So he's not too far behind.
But the thing is, you need to sometimes it can be hard against the tanks. You're too much thinking about their health, but their health's not really worth as much as a medium or a light because it's easy to take away.
Exactly, yeah.
Not with Rail, but with LG mostly.
So Spitz come back out and just trying to deny the position. And so I was just going to use this opportunity to just fly past Knight. He's going to deny that armor shot and he's going to head straight over towards Heavy. This time he's not going to allow both of them. This time they're both perfectly split.
That's good for Knight because, you know, split control at this point in time. He's got a lead. He's got a good stack. That's fine.
And the thing is, it can be hard to spawn frag the Heavies as well, right? Like, if you're playing against a Light, yeah, you one rail and they're crippled and that's it. You push them and kill them. But one rail against a Heavy, they've still got, you know, you can still fight. All they need is just one weapon. But that was a beautiful rocket there. So he's going to push straight in. The LG is good from both, but Salty's the one who will get the kill. Heavy will still be a few seconds off, and as I said, like, Knight's healthy here. Salty not doing great. We'll get that 50 shot, and he's actually going to give up this Heavy side. But beautiful rail.
He's going for Mega, but why? You just hit this rail,
and yeah,
and he's out in the open with no weapon to hurt you, and you're running away.
He needs to try and come through here, and Heavy's been gone,
and this is what happens. Now you got to work for your kill. That's just that's not good enough.
Does get the rail, but Knight returning one of his own. Salty now with no armor, and this top shot won't be up for 10 seconds.
Oh, that was unlucky. Did you get hit by a rail or shotgun?
Must be a shotgun because he was only on. He didn't have much armor to begin with.
And this is the thing. Now your opponent's got good stack, every weapon running around the map, and it's all because you ran away to Mega for a Mega you didn't need.
Gets this Mega here though, which he did need, and he berserks out, and the LG though, Knight just burning down that stack, and right now it just feels like Salty's not able to return any of the damage that Knight's putting out. He's basically just playing on this map just to survive.
Shot.
Good rail to begin with, but unfortunately Knight returns one. He's railable, needs to get out of
Shot.
here, and
that's
good
always a hard
shot
shot to
from
hit.
Knight.
Nice. It'd be hard to lose from here, to be honest.
Knight doing a good job too there. I like how he just goes back and grabs the ammo, right? He was pretty low on rail and LG.
Good. And you just sort of relax. So honestly, I'll just wait there, like wait as long as he wants. Because then the items are coming up, you know, the red armor's coming up again. Nice try. Good pace though. Now he's on the other side of the map with a good stack. And Knight, Salty can't really do anything about him here.
Exactly, he can pretty much defend this position. He's got rock shot and
he
even
missed
the double jump.
I think he was in trouble anyway.
Oh, good damage from beneath.
Yeah, I hate this thing on this map.
I always shoot myself if I'm trying to shoot through this. I just don't bother.
You're better off being below. It's just crazy.
And the rail coming through, but the LG is doing huge amount of damage to the rockets, and 9 HP. Knight will survive, and look, it's not over on this map. It's definitely a map we can do, and Knight's not healthy. So it takes a little bit more here. He's surviving on. There we go.
Important by Salty. He needed that.
He needs to try and be able to get some damage off here quickly.
He's got time to get this and then get back to red, but he needs to challenge this red armor. If Knight gets this red armor, it's all over. Jump up. He's got to attack this.
Oh, the rail though from Knight forces back, even the spin as well, and does get it, but he's taking damage for open Knight. He's able to force himself back, but look, there's only a minute 20 to go. We need 3 frags. This is so hard against a Heavy. Just delaying the spawns alone is going to make this hard.
Oh,
shotgun,
shotgun.
Oh, the rockets. And that will be GG.
That is probably GG, yeah. It is GG.
GGs have been called, and it will go to 9.
No, well done, Mono. He played well that game because, you know, especially against the tank, you always got to be careful because you lose your stack a lot. But he played well. He plonked himself on red armor with a big stack. Another guy can't push in because you got the weapons. You know
Exactly.
what I mean?
Yep.
Salty lost that game when he left rocket launcher.
Yeah.
But I don't know what that was. That was horrible. So
Look, yeah, I think look, Knight, he just played that really well in the end, and so look, the Solag actually worked out quite well for him. Like, it's another Solag's a champ that I know he sort of likes, and you know,
Rafa picks it a lot even on this map. So you know, it must be pretty good.
There's something to it, yeah.
Yeah, that was where he lost that game. Because especially because you've been struggling for your damage all game. He gives you some easy damage, and you just run away.
Yeah, so
it was bizarre.
A few little misplays here and there, but look, overall, I think Knight was just playing the better player overall.
Knight was the better player in that series, especially because on 2 of the maps he was in trouble, and he still won.
Yeah.
Even after he lost the first map, so that's not easy to do.
And that's the thing, that shows you, you know, how good a player can be when they've got pressure on them, they're fought from behind, you know, they're little stack, whatever, and they can still make these plays work.
I think his LG was the difference. His LG is just really nice.
Yeah.
It's like holds it nice and still, just hitting
shots, yeah.
And he hit a few good rockets. Even in that last game then, he killed him with the rocket launcher when he switched from the rail to the rocket launcher in the little cuddy there. And he hit him and killed him in 2 instantly. So just, his rockets were quite strong that series as well.
Yeah, you can actually look here, Knight hitting 46 for LG to Salty's 40 playing the
tank.
Playing the tank, so
I mean, Doom is kind of easy to hit with LG, generally speaking, but not as easy as Solag.
Exactly, yeah.
So, well done tonight. He did well that game, especially because that was a set that you can only lose. You know what I mean? In his mind, you know
exactly.
what I mean?
Yeah.
So no, well done.
All right, let's get Knight up here. So we shall be back shortly. We'll have a quick interview with Knight. And here we are. Knight, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well played. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. Feeling good. That was what I needed.
First thing I'm going to say is that double rocket.
Which double rocket? Oh, the midi.
Come
the
on,
midi.
come on. You know where we're talking. Yeah.
Lifted the crosshair.
Exactly,
Yeah,
mate.
yeah.
I said I knew it was hitting before you even clicked, just from the rocket movement.
Yeah.
It was just beautiful. Yeah, it was a nice kill, and unfortunately it didn't frag.
Yeah.
But
Still
you
a
still
nice shot.
you still got it. Oh, it's a beautiful rocket. You know, then that is never easy to hit that rocket, and it was just in the middle of midair, and it was an important time in the map too, and that adds to it because. You know, the map was there for the taking at that point in time, and then that got you the kill that got you in the map. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So let's go back to the first map. So Salty taking down map 1, your map pick. What did you adjust after that to sort of come back into the next match?
Look, that was a scary one, honestly, because
Yeah.
Blood Cove I felt was sort of the freebie map of the series.
Right.
I
Okay.
think. With the way he plays, you know, he doesn't play Blood Cove too much. Doesn't normally play the lights.
Yeah.
He played the Athena well. Was pretty shaky, pretty nervous because this is one I really wanted to win.
So coming into
especially-
that, then you were sort of a bit not sure about the
Yeah,
rest of it
I
after
was
that.
thinking,
Okay.
I was thinking like, oh, am I just going out 5th, 6th?
Yeah. Okay.
But no, I then just sort of tried to reset to play my game. Ended up working out well.
Right. Okay.
No, I think that was the highlight of the series for me because you lost the first map and you didn't really lose the first map. It wasn't really that close of a map.
No, it wasn't.
And then he had the ascendancy and the lead on the next map, and then you still won.
Yeah.
That's not easy to do because, especially if it's a guy, obviously you've got a winning record against him, but it's a guy you have lost to before. You're thinking, oh, it's happening again.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I lost to him yesterday.
Exactly.
I lost to him, split 1, split 2 and 3. I beat him.
But
he wasn't playing a series.
Exactly, and then you're thinking it's happening again.
Yeah,
I've had that myself against some players who just beat you before. It's happening again, and then you lose a bit of confidence.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Oh, definitely.
So did that actually come into play coming back into this? You're thinking, okay, day 1 didn't go so well against him, and then you're thinking, oh, okay, did you adjust it? So after playing day 1 and losing against him, did that sort of teach you anything about maybe style or how he'd been playing that helped you out today?
Yeah, I mean, I sort of knew the style he wanted to play. He likes, versus me specifically, he likes to just play that silent game. He's nowhere on the map. His timing is very good as well, which is normally my strength, I feel. But yeah, I think let a few things slip. Was a bit more aggressive at times where normally versus me he'd be quiet, and I think that let me just sort of punish.
Yeah, okay.
Push the advantages I was making.
So then let's. I just want to skip over to the deep embrace soul egg pick on there. How are you? So it's not the most common pick. Like, I know you do sort of like a bit of soul egg, but
yeah, I like the Sorlag. I think especially I sort of liked it before. I think just good movement, good stack.
Right. And on deep embrace in particular, is that a?
No, that's not what I'd normally pick.
No,
I think there weren't later in the series weren't many options. I think Nyx was up, but if I go Nyx, I don't want him to go heavy because I feel like that heavy, especially on deep where spawn fragging is so important. I think I just want that stack, especially if there's a close frag, I want to go for the refrag. If I get fragged, I don't want him to have a stack advantage on me, sort of thing. So I think that was the main idea with that, and I think the spit also let me deny some areas a few times.
We saw one time where by the shotgun there you had him about 30, 40 HP, and then just have to spit down on one, you can go for the other side, and exactly, it's a free kill guaranteed sort of thing. So
yeah, no, I think that worked well.
Yeah. Anything else you want to add, Cam?
I liked how you were. The biggest example of it was on CK when the Mega's up and you're pushing for damage or information instead of picking up the Mega on 130 health or whatever. That's really important to add to your game, and I like that you've been doing that because I know in the past you hadn't been. So it's just good because sometimes you catch them out. Okay, in that instance you didn't actually get any damage or really any information, but you're looking for it. So I thought that was really good in the series. like I said, the biggest thing was you're down 1-0 and you looked in trouble on the next map and then you still win. Yeah, that's not easy to do ever. So, yeah.
I think looking for that sort of damage and information before my item is really important, especially versus Salty, because he likes to go quiet.
Exactly, that's-
so I've got to get some
Get the
info where he
information,
is, and then I can either push my advantage or fall back to my item.
Yeah, that's what I tried to tell to a lot of guys who asked me, how do you play against a guy like that? And I said it's actually more important to flush the map against those kind of guys than it is against someone who's playing aggressive, because someone who's playing aggressive, you don't need to flush the map. They're
You
going
know
to
where
come
they
to
are.
you. They're coming to you, you know what I mean? Whereas someone who's not coming to you, you need to get that damage on them before they can get tucked.
Yep,
Or
100%.
at least the information that this is where he's tucked. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, well, we're going to keep going from there. So congratulations again, top 4.
Thank you very much.
So moving on to play Red Oxide now. So how are you feeling on that?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I think he's been playing playing well this weekend.
Yep.
Definitely sort of above what he's normally been doing online. I think
He needed
think I
1
tore
ping,
it.
not 5.
Exactly, yeah.
there we go.
Anyway, yeah, so congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you again soon on stream. So,
See you soon.
and we're just going to go for a quick 5-minute break, and then we shall be back shortly. And it's only a short break. We are right back into this.
Lower bracket semi-final.
Exciting. Exciting.
Red
We're getting
and Knight.
top four. Top four.
Who would have predicted that we would have Redoxide still on the stage at this point yesterday with what we were seeing in the group stages?
Look, I was hopeful, right? You know, he's can play some amazing games, and we've seen it throughout other splits, right?
Yeah.
And it's, even if it has been rough, he's been showing that he is. And as we said, as Sam was saying the other day, right? Some people were questioning, like, should he even be in top 8? And well, now he's in top 4, playing for top 3. So I think he well and truly has earned his position here today. So
definitely shut up the naysayers. I'd say
100%,
that.
100%. Yep. Right, so we're pretty much ready to jump straight into this one. So
As soon as they're ready, we're ready.
we're going to get some picks and bands up to have a quick look at what we're going to be seeing. And we're going to be seeing a clutch, Dazbok.
A clutch. Have we actually had a clutch appear on stream at all over the last two days?
I think we had one, maybe one, I think.
Maybe
yeah, don't quote me, maybe one. But let's have a look. So
and that's a Knight pick for the clutch.
So it's
as
CK.
well.
Can you guess the champions for the first map? Oh, what could it possibly be for the
There's
first
going
map?
to be Athena and Anarchy, isn't it? No?
No.
No? Okay.
Everyone in the crowd could probably guess what it's going to be. Ranger Strog. What a
Ranger
surprise
Strog.
there. Wow. Okay,
And
so
Redoxide got the Ranger, and he'll always take the Ranger, so
yeah,
no
100%.
surprise there.
Yeah, so we saw the actually we saw the BJ ban from Knight, and I bet you that was because he wanted that clutch on Awoken. That's what he was doing here, and that's why that ban came out. So then we see the Visor clutch. That's going to be a really hard matchup for Red. I'm not going to lie. That's going to be so tough.
Yeah, with the shield coming from the clutch there.
And Visor offers nothing against it.
No.
He's gonna you're gonna sight, and you're just gonna have this fridge fly face that's got a shield up, and it's like you can see it through walls, and then you can see it around the corner, and that's where it ends. You're gonna die.
I just love the fact that we've progressed from calling clutch a Nissan Skyline to it's now just a fridge.
Just a fridge, flying fridge, and then right. So yeah, I think that definitely goes Knight's way. I reckon. I don't see a way that.
No way that goes any way other than Knights. Although,
Mind
with
you,
the
look,
way Red's been playing, maybe there is something special that he's going to pull out and surprise us with.
Look, he has been playing phenomenally well. So look, let's not count him out.
No.
But I think definitely in favor that does go in the way of Knight with the clutch. Map 3, we get another Galena Eisen on Veil.
And that is one where I'll definitely give the pick more to Redoxide for that one. The
Yeah.
Galena's just been a strong champ on LAN all weekend.
Yeah, look, we've seen a lot of great Galena, and it'll be interesting to see how it's a different map, right? We haven't seen it on Veil really that much, so
No.
it's going to be a bit different. Normally, it's been on the CK probably.
Yeah. It's a good,
or
it's
on
a
the
good
Ruins, or-
counter to the typical Eisen that you see on Veil in any case.
Well, yes, there's definitely places you can chuck totems down on that map. But anyway, we've gone to CK, so let's talk about CK. So,
CK.
Ranger Struggle. Look, we've seen Red in particular, right, play against that matchup, the Ranger,
Time and time again.
against the Strog, and I think he beat Salty earlier on,
Yep.
I believe, in that matchup. So.
We need Kama's memory here for some.
Yeah, he remembers all this stuff. I barely remember the previous map score.
Now, normally CK is that fast-paced matchup. This entire weekend I've been wrong about that. Let's see what these guys actually make of it. Starting on Knight, he's going to get himself the heavy armor spawn. Redoxide's got himself the Mega, and we're going to see if do you reckon we're going to see some of that lightning gun denial play?
Well, right now it's not going to work out too much because Knight has just blown himself straight through in there, and he's just going to come back out the side. He wants Rocket still as well, and look, he's done a really good job, and he's just picked up every single weapon right now on the map, right? So he's got everything he needs really early on.
Tri-bolt railgun, essentially. Not really coming in for much, but here we are. We've got the exchange of heavy machine gun fire. It's just melting both sides. Knight coming out the worst for wear from that. Redoxide with the orb play. And Knight.
I'm surprised there's no death there.
No,
but mind
he was
you,
smart enough to back away. Redoxide just follows back though.
A little bit
cells.
too long in that room, right? That's the problem.
And Redoxide came out pretty healthy. Floats Knight up through the window. And he's just looking
the
to finish
rocket
off
there
this
from
frame.
Knight, though. That was a really great defensive rocket. And even Rocket jumping through, he's going to catch him out midair. And Knight was not prepared for that, but the rocket against
Almost
the wall.
a mutual.
8 HP, and he's going to push straight in, but you're going to get taken by Nails. There's no way you can get that kill there. What is going on here? This is just chaos for a moment here. We've got 1 minute in. We've got 3 frags in. Knight getting that last frag. He's going to push in now towards the heavy. The defensive rocket coming out from Red pushes him back. Knight now, not a huge amount of health. He cannot take another fight. He gets this 5th shot here. The defensive rocket gets a little bit of information, so he knows roughly when Rocket is. And rocket jumping, I like that. Just wants to get out of there, away from there quickly.
And they're backing off from each other, giving each other space to breathe, space for you to breathe, mate. That's that was a minute and a half that we're not going to get back, and I'm glad that we lost it. That was, the push into the nail gun room was questionable, especially with only 20-odd HP.
Yeah, because they shouldn't. That's a pretty common sort of spawn right there. Like, I know he wasn't quite in the normal sort of spawn force.
LGs are exchanged.
He comes out with the orb. Oh, I think the orb clipped the edge of the ledge. He didn't get down onto the ground, and that's pretty much saved Knight's life. Stack's pretty even here, but that armor shot's going to really work out in favor of Knight. Tribolt, good damage. Red Oxide is not healthy up there, and he's going to drop down. He did not here. Knight go down that side underneath. 2-2, tying us back up. Red going to go straight over towards Rocket's. Knight staying around this LG position. He's going to run straight out here. The great defensive first shot from Red, but Knight with the LG, massive amounts of damage, down to 100 health for Red. Knight with a massive stack to work with. The rocket boost.
Rocket jump? Rocket boost, we're calling it. I mean, it looked like a bit of a movement blunder, but it worked for him there, as he's just going to be flying through the map. He's in pretty good control right now, and he's just trying to cut Red off from getting any of the tools that he needs to get things happening. Denial of the small armors. That's the play of the day, as he's going back on the hunt. The move over towards the heavy is going to give Red a chance to pick himself up a lightning gun. As, yeah, both players are backing off again.
We're going to have maybe a little piece of quiet now, try and just, again,
you say that,
get things going.
Take a look what's happening here. The walk's coming out. Who's going to notice? Who's there first?
Oh, and he sees it, but looks
he
away.
Looks the wrong way. Red gets off more damage in that fight, but the stack that Knight has helps. Goes up the jump pad, takes a ton of shaft for his trouble, and now he's on the run. Knight can smell blood, gets in with the shaft, and there we are, 4-2. And he's extending that lead just a little bit more.
One frag at a time. It's still early, and probably going to get another one here. Red's got to get away from here. The Pika coming out as well. Great amount of damage. It pushes him down. The shotgun will clean this up. He's actually going to let him live.
Yeah, the shotgun was doing no damage. You don't want to risk, you know, dropping a frag due to random chance there.
He's on 10 HP. You can't let him stay alive here. Look, he drops down. See, the thing is, he took a full, almost 100 shotgun there because he let him live. So it's put him into a rough spot, actually, because he's got no armor to work with. Red Oxide, if he can get the guns real quick. Knight's even going to rocket jump up. He gets a little bit of nail spam. Does get that 50 shot over there. Knight. Nice movement from him. He's going to get both these two 50 shots. But the thing is, Red is now back with an even stack. The question is, can Red get to these weapons in time? And because Knight's on this heavy side of the map, he's going to get that LG. We're going to get this LG battle above the Mega. And it's working out well for... Oh, the shotgun switch. The orb did not do enough damage. Knight not going to try and push in for a spawn frag. He's hit the wrong item, though. This is not up for another 10, 12 seconds. So he's going to have to grab these 225s and call it a day.
In Red's head, that last frag was his. Great use of the Pika. Red can't actually hang around and try and find the abandoned body of Knight there.
Nice bit of rocket there.
That was a nice rocket, yeah.
It's free 50 damage there, but the thing is, all this time now has put Red in control, right? So yeah, there's 4 frags, but there's still, look at the time left. There's still 5 minutes to go in this map. So there's heaps of time to work with.
The accelerator. And the Tribolt across the map's phenomenal. He was looking for the extra Tribolt damage there. Nothing actually connected. Red's got a great read on him, though, and the shaft just stops him from going through the door. They meet each other. The Mega health gets picked up, and Red is just so healthy. Knight forced to back away. 75 health remaining. Both players looking incredibly low at the moment. As it's going to be a fight over the Tribolt room. Great use of the Pika, and Knight just cleaning things up. Still pretty healthy after that. Great shaft. And Red's just getting out of there. Doesn't want to hang around for even a second.
So far, I think we're just seeing Red's orbs just have not been working out against Strong. We're going to see an engagement here on the Mega. And wow, okay, Red actually coming out there. 100% LG cleaning that kill up. Knight, I don't think he was really expecting that.
He was not expecting that whatsoever.
And I don't think he was impressed with it either. So we're going to have another engagement here. The LG is good. A little bit of miss there.
LG from Red tonight has just been on. Like,
I think he's just been saving all of his... He used the bare minimum of LG he needed during groups, and then now he's brought the rest of it along with him today. And he's going to catch him out. And Knight really low here. The orb, beautiful. Finally, the orb is able to do something for him. He's able to get that kill. Knight thinking he's safe there, but orb straight up. Rocket cleaning that up. 4-7 now. We're keeping this a close game. The heavy will go towards Red Oxide.
I mean, it's, as players like Camera always say, you want to be using the orb offensively. Don't use it just for transport. But for Red Oxide, he just hasn't been able to turn it into frags. That's happening now, though.
Yep.
7-5. He's closing that gap rapidly. It's what we always say about CK. There's always time.
4 or 5 frags in CK is absolutely nothing, especially when you've got, if you're playing something like Avenger. And I don't think it's pretty prepared for Knight to be above, and the damage coming from above is not really there. But look at this. This is enough for Red to take away the heavy.
Another small. Yeah.
And then a 50 shards, all that all that Red Oxide will be able to get in return.
Yeah, it's always good when your opponent helps you deny a small. Anyway, we're looking at Red Oxide going a little bit quieter here. He wants to contest for this Mega Health. The Pika from Knight's a great distraction. That was on the buzzer picking up the Mega Health there. That was as it spawned. He got it. And Knight's is going to come in. All the LG damage. There's the counter-strike aim coming from him. Yes, he's hurting after that, but that was so much.
He's got to be so careful here. Any damage, even machine gun there probably from Red Oxide would have been the choice, right? 23 HP. Obviously, no way for him to know that. And Knight getting that, Red getting that upper armor shard. Knight still just down this lower spot, and he's actually going to push right in. LG out.
That's a bold move.
And
the neutral, that benefits Red a little bit more than it does Knight at the moment. As Knight's only, Red Oxide's got the nail here. There's a lot of damage coming out from him.
Mind you, Knight's spawned all over there with all the items, and yeah, all he's got is just that. Yeah,
that's the panic move. Yeah.
When you've only got that nail gun, Pika is such a deadly weapon. Just fly it up high. It's so hard to hit.
And that's why sometimes the starting nail gun isn't the answer. We don't have Lua playing at the moment. So.
if it's playing, it's always the answer.
Here we are. The rockets are exchanged at the moment. The armor is going to keep Knight in the fight. He gets the Mega. That's what Red was looking for. He's just going straight on the attack. What a lovely rocket. That's, 11-6.
Yeah,
2 minutes left on the clock.
I know he said, it's easy to do comebacks on this map if you can get in the position, but...
With the speed these two are playing out.
Exactly. It can be difficult here. And straight into the LG. The orb comes out again. The orb not getting anything it needs.
From Red, though.
Good damage, but the problem is, again, with the time, that's another kill going to Knight. 6 kills to tie this up with 1.5 minutes. And Knight is just going to stack back up here what he can. Mega will go towards Red, and I'm surprised
the rocket didn't connect. Okay.
It despawned once he looked away, you see. You have to be watching where it lands, otherwise it doesn't land.
We're on land, that doesn't happen. But yeah, 1 minute to go. Okay.
And look,
now I'm starting to agree with him.
And he's got control still going here. Oh, LG's so good. And yeah, look, Red knows that he's dead here. Maybe if he got a telefrag or something, it would have worked out for him. But that's about the only way.
Knight's not going to stand on the exit.
That's the only way that was going in his favor.
And this is the start to the set that Knight wants. That is going to be a massive confidence booster to the young lad.
Well, yeah, he must be feeling pretty good coming off that match, from before, and now coming back into this, he's playing, he's playing well. He's got the momentum going, so sometimes it can be good going into a match like this. So,
yeah. And you see, even though there's 30 seconds left, he's well and truly won it. He's still hunting the frags. He's keeping the momentum going. Because that's the one thing you don't want to do against an opponent like Red is lose the momentum that you've built up. Oh, I think we went for a cheeky midi there.
You've got to, right? You've got to. He wants to get another one.
But yeah, as the clock's winding down, does this change your thoughts on what's going to happen going into Awoken that's coming up next? With Knight on the clutch, that's making the matchup look even more of a risk for Red now.
Yeah, look, we've seen Knight's clutch before. And it's on Awoken too, right? We know exactly how he's going to play it, right? He's going to shield, he's going to take the engagement. He's then going to run an entire lap around the entire map, get every single time shard that exists. And mind you, though, playing against the Visor. Visor's also going to be a champ who will be very happily just throwing out sights. Yes, there's better times to use than others, but sometimes you just want to get it out, you get the information. So he will be able to deny a lot of time shards. Words, it's getting late. Words are getting hard by now, I tell you.
The other thing to consider as well is Red is hitting his shots today.
True, Red is, and he's going to be hitting more. Red's going to hit 60% LG this match.
I was going to say, you're seeing the amount of damage that he was just inflicting with that LG then, and yeah, I mean, it's going to be a challenge for Knight. I think Knight's got it, but I don't think it's going to be the easy win that we were predicting just prior to prior to CK. But yeah, as you keep saying though, you hit F and you see a fridge coming towards you. You're not getting out of the way. So we're just waiting for this to get underway now. Just waiting for the players to get going. The server is launching and we will be away on Awoken. Second clutch of the weekend for us.
You know the rule.
And it's...
You know the rule.
It's got to start on clutch.
Got to start on clutch.
If you have motion sickness, leave the stream running, but look away now.
Thank you for telling me to leave the stream running. We appreciate that.
And if you're in the audience, drink more beer.
Good advice. Good advice.
Just whilst we've got Knight on stream. See, here we are. Looks like we're going to get underway. I'll let you take away the start, Fuzzy.
Oh, thank you very much. All right, here we are. The game even suggested starting on clutch, so there you go. It knows the rule as well. Have funds have been thrown out. The fridge starts and it gets this heavy spawn. Knight immediately going up in this high ground. Wants to get that rail. And he's going to delay this heavy by quite a lot, actually. And even going up here, getting the 50 shot up in T as well. And even going for more damage here. Heavy still up. And there we go. Big delay on that item. Red probably will not be aware for that. So, Sight did get used during that engagement, so there will be a chance for Red to deny armor shots. And he's already gone down below. He would have heard the sound cue. Probably assumed that Red was above. That's a wasted shield. This is a really good opportunity now. Red has got this chance to try and take a fight. Yeah, mind you, look at it, 40 seconds before this shield's back. Already 2 time vials.
Yeah, but they're both going to be fighting for the mega health now. We are going to see a forced engagement. The first rail comes out from Knight, and it hits. The LG is strong from both players, but just the sheer stack that's there on Knight. He's going to leave the heavy up even longer. Yes. That is a choice.
Yeah, he's just
not a bad choice to stack up even more.
Exactly. All these items that he takes, it's taking him away from Red Oxide. And look at Red stack. He's got 50 armor.
He's got nothing to work
compared
with,
to 200 armor on this clock.
And he's about to have a fridge coming towards him. A fridge that's got a shield, and he just gets absolutely melted.
And that's why you want that shield up. Without that shield, he would have gone down in that engagement. He was down to about 30 health in that fight. And now he's going to go through here. He'll collect these armor shots, and I'm assuming he'll probably go down bottom and get some more.
And this is the kind of match you can expect up with a clutch on Awoken. We're only a minute and a half in and we're already 2 frags up for Knight. It's a much faster game on Awoken than we've seen from some other players over the course of the weekend. And here we are about to exchange rockets again in the middle of the map. The rockets are hitting beautifully from Knight. Red just can't get the return damage on that he's wanting. Shotgun comes out, but the rail hits.
So the shotgun was good choice, but yeah, not quite enough damage at that range. A little bit too far.
Railgun's better.
Railgun's better. And especially when you're shooting at a target that big, very easy to hit the railgun, but the LG from Knight doesn't even need to use the shield, just flies straight across. That's the thing, you've got to be so prepared. This champion is so fast. And we're going to see the engagement, the LG 8 HP again.
8 HP.
Shield, shield, shield. It's done it again for him, mind
Someone
you.
check the webcam, is Lure on that machine or?
But there we go, Red Oxide refrag, and this is such a frag heavy game so far. That's what you're going to see, and then we're going to see the engagement here by Rockets, self-damage, and the rails miss. He's going to be so careful, he takes one more shot, and the second one, what is even going on both players?
Was his mouse working? He didn't move at all.
Must be so frustrating for Red Oxide. Such a good opportunity for him to get that frag, and Knight effectively getting away scot-free there, and even gets Mega. Heavy will at least go over to Red, right? So he's not completely out of this map, because you do not want to be stuck against almost a 400 HP clutch. That is a scary thought. He's got shield. He's got no rockets left. He's only got the LG. He's got shooting. He's going to set a bit of a trap.
We're going to have another engagement forced here. The Sharp comes out, but we're going to get the sneaky shotgun similar to what Salty pulled off yesterday. Not quite, but it's a ton of damage coming out as he picks up the Mega Health essentially uncontested there.
Yeah, he's put himself in position for this. And heading straight up into T with the shotty. Beautiful damage. And look, he's not even going to finish this frag, right? He doesn't need to. He just wants to get that heavy, get this stack going, and he's going to try and push up. Now again, a little movement error there, doesn't get up top. And
is that even a possible jump?
Yeah, that's a perfectly possible. There's a great jump to do. It takes a little bit of practice, but it's not too hard.
So you're saying that Knight needs to practice a bit
he
more
does.
to get on your level?
To get on, yeah, exactly.
Here we go. We've got Redoxide coming in through the LG banana there. Shots are missing from both players like crazy. Knight closes the gap, gets in, shaft the shotgun.
And
see you later. And the
that's what
score
this-
is exploding outwards. now.
Exactly, and that's what this clutch can do, right? It can be so oppressive. Once you get in close to him, it's not hard to hit him, but it's just so much to deal with.
The starting stack is going to be the real issue. If Redoxide can get another kill, he's still got to deal with the starting stack, unless he gets the kill incredibly clean.
There we go. All right, we
which
get this kill,
it's not
but
clean. 1 HP.
it's at least a kill. Let's go with that. Let's
Yeah.
start with it. All right, so let's
But
see what he can do.
He's got 1 HP, 20 armor. Okay, 51 HP, 20 armor now.
He will have this heavy arrow. He's going to use the side.
coming in.
He gets that first rail. That is crucial because if he misses that shot, he's going to take this LG engagement. The rail is massive. Knight has to fall back. He doesn't have rail to keep fighting this. He doesn't have the range. He's so low here, and if he tries to peek, he is a goner. Red, not helping himself, but Knight switches straight out. There's no way he survives. See the nail, not the right weapon at that range. Good kill there. And he's even going to shoot the rockets, try and get the spawn damage, and Knight just delaying it just long enough. The fact that he will not peek while he's watching falls back. Still needs to get ammo and health. Still 26 armor. Both
Mega
major
health
items are
left
coming up.
They're going to be in sync if they both pick them up now.
Yeah, and Red's
Knight's
just...
putting the delay on that heavy again. He must know that Red's got a time on it, so deliberately putting the delay on it, picks it up to restack, and Red's in not a great position. 100 health against the clutch, no armor. This is where the danger is for Red. He may be in a little bit of control at the moment. He was the one to capture the frag last, but Knight only needs 1 rocket to connect directly, and score expands even more. Both players willing to back away. The rail that little bit too late, almost gets pushed out of the map.
Fortunately for him, not quite enough LG connects, and he's just going to fall back. He's got a good amount of health still to work through, so if he can get a little bit of armor here, he is not out of this yet at all.
Yeah, he's basically sitting on starting stack at the moment. Knight looking so good with the armor. Couple that with the shield, which still a good most of a minute away.
And that's a nice rail too. That's just going to, make Knight just remember, you got to be careful around me. I'm still hitting my shots. He's a big target.
Mega health for Red.
Oh,
That was
shot
a
in the back.
great rail. That rail just negated the Mega completely. And Knight not going to push the advantage on that. He knows that Red's probably still going to be happy. The LGs get exchanged. So much damage. Shotgun comes out, doesn't do enough. Rocket straight to the face.
I think if he had a few more LG cells, another 20 LG cells there, I think he takes that fight.
That faster firing is catching so many players out at the moment. You think you're doing more damage than you are, and all of a sudden you get the click of death.
Yeah, you can hold a little bit more cells, but yeah, it's,
You got to pick them up first.
Exactly. Shield coming down from the low ground. Not much damage really exchanged between both players, but the thing is, Redoxide is not healthy. He's got 100, 0 armor to play with a Knight. Look at this. He's immediately, as I said earlier, he's prioritizing these these time shots. We're already back to 25 seconds. He's trying to push through this here. It can be a dangerous spot to try and push through the missed rail.
I don't think Knight saw the little speck of Dan's head that we... Redoxide's head.
Yeah, Dan, you're not over there, are you?
It's been a long day. Anyway, we're looking at only 3 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, with rails like that, it makes
with
it real
4
difficult.
frags left. I mean, I know we saw the opening frags really quick, but we're at the point now where Knight's not going to be giving away things.
2 HP. A lot of damage coming out from Red. I think he did hit every cell that time. Shield going to come up. He just wants to do that just to make sure he can secure that item. Because if Red was there with a rail, he was actually railable. So the shield prevented that from being the case. So
You're going to start seeing a little bit of desperation coming out of Red's gameplay, I think. But when all of the tri-bolt hits like that, who needs?
Well, exactly.
Who needs a railgun?
He effectively did a railgun's worth of damage anyway. So what's the difference?
It looks more impressive.
It does. And
there we are. Shotgun coming out. Red pops him
whoa,
up. but
beautiful
it's
rockets
just
from
not
Red.
enough. That stack that Knight was carrying was just enough to keep him alive. And look how quickly he's restacking as well. Red's got to hit absolutely everything, and he is hitting everything at the moment. Knight forced to back away. And Red is going on the charge. The LG comes through. Not enough.
The shotgun. He's been making great use of the shotgun. That's the thing Clutch likes to get in close, get that shotgun out, and missed rail from Red. And just a few shots like that just haven't connected for Red, unfortunately, this matchup. It can be hard against the speed and nail jump. Not quite there, but
Not quite.
oh, had the right read, heard the jump pad.
Knight's going to be feeling really good coming at the end of this
100%,
match.
yeah. Coming out with the first 2 maps of the set. And not only that, he's like pretty dominant performance so far. He can just sort of run around here. The LG from Red Oxide will get him one more kill.
Yeah, and at this point, they're just playing for, you know, to keep the momentum going, from either side. Red's got to know there's no comeback now. It's just, and Knight's going to be feeling pretty happy.
The LG.
And just fights like that just make you feel better about yourself.
Yeah.
And yeah, I've got to say I'm a bit worried for Red Oxide going into map 3 at the moment. Because Knight's got the Galena pick, I believe. And Galena against the Eisen. And I know it's Vale, but
Yeah, it's
just how strong Galena's been. I'm worried we're going to see a repeat of Awoken. I don't mean Warriors in, you know, I don't want to watch it. A worry for Red Oxide.
Exactly right. You know, because there's so much pressure too once you get to this point. And you know, this is tournament life, right? You're in top 4 now, so. But yeah, you never want. There's only one spot you're gunning for, right?
Yeah. And that is the number 1 position. But well played by Knight there. And I bet they're both going to be keen to get on with Vale.
All right, so yeah, Vale, 3rd map, 2-0 up right now for Knight.
And this can go one of 2 ways. It's either going to be, I hope we don't see a blowout. But with the champ picks, it's looking that way. We haven't really seen, even though Eisen is more effective on land, we haven't seen Eisen be used to his full potential over the last 2 days at all. And the strength of Galena. Like, I wonder if Sync's looking at this stream going, did I over-tweak that a little bit?
Well, the thing is,
do we need to get the Aussies into PTS?
I'll say this is a good example for
Sorry guys, just a minute.
So just been informed, a big shout out to Morgan. I'm not sure if you're here in the room or online, but there's a $500 donation to the prize pool. So can we get a round of applause for everyone? For Morgan, thank you. $500 donation. So that will be going towards the players, the top 8.
That prize pool for the first place, like that total number, it's just
that's just over $4,000 now total prize pool.
More and more enticing as you're going. And I bet you the players who are a little bit lower down the bracket is like, huh, my day out's getting a little bit better.
Couple of dollars extra. No, thank you again. All right, let's get into this next map.
Let's start off with Knight on Red Oxide.
We'll go over to Red Oxide. You know, he's got pressure here on him. He needs to take this win.
We've already got the totem out. The totem's just being placed down. A great place to catch someone coming through that upper teleporter. You're basically going to go straight through to it. You don't get a choice to avoid it whatsoever.
Exactly. So you have to either shoot the tribal up, or you do usually know that when you're playing that turret, not going up top there, trying to use up the jump pads. So that's a bit of a wasted turret now. But yeah, it's 50 damage rate if he comes through that TP. So either that means you're forced through. Otherwise, we're going to see a bit of TP shenanigans going here. But Knight doesn't want to have anything to do with the rocket jumping up, taking that heavy. It actually gets out of there scot-free. Oh, the
Great
LG.
rocket jump up onto the Mega Health. And he was not expecting Knight to go in that direction.
Oh, and a second one through.
2 rails from below.
Yeah, I don't think Knight's impressed with that. It's 2 fantastic rails coming through from Knight that you're just not prepared for. Exactly like when you launch that. Sometimes you launch him into the TP. It's going to set a second totem up that TP exit. Knight's going to have to be so careful now if he tries to go up that way.
That's
Turret immediately being destroyed.
120 damage coming through the teleporter just for existing.
Wait till he gets a third one up there. Then he gets 75 and then...
Is Redoxide going to give up the heavy thinking that Knight's somewhere he's not? I'm not seeing Knight through the floor here.
Just playing this real quiet.
Real quiet.
A little bit of sound cue now, and he's
Yep, and he's seen the totem. So the totems do get obliterated there. The potential damage not being realized, and you know, a restacking point for Redoxide's just been taken away. Having said that, both players going really, really quiet. The chip rail pushes Redoxide
so I think
back.
Knight has a I think Knight realized there might be a totem on that side, and yeah, just does destroy it before leaving. And then again, a rocket jump up.
What a rocket! Straight up and into combat. The shaft damage from both players is immense. Timmy actually getting in on the action.
It's really smart for Knight the way he did that, right? When you rocket jump up, throw the turret immediately too, because that means A, that's something else your opponent has to think about. And so it's either they've got to say, put their focus towards the turret, or they're just going to have to try and dodge it while dodging you as well. It's pretty much impossible. So it's just a great way to use it. It's had a little bit extra damage, and it has secured him that first frag. Because Knight's been doing a lot of these like really offensive rocket jumps, trying to either steal the items or just take the engagement through that way. And
it's something that Redoxide just doesn't seem to be anticipating whatsoever. And Knight is definitely making me eat my words, because I thought the Galena was going to be the more effective champ pick on this map. I thought it was Redoxide who had the pick, but sorry, Knight who had the pick.
quiet player, I don't know how he just taking the damage, but there you go, 108 damage. And he actually falls down the jump pad there, and the rockets are good, but Knight's actually not.
What a rocket!
And there we go, Red getting the kill. He's pretty healthy still, 100 health. Mega is coming up right now, and there will be an armor shard too. He's still got that totem at the top there as well, and oh, that rail would be a nice shot to hit. Now, Heavy's still a few seconds off, so Knight, so Redoxide's giving up his chance really to get
Mega's
both these
also
items. So he's going to opt to the other side, but now they're perfect. He's seen where Knight is, so he should be running towards the other side. Great rail. He's going to probably try and push in here, get some more damage. If he can get a second frag here, and he's got him out. Pushed in with the LG, gets bounced up by that rocket, takes the frag. There we go, Red in the lead, 2-1 now. Heavy is still sitting here. Is he going to have time? In fact, he's actually just going to try and get that totem down. And oh, there we go.
The totem damage actually comes out.
The landmine, it's been sitting there. Both players LG, neither of them actually in range. They both have a gentleman's agreement to just back out.
Well, at that point, you know, you've seen what the accuracy is going to be like, and you're like, no, I don't want to take a bar of this whatsoever. Redoxide up 2-1. Not what you would be expecting from what we saw at the start of the match, but Redoxide playing just that perfect Galena game here on Vale at the moment. Here's the jump pad. Great read by Redoxide on Knight. The Timmy is coming out. The Timmy is going to work. Only 20 damage coming out from him, but it's enough that Redoxide is forced to back away, and Knight gets so much LG damage on the jump pad there.
Yeah, you can't get caught out there. I don't think Red realized that Knight was pretty much sitting there in wait, LG in hand, and oh, going to get caught out here as well at rail. Does get nice, it gets the rail off before dying, but will lose the totem and lose another life. Knight taking the lead back.
Great rocket jump up to get the other small armor. Just denying things from Red. Red's only got the tri-bolt to work with, it seems like. And he gets pushed off the items.
We're trying to
Goes
go
for that pixel rail.
Sometimes you can get it. It's a hard shot to hit.
What we were hearing Dan talk about, that not many players go for those types of rails. Knight being one of those who does, whether it hits or not. So how did he miss the totem there?
So he has seen it, so there we go. Just going to get cleared away. And did he not? Oh, he does see to pick up the last second. Turns around, LG, massive amounts of damage. Red almost actually dying in the acid there. He did take one tick from it. And we're halfway through this map now, Dasbro.
Halfway through it, one frag in it. And I knew this here could have the potential to feel like an FFA. And that's what I'm feeling like. It's just been incredibly scrappy. But no. Red with the hop up, the rail misses, Knight returns it.
And that's a really unfortunate spot for Red to be in now, right? That missed rail, and then taking one in return. Like, missing it wasn't the worst thing, but then when took, there we go. That's a nice play for him. Get some damage.
Knight going for the pixel rail again. Doesn't quite make it land, but the fact that he went for it makes Red rethink where he's going. Straight up the jump pad. Knew Timmy was distracting.
Yeah.
And there we are. Two frag gap now at the 6-minute mark. The rails just aren't hitting like Knight would hope for, I believe.
So look, right now, he's probably not too stressed because he's, it takes a totem there, so a little bit of damage. And nice rail in the back. Okay, stacks are tied back up. And Red's got
Let's
this
see
high
what
ground
Red can
position.
do with it.
Timmy's been taken out once as well, so they doesn't have to worry about it. So far, this turret has been doing a lot of work, not necessarily damage-wise, just the distraction. Pushing through, the LG's already going, both rails missing. No more rails left for Knight as well. It's going to opt probably to
It's
drop
okay, he
back
doesn't
here.
need them. They haven't been useful.
Yeah, turret's been doing more damage.
And that's saying something. He's going to know exactly where Red's going based on the sound cues. The rocket's not connecting though, just fired a little bit too early. And just the smart play, backing away, taking it easy. He doesn't need to go as hard now, although we have seen this, especially in his games with Dan, where, you know, the 7-minute mark came around, he had backed off too much, and it came back to bite him. Although, having said that, if you're hitting 192 LG damage, that is not backing off whatsoever. He's going to go chase down the kill. Well-earned kill right there. That's a ton of damage. And he's going through the refrag off a spawn.
Oh, look at the
aggressive rocket jump.
Beautiful play.
Rocket rail, LG combo, chucking everything at the wall, seeing what sticks to Red.
And the turret
And even
again.
Timmy.
That same turret, that's the one in the previous engagement which did so much work. And right now, the turret is just doing so much for him. And
He's just opening up this gap. He's realised the mistake that he was making with Dan, and he's not letting it happen again. I say as he dies. But he's not letting that happen again. He's not taking his foot off the pedal. He's keeping the pressure on.
This is actually a big kill for Red, though, because prior to taking that rail, Red was actually in a very good spot. Then, mind you, he's still all right? He gets that 50 shot. So as long as he doesn't take too much damage, but the rails, they're now connecting from 9. That's the thing. He's hitting with these
rails.
These ones where he needs to get himself back in. He's hitting them. And that means that Red's pretty much forced to just back off from this item. He's still also a few seconds early for this next item. That totem being destroyed gives away the position.
Here we go, straight through the Tully. Knight knew that he was there, and just the strength of the LG coming through there. That was just the confidence move. That was a, I know you're there. I know you're in the power position. I'm taking this frag regardless.
And that's the thing too. Red got knocked down that sort of ramp. And the thing is, shooting rockets up a ramp or upstairs
doesn't really work.
Very, very difficult. So he was in a decent spot to be at.
Great rail from Red. Don't think it actually connected though.
No, I think it just went between his legs and
riding the rail, so to speak. Great shotgun, and yeah, Knight is just opening this up. I'm going to call it.
We're going to call it? All right, I'm with you as well. I think
with a minute 15 left, that Knight is going through to take on the loser of Dan v Cam.
And I think we can also say, we would also congratulate Timmy, I think, as well on this, right? Timmy's put a big work on this round, so.
I was going to say, does Timmy also count as a frag for Sync? Like the Void does? Sync getting on the board with this tourney.
And there we go. Red does get one in return, but
yeah, he's not. I don't think he's making up 6 frags in 40 seconds. I don't see it happening. I don't think anyone in chat is going to see it happening. I don't think anyone in the audience is going to see it happening.
No, that will be a GG. It will be going Knight's way 3-0. So yeah, really strong shot from Knight. He's looking good. And there you go. It proves how good he's looking. Nice direct rocket there. The rail as well. He seems to be getting his aim back.
And he's going to need it going into the next matchup. He gets a little bit of a break until that happens. We don't get a break. We've got another great match coming up basically immediately. But Knight's at least going to have a chance to rest and recuperate.
Yeah, still get a break spin on 2 in a row now. And nice damage from him. And that will be GG's. So Knight will be moving on into top 3. Let's get a round of applause for Red Oxide finishing in 4th place.
Great finish for Red Oxide. Hopefully Hamo will go and get
and
Knight over here.
Yeah, we will get Knight up here in just a moment for a quick chat before, or while they get the PCs ready for the next set.
Dan v Cam.
Everyone's been waiting for it again. congratulations again. You weren't here that long ago and back once again. Top 3 must feel good.
Yeah, that's sort of the bar I was hoping to hit. That's sort of where I've been sat through the
That's good.
online splits. So
Yep.
I've sort of achieved what I'm here to do. Now to go even better, I hope.
Hopefully, yeah.
You've sat higher than third in the splits, mate. The first 2 splits you were, you know,
Yeah, well,
up 1 and 2.
Cam wasn't playing the first 2 splits, but yeah, I think third is sort of where I would have been expected to finish this, but I'm aiming to place better. You know, I think I've been playing well this weekend, so hopefully I can take on whoever drops to the lower bracket.
So from those 2, do you have a preference of who you'd rather between Dan and Cam?
Not really. I think,
Both equally.
yeah, I mean, I think Dan is probably my better shot at second, but or making to the grand final.
I said second. Come on, man. There's
Yeah.
still after that.
Yeah,
There's still
yeah.
an extra spot.
But,
to go.
You got to beat both of them.
But
to
yeah,
get
exactly,
first.
exactly. You know, I'm happy to play either of them, honestly. Just happy to be playing Quake on LAN, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's have a quick chat about the set that just played.
Yes.
Looked pretty good for you. You looked like you were playing well and you were pretty happy. So run me through, how did you feel going through the first map there?
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty comfortable with the picks, honestly. I think Red played a lot better than he has been playing. You know,
Yeah.
he stepped it up this event. Would be good to see him carry that online. Yeah, made me work for it, especially, second map.
Yeah.
The clutch pick on Awoken, mate.
Yeah.
We were excited to see it, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that, did
guessing
the
the
BJ
BJ
ban, was that?
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
Sort of?
sort of. I think.
Because I've done the ban a few numerous times myself. I'm like, oh, maybe I will on this
Yeah,
first map. Just
it
get
was-
rid of it.
It was sort of a possibility I was throwing up. I sort of expected him to ban it on Awoken, but it was. I just don't. I think with LG being as strong as it is, I just didn't want to deal with 2 of them on CK.
Fair.
I was happy to play the Strog Ranger mirror.
Okay, yeah,
Or
fair enough.
Strog Ranger
Strange
matchup,
matchup,
rather.
yeah.
Now, I've got to say, something I've noticed that's evolved over the course of the week, typically around the 7-minute mark, over the last two days, you've been easing off the throttle, so to speak. Noticed in the game then, it seemed you'd made a mental change to actually just keep the pressure on to the 10-minute mark. Was that something that you'd actually consciously made a change on, or?
Not a super deliberate change, no. I think, I've been possibly, in those later minutes, been getting, say, a bit nervous or whatever and sort of letting the foot off the gas in that sense. But that said, I was sort of reasonably confident, just kept playing to the 10 minutes.
It's fantastic to see you up there, mate.
Thank you.
Yeah, so then moving into the next set, anything you're going to prepare for? I'm assuming you'll be watching the next set closely,
Yeah.
trying to study any weaknesses you can find between either of them. So
There's not many.
exactly right. Yeah, when you get top 3, it's the best of the best. So yeah, so congratulations again.
Thank you.
And look, maybe we'll see you once more.
Hopefully.
Who knows?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, wonderful. All right, we shall be back soon. We're just going to have a quick break here while we get this next lot of games set up, and we'll be there for upper bracket finals. All right, we have a quick other donation update. We got a $200 donation going towards the prize pool from Phylum. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate it. A round of applause again for Phylum. Thank you, everyone. So thank you, Phylum. We appreciate that. Again, all going towards the prize pool for the players. And we are back once again. We're just going to be going quick fire game after game now. So
We've got a time we've got to be out of here by.
exactly. So do you know what we've got up right now? We've
Div
got
5 finals?
close. No,
Close?
we've
Div 4
got
finals.
upper bracket finals.
Oh, yes.
Div 1. We've got a rematch of the final match from last night. Dan
and Kama.
Dan versus Kama. This is going to be an explosive matchup. I am sure of it.
And considering the confidence and the want to win for both of them going into it today, it's not a fun match like what it was last night. It's for the marbles. It's for the prizes. It's for that chunk of the prize pool.
Exactly.
It's not the grand final yet, but winning this makes it that much easier.
Exactly, and you know you get that map in hand if you move up first. So let's have a look at what we're going to be playing, and I've already spotted something. I don't know if you've spotted it as well.
Oh my, that is not the matchup I was expecting to see straight out of the gate on Awoken. Ranger, we expect that. Clutch.
Yeah, so the ban from Kama, we're getting rid of the slash. We haven't seen too much of it, but Dan definitely is a player who has got a really good slash. But yeah, so we've got the clutch from Kama. He's always been one who's been a fan of the clutch. So
yeah, but it's not one that we've seen him play recently, especially with the changes to the starting shotgun that occurred about 6 to 12 months ago. We haven't really seen many clutch plays from him, but clutch straight out of the gate.
Yeah.
We complained about not seeing enough clutch, and now we're getting all the clutch we could ever want.
Fine
So
by me.
we're not even in map yet. I know exactly which champ we're going to be following as soon as we get in.
Got to follow the rules. So the players are just finishing getting ready now. So what we've got a moment, we'll just have a quick look at the next couple of maps. We'll be seeing, yeah, so best of 5 still. So we'll be seeing at least 3 Ruins. Dan on his favorite, Visor.
Not surprised.
And then the Athena from Cam. How are you liking that? So Cam
That is a
has
bit
been a big,
unexpected.
we've heard from him before. He's a big fan of the Athena, right? He's really seems to like that champion. But yeah, against Dan's Visor, right? He's his favorite champion, I think. So
the movement on Ruins though could be what helps in that regard. And then moving down the list, we've got the classic Veil. And the classic Veil, where we're going to be seeing Eisen and the BJ. Big old BJ on Veil. It's going to be an interesting combo. But yeah, I just keep needing to look back at that Awoken and the clutch pick. That is such a contrast to what we were seeing last night when they had their group stage match, where you could tell they were definitely more feeling each other out, trying to see how the other is reacting on land. Now it's for.
And then, well, the other thing too was
all the
Cam did say they were having a bit of fun too in it. So it's only a group stage match. So what is it, right? The thing is, right, they're already sort of pretty much confirmed in their spots. So, but now, right, this
were they fighting Redoxide or Mike in the morning was the question that was happening there.
Yeah. So, but now, right, there is there's a lot at stake for this next match. Like, yeah, as the winner of this will be moving on to the grand final in the upper bracket, which does give you that advantage if a map in hand. I believe best of 7. Yeah, it's a lot of maps you can play. So if you've just got that one freebie map, that's a really big bonus. That's just a little bit less pressure on you. So.
I'm almost wondering if the clutch pick on Awoken is going to be almost like a freebie map for Kama, though.
Freebie for Kama, you reckon?
A freebie, well, are we just going to see a runaway score with that combo?
Well, see, the thing is, I think we're going to see there'll be a lot of aggression. But the other thing, too, is Dan having that Ranger.
And Dan doesn't miss.
He'll be orbing a lot, right? So we're going to have a situation where there'll be time vials that can be taken away by the...
there we are.
By the Ranger.
Like the game's getting set up now.
And yep,
we are mere minutes away from seeing another fridge run around the map.
That's what we all want. That's what everyone wants.
Everyone likes a fridge with legs. But yeah, this is just one of those games like we've seen and heard a lot about both of them over the year. We know how much both of them want this win. Just counting down.
Another quick update on the donations. We've just got a $100 donation from Westy. So thank you so much for that, Westy. So that is now $43.11 is our total prize pool for this event.
Remember the score limit.
players are just getting settled at their PCs now. Handshakes have gone out.
That's the level of sportsmanship from these two. They've both done the international circuit.
Exactly. These guys are good friends, right? They've played together so many times, so...
There's no friends in the arena.
Once that
handshake happened, the friendship has ended for the next at least half an hour, maybe 40 minutes.
Exactly, yeah.
Maybe 50 if we're lucky.
And all right, we're nothing to speak about. They are immediately kicking straight in. So, and that's the wrong clutch that he's got in the match.
Yes, it is.
I don't think I'm going to perform quite as well as what Kama will. And he's just realized, yep.
I think he had...
Dan, I'm not going to be as good as that one, mate.
Okay, we'll be back in, back out. We're not going to go into game yet for you guys, since no one wants to watch Fuzzy play with a centimetre squared, a 360 centimetre square of less than a centimetre.
Yeah, look, I would try, but I don't have the best setup here to game with, so. So we are going to go back to lobby real quick.
Apologies. It's getting late in the day. Words are hard, and obviously Quake
Words
is
are hard.
Going into Awoken.
With the wrong clutch, but all right, we're just menuing now.
Well, this gives us the chance to talk about a little bit more that's coming up. So if we do get past Veil, we've got Blood Covenant, and we're finishing up on a Corrupted Keep with these two.
Interesting here, so you see the Death Knight on the CK there. There we go, that's the right clutch. Because Kama, before talking yesterday, said how clutch was what, I can't remember the exact words, but terrible, effectively, is what he was saying. The worst champion in the game, and being made worse by the latest update. But mind you, as I said, that's probably why 5th map pick there. Yeah. So there weren't a lot of options. All right.
You mean Death Knight, not clutch when you're talking about.
Sorry, Death Knight. Yeah, no, clutch is fantastic.
That doesn't matter now. We are actually getting into game with the correct clutch, with the correct player, that being Kama and not Fuzzy.
All right.
And obviously we'll be starting off on the fridge with legs.
So how do you, yeah, so you think clutch, you're saying you think this is a Kama map?
I think it has the potential to be a large scoring game. I don't think Dan's going to let that happen, but I don't know if Dan's quite going to be able to counter the clutch hard from Kama. Having said that, it's famous for me to say it. I make a prediction like that and it goes the opposite direction.
Okay.
Prepare to fight.
All right.
And the game wants to start on camera as well.
No, I changed that instantly, don't you worry, I was prepared. All right, starting on cam though, starting on the clutch. And immediately here getting this rail spawn. He's going to go, was thinking to make off that beautiful first rail. Going dropping down to that low ground. Dan, no armor immediately. Great tri-bolt though through the TP.
Bit of a different start style to what we saw with Knife on Awoken with Clutch. As Cam's actually going to go for this fight. The rockets and rails are exchanged. Nothing is hidden from either player except for that final rail from Cam. Dan's going to now have gotten timing on that heavy armor, so he's going to know that there's a rotation option available. The rail coming out from Cam is just picture perfect. And through the teleporter, first frag goes to Cam. Great rocket placement there. And we're going to actually see the rotation potentially saying, no, he's going for the extra damage in the LG room. As Dan's forced to run through to try and get that rail. Cam doesn't want Dan to get the rail, but that means he's given up the heavy armor.
And there we go, we're going to see the shield engagement. The LG is good damage, and Cam actually falling back there. Doesn't want to keep progressing. Rail comes out now, railable, and the orb too. Drops her up, but straight into the rocket. Cam waiting for that one, and immediately to the rail. Small pixel angles that he's going for.
Yeah, to get that shield back up, he's going to be looking for all the time rolls. We're going to see the fridge moving around. Awoken at Mark 2 now to get that replenished. Looking for that pixel rail. Not quite the direction Dan was going, and the brushwork getting in the way of the next shot.
But Dan right now is in a pretty good spot. Camo with 0 armor. Dan's going to try to push up this position, the defensive rockets. Not getting much, and he's just going to keep trying to go through. And there's only 3 rockets left. He's actually going to shield in for this fight, and Cam's got no HP for that. And bam, there we go. The direct rock as he peeks back in, and Dan has come out very healthy here.
Dan forces the spawn, but Cam's actually delayed it a little bit, so he doesn't get that starting rail shot. Looking away just before Cam crossed the LG spawn. The LGs are dueling, and Dan is in such a healthy position with that. The rail hit is just making it even worse for Cam.
Just jumping over. Rocket jump.
Up and over the top. Graceful as a ballerina.
Final rocket. He knew exactly what he was doing there. And we're tied back up to 2.
With a twirl in the air like that, that'll get damage. And the LG's come out, just finishing it off with the rail. At that point, you know, it's a clutch. Let's not fight it any longer than we have to. End the fight.
Well, that's the thing, right? You can get that most amount of damage you can. You know, get them down to 90, and there we go. The rocket jump up at the LG pin. He doesn't go at the ring, but does not matter. You do not miss it when you're trying to do that. No. And the rail immediately through the spawn as well.
That's what we were talking about with the Nitrate Oxide game, with the perils of clutch. It's such a large hitbox that, you know, if you can't jump into a fight and be confident, you're just going to soak up so much damage, especially from the shaft. And Dan's shaft is strong as he goes in,
but the
Cam
LG
just cuts him in half.
Yeah, the LG coming out doing a huge amount of damage, and he's got a lot of health coming in here. And Heavy already waiting for him, so he's in a good spot. Missed rail, and Dan is actually just going to take this fight because he knows there's no shield up, but the rockets are fantastic. But somehow, Dan coming out on top. I don't know how.
I was going to say, if we were talking about an online tournament, we'd be saying that was lag, but that is not lag when you're on land like this, and it's just Quake Champions.
Exactly right. But right now, Cam, because Dan was not healthy after that previous fight, he has got to do his best to try and restack up.
It's actually interesting because of the shots that Dan's hitting, like that cheeky rail through the teleporter. Dan is being forced to in an unfavorable position. Kama is in great control of the map. He's going to come charging through. The LG coming out. He's got the shield out as well. The defensive rockets from Dan are fantastic. Not enough to make Kama back away, and Dan's the one who's forced to break the engagement there. Cam's going to come in through. The rail misses. So much shaft damage coming up from Dan. He's finished that on 5 HP in that fight. All Cam had to do was a little bit tickle more, and that's exactly what he does. Clean frag, and he's going to look at closing this gap quite rapidly, but the rockets from Dan are just keeping him at bay slightly.
Those rockets,
that
say
was
slightly.
100 rockets.
I was going to say, you say slightly, that's almost killed him right there. Kama now sent Pack into the other side of the map.
That's what happens when you hit a direct at an angle like that. Nothing more you can do.
Dan trying to get that pixel railing. Look at this Cam, he's sitting here, 0 armor to his name. Dan's just going to push you out. He does hit that rail, and what? Cam actually comes out on top.
10
There is no way that missed rail, the machine gun, anything would have done it. Shotgun at that range would have done it, Dasbach.
Starting nail gun would have done it. Anything would have done it. And Cam's just full of confidence, goes straight in. Rocket jumps off of Dan's head, and he's now in control of this map. 5 minutes in, it can still go either way. Both players. We thought we were getting an entertaining match yesterday. This is way more entertaining.
Yeah, look, the clutch bias aside, but 5-6. We've got 1 frag in the lead for Cam. And Mega's going over towards Dan. Cam is just sort of sitting up in his tee. He needs that health. He's got the rocket ammo too.
On where Dan went as well.
Still no shield though. That's the thing he's got to be a little careful about.
100 rocket.
100
rockets. Hitting 100 rockets, mate.
And he wants to start taking this fight a little bit more now, but Dan's still just underneath him. And yeah, he doesn't realize that Dan's still just waiting there, and he'll probably just dash out of here in just a moment. Yep, Dan is waiting for that rail angle. He knows you have not gone to speed, though. He's able to get to safety here, going up that bounce pad.
Goes for the 100 rocket again, doesn't quite land. Dan with the tri-bolt. Perfect.
So you may hide around that corner from my LG, but when I've got explosives, it will not help you. And Cam put into a dire position here.
And the tri-bolt was just the right weapon for that situation. Absolutely, absolute perfection.
And this Heavy is still up here, and Kama is not healthy at all. He's still sitting there. Oh, beautiful direct coming from here, up the bounce pad. But Dan, he still wants more. He still smells blood. He's going to go through the TP. No, he opts is just going to fall back. He just wants to get this Heavy. He's got a good split now between these items. That's the best part for him. He can try and keep this level of control going.
No, Kama's the one who's forced to back away again. Dan's stack's not that much higher than Cam's, but Kama knows it will be enough if they have an engagement. The accuracy and damage output from both of them is so even. Dan goes for a float, doesn't quite get it there as Cam just rains rockets down from above.
And the rail,
fake out.
he tries to get the
both of
angle.
them out.
Dan tries to get the angle there, and look, Cam's still not healthy. 0 armor is the scary thing, right? You've got the shield, yes, 25 armor.
It's
Still
a
not
scary
something-
thing when you're a fridge.
But he's doing such a good job with those defensive rockets. He's not allowing Dan to get anything for free. Look, all of these rockets are doing like 30, 40 damage. And it's just slowly chipping away at this stack. And in fact, it's done enough for him to win the Mega. Still though, no armor. Heavy
With
still 10
7
seconds
minutes
off.
in, it still go either way. 6-6 at 7 minutes in. How big of a contrast is that to what we were seeing last night? These two, neither of them want to drop down to the lower bracket. Neither of them want to have to face Knight.
And that's
or
the thing,
facing
right?
each other
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of extra, you know, you're playing an extra best of 5 in order to just get back up to the top bracket. And the shield gets used, and beautiful push there from Cam. The rocket jump into the shield. Little bit of a fumble there, but we'll skip over that. Nice rail from both players. But the Mega there, and he's caught him down the low ground. The shotgun, the orb shotgun gets a good chunk of damage, but the problem is he didn't even have time to get the second one off. And the rail too off the spawn.
Name a more dysfunctional relationship than Dan and his shotgun.
Hey, it's been pretty good so far on land.
And then when it matters, it fails him. Anyway, Dan's actually going to be in a good position for this Mega Help, which is coming up soon. Cam goes down the lower. No, he's looping back. With the clutch, it's so hard to actually figure out which way they're planning to go because the movement can just change on a dime like that.
Exactly right. And both players now fighting for this Tri-Bolt. Huge amount of damage. As soon as he hits that damage, drops through the shield. Dan just wants to get that item and he misses the rail. Crucial shot to hit. Kama 28 HP surviving. And this is that shot, but the thing is he's got to be careful here, right? Even on this stack, just the starting machine gun is a scary thought to you. And push through, and Dan knows he's going to push straight through. He's got the LG out this time, and he will clean up that kill. And that's what Dan loves to do. Once he knows he's got you low, he will push in aggressively off one. He's got that one weapon he needs. The LG was all he wanted. And then you got that refrag immediately, not allowing this game to get too far out of control. 7 through to 9.
He knows the stacks are close. We're coming up to the last minute of gameplay here. And even though Kama's in the lead, I'm still not going to rule Dan out. Like,
so he's got a good stack to work with. All he needs is sort of that first engagement. Shield's still not up for another few seconds. If he can get a kill here real quick, but Cam is not going to allow
watch what's going to happen here. If Dan gets the opening damage, he's just going to jump on him.
Need a
rocket. Get
rocket.
the opening damage, he's more than happy to back away there. Cam's going to have an angle on that. No, he's backs through the telly before getting an angle on the Mega.
First rail goes in the name of Dan.
He knows where he's going to go.
With 30 seconds left, this is starting to become a time game. Like, Cam is fast. He's playing this clutch. He can just start running. Dan's seen him. He's dropped down. The shield comes out. The LG battle comes out. Dan knows that he can't take that 1v1 LG battle against that clutch. He does good damage there, but the shots from Cam are massive. And the Tri-Bolt spam around the corner. 4 HP he survives on. That will take it for Cam. 7-4, maybe a bit 7-8. We'll see if he comes back in for the refrag, but that will be GG's just going to hide down here in this low ground. And
Dan's not even looking in the right direction.
He didn't even make it through. We saw that, Dan.
We saw that.
And that is first map going to Kama.
What a well-played map. You can see that both players having a good laugh at how that last little orb played out. And now we're on to
Ruins of Sana.
Nath.
What are we thinking?
It's not a map I've seen much of myself up here at the casting desk. I know you guys have seen it a fair bit with the other players.
Yeah, it's been on a few times, but
This map with me and Dan has a special connection in my mind. I'm thinking 2022 Zeneku v Dan. Final map being Ruins, and we remember how that turned out. So that connection there's in my mind, but Kama's just so strong on Ruins as well. And the champ picks are so different.
Yeah, it's interesting because we've got obviously Athena coming out from Cam there, and he said how much he loves that champion.
But Dan doesn't miss.
But then Dan's got the exact same thing going on his side, right? He's got the visor, and that's his favorite champion, so.
The favorite champion's going at it straight away. And yep, we're getting straight into it.
Into
Both
the next
players
one.
not wanting to have any downtime at all, which I'm sure the admin here are going to be more than happy with, having the games going super fast.
Can you do a shout out to NVIDIA for $120?
Another update quickly on the prize pool. We've got a shout out to NVIDIA for a donation of $120 going towards that prize pool. Thank you very much.
I do not envy your accountant trying to work out what the actual winnings are for each of the players in Div 1 at the moment.
That's what Knight will be doing in his downtime between matches. So we thank you, Knight.
That is absolutely awesome. So we're going to be getting underway with Ruins right now. Athena.
You can add on another $40.
And one more quick update in that prize pool. Another $40 from Discone. Thank you for that, for the prize pool.
This prize pool is rapidly approaching the 2022 KoachiCon. It's not going to quite get there. I don't think
So
we're going to see another 20K.
If we keep going like that, maybe.
That's got to be one of the largest prize pools for Quake champions in the Southern Hemisphere in recent memory, like within the last 3 years.
Yeah. It's
Anyway, Ruins of Nath, starting on Dan, and he's got himself the heavy armor spawn, and he's going to be straight through to the important weapons. The Gauntlet's having to come out. Gauntlet kill to open up the map. 10 seconds in, Shruls is going to be happy with that.
I'm lost. I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. I've never seen that before at the start of a match of like this caliber. And then
that is a way to open up the map. You know your opponent's going to have basically nothing, and you can just go and punch them.
Yeah. And look, it worked, right? So he had the stack to do it. He had the heavy there. So anyway, we're going to...
That is going to enrage Cam a bit. You saw him with the aggressive grapple straight up. But he goes into the air and Dan just catches him. You don't want to be in the air when Dan's got the railgun out. And that's exactly what happened. He's going to take this fight 3-0 up within the first minute on Ruins.
And yeah, that's on Ruins especially, right? And this is, I think, why, the visor on Ruins in particular, this is why he picked it, right? So it's such a good combo. Look, is he not going to be able to get down towards this heavy in time? In fact, actually, Cam is not prepared for
Cam's
this.
not
So
there for it.
this will be a free mega, though, to go towards Cam, but I think Dan's pretty happy to take this trade, and especially now he can get damage off his item, hits that first rail, and actually forces him down.
He misses it.
And he's even just going to drop down. Perfect play from Dan there, just pushing down, getting that free frag, and now the mega. And none of that, he's got a great split between these items. Cam is finding this hard, right? This is the problem when you have a light. If you start losing control, it is so difficult. And then Dan right now, he's just going straight for these vials. He's going to have sight up all the time.
And the other thing to note is he's keeping Cam off of the lightning gun. He's keeping Cam off of the railgun at the moment, although I get the feeling Cam's going to acquire that soon. But the two weapons that Cam needs to be in it, he had a nail gun.
Yeah.
He had just a nail gun. As much as we love the nail gun, that's not what you need on Ruins. Ruins, the open spaces, you need your LG, you need your rail. And Dan's just stopping that from happening. As Cam's going on the run, he's heard Dan's chasing him. Dan is not... Thought he was going to go for it then.
He just wants to get out of there, right? Like, look at this stack. Look at this. This is just like... And immediately the rail as well. Cam, he's just...
1-2. See you later.
He doesn't even realize he's got other guns at this point, right? It's just a rail gun.
He's playing Instagib.
Instagib, yeah. Instagib, but it takes two sometimes.
And look at the score. We're 6-0 in 2 minutes 30 seconds. This is the score you'd expect to see on Ruins at the 7-8 minute mark.
Here we go. A little bit of defensive play from Cam here. He's got a chance to try and come back, but Dan's just coming straight back down these sides of fantastic rockets, and Kama with the rockets.
Wait, I don't think the follow camera's quite updating at the moment.
There we go. We are on the correct player, Kama. There we go. So this is a good way. Yeah, he's got a chance to get back into this right now. He's stopped the initial momentum. That's the important part.
And that heavy armor pickup is a major factor when you're playing a light champ like Athena. But Dan's going to be focusing on denying that. You can see that already. He's more than happy to get in position and stop Cam from having the easy drop down into the heavy armor room.
Cam's going to be a little bit quieter, and Dan's just sitting there with
out again.
Oh, beautiful read from Cam, just going up to the TP as soon as he gets that first shot, knowing where Dan's going to be, and he gets the info. And we're going to see this LG duel, and Dan off the spawn will be going down 6-3. Kama is making a comeback. Going for this spawn as well.
That heavy up. Definitely making sure Dan's not going to have a read on when that spawn's going to be. I don't even have a read on when that spawn's going to be, and we've got the assists in the heads-up display here. Cam missing the rails that he really wants to hit. Dan dodging Rocket left, right, and center, and just sending the tri-bolt back up the stairs, forcing Camera to back away.
So the tri-bolt's just enough, right? It's really hard to pick into the tri-bolt when it's spamming out at you. So yeah, it just forces him off. But he's got that Mega to go back to, and that's the thing with the Athena. We've seen already why it can be so good here. Using that Athena hook, get up to high ground.
We saw what was going to be the cheeky play there. Didn't quite play out for him. And Dan's just more than happy to play around the stairs at the moment.
Oh, beautiful shot
What a
there.
rail.
That wasn't even a sight rail.
No. That was just reacting to what's on your screen.
Looking up into the sun here, and Dan not able to get that first
Gonna be a
shot.
fight for the Mega Health. Mega Health's up in 2 seconds. Dan's positioning himself perfectly to back onto it. Cam forces him away. And there we are. The shaft of Cam's coming out. We're now a 2-frag game. We're not even 5 minutes in. We've seen this before on Awoken. We saw how bloody close it was to the 5-minute mark. I thought this was a Dan map.
Well,
At the 1 minute mark.
Well, I'll say with the first minute and a half of how convincing that was looking, but there, Cam's is a player you can never count out, right? And he's showing exactly why. Mind you, he's in a spot here. He's kind of trapped, but he's got the hooks to go. He's got the speed, got the weapons. Dan using the shotgun at this point, and it's 15 damage. There we go. He gets the 85, takes him down, and Kama was just
Shotgun
stuck.
coming out from Dan. You're having a lot of fun with the follow Cam and Quake Champions, aren't you?
It's just not playing ball today.
7-4, 3 frags in it. Very doable at the moment. Normally, I'd say it's going to be difficult. Okay, now we're
That's the
starting to
thing,
get to
right?
the difficult range.
That's the problem, right? Is so now that Cam's out of control, it's great when he's in control, but the problem is once you're out of control, again, the light. We come back to the problem of you spawn with 125 health, and that's all you have. You have no armor. He will have heard that jump pad. Question is, yeah, he's just
the
prediction
fake
rocket.
out with the jump. Cam doesn't know where that's coming from. Such an awkward space to be in there. And Dan, I don't think Dan's got the timing on the Mega there, but Cam's going to come in, chase him towards the Mega.
Oh, and they use the sight, and Cam just flies straight down on top of that LG, sending him
Smart play by
flying.
Dan there. Many players would go for finishing the float there. Dan knows that Cam's rockets under pressure are next level, and he respects them well, backs away.
That and two, he's got the hook as well, so he can get out of that situation if he needs to be. And the rails from both players not connecting.
Just things are starting to slow down a bit. What do you normally expect from a Ruins game? Side pop doesn't really help Dan too much. One of the 3 rails hits, but against an Athena, that can sometimes be all you need.
So Cam was still able to, the rockets enough to push him back, was still able to get that on Dan, just waiting here with Israel. He wants the angle. Cam, he knows exactly where Dan's going to be, does not want to risk losing that, and all the time shards are gone, I'm afraid, Dan. Nothing here for you. That's one of the things the Athena can just sit there and take those all the way. Mega is up. Heavy just a few seconds away.
Cam is definitely on a bit more of a hunt right now as the clock is starting to play a bit more of a role in this duel. Dan more than happy just to do a shotgun blast and run.
It's a good movement here from Dan. He just wants to try and get away, get into a position where he can take a good fight. Because now that Cam, he's got all these items. He's got a great stack to work with. Sight has just come up as well.
He knew exactly where he wanted to look.
Why do you even need sight?
You could hear him. I mean, it does make you question. Should we pick a different champ?
Nah, he loves this champ. You know that. And there we go. This is what he's sort of been waiting for. Just the ability to try. Like we know that Cam likes to do those plays where he tries to get the info. And I know that. Cam, I think, has just pushed himself out of the map a little bit too much. The LG is huge. Nice rocket, though. And the second one as well. The rail misses. Dan will pick up that 25. Keep him above that rail. State the X1 hits. Dan's missing and pushing out with the royal.
What happened?
He hits the shot. And wow, okay. Kama.
We need to unpack what the hell just happened there. How did Kama get the kill there? That should have been Dan. The self-damage from the rockets comes out.
Oh, and Dan gets that rail with the hook as well.
That was the self-damage with the rocket.
Beautiful
that to
shot.
happen.
And now we're going to see Cam is just going to try and push back in with the nail gun. Gets a good chunk of damage. Mind you, look at the health that Dan's on. One more nail would have done 7 HP, but he managed to get back away. But Cam, he's not going to give up on this.
2 more nails.
He's got the weapons here, and there we go. Rail connecting. Next rail wins this fight, and Cam misses. Dan will take that one. And this will be his Mega as well. He's still not healthy, though. Even after that, once Cam gets this rail, if he hits that first shot, Cam is just going to push in aggressive. He doesn't have the weapons to fight. This misses the first shot. If he did not miss that first shot, that would have been it. And yeah, GGs have been called. He knows that this is it. There, no coming back from that point. We are going 1-1.
This feels like a grand final. This doesn't feel like a semi-final. This feels like a grand final.
There's still 2 more matches to go after this.
No. Can't be. How? How is there still more to go after that? That feels like both players are just giving it their all. And we're going on to, I believe it's Vale is the next map.
Yeah, so Vale will be our next match. We're going to
Dan the King on the Eisen and Kama BJing on Vale. That's a combo we haven't seen come out against the Eisen much recently.
Yeah, well, I think Cam was saying that, like, that's again because we've seen similar matchups prior,
Yeah.
and he was saying that, yeah, again, the
with the new LG.
correct, yes. And we said that's a matchup that you know, he's a fan of, right? See, having the BJ in that situation. So it was interesting to see how he plays it, because I think Dan definitely very comfortable, right, on that on the Eisen. And we saw what Knight was doing, right, with that Eisen.
Yeah, we can't write the Eisen off.
There was so much work that turret did. Just the distraction alone, right, getting that a little bit of extra damage in some of those fights. It does so much, and
and we know Dan's a little bit more comfortable and a little bit more, what's the right word I'm looking for here? Confident in taking those fights where you're coming in at the awkward angle, you know, rocket jumping and chucking the turret in a different direction.
exactly, yeah.
Going through a teleporter whilst having the turret do work from you off to the side. He's a lot more comfortable in making those risky plays, and it doesn't follow the Kama flowchart.
Correct.
Game design. So that could be what trips Kama up here, especially coming out with the Eisen. But that lightning gun, 200 cells, going in double hands.
This is a map, though, where you can sort of get away from it pretty easily, though. So, you know, we've seen times where it's, you know, you have issues on CK too, where, you know, you get a chance where you can actually just use it all. It does last. It does last a little bit longer than what you might think. But the question is, can he get optimal use out of it? Right, a good defensive rocket's enough to potentially just push you out of the way.
We're going to be finding out very shortly. Well, best mapping Quake.
Best map in Quake.
Best mapping Quake.
1-to-1 in a best of 5.
Prepare to fight.
And I mean,
Upper
we're
bracket
basically
finals.
just starting a best of 3 right now. If you want to be technical about it, we're starting a best of 3. So we're starting off on Kama?
Starting off on camera here
Take it away.
with BJ. He gets this heavy spawn and going to go straight through the rail. One of his favorite weapons here, and the machine gun. I like that option there. He shoots the door first before he goes through. If he gets the chance, he can take that first shot, and immediate duel comes out. But look at that, the beautiful immediate defensive shot.
Turret is
and
doing work.
And the turret, yes, it didn't get any damage off there, but it just prevented that push ramp. If that turret wasn't there, he pushes in with dual wield. Dan trying to defend these rockets does not want to allow Kevin, mind you. He has to be careful because Hammer's got both rail and LG. And wow, how does he hit that, right? He's
That
barely
was
even
his shoulder
peaked.
he hit. There's another shoulder he hit. He's got no arms left. The shaft comes
And
out.
he runs
out of ammo.
Where he
with the
gets
machine
the
gun.
kill. How does he survive in that situation? Dan pushing in, and Cameron's just sitting there with his LG out, not sure what's going on.
Dan's
and
got a rail in return for him. Getting camera as he goes straight through there. One rail left for either of them. The mega health is going to be what saves him and just traces down through the air. And he's going for these spawn frags. He's not waiting to let Dan get even a step off of the spawn. He's going to have a rail there right into his face.
Such an aggressive start to this map of Vale there too. Such close frags. And know that when Cam pushed in there, he was on such low health, and just that rocket from Dan did not connect. I think it went through the grate and the floor, and otherwise it would have killed. There we go, does secure this heavy as well. So that Cam trying to go through and get these items now. Turret, he's probably going to be aware of it. The question is, does he want to just push through? Is he rocket jump this? How does he want to go about this?
The answer is going to be his Kama, and he's going to do Kama things. Hitting the rail through the grate like that. Dan's got a lot of shaft in response.
And not only that, he gets the telefrag on the turret, right? That's the problem. You've got to be so careful. If you place that turret right on that TP exit, as soon as they come through, they'll just immediately take it out. And that's what we saw there. So it does
Going to provide you with that cover
absolutely no use. Cam now out of rockets from above. He gets that click, and then the ops immediately don't get more just by clicking again, mate.
I was going to say, the spinny from the tri-bolt, that's a move I don't think we've seen come out very often. Just hit and shoot and spreading them around you, especially as you're landing on the heavy armor there. God, words are hard when these two are going at it so fast. Tri-bolt, lots of tri-bolt exchange from both players. Oh, Seriously, words are difficult at this stage.
Let's Cam here. He's now got this high ground, but Dan coming through, snatching away that heavy armor. We're going to see, again, this very same similar fight what we've seen a couple of times before. The LG coming out, and there we go. The jewel is getting popped. Dan, he does not want to have anything to do with that, but the rocket goes huge damage. He does not get that final one. Cam flying through the air. He takes another frag, 3-0 so far.
It's a very comfortable position to be in on Vale. It's probably... Look, he's not in complete control yet. We've seen this play out many times. We've seen it play out over the last 20 minutes.
Exactly right. And Cam right now, he's looking at a great spot to keep this going. He's going to have heard that turret, so he knows the turret's sitting there above. The rocket from below, good damage, a little bit more as well. Dan gets a little bit, but a beautiful direct as he tries to push around that corner. And Dan's just going to keep aggressing this time. And Cam, he's going to get forced back. The Tribot's going to come out, not connecting, but the rail, 13 HP for Cam. He is forced to run back. Dan's mega, finally, he's won that engagement.
He's in just the right position there to get off that damage to negate a lot of the mega health. But Cam, 50 HP. It's not a position you want to be in when you know Dan's hitting as hard as he is. Dan's going to look to get himself on the scoreboard and just jumped right past. Doesn't want to take on Cam. 75 HP Cam.
So Cam is he's just trying to hide right now. He does not want to take any of these engagements. He knows he doesn't have the stack to work for. He finally gets back up to 100 health. Still no armor.
Now not railable.
And he's finally got rail ammo as well. And there we go. The dual wield, it's just going to try and force Dan off, right? He's not in a position where he can really take this fight and win it. So by popping that, he can just get out of here. He can survive, not giving away a frag yet. 4 minutes in.
And that's just the aim of the game at the moment. Make Dan second guess what he's going to do.
Exactly, make him work.
Think about it.
And exactly, that's the thing, right? Make him work for every frag that he's trying to get. The more time you use, the more position. And the thing is, right, he's put himself back into a very good spot. He's not that far behind stack-wise. He's picking these up, so he's going to get the dual wield back for this next fight. And straight through here, there we go. Dual wield is back, and that's what he wanted. The question is, can Dan, look at that, perfect read there. The rail, though, missing from Cam. Dan hitting a beautiful shot. Armor shard's back up, ready to go. And Cam, again, he's just going to try and go back up through this way. He needs to start getting back into this map. Turret there.
Turret's there. Dan's going to know where he is now, and he's going to be planning his route based on that information. I wouldn't be surprised if, yeah, he's 15 seconds away from having another kill. Cam busts out the dual wield. So much damage comes out, but Dan's just got it all in return. And it's making Cam wonder, should I go for that mega? The answer is no, and Dan's just going to say, thank you very much, that's mine, I'll take it now.
But he's got to be
Cam
careful.
is forced out of the room.
I'll say that Dan had to be so careful there, those rails were so close. But that's the thing, he's still not able to secure a kill right. Cam is just doing a great job of surviving, and that's the problem here. You need to start getting frags on the board. We're halfway through. Zero kills for Dan. 3 in the name of Cam, and the turret will be taken down.
Again, it's a case, though, of it's Vale. It's a close map. Until we hit about the 7-minute mark, I wouldn't be starting to worry for Dan. There's still plenty of time for him to make up those 3 frags and bring things back even.
100%, yeah, and the Cam here is going to get back these
The
rockets.
control is swinging.
It is.
The control is swinging between the 2 players.
And this should be a kill here for Dan, right? He's got the stack to a beautiful defensive shot, 57 HP. He still can keep pushing there aggressively. The heavy will be up, so he can fight for that. Cam, he's just going to keep running. He's going to get that 50 shard in the upper ground. And then Dan, he's just going to, again, he's just going to keep this sort of rotation of control going. But having control doesn't win you games.
No.
You've got to get the kills.
And that's the problem at the moment. Cam is just doing the great thing of fighting until about 50 HP and then piecing out.
Exactly, and this is why Cam says, you know, this is his best map, right? And then the dual wield, and look at that, all this patience from Cam, and it is paid off absolutely perfectly.
And he gets the rail off a spawn as well. Those are the shots that you need to be taking. Dan forces him through the teleporter with the rocket. Cam's fine with that. He's got a mega health for his trouble. And he's, look at this, he's hunting down Dan now. He knows exactly where he's gone, deals with the Timmy, and he knows which way Dan's going to be going. Picking up the armor is going to mean that he can... Actually, no, he's not Ryzen, so armor doesn't matter.
Right now, Cam is just looking consistent.
He's just looking good.
He's not giving up anything. And this is a prime example, right, of like why you should never, like, even if you've gone down in a fight, you should sort of never give up in those situations. Because Cam, the amount of times that Cam went in for a fight, there we go, the dual wield, massive amount of damage, that's every single cell, and Dan is just deleted.
Take a look at his reaction to it all in the webcam there as well. This man's got ice running through his veins at the moment. Just no reaction at all. The frags are just, they're just standard daily frags for Cam at the moment.
Yeah, these aren't clip-worthy. Nothing here is overly special for him yet.
None of this will be posted into the hashtag media channel in the Koachi Cup Discord at the moment. But it's just consistent and clean.
But the thing is, like, I don't know if Cam's picked up like any major items in the last couple of minutes, but the thing is, it doesn't matter because he's been winning there. There we go.
You're floating your opponent like that. That was 132 damage as Dan was trying to get the heavy for himself. Finally lands something that forces Camera away, and he's going to convert that into a frag. Dan finally on the board. You get to flex that little finger at the moment to change the picture.
I'd almost given up and forgotten about that button. But no, here we go. So
Dan's actually in a good position to convert now.
Yeah, he's come out here pretty clean, but the thing is he's got to be careful because he still doesn't have a railgun, and Cam is, if he knows that, he's going to be able to abuse that. And Cam is always really aware of what weapons his opponents have, so...
It's interesting to see Dan's use with the Eisen current there. He's not really using it as a shield or as the third party in combat. He's kind of just putting it down to harass at the moment. Cam knows that. He's not going to go through the teleporter, and he's more than happy to back away. But Dan knows exactly where he's going to be. The dual wield comes out, but the rockets from Dan are strong. He's going to chase him, and Cam's just more than happy to play let's go around the shaft from Dan from above. We're now 3 frags in it. 8.5 minutes, Cam is going to start to be sweating. He's going to start to be worrying.
Also, you can never count out a player like Dan, and right now he's looking better. He's gotten the frag. He's got up to 2 now. So yeah, as you said, 3 kills to go. He's got the Mega. He's got a huge stack to work with. The question is, how can he go about getting this next one? And he's pushing through. The direct.
Whatever he does, he's got to make it happen quickly. The aggressive rocket jump is good. The rockets are landing, not getting the damage. Camera through the teleporter.
The TP play, you'd never expect it. You never expect it coming in from behind, and then a clean kill there again. And Cam, that might be it. That could...
I'm looking for Shruls in the crowd. He'll have a big grin on his face there seeing that telly play.
Yeah, Shruls actually taught Cam with that play.
Not much you can teach a guy like Cam.
But with 6-2 here, and the way Cam's been playing, he's been playing such a good defensive game, and well, just hit directs like that, and it's pretty much over.
Yeah, Dan's gonna have to start thinking about the next map at this stage. The comeback's not happening. It was a good thought, but it was just a little too late.
Yeah, look, if you could have got that going at sort of like, you know, the 5-minute mark as opposed to about the 7-minute mark,
yeah,
I think there's definitely a chance there, but Cam just did such a good job of keeping it going. Jewel's coming out once more, and
that just seals the deal.
All the LG.
Seals the deal.
Let's have a quick check. I just want to have a look at... Yeah, look at the item split here, right? Dan's 11 heavies, 12 megas to 6 and 4. Yeah. And then you look at the...
I think it's worth pointing out, especially with the LG damage, to some of the newer players who are coming in. Hitting high percentages in everything. These two players, peak of the peak in Australia at the moment, we're only hitting 29% LG.
Well, that's the thing is...
Your stat doesn't matter. Your control matters.
The other thing to remember, too, is players like this, what they'll be doing is they... What did he say?
Sorry, I'm just looking at the in-game chat. He's gone on the buzzer, my win. Gotta love the cheekiness from down there.
But yeah, on your comment though about like the LG accuracy, right? Yeah, we've seen people today. We've said how amazing it's hitting 45% LG, and then you get these two guys who are hitting 30%. There's so many factors to it, right? And that's stuff like a lot of these players, they pre-fire their LG before they come around corners. They know you're coming,
spam.
So they'll spam like 10, 20 cells before they've even seen you. It's like, yeah, and that's all missed. But the thing is, that just gives you that extra time. Otherwise, you're reacting to when you see them. So if you just start shooting early, you're hitting them immediately as soon as you can.
Yeah, and now we're going into we're finally at a point where match point is going to actually occur now. We're going into a Blood Covenant with Dan on the Nyx. That is a deadly combo. Dan on the Nyx and Kama on Anarchy. 2-1. This is match point for Kama.
Match point for Kama.
He wins this, he gets a break for the next 30 to 50 minutes.
Yeah, so that's the other thing to remember too. Like the loser of this is potentially playing, they've just played a best of 5.
And they're going to be coming off of a down against Knight, who's riding a high.
Yeah, exactly. So they'll be going into another best of 5. And then if they win that best of 5, they've got to then go into best of 7, down a map in the map of hands. It's a tall order, so you really, really do not want to be the one who goes down to lower bracket.
That is not a position I want to be in. Not a position anyone wants to be in, let's be honest. And I think we're just waiting on Kama to be ready. But yeah, this is make or break for Dan. And
yeah, well, let's have while we wait for Cam there. Let's just have a look at this. So
the chat picks, I think.
Yeah, the Nyx versus the Anarchy.
suits Dan a little bit better.
I'd have to agree. I'd have to agree that I think behind, obviously, well, we're not going to count Ranger because everyone loves Ranger, but behind the visor, I think the Nyx is Dan's is next champion. And so I really do like, and I just do really like the Nyx on this map. You get that extra vertical movement. You get basically the same thing as effectively what like Doomslayer can get, right? All the sort of those double jumps.
A
and all
little
that.
bit of the Feiner as well.
Yeah, so.
I mean, do you want to get that verticality with the rails Cam's been hitting?
Well, exactly. That's the thing, right? Cam's been hitting some serious rails, and Anarchy's no slouch here either, right? He's got the inject's always good. The speed he can jump, from main bridge over towards the mega there, so towards the rail, and the rail is always the key point of this map, right? That's the crucial tool that you need to be competitive in Blood Covenant.
Yeah. The only thing I'll say is Cam self admits that he's not as smooth with his movement as some other players are. If you feel like you're good at movement, don't watch Cam whilst he's doing this. Considering he considers himself not that great at movement, this is what he calls not good. It's, other people's amazing movement. So we're starting on Dan here, are we?
We're starting on Dan with the next.
He's got the Mega Spawn, but he's just going to be more than content to leave it up.
Yeah, just put a little bit of delay there on that item before he opts to pick it up. And Cam doing the exact same thing to the far side. Now Dan's realised that, he's picked up that armor shot there, so.
Yeah, just chasing each other around the map. The railgun's so important on DM6, as they call it. Look at all that machine gun damage coming out from Dan. 144 machine gun damage. He's going to look to finish the job. Not quite. Kammer just used... My God, 7 HP. How is he surviving that?
So the rockets from beneath were doing so much splash through that floor, and he's not out of this end.
Classic Hammer rockets.
And Kammer realized, how low he is, just hearing that machine gun spam, and all he had to do was hit the 1 or 2 bullets, and that was it. But we'll be able to get up here. And what a rail! And Kammer's just going to push straight in.
Dan is forced off of his item, tries to do the jump out of the way, and Cam just coming through, being the bully, and 14 HP surviving that.
Mind you, look at his health there. He's not, especially after missing that shot. He has got the inject if he wants it. So he'll just sit in his blood pool, get a little bit of health up, and then as soon as he gets this armor shard here around.
That's one way of getting your health back, especially when you know you've got Dan on the map just hoovering up all those 25s.
Second, Dan is already over here by this
Dan's hitting the
first rail. Yeah, good shot from him. Nothing to be connecting from Cam. He's just going to play this quietly. Wait over here. Again, no armor to his name. Cam's still in the lead. He's got this first frag, and he can play this however he wants.
However he wants, and he's playing a relatively slow game for an Anarchy.
So while he's got no armor here, he really has to be careful. He cannot opt to take a big fight, because the thing is,
he saw Dan's feet there and was like, "Nope, I'm out of here."
Exactly. He knows he can just sort of fall back here towards his item. But the thing is how quickly Dan's getting over here. 1 rail to 1 rail. The next one could be the winning factor here, and it comes out from both. So now Cam, he's dropped down. He's got the items now. The invis is forced. Inject coming out as well. The shotgun coming out there from Cam. He wasn't sure whether or not Dan was going for something aggressive, but Dan's just trying to run, and he's got himself caught in this corner. There's almost no way, but the...
Goes up the wall, and Cam expecting it. The crosshair placement, absolutely
I love the fact that Cam just took a little bit extra time there to take that shot right. He knows that as soon as that shot missed from Dan, he was free to take it. He makes sure he hits it. Don't rush it. And he gets that first rail here on the mega pickup, hits the second one. And I just love the aim style here from Cam, right? He doesn't flick his rails or anything like that. He waits for his opponent. He waits for you to walk into his shot.
Yeah, it's like a tripwire essentially between Kammer and his crosshair. And as soon as Dan's crossing it, he's getting hit full force. And yeah, Dan's just on the back foot here. The tri-bolt is great. Kammer catches a face full of Dan's tri-bolt, but it's still not really enough to convert to anything. The Ghost Walk coming out. I think Dan was going for a cheeky inside out there, not quite in position for it, and Kammer's going to punish him with a rail off a spawn. And at this point, it's Blood Covenant. This is starting to get dangerous territory for Dan.
Yeah, and Kammer's just reading this really well. He's just catching up to him. Yeah, he's got the speed, and immediately again we're going to see another spawn frag there. Just that little bit of rocket, right? Pushes him off the edge. Rocket jumping across as well, and again another rail. He's just not missing these shots. Actually lands on his head. Not sure which weapon he wants to use, and Dan gets a decent chunk of damage there with the machine gun. But
just imagine what kind of
shot he will clean it up.
You can just imagine what kind of messages Dan's going to be getting from Steve post this game, because he's just being locked out of this map at the moment. 3.5 minutes in, 7 frags up. That's a CK score.
And right now, it looks like it's about to be 8. And I think there was the gauntlet there that went in for the good... Look, that is actually a good choice, right? He's got no weapons off spawn. Does a good chunk of damage.
Yeah, it's point blank range. You might as well go for it. Especially some other players would be claiming that as well.
Now, Cam's still out of rails, so he hasn't been able to get in yet. So this could be a chance for Dan. He's even managed to get the heavy on his side as well. So he's got a bit of a lifeline to try and break this just unrelenting force, which is Camera. And again, a little click there of the rail. Needs to get over the other side now to get more ammo. Again, a click, no rails. This will be his chance. He's probably going to try and get over there now. But Dan will have realized, right? Cam hasn't shot a rail in such a long time.
Yeah, he's got to have figured out that Cam doesn't have any rail. The fact that Cam's been choosing to go with the Cess rifle has got to be a giveaway. Cam knows exactly which way Dan's going. He's chasing him down. Dan gets the heavy armor. The shotgun doesn't hit the first one, but the second one does.
And then see, why does he even need to go get rail ammo, right? When your opponent will bring it to you. Oh, shot that does miss. Dan just going to keep pushing in with that machine gun, doing a huge chunk of damage. Cam forced back.
If you're going to waste rail ammo like that. 2 misses in a row. And yeah, at the 5-minute mark, 9 frags up. This is definitely a CK score. And it's getting away from Dan. I wonder if we're going to be seeing another Knight v Dan match.
It's looking like it.
Is that going to be, what, the 3rd or the 4th one, potentially?
I think this will be the 3rd time, yeah. Yeah, those groups and those in the semis and beautiful rail there.
And Kama is just in so much control.
Mind you, the rails right now are connecting for Dan. Kama's not in a great spot, and one more rail.
Positioning by Dan there. He's just going to drop down and go, hey, let's finish this off. The gauntlet comes out, he tries to go for the cheeky kill. Cam's not having any part of it at all. He's not going through that embarrassment.
And Cam was alive on 1 HP when that rail connected, using the inject to get just back up to that 50.
Makes you wonder if he had something other than the gauntlet out.
Possibly, yeah, just one ticker machine gun.
And I mean, they're both life champs, so that opening of a kill is all that Dan needs.
That's exactly right. We saw how Cam was going when he was able to just constantly frag, 3-4 times in a row once he managed to get some of those kills. And that's a thing you can do, right? Dan's definitely capable of doing that himself. The question is, can he get this guy into rockets?
Rockets like that.
The shotgun from Milo's not doing enough. Rockets just bouncing down around. He's going to go for the spawn here as well. A little bit too slow to actually catch him. But again, Cam's not too stressed about this. 10 kills up right now. 6 minutes into this match.
6 minutes in, 4 minutes to go. 3.5 minutes to go, essentially. 4.5 minutes to go. Max hard. And Dan's just going to have to make something happen now. Maybe the caution game that he's been playing, he's going to have to abandon it and, rip control a bit more forcefully out of Cam's hands.
And that seems to be what he's trying to do, pushing here, and there we go.
There we are. The shotgun comes out. Almost 7 minutes in, Dan's finally on the board with the default starting shotgun that triggers some people, apparently.
And right now is his chance. He needs to start training this together, right? We've got
Predict Cam to be lower. Misses 2 rails back to back. Cam's now got the rocket launcher. One of the deadliest weapons in his arsenal.
And that's the thing, right? We've got to be... Oh, the rocket actually launched him flying over. The shotgun out. Does good damage in the second one as well. And he's going to go in for the spawn. Trying to get the mega spawn. Does not force it. He will secure this mega. We'll not have time to get over towards heavy. And Cam, yeah, he knows the timing. He's straight over there immediately after.
We went for the lower armor instead of picking up the upper armor. Maybe that's a bit of a mistake considering, how important armor is for the two of these. Yeah, he's missed the timing so off.
Yeah, he quickly realizes, so he's quickly out of there. But that rocket jump not helping, and there we go. Nice ghost walk to get away. He gets the rail before he goes invis. Potentially going to be able to catch up, and Cam, he's just not going to give him these angles.
And Cam's going to be in great position to get the mega for himself, and Dan's in a world of trouble stack-wise right now. This is all going to come down to positioning if Dan wants to be able to extend his frag run at the moment. Although 8 frags in 2 minutes.
So look, it's going to be hard, but he's playing against light. So if he can get these clean and he can chain them together, but Cam is just going to be so slippery.
He completely missed where Cam went there. Cam doubled back through the teleporter.
Yeah.
Was out through the lower escape route, and Dan just didn't have him clued in at all.
And we saw how slippery Cam was being on Vale, and he's going to do the exact same thing. It's going to be so hard to go in. Nice shotgun, followed by the invis, and I love the rocket jump. There's no way for Dan to chase him after that rocket jump. Now Cam is just gone once again. There's going to be no ghost walk up now again for a minute. And Cam's just going to be able to keep running. He even gets the Omega.
I think at this point, you know, it's safe to say that Kama is going through to the grand final.
Kama will be going through, yeah, upper bracket grand final. Dan will be playing against Knight.
Once again, Knight's just come out of that fight. And now he's got to go back in there again. A lot on the line for both of them going into that as well. I mean, we've got our classic split finalists that we're used to.
Yeah, yeah.
Combined with its land, they both want a land title.
Exactly right.
I don't think either of them have a land title in Australia at the moment as well. GG's come out from Dan. Well played.
And that will be Kama's set. Kama will be moving on to the grand final. Dan moving down to the lower bracket to play again the lower bracket finals against Knight.
Looking out across the crowd, Knight's looking nice and relaxed going into this.
All right, and we will be back with Kama here in a moment for a quick interview before we move on to our next set. All right, congratulations, Kama. Well done on your upper bracket win into the grand finals. Must feel good.
Yeah, it does. Of course, I came here knowing, you know, I was probably going to finish in the top two, but you still got to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
And now I have. So it's all gravy from here, you know what I mean? I think I played a couple of good maps. I showed my skill, and yeah, it's just bonus from here, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I can go all the way.
But, yeah.
If I can't, yeah, so be it. I'll shake whoever it is hand and say well played.
So you've taken down Dan now twice, once in groups now and in the upper bracket finals. So you'll be playing against either Dan now or Knight in the grand final. How are you feeling about that?
Well,
Surely you must be going in confident, yeah?
Feeling confident, but it's what I expected. Because the thing is, probably on the Awoken, I got it. You know, it's a back and forth game. Could have gone either way. That Ruins was horrible. Even I almost got into it somehow as well. Like if I killed him when he was at the LG, I could have easily won that map.
Yeah.
And I played like a literal moron for 5 minutes. We were laughing because I said to Dan, "Man, I'm so lucky that would have been from your point of view."
Yeah.
Because it was from my point of view, they would have thought this cunt's never even fucking played Quake before. It was horrible. It was horrible.
So
Actually, especially with that surprise gauntlet at the start.
Oh,
mate.
actually, no. When he does certain things like that, that's when I think, oh yeah, this guy's a smart play. He's played these starting situations before. It's not like he didn't just happen across that. He was planning to do that. You can feel it by the way he turned around the corner.
Yeah.
So I was just, this is what me and Fraser always like when we play. You know what I thought to myself? How could I have avoided that?
Right.
How could I have avoided it?
And then for next time, you know
How?
I've got no idea, man. I'm not that smart.
How?
I'm not in Div 1, mate.
I should have hooked towards the rail to begin with. Like, as soon as I got the green armor, just hooked straight towards the rail.
rail
And the only reason he got there quicker is because his visor. Other champions don't get there that quick.
Exactly.
So
yeah,
he knew what he was doing on that, That's the thing. Like, he knew exactly what he was doing on that. So it makes me look stupid because you get gauntleted, but, it attacks so quick in this game, and he's point-blank range. So it was just
Yeah, look, it's perfect. Right, rail versus gauntlet, right?
It's actually moments like that where I think this guy is fucking good. You know what I mean? Like, I know everyone says he's good, but you can really feel it in
just
the server.
small little things that no one else does, right?
No, he's good. He's just good.
Yeah,
he's just
100%.
good.
Yeah.
The small little items that, you don't even think about until we're talking to you post-game.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, I'm thinking about it in the game, but anyway, yeah. The other 2 maps I thought I played really well.
Yeah, so you're happy with how you played overall?
Blood Covenant, mate.
No,
That was a
actually,
clinic.
I actually thought that was a clinic, but I thought the Veil was better. The reason I say that is because I got my kills and I got split control after almost every kill, and I still got the next kill every time.
Yeah.
Even one of the split controls went for like 3 minutes, and I still got the next
Kill,
kill. That's when you're playing well because he's thinking, I've had all. Usually, I said to Billy yonks ago. He said, if you're behind and it's split control halfway through the map and they get the next kill, you can just about type GG. Because, you fought for so long and you still didn't get the next kill.
Yeah.
So that's when I knew I played a good map. Obviously, the BC, I just got off to a good start. And
yeah, there's almost no way back into it.
I just nicks sometimes, if you've got no utility, it's kind of hard.
Very
you know what I
difficult,
mean?
exactly.
Especially against Anarchy because he's just on you.
Yeah,
and then he's just like charging with LG and like you're only 125 health or 175 health. So
yeah.
you're just dead.
I think we were at like the 2-minute mark, and I was like, I want to say that it's over.
You can never
But
say
it's
it's
way
over
too
because
early to say it's over.
it is Dan. He's very cerebral as a player. Even when you're hiding, actually, that's when he seems to use his brain. He's a cerebral player. Like that's what his game is based on. Don't get me wrong. He's got the fundamentals of all the aim and that, but his biggest strength is his reading of his opponent. That's his biggest strength in the game. So even when you're hiding, playing slow, you've got to try and think what's he doing, because otherwise, if you just wait around, he'll know you're there.
Yeah.
And you could be hiding in the most random shittest spot.
we saw that multiple times with the visor on Ruins.
I mean, visor's a bit different because you get the sight, but
he would look towards where you were
and then use the
offside.
visor. Exactly. Yeah. It's like he's one of those guys. It's like he's got sight, and then you feel like you're playing against Ranger. Then you look up at the scoreboard and you think you're playing against Visor. You look up at the scoreboard and he's Ranger. It's like, yeah, right. You know what I mean? He's that kind of guy. No, it's actually Fraser who told me that about 3 years ago. We were talking about Dan's strengths, and Fraser said, no, Dan's biggest strength is he knows where you are.
Right,
You just have to accept that. Yeah. And as soon as he said that, I thought, you know what? You're fucking right.
Yeah.
Like, I can feel it. You know what I mean? So that's what he's got in his game. Obviously, the thing is about him as well is his rockets are criminally underrated.
Well, I wouldn't say. I say, does anyone say his rockets are?
No one says they're bad, but they don't talk about them much. Because
Right.
I think it's generally historically Fraser and I have been a bit strong with the rocket launcher.
Yeah.
But he's a clear
Yeah.
he's a clear and obvious third place.
Yeah.
So deep on his spam, he knows where to shoot them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And his spam is it's probably better than mine.
Yeah.
I don't think his middies are necessarily better than mine, but his
Middies are an art form.
Yeah.
they're an art form. But no, his deep spam. He's fast with it, and he's real arrogant with it too. But I like that. Though.
Yeah.
Like he's
a bit of fun, a bit of banter between you.
Well,
guys.
it's just he's like, yeah, I'm spamming, bro, and you're not coming past.
Yeah,
If you
exactly,
try to
yeah.
come past, you're taking 100 damage. I've already switched to my lightning gun by the time you're through. So no,
Yeah.
he's just really good. So
Yeah,
he's good.
well, you might be seeing him again in the grand final. So
I dare say so, but of course, Knight will.
I'd say Knight's taken him down once, so can potentially do it again. So who
and he
knows?
had his chances in the last set. I hope not, because then we'll have to argue over who's on the right hand side. I don't want to play on the left hand side.
Let's see what happens when it comes to it.
Can
Anyway.
we switch
But
after? Or what?
We'll see what goes
Or is
on.
it possession is 90% of the law, isn't it? That's the saying? Yeah.
We'll figure all that out if it comes to it. Anyway, congrats again. We need to get this next match going.
No worries.
We are running short on time, so might see you again. Congratulations again for getting to the grand final.
Thank you.
You've got a bit of break now, and enjoy the next match. And
Thanks
we
for that.
might see you again soon.
Well played, mate.
No
Well
losers
played.
interviews. No losers interviews.
No, very not.
Yeah.
We'll see you maybe for grand final. We'll see.
Yeah, right. No worries.
All
Thank
right,
you.
see you, man.
a quick update on the prize pool. Check. Is my microphone
I think you're in the wrong one.
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Okay, check. There we go. All right, just a quick update on the prize pool. Currently, we have a prize pool of $4,466. That's $167 for 7th or 8th place, $212 for 5th or 6th place, $357 for 4th place, $558 for 3rd place, $1,005 for 2nd place, and $1,788 for 1st place at the LAN.
So there's a big jump there for these next 3 positions.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll just quickly go over who has donated. Quick shout out. We have the Kwacha Cups admin team with $1,000, Redoxide with $50, Donna with $300, Shruls $150, Teok1 $200, $440, sorry. Elim $200, K-Nature $100, Jibby $100, Angry OC $1,000, Hodgezilla $300, Rob Corv $171, Ace Them $50, Morgan $500, Phylum $200, Westy $100, Discarne $40, and Nvidia $120. So thanks to everyone who has donated to this prize pool. We've really given these guys a lot to play for, and you've added a lot to the event, so we appreciate you.
And you're still more than welcome to put more money in if you'd like to before the event ends.
Exclamation mark donate in the chat. Anyway, we're going to go on a quick break before this game starts. I think the players are doing their pick bans right now, so we'll be back with you in just a minute. Check, check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And we are down to the semi-final of the Kawachi Cup's Dual Championship. We have Dander King versus Knight, a $400 match. Whoever wins this wins at least $1,000. The loser gets $550. And yeah, the top 2 seeds coming into the tournament in the semi-final. So
yeah.
one of them will be disappointed not to live up to their seed. So that is, you know, quite a bit on the line. We got Dander King, the relentless rail king with world-class dodging and exceptionally smart play. And Knight, the shadow stepper that stays quiet, out of sight until he's ready to pounce. This is going to be a great matchup, Fuzzy. What do you think?
Look, I think, right, Dan, the way he's been playing,
Yeah.
you've probably got to give him a favourite, but Knight has been absolutely no slouch throughout this whole tournament.
Absolutely.
He's been playing phenomenally, and he did
Absolutely.
take Dan down in the groups, right?
Yep.
Last time they did meet in the upper bracket,
Yep.
Dan did take the series down, but it was a lot of close games. There was
Lot
a
of close games.
few moments there where it could have gone either way.
Yep.
So, anyone's guess, right?
Yep, absolutely. And I mean, Dan's probably feeling a little bit disappointed about what happened in the last match, but you know he's the kind of guy that can shake it off,
Exactly.
reset, and he wants to take Cam on again. He wants another opportunity
100%,
to take Cam on.
100%.
Knight, I think he's fairly happy about his performance. He, you know, coming 3rd place, he'd be pretty happy about that. You know,
Well,
that's
hey, let's not
living
call
up
it 3rd
to-
place yet. He's still got
that's
it
living
for
up-
2nd.
3rd place will be living up to his expectation. You know, so from here, it's
Yes,
only
sir.
a cherry on top.
Exactly,
So
yeah.
he's gunning for 2nd. He wants to take that level up. But, you know, maybe the pressure's kind of off a little bit now.
Yeah, exactly. I think, and who knows, that might actually help him play a bit better, right? Like, just knowing that, you know, he's achieved what he wanted to. So, you know, if he can get the grand final now, all for him. But I think, yeah, Dan's definitely going to make it a real challenge for him. He's not going to let him through easily. Because, as you say, Dan wants revenge, I think, against Camus twice now.
Yeah.
Camus taken him down.
Yeah,
so,
that's right. Twice in a row.
And, you know, more for bragging rights, right?
Yeah,
Like, these guys, these guys
absolutely.
are good friends, so.
Absolutely. And just a bit more background on these 2 players. Dander King has done very well in the Quake Live World Championships in the past. He's gone and played internationally representing Australia in Quake Champions and Quake Live. He's taken down world-class players like Kilson and Zanaku. He beat Zanaku at the last LAN in Australia, reclaiming his title as the best player in Australia. In fact, he ran onto the stream and yelled, "I'm still the best." It was sick. I love that.
And Cam now's after that title, though, right?
Yeah, Cam wants that
He
title.
wants to prove that he's still the best.
But, you know, we're on, you know, Knight still is that underdog still. I think he's got
100%.
that underdog vibe, and he's coming for Dan. And, you know, Knight's no slouch either. But he was voted the most defensive player in Australia, I think 3 or 4 seasons in a row by his peers.
But that's something he's
And
been trying
I
to
think-
change, right?
I
He's
think
been
that's
doing it.
something he's been trying to shake off.
And
yeah.
I think he's done a really good job of it because I think nowadays he's still got that defensive play in the back pocket when he needs it,
Yep.
but he is definitely a much more aggressive player. He makes a lot more plays, and I think it's really helped his game. I think it's sort of got it to the next level, right? Because he always had that really offensive play, but then when you come against someone who it just doesn't work with,
Yep.
he could struggle.
Yep,
And so
absolutely.
I think the ability to just, you know, expand upon his game in that way has really, really helped shape him as one of the top players in Australia.
Yep, absolutely. So if we're going over to the picks and bans here, we got Dander King picking Vale of Noth straight up, which is neither player's most favourable map. I think it's interesting that Vale got picked straight up. Deep Embrace and Ruins got banned. I think those players just don't really like those maps. Neither of the players love those maps that much. I know.
Mind you,
Knight-
Knight getting rid of Ruins, it's not like we've seen Dan play it, right? Like
That's true.
He's a
to
bit
be
of a
honest,
menace on
Knight's
that
pretty
map.
good on Deep Embrace too, so maybe they're taking one of each other's maps out of the pool. But we got Vale now. Dander King banning Clutch straight up. Now, Knight can play Clutch. He's
Knight's
pretty
a
good
very
on
good clutch. And not only that, we've seen in, was it previous tournament where Knight beat Dan, was AQ, do you remember
The
which one it was? KDC.
No, it was AQR 6.
AQL 6 was
Yeah.
it? Yeah. I think Clutch was
On-
the first
on Awoken, yeah.
Ranger that was the
Yeah.
first thing, and I think ever since then it's just been
Yep.
a case of, you know what, I don't want to deal with that anymore.
Yep, absolutely. And then obviously we got Ranger versus Strog first up, which is what we've seen almost the entire tournament, most games anyway, which obviously these two characters everyone's the most comfortable on and they're okay with this matchup. So, you know, they kind of have to pick them. And the players are ready, I think. So we're about to get into this game. Semi-final of the Kawachi Cup's Dual Championship. 9 months moving up to this point.
Yep.
I'm feeling hype. I'm getting ready for it.
I think everyone here is ready for this moment. We've been here for 2 days, right?
Yeah.
And this is what we've been waiting for.
Yeah, it's been a lot of Quake the last 2 days. We still got the Division, I think, 3 and Division 2 Grand Finals being played. Or Division,
I think 2 is just finished. I think it's just 3
the
now.
Division 3 Grand Finals still being played. There's a bit of Quake still being played on the floor, but everyone else is available. Now watching the big screen. There's a couple of groups around enjoying the screen. And yeah, let's get into it. Feeling hype. If you're in the chat, let's hear ya. Who are you going for? Are you going for Knight? Are you going for Dan? Who do you reckon will get up in this match? Who's your favorite? Let's hear you in the chat.
Who do you think is going to take
Give
this?
us some energy.
What do you reckon? We've got the Ranger Strog, the classic matchup. Let's start here. Give Dan the cam. What has he got for us on the Strog?
So he starts with the LG. He's going to go get this Mega. Goes and gets a light straight away. He'll probably drop down for this rocket launcher. And now, notably, Knight doesn't have the rocket launcher. He only has the railgun. So Dan with the weapon advantage at the moment. Knight smartly going for this position. He doesn't know where Dan is, and Dan's caught him out straight away, but he misses the 2 rockets in a row. And the orb comes out, he whiffs the orb. The LG is not good though. Who's going to win this fight? And Dan wins it by 7 HP. A lot of whiff there from both players, but Dan eventually pulls it out.
That is not what we expected the first fight to be, I don't think, of this lower bracket final. But Dan, as you say, coming out on top. First frag. Major items will now be split back between the players in reverse. Dan still not healthy though. He really needs to get some more health bubbles here. And also ammo is not looking great either. Rockets low, LG low. Playing this high ground position on Veil. Such a strong spot to be in. Listening out for Knight to tri-bolt. Knight, good job to not go through that TP there. The awareness. Both these players have played each other so many times.
Knight and Dan both respecting each other enough just to go get each other's items. Stacks reasonably close, but Dan has Knight in an area here. Oh, nice rocket to knock him off, and that will actually push Dan away. He cannot continue taking this fight, and Knight has a big advantage here. The position and the rail, both very nicely done. Knight cannot follow that up though, but he still has a big advantage on the stack. Items are at the same time, so they should be able to get each other's item, and Dan should have an opportunity to stack back up here. No, Knight's done a really good job here of forcing Dan away from that heavy and then pushing him out of the Mega Room. And he's got Dan under his thumb at the moment. He's pushing him into places Dan doesn't want to be. And Knight is pushing Dan. He's going to get this frag. 4 HP left, and he gets it with the shotgun. Nicely done by Knight. Really well played.
And he's come out of that really clean. Dan just not able to get the damage onto him. So he's in position here for this heavy. Or the Mega's going to take this high ground. The tri-bolt. Beautiful damage coming out from that too. Dan, though, with a great defensive rocket. Forces back using the rocket jump to get across. He's actually put himself a little bit too early, so he's not going to get that. But these items were perfectly split, so they will be traded out once again. Dan grabbing heavy. Knight with this Mega. He's got no armor, though.
Yeah, the stacks are reasonably even, but Knight would love something else to his name. He's going to just get out of here. He does a really nice orb to get out. He's still not railable, which is preferable, obviously. Both players fighting over this, and Knight comes out on top, hits the direct rocket. Dan does not, and he's going to follow that up with a spawn rail as well. The secondary spawn rail, but he's railable himself. Oh, nicely followed up, and he comes through with the clutch shot. So Knight playing really well here from the start. Dan not letting up with the pressure though.
I like this from Knight, just playing back as far as possible.
Beautiful.
He knows that Dan's only got rockets, and now that range with the rocket jump from Dan, but it makes him under 100. That direct rock from Knight, cleaning up 4-1 in his first 3 minutes. From what started out so bad for Knight, right, getting caught out in that position where you would never expect someone to be. He's managed to do a really, really good job to turn this around.
Absolutely. And do you think Dandaking might be a bit exhausted after the last match versus Kama? Like,
possibly, right? You know,
it looks like Dandaking slipping just a little bit, and Knight is just connecting everything right now. A little bit of a break before this match, and he's just on fire.
See, mind you, Dan has done so much damage from that previous fight. He's actually going to rocket jump up. He misses the rocket jump, and Dan's going to rocket jump in front. And Dan stealing the Mega away from just in front of Knight's face. That slight little movement error cost him so much in that fight. And that's allowed Dan straight back into this. And he's going to push in here and look at that. One little error, if this level of play can cost you so much.
And when you have control like that with the items on a run, like nicely split, you can't just like give up a kill like that and then allow the control to be flipped completely. Like, that is so detrimental, and now Knight is in a really difficult position. Dan is just going full on aggressive, and he's racking up the kills.
And this is the style Dan likes, right? He likes to just play aggressive. When he's in control, he's got this massive stack to work with. He'll push into you. He'll get that frag, and yes, you might do a lot to him, but he's going to have those items behind him. He's got the control ready to go, and he'll just stack straight back up, and he will just keep cycling this process, right? Keep doing the aggression, and we see here, again, look at this. The speed, he's pushing straight in. The good defensive shot there from Knight forces him off, but he's got this heavy to go back to, and that's exactly what he wants to do, but there we go. Knight with a good first rocket there. The Orb even coming as well. The LG, huge amount of damage. He actually takes shot. Dan sitting there with no ammo at all, but Knight not able to get any some damage behind, and even the spawn rail. Common angle here on Vale, and Dan's even continuing the aggression here. Mega behind him.
Oh, Knight's just going in though. He's just, I can't believe he's attacking this. Oh, he almost hit the midi. Dandaking not able to connect the defensive rockets enough to keep Knight at bay, and Knight's actually got a little bit to his name now.
So Knight's actually got a bigger stack even after Dan just picked up that Mega, and even with this, right, look, they're still evenly stacked. Dan's just picked up both major items. You would never have any idea.
So an attack by Knight that you would usually have Kama yelling, "You attack!" made all the difference, and now Knight is back into the match.
That's right. All it takes is, you know, one nice little play like that. You get a bit lucky, you get a good shot, one nice rocket placement, and you can just force your opponent out of position. Position in this game is so important. And Dan now, speaking of position, in the optimal position to take this item away. Knight trying to get some damage off him, but Dan.
Does Knight not have a railgun anymore? I'm not sure why Knight didn't go for the rail there. I guess he was trying to be defensive, but I think Dan will read this situation and realize Knight is going on the back foot now, heavily on the back foot. I think Knight is trying to slow down the map. He's trying to keep Dan at bay just to, you know, regain some kind of footing on the map after that onslaught that Dan just unleashed.
And that's the thing, and especially now that it's 5-5, right? So they're tied up, so you don't. There's no pressure to, you know, force anything. But the problem is, Dan is on such a big stack to work with, you can't just take a 1v1 fight against him right now. You need to try and get something going for yourself so that you can make this an even duel. And even if that takes, you know, 2-3 minutes.
And both players just kind of taking it easy, but then all of a sudden Dan goes through the teleporter, Knight orbs to the Mega, and Knight has much more control now, but Dan has position. So, oh, nice rail. This should be able to push Dan back. Oh, Dan is still going for it. Knight not in optimal position, and Dan can just sneak through and grab that. And Dan has made the most of a difficult situation there.
Has hit a nice rail though, so he's got the armor on the upper position. It's not too bad of a spot. Mega will be up shortly, and Knight missed rail. If you got that, would have been actually a really interesting position to keep fighting here, but nothing from below is going to be able to help him out in this situation. Rails, and he's out of here.
The tension is starting to build now. You can just feel it. Oh, but he crits Knight mid-rocket jump, pins him against the wall, and that is a big tension release for Dandaking, but then the gauntlet into suicide. Absolutely killer. And Knight, on very low HP after that, will restack. And will rocket jump up to this Mega. The Mega doesn't spawn for another couple of seconds. He orbed up to the Mega, sorry. And Dandaking will win that Mega. That was a bit hasty by Knight. I think Knight must have mistimed that. But yeah, that gave Dan the Mega, and Knight took some damage as well.
Caught out going for those time shots. If you get stuck there, you're so far in the open. That was a really nice shot there. And Dan's actually rebel here at Knight. He's not. And look at that. He tries to get back in time. And Knight, I don't know what he did. Did he rocket jump or something there? Or did he just jump? I don't think you could see from that shot.
I think he must have seen a pixel of the back of his head, honestly. He's rocket jumped again up here, but the Mega is spawning this time. And the orb straight into Dan for the frag. And nicely done.
And look how clean he got that. I don't think he took a tick of damage in that fight.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. And this is what we've seen from Knight, like all tournament. He does something amazing. He pulls it all together, but then he's not following up. He's not able just to keep going once the pressure is on. I think the nerves after doing something great really gets to him. And this is where he shows a lot of weakness. Dandaking making the most of it.
Dan's about to run out of LG, and we've seen that a few times from Dan over the last sort of few matches. Running out of LG and just not being prepared to
what was that?
Bit of a accidental click there, I think, with the left mouse button, and but But he's going to keep the aggression going here, but Dan, that was a beautiful shot from him. Now, actually, Railable, he's got to be so careful here. What should have been an easy kill, actually, has gone so bad. And we've had some really scrappy fights so far in this match. This is a bit bizarre, almost.
Felt like a death match for the last minute.
And after all this, though, we are still 1 frag in this game. 1 minute to go. Knight, 8 frags to Dan, 7. He's going to push straight through the TP with the orb. Oh, Dan is so low. But Knight is not much healthier, and the LG duel just not going in his favor.
Has Dan used his Pika? I don't think Dan's used
Not
a single
once.
Pika. Oh, Knight's actually hit a pretty good MG, and he will push Dan away, so Dan doesn't connect with the rail, and Knight actually with a little bit more stack here, and reasonable weapon fairness. Knight is just pushing this. He's dealing so much damage to the LG. This
And Dan's got
land,
no rockets.
LG's coming out.
The gauntlet.
Dan doesn't use the Pika. He definitely could have protected himself a bit more with the Pika, and Knight will take a frag lead with 20 seconds to go. This is huge. One rail will kill Knight. It all comes down to this, and Dan hits
the
it.
shot. How does he get that? And now, this is prime position. We're going to go to OT. First map in this. Mega will be going towards Dan in this situation. Heavy's still up a few seconds, and we're going to see a bit of a trap set up here. The first rocket comes out. Both players hitting good damage. Knight trapped in this tiny little room. He's got to go up the bounce pad. Pika finally coming out, going down, does not connect. Knight still in this risky position. The rockets rain down from they can hit you through the grate. He drops down, and he's just trying to get him, and the orb as well. And then Dan finally cleans up that kill, and Dan, I think he's happy with that one in the end there. A little bit of a fist pump, and
wow, and the applause comes out from the crowd. That was wild. What a finish. What a match.
That's
50% L, 35% LG, 36% LG, 50% rail. What a match.
What a match. That's the first one of potentially 5 in just this map. And we've still got the grand final.
Well, you can tell these guys want it. That's
Oh,
for
yeah.
sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And they're not. They're happy to go toe to toe. You know, they're not backing down. I was surprised Knight went straight in for a fight there at the end. I think he's really trying to shake off that most defensive title that he was
100%,
voted for so many times. He just was like, you know what? We're going to fight it out right at the end.
Exactly.
We're just going to go for it. Yeah, wild.
Well, that's the thing. It was just like that one sort of rocket. If he gets that one extra shot, I think that's, goes either way. Neither player's first rockets really connected, I think, how they wanted. And then it just turned a bit scrappy, a bit deathmatchy after that.
Yep.
And it was just, Dan, I was able to get him in, get Knight stuck in that tiny little position. And once you get caught in that small little bounce pad spot there, it is such a dangerous place.
Yeah, totally. And now we're going on to Corrupted Keep, where Knight is on Visor and Dan is on Galena. Now, this is an interesting matchup because Dan loves Visor. Dan,
And that's, I can guarantee you that's why Knight's picked Visor.
According to my notes, Dan's favorite champion is Visor. So maybe
I can guarantee you that pick
Yeah.
is because I don't think Knight's played Visor, I don't know, even yet on stream.
Right.
So I can almost guarantee you that's just taking it away from the...
yeah, and Visor is actually quite good on Corrupted Keep. I play Visor quite a bit on Corrupted Keep because moves fast, and on a map like that, fast movement is very helpful. So
look,
we'll
it might
see
not be
what happens.
it might not be the most common too, because you think about it, right? You get walls and from Visor, and it's like it is a small map, and you can pretty much hear what's going on the whole way. But
Also,
it's never bad, right? Like, how can you think walls are bad?
Yeah, totally. Also, an interesting kind of swap of play styles where both players kind of have each other's champions. Usually, Dandy King would be more aggressive, Knight more defensive, but the Galena is the more defensive character. The Visor is the more aggressive character. So Knight's going to have to be the aggressive one. Dandy King's probably going to be the more defensive one.
Yep.
This is going to be really interesting.
Well,
how
we
this
say
plays
that,
out.
but we don't know how Dan likes to play.
Yeah.
I could see Dan just going for a full, throw the landmine at your feet, just charge him with the Galena.
100%.
In fact, it would surprise me if that's not the case.
Prepare to fight.
285 viewers. That's wild. This is Australian Quake, by the way, if you didn't know. We're from the land down under. Now we're getting underway on Dandy King. He will start straight up. He hasn't thrown down that totem yet, so he might not be using the totems to try to get overstack. He might try to use it mid-fight or for traps. And both players just going for a kind of a slow start here, not wanting to go head on. Dandy King now with that heavy machine gun as well. Knight also has a heavy machine gun. Such a important weapon on this map. Dan choosing not to go get that light, choosing to try to keep it in case he takes a little bit more damage. And he might drop a totem now. There you go. And so Dan's decided, you know what? I am going to try to go for that totem play. Now, note that if Dan hit a lot of LG there, Knight hit a bit of defensive LG, but he's on like 1 HP, and yeah, Dan goes for that. I mean, Knight goes for the Hail Mary shotgun, but he doesn't quite get it. And there you go, Dan gets a really clean first frag.
Mind you, he's trying to push in here aggressively, and wrong weapon out. Rocket's not connecting at all. Knight pushing through with the LG. Pretty much tying us up here, and actually he's able to secure that Mega. Dan, he's going to be able to fall back. He's got that heavy behind him. He's going to have an extra totem to go, but that first totem has been destroyed. So far, there's no real totem stack going for him. By the looks of it, there we go.
That's a good spot. You can get healed from that through the wall. It's very helpful. And I think... Oh, nice rocket. And Dan is so low here. Like, this is such a tough position, and he just has to fall back. But the Mega is spawning. Knight knows it. He rocks up. 11 HP left on Dan. He cannot even get that other health bubble. And Dan is on the ropes right now. Oh, great rocket, but he gets taken down, and there you go. Nicely played by Knight, and the heavy is behind him to collect as well. So he'll go and get that. Dan is going to probably get that rocket launcher. No, he's going to get the lightning gun instead. Oh, he's going to catch Dan as he's coming down, but it's not enough, and Knight will clean him up. And Knight will clean him up again. The shotgun is out, but well played by Knight to keep his distance. And the LG is immaculate so far.
He's got to be careful though here. He doesn't have a lot of ammo for either of his weapons. Dan's just pushing it with Nail. He's low, 70 HP. Machine gun coming out towards the end. And Dan's just going to keep this aggression going. Dan's not healthy at all, but he's just going to keep pushing. He's just walking at him with a nail gun, and nothing's hitting. Machine gun from Knight will clean it up. Like, look at the face. You're shocked. You don't know what to say.
What is going on? I know, like, the thing is, Dan's dodging is so good that he can make magic happen when those situations happen, but the thing is, Knight's aim is so good, it kind of negates Dan's dodging. Like, look at that. That's 100% machine gun. And, oh, Knight was on 3 HP before he picked up that Mega. So one more tick of LG would have gotten him and would have won down that Mega as well. It just goes to show how close the margins are between these two players.
And Knight, again, he knows that Dan from the spawn does not have LG. Safe to go up that bounce pad. And that's the thing, these top players, they know these sort of things, like what sort of weapons your opponent based off the spawn. Beautiful engagement here, and 2 direct rockets coming out there from Knight and getting another kill, and immediately 2 spamming right over there, knows the spawns perfectly. Dan stuck here with just a nail. The sight's even going to come out just to confirm. Going to grab that low shot, and we're going to see a rocket jump. We are going to see a rocket jump. Full aggression, and this should be full aggression. Dan is so low, the totem comes out. The nail is actually good enough to force Knight off, and Dan's actually done really well to steal that item and actually come out almost on top here. Doesn't have the weapons to back it up, that's the problem. His machine gun doing good work, but the nails again. Dan's nails right now have been phenomenal. But now he has the LG. Knight not healthy here, gets that arm shot and still hanging just outside of range for that LG, and more heavy machine gun.
Yeah, Knight, you know, he's got a 5 frag lead now, so he doesn't have to, you know, put the pressure on too hard. He's just trying to keep his distance, make sure he has the weapons, make sure he has his ability, you know, just keep Dan at bay. And the longer he does this, you know, it's nicely played by Dan. Makes makes a little bit of noise over at the rocket, then walks up close to the edge and then surprises Knight completely. And there you go, he's cleaning up now. And Knight, I think, would be a little bit freaked out by what just happened.
I will not grant you that privilege.
And to think that was against a visor too, right? Like, you never know, his sights there, all these sort of things. It's like, just the trap that he plays there, it's so perfect. So aware of its opponent's position. And that's what we were just saying about Cam before on stream, right? That's one of the things Dan's so good at, knowing exactly where his opponents are. We see another engagement here, and the rockets from Knight not connecting, and going again for the spawn frag here. It's actually going to run out of LG, so Knight will be able to get in safely-ish, take that weapon and get out, but he's not in a healthy spot here. We see a second totem going up. Maybe we'll see, oh, beautiful rocket there coming out from Knight. That just pushes Dan away. He can't keep aggressing, but there's so much stack for him here to pick up, and he is immediately back on the hunt. There is no downtime when it comes to this man. And, oh, the 2 totems there, 100 damage, and that really hurts. And Knight going down again, the nails. Dan respecting them. He actually falls back and pushing straight back up through with more nails. The LG, definitely the better choice at this range.
And it's the same story as all the other matches we saw Dan to King versus Knight before. Or was that Kama versus Knight? Remember, we kept seeing matches where Knight would get up by 5 or 6 frags. and then his opponent would bring it back, and then just take him down. And it happened 2 or 3 times in a row. It seems to be the story of Knight. He just gets these leads, and then he just doesn't know how to hang on. And to be honest, I'm feeling like maybe his technique of getting the lead and then trying to keep his opponent at bay isn't quite working out. He needs to keep the pressure on. I don't know. That's just my theory.
Well, that's the thing too. Like playing in control, like yes, it's hard to play out of control, but playing in control is also an art of its own, right? You have to be able to bounce your items around, and Dan's doing a super good job here, just keeping the damage on, even though he's low right now.
Yeah, and Dan has just racked it up. Like,
and he's actually taking the lead back, right?
Knight worked so hard to get that 5 frag lead in like 5 minutes. Suddenly, in 1 minute, Dan gets 5 frags on his own, or 6 frags on his own.
And that's what CK can do to you, right? You can sit there in control, but as soon as you lose control, it can then immediately rotate and flip straight to your opponent, and then bam, they do exactly the same thing to you in just as much time. And then now we see the exact situation we're in now. 1 frag game, beautiful rocket against, and then on that armor pickup, immediately removing it all.
But Knight is probably going to get this heavy now. He will have quite a bit more stack than Dandaking. Dandaking doesn't have any overstack or anything like that. The Mega doesn't spawn for ages. This is Knight's opportunity. Now he has a chance to get a frag. Dan is stuck in this room. This is a good engagement for Knight. He's got the 50 health behind him. The totem will be helpful, but obviously it's not enough. Knight should put the pressure on here. Dan is just picking up so much of these scraps, and it is keeping Dan alive. But 66 HP, Dan cannot go up the dump pad, and Knight will finish him off. Really well played there by Knight, and he ties up the game. 3 minutes to go. I'm surprised that Knight didn't go for the lightning gun to try to catch Dan midair there, but I guess he thought that Dan would just hit him back. So
yeah, maybe putting a bit of fear into his eyes, and he's probably going to see that toad. Yep, he'll clear that before he goes around the corner. You do not want to run head first into one of those again. He's already hit 2 of them.
He knows where Dan is, but he doesn't know what Dan is doing.
Wow, he's taking a lot of health off to just deny this armor, which is, it's a good play, right, still. Dan was so low, there was no other armor for him. This heavy's coming up in a moment. This is all that Dan's going to have for this next fight, right?
He did have
150.
Like, he did lose like 40 overall stack to do that, but now that he gets the heavy, he really only lost like 10 or 15. So yeah, probably a really good play if you're going to set up a full map lockdown.
But the thing with this is now, if this goes wrong, it's exactly what we said before. If this doesn't work out, it just flings everything back in the exact same rotation. Then Dan will have everything on the map, and surely we don't see a denial here.
Absolutely.
He's going to go for a fight instead. This is what you want to be doing. He's got the position that's found the totem, he's going to take it down. And Dan's actually already in position to go for this item, but he does not have much of a stack. And oh, he's not aware of his position. Dan just playing that slow, and he will go through here and take that. Dan's getting that, nice, so he's getting a little bit of extra ammo there. And can catch you out mid-air. Beautiful catch with the LG. Huge amount of damage. Seeing the extra totem. Going to take that down. And Dan's not healthy. His shotgun's going to come out. Doing a huge amount of damage. But the LG from Dan. Knight, he's probably sitting there scratching his head of why he's not going down. Because nothing's killing him. One machine gun bullet would have done it. And then the Mega has gone his way. And look what we've just said before. Mind you, that's a really good rocket. He's keeping the pressure on over by this item. And he's just trying to do something.
The heavy doesn't spawn for ages. The heavy doesn't spawn for 5 seconds. But Knight doesn't know it. Dan doesn't know it. Neither player knows what's going on. Knight will eventually get that heavy. I think Knight did know the timing of that, so that's why he circled around. But Knight being super cautious right now, considering how low he's had Dan a couple of times in a row just then.
I don't know how both the players survived and got out of there.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
But look at this, you know, this is the situation now where Dan has managed to get that major item. Knight was in control in just one bad situation, but mind you, he catches the LG, huge damage!
This frag should win
and
the map!
And the rocket, massive! He gets the direction.
Oh, and the follow-up. Oh, no, the plasma is so good! And he takes him bound back. That's absolutely fatal for Knight, and he's got momentum coming into this Mega. Oh, the totem damage as well. So much going in Dan's favor right now, and he's got the Mega health as well. Everything's crumbling for Knight. Knight is on the ropes right now. Knight trying to keep Dan at bay. He's not able to do it. He's just trying to footsie around. He's not sure what to do, and he gets taken down. Dandaking winning that map in fantastic fashion. Oh, wow.
I cannot believe how the end few moments of that map went down. Just that one little push, and then the amazing amount of nail. Every nail just seemed to connect, and Knight's stack just disappeared. can we say, was that maybe the wrong play to go in for that spawn frag?
You don't
There
know
was-
what Dander King's plasma gun is capable of. That guy is amazing with the plasma gun. Maybe Knight just doesn't understand that yet, but now he understands.
He's never gonna
and
do that again.
Yeah,
And there's only 20
absolutely.
seconds on that map pretty much at that point almost.
Yeah.
20, 30 seconds. It's
Yeah.
like, I know that map is quick,
Yeah.
but should you
He
have just
had the
stayed
map
back
in
there?
the bag. It's a bit of a throw from Knight, unfortunately. Bit of a throw. Like, that is rough, and can Knight mentally recoup from that?
And that's put him in a rough spot now, because Dan's now 2-0 up.
No. Is he? Oh, yeah, 2-0. He won
2-0.
back. Of course. Yeah, 2-0. Shit. Only
Yeah.
needs one more.
One more.
Dang. All right.
So
what map do we have next?
Awoken.
Awoken with
Yeah.
Knight on Sorlag and Dander King on Doom. And I know that Dander King loves Doom on this map. It's so powerful being able to double jump all those areas so fast around the map. Sorlag, I don't think is in a strong place at the moment.
We have seen Knight play Sorlag earlier and played it well.
Oh, yeah?
Played it well.
Okay.
So I'm not going to count Knight out by any chance or any stretch in this map. I really do rate his Sorlag. As you say, look, Sorlag might not be the strongest champion right now, but I definitely think if anyone's going to make it work, Knight will be the player who can do it.
Wow, what a wild map. And, like, you got a feel for Knight. He basically had it in the bag and then just at the last second got the rug pulled out from under him. That is absolutely brutal. Oh, geez. He would have had this series tied up if he just didn't make that play. That's rough.
Yeah, exactly. And look, hopefully for his sake, Ray, he can just throw that away. Don't think about it. It's gone. You can't change it now. What's more important is this Awoken, because this is for tournament life. If you drop this, you are out.
Absolutely. That, you know what? That reminded me of the frag that Knight got on Dan on Vale at the last second to win AQL6 when Knight pushed him off spawn with the plasma gun. That was a bit of payback by Dander King. But anyway, we're going to start this map on Knight. Knight gets the railgun spawn, gets the heavy armor. He's trying to regain his composure. Nice rail, straight up. Yes, his composure is there. Another nice rail. And Knight is coming for blood now. He's pissed.
And he's got such a huge stack to work with here. He's got the spit and the speed. Look how quick Dan was not prepared for him to be right there. And that spit didn't connect. And Dan will live for another day, but for how much longer? Knight going to try and keep this pressure on. He's got to get towards the other side though, because Mega will be up. And Dan's not prepared for him to be below. That missed rail was critical though. That would have put Dan down. Fake rocket jump. Doesn't work. Dan staying composed up top. This time it's a real one though. And again, somehow Dan just dropping down just the right time, and he's missed out on that. Unfortunately, Dan's managed to swap around both items up. So this, but he's ready for that angle. Who is ready for that, and who hits that pixel angle? Beautiful shots coming out from Knight. Dan, again, crippled, but Knight needs to convert this, and he does not take any damage either. Beautiful first frag there coming out from Knight. Love the rocket jumps he's doing so far.
Yeah, I'm loving the use of the speed, considering his Sorlag. Like, great work there to make the most of what you got. And yeah, he's also just hitting everything right now. Dander King not able to deal with all of this damage that's coming out from Knight. And Dander King now with 30 HP, back up to 60 HP, still railable. And Knight goes for the rocket jump there, but realizes mid-jump, no, this is not a good idea, and backs out.
But that's why Sorlag's so good, right? Because if any other character, if you made that rocket jump, you're committed to it. But Sorlag, you can just turn away mid-air. He gets away, takes 0 damage for that. And right now, though, he's not on, to be fair, stack not great in his favor, but he needs to get a good bit of damage off to begin. That rail missing, unfortunate for him. Dan now up in this T position. Knight just beneath the LG, ready to catch him, but Dan's hitting just as much in return. Mega going towards him, and these items are not ideal for Knight now. He's now forced to go up to this position, get that armor. He's actually going to try and go in aggressive here. No, he's been caught. Nail spam coming out. Decent first jump, and he catches it with the LG. So much damage, and the missed rail from Dan. He gets the other. He's got to be careful. He's still railable in this situation. But Dan, he is on next to no health. He does not want to hang around, and he is sprinting for his life. Knight, now enough to take a rail. He's going to try and get in position for this Mega, which might be able to catch Dan out this spot. The rail connects, and the spit is needed. Dan trying to go for the punch. I love the use of the spit there just to try and get extra damage off. The delay after hitting that the shot, and then now.
And the same story as what we've seen before. Knight getting a good start to the map.
Don't say it, Hamo.
Doing
Don't
well.
say it.
You know, and it seems like he's got Dan like all sorted out, you know, but can he maintain this level of play? Will Dan adapt? Will Knight take his foot off the gas? You know, Oh, now we're seeing a bit of shakiness coming out from Knight. 2 HP gets taken down by that machine gun. Nice swap from Dan to secure the frag. And Dandaking now coming in. Knight gets that mega health mid-fight. Dan does a lot. Knight does a fair bit of damage considering that he only had a shotgun. And Dandaking will tie up the game. Oh. That rail would have killed before he picked up the 25 health bubble. 2 HP from Dan. It's a difficult situation. Nice swap there from Knight. Just goes to show the incredible awareness of these players to swap to another weapon that's easier to hit when your opponent is so low. But the rails are coming out. He needs to get this mega. Luckily, Dan misses. And Knight will get away.
He's just crouching behind there, hoping that ledge will save his life. And he gets away. And beautiful awareness from the angle that Dan's going to be on. Both players connecting with the rail. Now, neither is railable. Doing the fake jump pad, and perfect Dan, not ready for that. Mind you, he gets that heavy just after that rail connects.
And he still has more stack than Knight, and he hits the rail as well. So Knight not looking healthy at all.
Good try bolt though. It halts Dan's aggression, but Knight still railable here. This bubble is not even up for him, so he's going to sit here on 55 HP. Mega is spawning, and Dan has immediately acquired it. Knight on this section of the map. A very common situation where you find you're stuck by the LG trying to get any stack you can. It's got the armor shard and plenty of health. But Dan, he's just denied the T armor as well. Beautiful play by him. He takes away that armor shard, knows how low Knight is. And now Knight, he's got 1 armor shard left in this map. Missed rail, he needs to do something. He gets this armor, so he's back to a reasonable stack, but for a heavy, he's got a lot to go.
Yeah, and the map's slowing down now. We can feel that the tension is building, but both players just trying to suss what the other player's doing. Knight knows what Dan is doing. Dan, I don't think knows where Knight is. And both players setting up for this heavy right now. Dan will run off. I think Dan has realized, okay, Knight must be in here. And yeah, there you go. Dan shooting the pre-rocket. Knight getting the heavy. Dan coming through the teleporter. We've seen this fight a couple of times now. And Knight is the one who keeps hitting the rails in that situation. Oh, beautiful rocket jump and catch by Knight. And also, Dandaking knew it was coming. That was crazy that Dandaking had the lightning gun out ready to shoot at Knight when Knight came around that corner.
I do like, though, how quick Knight was to react to that spot. He knew exactly the right play to make. He rocket jumped straight up from the low ground position and getting straight onto Mega. He's got the speed, he's got the air movement to do it. And he's playing this champion perfectly. Playing around the strengths of the Sorlag.
Shout out to Knight for making Sorlag so feasible in this situation. Like, usually when we see Sorlag get picked, it's almost 100% loss these days. But Knight is showing how you can make it work, and he's doing it brilliantly.
I think pretty much in Australia, Knight and Westy are like the only 2 players who'll actively pick that champion.
Shout out Westy. Knight now taking a bit of damage in return. It seems like Dandaking has full control of the map. 10-second split between the 2 major items. Now Knight is on the back foot again, but he has the lead. 4 minutes remaining. Hits a good defensive rocket. That's exactly what he needs. But no, accidentally hits that that jump pad, and he's just trying to get away from Dan right now. Just doesn't want to die, and will go and try to get this light armor.
He's doing a good job though of staying alive, and that's important. There's 2 frags to go on this map. But that shot, beautiful from Dan. And again, it's just crippled this stack. It's so hard as a heavy right now to get back up to a full stack where you can keep playing. The spit even just trying to deny positions from Dan, but Dan is not there to be seen.
Knight's a little bit confused as to where Dan is right now, and Dan knows it. Dan goes up the jump pad, surprises Knight, gets the frag, and here we go. Last 3 minutes. Dan's down by 1 frag. Can he find Knight and get the frag? He's caught him at the railgun. This is a terrible position for Knight, and he probably will tie the game up right now. He does. 5 seconds until the heavy. Oh, it's all deja vu. It's all happening again. Knight with the lead. Knight giving up the lead. Dandaking bringing it back with some amazing play. And now Knight is on the back rope.
Rocket jump up into the window. He gets forced back immediately. That was good for Knight because that could have gone dicey. Good 1 direct rocket. Now, you see the engagement over by the Mega. Rails missing from both players. Dan going to take the fast way up. But Knight still in a way Mega. He's got himself with a good amount of stack to take this fight. Now Dan, he can't keep pushing through this spit there on the ground.
All right, and Knight has 2.5 minutes to try to make something happen to win this map, because if he doesn't win this map, there's $400 going away from him. So $400 on the line between the 2nd and 3rd place prize right now. for Knight. So a lot of pressure on Knight to try to make something happen, and he does push Dan away and get that heavy armor. So he does get a more stack than Dan, and this is exactly what Knight needs. A little bit of control back, something in his name, so he can try to manufacture something.
And this is something we haven't seen too much of, right? Dan's the one now kind of on that back foot, sort of hanging around those areas, but mind you, those rockets are huge damage. The Tri-Bolt, wrong weapon choice at the wrong time. Dan punishes, gets good damage off. Knight, once again, barely above 100 health. Dan in position for both these items. He's going to head straight back over towards this Mega, and this is looking really dicey for Knight. He's so low.
Oh, Knight, I think Knight thought of going to get that 25 health bubble. Luckily he didn't. He would have gone a frag, but he goes back. Dan knows that he's going back for that armor, but now Dan is reasonably low. The rail will do good work though, and Dan gets up by a frag with 1 minute to go. But Knight is actually reasonably healthy. The heavy doesn't spawn for another couple of seconds. Knight comes in, he's doing good damage. Dan pops the Doom ability and will use it to get out of there, and that's exactly what Dan needed to do. But Knight finds him, does so much damage, and gets the refrag. 5 apiece, 1 minute to go.
The fact that Knight, he's got perfect timing on that Mega 2 ray. He just came straight through, stealing that away, and this is, look, he is playing hard. He does not want to go down here. The Spit even going to come out, try and deny the position. Dan going slow, but Knight, he realized, he's got an idea. He thinks he's a missed rail though, and immediately it's just going to make him force to run back. Dan going to rocket jump up into the window. Looking for the shot. Dan jumping over the window. Both players, again, this next kill is probably going to be it. Dan bullied Knight off that item, and look at this, the stack difference right now.
There is so much on the line for Knight right now, and he's on the back foot as well. Dandaking has a huge overstack, and Dandaking has T position, best position on the map. Dandaking coming in here, peeking Knight. He bullies Knight off the rail so he can get the rail himself, and that's exactly what Dan needed to do. And now Knight has to move away to T himself. Dan will earn himself this heavy armor, and Knight trying to defend with his tournament on the line.
He's actually in a really good spot here to get this Mega. Down on the low ground, the LG fight comes out. Great damage from both players.
He's railable, he's railable.
90 HP on Knight. He's got to get away from here. He goes down to low rail, gets this armor shot. It will keep him up from one rail, but not much more. He desperately needs to stack. He hears the jump out. He knows where Dan roughly is. He's got to where. T position. Spit even coming out, trying to deny the position. Rails come out from both players. The Spit actually on Dan.
Railable.
Oh, the
and
shot
Dan
from Dan. And what a final frag. They're both players. They knew exactly where each other were. They both had him in the crosshair, and Dan was just that fraction quicker when it comes to pulling the trigger.
Yeah, that just comes down to cerebral play and visual reaction speed, and Dan just has the edge over Knight in those matches. And wow, what a fantastic 3 maps. And you got to give it to Knight. 3rd place in the tournament, came right down to the wire against Dandaking. He's closing that gap. He's getting closer and closer, but he's just not able to take it. And great performance there.
So let's hear it, everyone, for Knight. Come on, round of applause for Knight. Finishing in 3rd place. That's an amazing achievement. So he should be very happy with that.
And that means that Dandaking is now going up against Kama in the grand final. Kama will have a map in hand in the best of 7. So yeah, best of 7 grand final in 15 minutes or so. Don't go anywhere. Check, check. Check, 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 check. Alrighty, you're here for the Kawachi Cup's Dual Championship Grand Final, a best of 7 with a map in hand between Kama and Dandaking. And it's been a journey to get here. We've had 9 months of Quake in the Australian scene between point systems and last chance qualifiers, and finally we've made it to the Grand Final. These players are playing for a stake in the $4,500 prize pool, I think it is, around about.
$466 we've managed to get it up to.
Yeah, and let me get the exact numbers for first and second place. We have $1,788 for first place at the moment and $1,005 for second place. So there's $700 on the line in this match. Plus, there's a whole lot of bragging rights.
That's the main thing these guys are playing for. It's the bragging rights.
Absolutely. So, you know, LAN, 0 ping, pure Quake. This is the best of the best. Kama coming into this tournament in 7th seed through getting the last chance qualifier. Dandaking with 1st seed. This Kama playing for his brother's honor. Dandaking trying to get revenge on Kama after Kama's taken him down a couple of times recently.
Exactly, the last split of the major tournament.
Kama
came out victorious.
That's it. And, you know, we see Kama with the best raw combat in the whole of APAC. Sacrifices items for damage. He's 9 times out of 10, his damage sticks. His rail misses are rarer than solar eclipses, and his rockets find targets at all angles. He'll never let up, and he'll pack on 30 frags if you let him.
And he'll let you know when he does something like that too.
That's it.
He's very humble about it.
Whereas, you know, Dandaking will grind you down with damage, and then he'll take the map away and never give it back. Fuzzy, who do you think is going to take out this match?
Look, I think at this point, it's hard to bet against Cam, right? He's just looked unstoppable, right, this entire tournament. Since day 1, day 2, no matter how many games he's played, he's barely put a foot wrong. His shots have been sharp. And
absolutely.
He's got a champ pool to back it up. And that's the thing, right? Now we're in such a big form. Champ pool, map pool is such a big form. And I think Cam, I think he's just going to do it, right? Like, I think Dan's going to really bring it to him. I mean, we potentially could go all the way. But I think in the end, I have to give it to Cam.
And if you're in the chat, I want to know who you think is going to win. Do you think Dan's going to win, or do you think Knight's going to win? If you're in the crowd right now, let's get a show of hands. Let's get a round of applause for Kama. Do you think Kama's going to win?
They seem to like Cam here.
Let's get a round of applause for Dandaking. Do you think Dandaking's going to win? Oh, we got a heavy favorite. We got a heavy favorite for Kama.
There's a couple at the back there that are going for Dan.
We got a heavy favorite for Kama. All right, we'll be back in 1 second, and then we'll get this underway. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check, check.
Check, check.
Is my microphone okay? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, all right.
Can these guys out hear you? Is everyone
Can
ready?
you guys hear me in the crowd? Do I sound okay? All right, cool. Thank you.
Sounds like they're here.
All right, we're here with the Kawachi Cup's Dual Championship Grand Final. Kama versus Dandaking. We're in game. We're ready to get started. And I think we're about to get underway. So now, Kama has the map in hand. He picked Molten Falls, took it off the table. Dandaking picking Ruins of Sarnath, and Dandaking getting Visor as his preferred matchup. Now, Kama on Ranger in response to the Visor. Dandaking banning the Clutch. Doesn't want to see Kama on Clutch yet again. And Fuzzy, what do you think is going to happen in this matchup?
Well, based on that Clutch ban, fair enough from what we saw before.
Yep.
This matchup here, look, we saw Dan playing this really well. So
Yep.
I think he's probably going to be comfortable, I think, going into this at least this first map. And I think it'd be a good, confidence boost. And especially when you're, coming from the lower bracket, you're that one map behind, you do really need to start out strong. And so I think this is a really good opportunity for Dan to, get back 1-1, start it fresh.
Yep. What is this music? Have you ever heard this song before? All right, and we're getting underway. Dandaking on the Visor. I believe we're going to start on Dandaking. And Dandaking with the light armor spawn. Weak spawn here for Dandaking. Kama going to get the other light armor as well. They're both taking each other's items, but Kama will get the most powerful weapon off the spawn, the railgun. And, oh, what happened?
Okay, that's not how you expect this match to go. Maybe something a bit tricky trying to go on there for Cam, but Dan has just taken both major items. He's got the rubber Dan. So Cam is just trying to protect this item, and not the start you would expect.
Theory, Kama only had the railgun and thought Dan might have been down there already and just didn't want to go into the heavy room only with the railgun.
Maybe he was scared of what happened at the
It's
start.
a very strange start, those starting spawns. I don't think I've seen those starting spawns before, actually. So maybe that was it.
I think Cam's just scared of how the previous one started. Didn't want to get gauntleted to death immediately to begin. So,
yeah.
But now it's a bit more normal. Dan in position here over towards this mega side. He's got his weapons, and he's just trying to play this quietly. At least both of these players do not want to give away that early frag once again. So we're going to see a rocket battle here over by this mega position. And huge damage coming out from Cam, pushing straight through with LG. Dan using the side. LG in return. Massive amount of damage. The orb coming out. Both players critically low. Next shot will kill. Dan on the low ground. He's actually picked up that bubble. It's put him above the rail of state, and the rail hits from Cam. But that 125 bubble put Dan above that rail of state. He gets the kill. Mind you, such small amount of health. He's not even able to get up top yet to get that mega. Now, Kama is just beneath. The question is Dan going to be ready for it? And he goes for it, and
Dan gets the mega right under from Kama's. Did Dan get the mega? Did Cam get the mega? I don't know.
I think Dan managed to pick it up, and look at that. 2 more rails, Cam. He does hit one in return, and Dan barely surviving for a second frag. What a way to start this grand final.
Oh my goodness, it's coming down to the smallest of margins between these two, and Dandaking so far is only just pulling through.
Sight coming up now. He's got the information now. He wants to play quiet here. Cam dropping down. He's going to be in position for this heavy, and actually, Dan, he might hear that Cam is over by the LG, and this could be an opportunity for him to go in. First rocket, only getting a little bit, and then Cam will happily take that. But the rocket was nice. Cam being very cautious. He's going up these stairs, does not want to take any extra damage. Dan not peeking, respecting that rail from Cam, and great rocket here.
This mega spawns in 5 seconds. Dandaking surely has it easily, but Cam is coming up to put a bit of pressure on. Will jump through, won't be able to deal the damage he wants, and Cam, I think, trying to just slow down Dandaking, make sure he can't move that way out of the mega room so he can go and get that heavy himself. And now both players on a fairly even stack, both players with weapons under their name. I don't think Kama has the rocket launcher though. He does have the rocket launcher, and Dandaking goes straight into him. Kama with so much damage, but 14 health again. Dandaking just doing it again and again.
And that's so far, I think every kill has been just so close. Just Cam hasn't been able to get that final tick of damage off, and just Dan having these stacks to work with, and the nail gun pushing in. The first rock is good for Dan, and Cam's actually working with a better stack. Rail missing. And he's going to dive down. That rail connects the LG, so much damage. And again, 6 HP for Dan. The rail just not quite enough.
And Kama must be spewing right now, just thinking, oh, if I just do a little bit more, I'll get him. But he's not quite doing it.
Mandu's pushing in aggressive here. Dan's still not healthy. He's got that extra 25, so he's got a little bit more stack to work with. Cam, the sight comes out. Well, Cam was ready for that. That tri-bolt hitting him as he goes up the bounce pad. Sight perfectly positioned, direct rocket, and Cam, he knows that's a sight shot, so he knows the ability's been used now.
And great timing here from Dan. He knows to drop down at that perfect moment when he has the opportunity to. Heavy spawning behind him. He's got 170 armor now. Huge stack here for Dan. And yeah, the return rail, you know, right of reply. 7 seconds on the Mega, and Cam has just got to get out of there. Dan's going to be able to get this Mega, and he's leaving it up. Dan's going on a hunt. I think, did Dan realize that the Mega wasn't taken? Yes, he did. He did. I think, did he see it through the grate? I don't know, but either way, now Dandaking is being held out of this heavy room, and each of them going to give each other some respect and just allow them to get each other's items.
So almost halfway through the first map of this grand final. And it has been explosive right now for Dan. He's been playing phenomenally. Sight comes out. Again, we see another engagement spot. No rockets left for Dan. This is actually going to be kind of hard for him now. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Why do you need rockets when you can use rails? Hits the shot finally. That's forced Cam away. So Mega will be his again. And he's actually got time to get down towards this item. Cam, he's actually sitting on it. He's got almost no stack to work with Dan. Respecting him. It's no matter how much stack Cam's on, right? It's such a dangerous way to push in. Even if he's on 50 health, you still don't want to risk. And Cam, look at that. He's just going to rocket jump straight up, taking this high ground position. Again, we're going to see this engagement once more. It's about the third or fourth time we've already seen this. Pretty much every Mega. They are both here fighting for it. But Dan has always been the one in the position inside the Mega room. This time, Cam's actually kind of forced him back. Listen to the sound cue. Dan's going to actually opt to go down low ground. He wants this heavy. He finally wants to break Cam's control of it. Great rail. He's going to use the sight. Now it's going to be an opportunity. He knows that both major items are up, and Cam is forced onto that back part of the map. He sees him here. Great rail again. And he's just going to fall back. He's just going to secure this item. Cam will get Mega, but he's got no armor to work with. Rockets, only 2 for Dan. He's going to have to be careful. He's going to grab these time shots, get this sight. And pushing over the wall, Cam realizes that's the last rocket. He makes the absolute most out of it. Hits that direct. Cam in a terrible position here with no rockets. He can't push in like that. And he's actually out of LG. He needs to hit that shot, and he does. The vertical rail down the bounce pad, and Cam going down for a 5th time. 6 minutes in. This is looking fantastic for Dan.
Absolutely. And 4 minutes, 5 frags. This is getting hard to do for Cam, but if he hits the rail, he will get the kill. Doesn't quite do it before Dan gets that Mega. And Dan with another frag. Another very close situation, by the way, that Dandaking only just gets through, but Dandaking cleaning him up. And what a start here for Dandaking.
Let's just quickly check.
What
rails are hitting? 78%. What is that in a grand final?
Oh my goodness. It's outrageous.
No wonder Cam's just constantly dying here. Like, I don't blame him. 80%. That's just...
I got to be honest. I cannot believe that that Kama let Dandaking have his favorite champion Visor on Ruins of Sarnath straight up. That is a massive...
Well, actually, well, did he even get the ban to begin with? Was it Dan's ban first, or was he stuck with this regardless?
That's a good question. I know, yeah, you might be right, because Kama had to ban Molten Falls. So maybe, no, Dandaking picked the map, so it would have been in reply to the Ranger pick, yeah.
Well, right now, this Visor is looking phenomenal, and this shows why that Dan loves this champion, right? His favorite champion.
And I think right now, we're going to see Dandaking just slow the map down, try to get to 2 minutes without losing a frag, and then he's basically won it. And yeah, here we go. He's taking it easy now. Yeah, Kama knows what's going on, though. How does he know? It's crazy. This is land, by the way. There's no cheats. He just knows.
And look at that. There we go. Cam on the board. 2.5 minutes. Who thinks Cam can get back into this? Not too many cheers there. I don't think they're confident. Dan right now doing a good job to try and get away, but Cam hot on his heels. Little movement blunder, though, and he hasn't been able to get any extra damage here. So Cam, while he's got the items, he needs the frags now. That's way more important. Dan just listening out for these sound cues, right? Sight being used. He's out of there. He wants nothing to do with this. He's low still. And look, he might go down. But look at the movement. Look how quick he is every time Cam's chasing. He just can't keep up. He just cannot get there. And the nail gun spam coming out. Cam, not healthy, will hit that rail, and there we go. But look how much time he's been wasting, right?
Yeah, I think Cam's just got to get some confidence back now. He's making movement errors. He missed a lot of close fights this map. He's just going to go for some confidence. Just try to get into the game. Just try to get a feel for how Dan dodges, how Dan fights. Just try to get some frags under his belt. Try to get some confidence back. 4 frags, a minute and a half. It is possible.
This is 100%
Ranger is the
doable.
character that can do it. Dandaking won't let up though. Dandaking isn't like the kind of player to just plus back. He will hit you back, and here we go. Kama's in here with the LG. Does a lot of damage, but Kama cannot follow it up. He would have gotten a frag there. That would have been huge, in fact, but he's not quite able to do it. Dandaking hitting hard, and Kama.
Look at that.
Oh, and Kama would have killed Dandaking, but then the GGs come out. He knows it's his time, and Dandaking ties up the grand final with 1 map apiece. Now, I was talking to Dandaking before this match, and he said if he doesn't win 4 out of the first 5 matches, he's not feeling great about the final matchup. So, I think, I think he needs to wrap this up ASAP. So yeah, great.
Well, look, that's the way to start, right? Like, you can't ask for anything more, right? He takes down that first map in a very, very convincing fashion, right? He, for the first 7 minutes, was literally untouchable. Cam just, I don't know what he finished with on rail percent, right? But like, what, 80% in like halfway through the map? That's just...
Yeah, you're not going to lose if you're hitting that much rail and you're also in control. All right, next up, we have Deep Embrace. Now, we haven't seen many Deep Embraces this tournament, and we got Dandaking on Athena, Strogan Pika was banned, and we got Camo on Nyx. Now, we know Dandaking loves his Nyx, but this would have been a reply pick to the Athena. So Dandaking actually opting for the Athena over the Nyx, and yeah, the Nyx getting picked out. So I guess Dandaking can't have it later. But Nyx is a strong pick on Deep Embrace.
I was about to say, look, it's not a bad pick by any stretch, right? That Nyx can work wonders on this map. We've seen it time and time again. So coming off the momentum there from Dan.
Yeah.
Do you think he can keep this going into this map?
Absolutely. I think he can. I definitely think he can keep going through this map. I mean, all he needs to do is win a couple more close fights, and I think Kama might start crumbling under the pressure a little bit, you know. But all we're going to be looking for is Kama to have a strong start, and then it's all back on.
Well, 100%, right? Like, you know, these guys, they can, and especially this map in particular. This map, I think, getting a good start, getting in control early is such a crucial part, because if you don't, you can just get spawn fragged. We've seen it numerous times before. The amount of spawn rails you can hit on this map is just kind of crazy. So, and if you get a player like Cam, who knows them so well, he likes this map, he is just going to take you for it. And playing light v light makes it even worse. Or playing light in general, I should say, makes it even worse. Because if you take that rail off spawn, you're already low stack to begin with on spawn.
Yep.
And then that rail, you're effectively on 25 HP, and then what do?
And shout out to the 330 viewers we got right now, and 50 people here watching it live. This is a great spectacle for Quake. Great for the Australian scene. And now we have an even final going into the final, I guess you could call it now a best of 5. First person for the next 3 wins the tournament. So at $700 on the line, the winner wins $1,750 or something dollars. And Kama off the start here, not opting to go to get that Mega Health straight away, but looking just to do a bit of damage and keep Dandaking off the center of the map. Dandaking knows exactly what's going on. Hits a nice rail. Shaves off some of that armor.
And huge rocket there coming out from Dan, and that invis. Rail misses by a millimeter, but he gets away safely here. Oh, and a second one, and there's the ring out. Huge kill from Dan, the rail. And this is the thing right now, he's got to be careful. He's okay off spawn, but Dan always hunting. He sees him, the hook, and he's only got shotgun, but shotgun might be enough here. That's so much damage coming out from that blast. 36 HP. Dan flying away, and he's got away towards this mega site. Nice rail, though. Keeping the pressure on Cam. He's actually still doing all right stack-wise. He had that 50 shard underneath, and Dan trapping this that direct. He's going to push straight in here. Rail will kill it. Can he get this frag, or can Cam get away? There's no ghost walk here.
Dandaking's on the hunt. He's trying to deal the damage. Both players playing footsies, neither player able to connect. This heavy is spawning in a second. Oh, Down to King's given up position, and Kama's gone all the way around. Kama might be able to get this. Both players going for it. Down to King hits the rail, but it isn't enough to knock Kama down, and Down to King will have to back off to that mega health.
Oh, Cam just pushing in with that
what is
shotgun.
that? What is that?
Ghost Walk force Cam. Very low healthy. The question is he going to try? And he's actually sticking on those 225. And he's going
The
in
shotgun
again
is
with the
strong.
shotgun.
7 HP. Deja vu again from the first map. Down to King getting through by the tightest of margins. Just goes to show how little there is between these two players. Now Down to King whipping a hook that could bite him in the ass later, and Down to King will have to back off here, get a light armor. Kama does not have rail yet, I think, and yeah, Kama going to take on this lightning gun fight, but Down to King runs out of lightning gun, and will still be able to finish him off. So Down to King winning another close fight, and I think Kama might be kicking himself a little bit now, like, why can't I convert?
So do you think the new LG fire rate might have something to do with these? Because these guys have been running out of LG a lot, and it's just something that
Absolutely, I think they're
not used to the how much LG ammo you've got.
Absolutely, yeah.
Great damage coming out there from Dan, just getting a little bit of LG before swapping to rail, but Cam in return gets a good chunk as well. Neither major items coming out for a while. Dan catches sight and misses the shot. Got all the hooks if need be.
I got to say, uncharacteristic miss there. He completely missed him, which is unusual. That's very unusual. But yes, I think the pressure might be mounting here for Kama a little bit. You know, Kama's not one to really lose his composure, but, you know, everyone feels the pressure sometimes. And Kama losing so many close fights. Second map now, you know, just lost a map, might be kind of feeling like, oh, what can I do?
He's doing a good job right now to get away, and look at that. Immediate Ghost Swap Pop, he knows if he stays there, he's dead. And, coming out just behind him, and I think Dan was not ready for him to be so close. But Cam, he survives for now. He gets that lower 50 shard. And he's got a bit of health to work with, but the problem is, look at the stack there on Dan. And he's just above you. You've got no Ghost Walk. All it's going to take is one little slip up, and Cam is gone once more, especially with this control. He isn't even able to show off these last few items. And nice little push over with the LG from beneath. That's a good start to this fight. And if he can get a good chunk of damage here as well, the nice rocket coming out first. The LG from Cam is good, but the rockets from Dan are just spot on, hitting the direct to finish it off.
And it's the same story as, Kama,
There
finally
we go.
able to convert. And we get cheers from the crowd. They're going for Kama right now. They want to see the comeback, but the weapon swap. The weapon swap at the bad time. He probably could have shot a rail and then taken the rocket, but he wasn't able to do it. And Down to King comes straight off the spawn to convert.
Yeah, Dan, he's playing in fight. He's got the Athena, right? He can go so quick off those spawns. You got to be careful. Ghost Walk force once again, but Cam, he's only down to about 60 HP. Spamming rockets just in case he's gone for that mega. He is not. He is getting well out of there. He wants nothing to do with that. And now it's going to be literally the exact same situation we found ourselves before. Cat and mouse once again. Of Dan's just going to be chasing Cam. There's going to be no Ghost Walk for 40 seconds, and I don't see a world here where Cam escapes alive. Just dancing around. And a beautiful direct through the floor. That's such a hard shot to hit.
Yeah.
And then to direct it as well.
Dan is in, you can tell Dan is in his flow state right now. He is completely locked in. He is completely feeling it. Everything is going his way. And he is on fire.
Cam low once again, pushing in with the LG, no Ghost Walk for 7 seconds, and again cleaning it up. 7-1 going for the spawn frag here. You got to be so careful, doesn't get it.
Actually, I'm just going to point out, I think the last map was the first map that Camel has lost the entire tournament.
I think Dan took one off of him in their previous set, I believe, didn't he?
I don't think so. I think it was a sweep.
Someone from the crowd let us know, but I think he's lost one.
We're wrong. Someone yelled out, we're wrong. Okay.
We're wrong. Which one of us is wrong? We both got different opinions. Dan won a map. I was right. I knew it.
All right. Dan won one map, so he's shown that he's capable.
And right now, this rail is on point. Camo pushing in for that armor, and the rockets.
The rockets are really good from Kama. Not so good from Down to King. Kama will get away. Down to King actually whiffs all damage there, and Kama is able to get out of that fight. But Kama is still on the back foot. Both players low. Kama doesn't have rail though, and not having rail right now, he would have been able to finish off Down to King. Down to King knows it. I think he's playing keep away, and he had an opportunity there. Kama thought he was higher up. Oh, Kama does have the rail.
Oh, but the LG up the bounce pad, so much damage.
So surprised by Kama's use of rockets there without the rail. He must be really thinking to not take these rail fights anymore after so many close situations not going his way.
Well, that's the thing, dude. Dan's rail is just so on point right now. Like, you saw last map, 80%. He's probably not far off this map, honestly. Let's see if we have
4 seconds till the next
60% still here.
Kama is going to try to come and do a bit of damage. Oh, that would have been a nice shot.
This force once again, and so far, trying to go for the inside out with a shotgun. That actually does a good chunk, but straight through the TP into the rocket, and again, Dan is looking unstoppable right now.
Are we going to see Dandaking go up 2-1 already?
I think at this rate.
Oh my
goodness. Mind you, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. This map is, if any map where this comeback is possible, this is the map.
There is a reason they call him Da King, and he doesn't want to give up Duck Round.
And right now, he's doing a good job of that. Great rail there from Cam. This is a good start, keeping the stack down. Dan with no armor, and Cam just securing that heavy. One more rail, put him in a great spot, but beautiful prediction shot there from Dan, just forcing him off, not allowing him to get in this high ground. And look at that, great rail,
great
the LG. And
yes.
He's just reading this so well right now, Dan.
Oh, the spawn. And this is what everyone complains about on Deep Embrace, the snowball. But the shotgun is good. He doesn't have any ammo in the rail. That actually catches Dan by surprise, but he's able to get away with 1 HP. He will restock that rail and get away.
The aggressive invis coming in. Oh, he hits the rail, turnaround, 17 HP. The shotgun would do anything now, but the problem is, Kama, he's railable. And Danny's just going to keep pushing in, and the machine gun, there we go.
Okay.
Kama getting a second frag, but 10 frags, Hamo. 10 frags in 2 minutes. That's so much to ask for.
He needs everything to go his way from here on.
And Dan's immediately on him, but that direct second rocket shoots him at the rail. What a beautiful combo kill coming from Kama. He is not giving up. He will not give up until this timer is done. Shotgun out. The nails from Dan. You've got to be so careful. Dan has got some of the best nails probably in the world, I'd say. They're phenomenal.
Yep. Dandaking goes and gets that mega. Kama will get this heavy armor. Uh-oh. Kama goes and gets the health. Doesn't realize the timing on the heavy. He is able to get it in the end, but this does delay him. Dandaking knows he has these bubbles to fall back on. Just trying to slow down Kama at this point. Knows he can't give up 9 frags in a minute and a half if he just plays carefully. And yeah, he's just playing keep away, and this is becoming out of reach for Kama.
And the Athena's such a good champion to do this, especially on this map, getting up to the high ground. He can just jump up and down so easily. So if Cav drops, he has to rocket jump up. He has to take a jump pad. There's no easy way for him to get back. And I think with this time, this is going to be a GG. This is going to be 2-1.
Okay, and anyone who's watching right now that doesn't realize this is a best of 7 grand finals, so, you know, either player needs 4 maps to their name. So, you know, definitely more maps in store, and pretty much every champion gets played. But yeah, Dandaking cleaning up Kama there, and yeah, we're just going to see this map get played out. GG's come out by Kama.
All right, yeah.
All right. Wow. What a map too. Dandaking looking so strong.
I'd just like to point out something very, very uncharacteristic here. Kama only hitting 30% rail. He's just not feeling it right now.
Absolutely.
Maybe the pressure from the
yeah,
grand
actually,
final?
He's hitting only 30% LG when Dandaking's hitting 41% LG, and he's only hitting 30% rail when Dandaking's hitting 62% rail. Maybe Kama is feeling the pressure after, you know, everything is mounting. You know, this LAN, you know, has been dedicated to phrase. You know, there's a lot of feelings, a lot of emotions. You know, Kama,
exactly.
It's all coming back, you know.
But that being said, I know Cam, and I know he is not the person to quit. He is going to come into this next map. I've said it numerous times. After every map, you just reset. You go into it. So the next map is just a new map.
Yep.
So he's not even going to think about the fact that this is 2-1.
Yep.
For him, this is a best of 1, and he's got to win it.
Yep. That's it. Well, best of 3 now if
no, but each map. Each map's a best of 1. Each map's a best of 1.
Get it.
You got to win every one.
You got to win every map. And now we're going to go into Vale of Nath. We got Kama on Ison and Dandaking on Galena with the BJ being banned. So, I mean, pretty standard matchup. Dandaking has shown how good his Galena can be. He hasn't been playing the totems to build up the totems to get the overstack like he has been in the past. Like the other players have been, but he's been using them more mid-fight to restack between fights. And Kama on the Eisen. We know how good that turret is on LAN, much better on LAN than it is online because of the spawn time and the lock-on time. But, you know, Aizen generally considered the weaker champion, and Galena just got a really strong buff now with those stronger totems. So, I don't know. I think Galena might have the edge on this map.
Galena on LAN so far, at least with what we've seen on stream, has been almost undefeated. I think we've seen one loss so far with the Galena on stream, and that's just showing, you know, the strength of that character right now. Mind you, we saw some great play with the Aizen on this exact map coming out from Knight, using the turret absolutely perfectly. And Cam's going to play, he's going to know these positions, know how to play it exactly right. You want to be able to make it a 2v1 in some of these situations. It takes your opponent's attention away from either you, or they're just taking the extra damage from the turret, right? So it's, no matter which way you try to play it, it's just a favorable fight for you. So let's see how Cam's going to go about it. Let's start here on Cam. He's, you know, the pressure on him.
Round begins in 3, 2,
All right, so we're going to start this one on Kama. He gets the heavy armor and rocket launcher spawn. No, he's going to go straight to the rail and heavy machine gun, actually. I'd like to see some more rocket launcher from Kama, but he doesn't have the rocket launcher or the LG, and he's going up this jump pad. This is not a favorable situation for Kama. And he's just going to have to try to defend himself. And Dander King with another great start. And this is, you know, it's just happening again and again. Dander King just starting these maps so well, and Kama just putting himself on the back foot. But he is going aggressive this time. He's not willing to let Dander King take full control, and he will get that heavy armor. And now Dander King will rocket jump up to get the mega health. Dander King just going in aggressive to try to prevent Cam from getting any kind of position with that rail. And yeah, both players now playing with a bit of respect. Oh, goes through the teleporter, takes the totem, so much damage, and another fight won with 17 health remaining. This just keeps happening.
So it's a bit crazy for Cam just to kind of go through the TP there, right? But against a Galena too, like, if you don't know that there's no totem up there, assume there's a totem up there pretty much.
Yeah, I definitely feel like that's a change.
Oh, what a rail! Kama with the shot. Dan thinking he's safe to pick that up. Not a chance. Kama is too quick, and there we go. Dan even trying to get down here. Kama wants to officially get on the board. Nice rockets from Dan, but so far... Oh, he's just missing these shots, and Dan's actually getting rid of what a rail! The 180 flick, he gets on the board 1-to-1. Tyne is back up, and he's still going in for more damage. Turret's up top, Timmy.
The turret is good.
1 HP, all he needs is just a machine gun bullet. He gets it, Dan hitting the rail. Sorry, hitting the rocket, but it's not enough. Look at him surviving here just. He's finally getting back at Dan for, I think, half the frags in some of these other maps.
Oh, the margins are so tight. This is unbelievable. Cam with a really nice prediction rail there, dropping down to hit Dan, and Dan is setting up for this mega health. Cam is going through the teleporter, being aggressive. He knows the heavy armors he can fall back on, but he's going to fully take the fight. He's fully committed. He has to win it.
Oh,
and
the pressure.
Dan King with the dodging, with the shot, he's able to take it out, and this is risky because Kama had the rail, but he's able to push Kama away. He's going to go for this mega health. There is the opportunity for a rail. Isn't quite able to get it, but Dander King now has control. 10 seconds between the items. This is looking like Dander King might try to play more positional now, push a bit less, and just maintain control.
And yeah, it looks like definitely. Oh no, I was about to say they're going to slow down, and immediately Rocket jumps in. But look at that, Cam. He's immediately out there. He doesn't want to take that fight. It's not on his terms, but mind you, not on his terms. This is not for him at all. Does manage to get out, but he's only got 100 health. Another totem placed down. Dan is going to secure another rotation of items. Mega health will be sitting there for him. And Kama getting caught out, and with no armor, the LG just destroys. Turret is going to sit there, and he will take that out with the nail gun. Actually, it still is alive. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite him. No, he's too smart. He's going to shoot that rocket. Actually, it is still up. All right, never mind. He's tried for 3. Hey, there we go. Finally managed to take Timmy out. Now Kama with 100. What can he do? Dan is just cycling these items. Only 1 frag in at this time, but look at that. So aware. Kama just going through, and there you go, the totem as well. Kama's just taking damage, and Dan's not even seeing him. The LG 1v1. Actually, Kama's put out a huge amount. About to run out of LG here, and yeah, the rockets just too strong in that situation. Rail, not the right weapon, and Dan 4-2 now for him.
So we're seeing a bit of a switch up in style from Kama. He's like, you know what, I'm going to play a bit more I guess, aggressive or take a few more risks. And Dan is still capitalizing, still getting the frags, and still adapting. Even though Kama has more stack right now, I still feel like Dan is feeling strong about it. So strong, in fact, that he's happy to rocket jump up right in the middle of Cam's face. But the totem comes out a little bit too late, and Kama is just able to win that fight. He's railable. He's railable. Oh, he doesn't quite get hit. Gets by. And the turret will help him get that frag. Absolute maximum damage to that fight.
I want to say the turret saved that fight. I don't think he lives without that turret. And he tied it back up to 4-4, so this is looking good for him. And nice amount of damage there. Dan just trying to pick for a rail, and he takes 2 rockets. Nothing is for free right now. Timmy as well doing a little bit of damage up top, shooting one through the turret. Oh, I like this, the sneak play from both sides. But Dan, he doesn't care about the turret. He just goes for that rail. But he is forced to back off now, though. So it will be Cam's item.
Cam choosing not to deny the light armor. He will get this mega health. And yeah, he's not denying either of the light armors right now. Interesting play here from Cam.
But he catches Dan out here, and this should be a kill. Yeah, he's going to keep progressing here. The LG, Dan gets one rail off, but Cam is going to take the lead for maybe, is that the first time?
The first time Cam's taken the lead this
in the
series.
Grand, yeah. And Dan getting caught out in the air. The LG is really good, but the rail again just not missing. Sorry, not hitting. Uncharacteristic from him. 2 misses, and Cam's just got to back off here. Now just playing this at a range game. Doesn't want to lose this lead. Turret will give the information. No tri-bolt and very few rockets, so it's hard to spam, and he's just mistimed that item by half a second, and that's going to cost him so much here. Dan smells blood, pushed in the first rocket, doesn't do a huge amount. No rockets, no tri-bolt. He's just running 17 HP, and Dan was so quick. He is just pushing straight in. Oh, he goes around the corner and immediately click of death. No LG. Mind you, this heavy's been sitting there for so long, he will secure it, clipping his head on the roof as he drives past.
4 minutes left. Scores are tied. Dandaking with full control, but he needs weapons. And he has 2 totems up at that teleporter exit. That's going to deal 150 damage if Kama goes through.
Only if he gets that third one up.
Oh,
50,
sorry.
50 damage.
60.
50 damage. Come on, man.
50 and 75 now? Okay,
Correct.
sorry. The patch just came out.
Come on, you should have studied this all.
But yeah, he set up a good trap here. That is a huge amount of damage. That would be 100 damage if he goes through the teleporter. And it is going to happen. Yeah.
Oh, Timmy, beautiful play.
Beautiful play.
And mind you, Cam has done that every single time. He's always thrown that turret through. And that would be why, right? He's clearing out those totems. We're going to see an LG duel going well for both players.
Oh, right there
again.
With a tri-bolt. He doesn't have any guns. And Kama will absolutely capitalize.
Tries to go for the rail as well. Doesn't connect, and wow, this is just constantly action-packed, guys. This is the greatest grand final we may have seen for a long time. Kama, right now, he is in control of this. He's got the position. Dan has got no totems up. He is safe here, and the question is going to push straight through. First rocket. Oh my god, Dan is just... What is that? Dennis is coming through, just hitting everything. How does he get away with that? And LG from beneath. Kama can't hang around. He doesn't have the weapons to fight this.
Oh, he's got him trapped in the room. He's done a lot of damage. He's hitting the LG he needs to, and he will take the lead. So 2.5 minutes remaining. Dandaking's up 2 maps to 1 right now. Kama really needs to get a map to his name. Otherwise, he just won't feel the confidence going into the potentially final map for him.
And especially, too, this is Kama's favorite map too. Like, he feels really confident on Bales. So
yep.
And look, he's been looking good.
And the nerves are probably building. We all know he has supreme confidence, but he's not quite converting. And Dandaking with another fantastic rocket jump, another fantastic trap and play, and he's taken a 2-frag lead with 2 minutes left.
Getting the pillar there with a bit of self-damage, and a lot of nail actually coming through as well. Turret in the high ground. Dan sort of pushed off. He can't freely get up there. Oh, the LG as Kama goes across. Good damage, but Dan still only 100 health here. He's got to be careful. The totem there by LG. If Kama... No, he doesn't go that way. Back up in the high ground, securing that mega. Dan finally getting some armor to his name. But the problem is, time is almost becoming a factor, but there we go. Cam catches him out. Dan, a little bit of movement error. Very unusual getting caught in that back corner there, and Kama, 1 frag to go. Here's the sound. He's going to immediately rocket jump up. Dan, he is not fully committed to that, and he is going to get the hell out of there. Missed rail. Gives him a lifeline. Immediate rocket jump up. position there with the turret. And Dan is still running. He's going to hear him drop down. No, he looks the wrong way. Dan missing that rail. But Cam is going to have a good stack to work with. This is going to be a great opportunity. Sees him in the high ground. He needs to try and get in. He's finally got that rail as well. 1 minute to go. He needs this next frag to tie it up. Or Dan will be on series point. And the rail riders, I think Dan was going for a rocket jump or something. And pushing in with the LG, the defensive rockets are good. Totem comes down.
The totem.
Oh, no. Oh. And he pushes him into the acid.
Oh, my goodness.
That is disheartening to see.
The totem
I'm not gonna lie.
huge that fight as well. Did so much damage and added the knockback to hit him into that acid. And here we go. Cam is coming in. Desperation play. And he converts.
There we go.
20 seconds left. This is definitely possible. We've
And
seen
the
this
rail
happen
spawned.
before. He's chasing him down. He's doing so much damage.
And it's
he
a tied
gets
game.
it.
Hamo, 9-9. And look, he's got him up the spawn here as well. He's got to be careful. He's not healthy, neither player. But Cam, he's going to have this armor here to fall back on. Heavy is up as well. Dan is in the high ground. Mega will be up in a few seconds. And Dan is a bit early for this. There's a chance that Cam can get some good shots off, but he misses that rail. He needs to get one of these. Second one does not connect. Dan doesn't know the timing for this. Good rockets to begin. Yeah, a rail again. Here we go. He does hit the fourth one, but he's got to go back now. He's not healthy at all. Dan the King. Life lead, but not by much.
Neither player railable. Both
Dan
players
just
going
down.
in.
After taking that rail, Dan has got to fall back. He is not healthy. He's got no armor. Heavy is coming up, and the question is, almost hitting that rail there. And the rocket coming through. That would have killed if it was a direct. Oh, huge rocket.
How did he know?
Mind you, Cam's got to be careful here. He's not healthy, and he hits the rail. Kama is on the board. He takes the third map, and you can hear the crowd cheering. You can hear the crowd cheering. They love to see it. Congratulations to Cam. He's done it. He's got his map. Right, this is the confidence boost to get going.
That's it. And now we're going down to 2 maps apiece, down to a final best of 3. Best of 3? Best of 3.
Yes,
We're down to a final best of 3, and we're getting down to the wonky end of the best of 7.
And that's why I love that best of 7. It gets weird now.
Where the champs start getting a little bit weird. So we got Doom versus Anarchy. It's not too unusual, but when do you see an Anarchy on Awoken?
Look, it's doable. It's doable. I don't hate it. We do see it occasionally. It's basically a few of the players who like that sort of, the movement style, the Soul Lag, the Anarchy.
Yep.
They'll be certainly happy to bring it out.
Yep.
But yeah, it's definitely not I don't think your #1 pick, right? But obviously, Ranger Strog gone immediately.
Have we seen an Anarchy win a game this tournament? I'm not sure about that.
I'm going to look to the crowd for this one. Anyone seen an Anarchy win one yet?
In Division 1?
In Division 1?
I don't think so.
Everyone's giving me, they're giving me, no, they're
I
not
don't
sure.
think so. So I think Doom is the favorable pick on this map. Doom obviously extremely strong and Awoken. You can move around quick. You can double jump in all the areas that you need to.
We have just lost Cam in the game.
What? Oh, just so everyone knows in the crowd, it's last call for drinks at the bar. So if you want a drink, go now. Go to the bar and get a drink. And we've just lost Cam out of the game, so we're just going to just sit tight for a moment while Cam fixes his game issue, and then we'll get back into it. So we'll be back in a second. All right, everyone, and we're back. We're coming into the 4th map of the grand final. Because of the map in hand, it is 2 apiece now. Wait, is it?
2 apiece.
2 apiece?
2 apiece, yep. So we're technically tied up.
How's that?
Dan taking the first 2.
Oh, yes.
Cam
the
taking
4th
that
map, of
3rd
course.
map, and then
Yes.
4th map now.
Yes.
Awoken.
Yes.
The Anarchy versus Doomslayer. What do you
That's it.
think? What do you
That's it.
think?
And if you're in the crowd right now, can you still hear us? Can you hear the game? All right, very
Beautiful.
good. We love to hear that. And some people at the bar, they're getting their drinks. You're just going to have to find your seat when you get back. But yeah, we're getting back into this. It now comes down to the final 3 maps, potentially. Best of 3 remaining. The next player to win 2 maps will take home the grand prize of $1,788.
And the bragging rights.
And the bragging rights.
You can't forget about that.
The bragging rights, arguably more important. Actually, probably more important.
Definitely more important.
But we're going to start this one on Kama. Kama on the Anarchy. Moves fast, unconventional on the on Awoken though. I don't know how he's feeling about it. We'll get the Mega, we'll get the rail straight off spawn, but Dandaking able to get both the Mega and the Heavy. Dandaking coming in extremely aggressive. Rockets to the face, but the rail is straight to the face, and he's able to convert that first frag.
What an aggressive start again, right? These guys have been so aggressive off the start of this map. This time it goes in the favor of Cam, but that shotgun, you've got to be careful, getting up close. He's doing a good amount of damage with that rocket. Beautiful shot, and he doesn't connect. 60 HP. It's actually relevant, and the machine gun fight will go in the way of Cam. Mega moments off 2-0. Cam with the early lead, 30 seconds in.
Kama taking at the smallest of breaks, and now he's completely recharged and ready to go. And Dandaking just saying to me a second ago when we were in our short break, oh, it needed to win 4 of the first 5 maps. Now I'm not feeling confident about taking out this grand final, and I think Kama is feeling a lot better about his situation.
Engagement over here by this Mega, and Dan not connecting with either rail. Cam getting that Mega. Good spot for him, and Dan, I believe, railable there. And just hiding in this T position, he does get away. But Cam, he's not going to give this for free, right? He's got plenty of time. He wants to put a delay on this Heavy. And by doing this, he has. Potentially even maybe deny it. Yeah, simply because he's going for the engagement. And this is what Cam's always talking about, right? You go for the fights before you pick up the major item. He takes that fight, he gets that upper T, and then he gets this armor. He's got absolute maximum stack, maximum value out of all of his items.
Oh,
and then going
the
up
rocket!
the bounce pad, and Dan not exactly ready for it, but he does a good amount of damage, but the inject comes out. Look at the stack that Cam is now still working with after that engagement compared to Dan. And he's going to try and just jump across, uses the berserk, gets the first bit off. Punch
Oh, the
is
punches
working.
are good!
What is that punch? And you can see Cam in the face cam there. He's just having a bit of a laugh at that one. It's a bit of a, that's, hey, what are you
going to do? What are you going to do?
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. But Dan right now, 50 HP. He's on the board. Oh, and a beautiful rail prepared for that.
Beautiful shot. He absolutely pulls through when he needs to, you know? Both
Exactly.
these players.
100%. They hit all the damage, and yeah, Cam's got to keep running.
There's
He's
so
gonna-
much to his name. He's got the Mega to fall back on. As long as he doesn't die here.
That was not looking
this
good
is
for Dan, actually.
A bit risky. Oh, he only just gets that Mega.
I think that's a bit cheeky from Cam to show up there to go for that damage, but look, he
Yeah.
doesn't go down.
Yep.
Tribolt coming through, not connecting, and Dan again just holding this center position. No rockets. He finally refills. Kama though, 100 health, no armor whatsoever, and Dan knows exactly where he is, and he almost sneaks past rail. First one connects, and all the back pedal from Cam keeps him alive. But the problem is, Cam is now just stuck on this side of the map. He's sitting there with the LG. There is a little bit of stack over there for him, but if he takes that, if he takes one rail here, it's all gone again. The light champions can be so punishing. And Dan's just heard that. He knows exactly where Cam is. Sitting in the T position, you make a lot of noise as Anarchy. And Dan the King is going to try and keep this pressure on, chasing through. Kama will get through towards the rail. And Dan just, again, wants to punish this LG out. Look at that. Pre-fire in that angle. Knows exactly the position where it's going to be. Jumping across. Big damage from both players. The rail peak from Cam, very risky. He was railable there. Dan, again, going to keep this aggression going. Hits that shot. He knows that Cam is low. And Cam has to just push there, right? He's stuck. He's going to die regardless. He wants to try and get some damage off. But Mega will be secured under Dan, taking the lead.
Once again.
Once again for this fourth map.
Oh, the LG is good. Catches him up the jump pad. Dandaking with the wrong weapon out in this situation, not hitting any defensive rockets either. And Kama doesn't have a rail to his name yet, though.
And the timing for that unscope on his rail. He knew exactly where Cam wanted to go, but he was just off on it. And aggression coming through from Kama. He's just flying around this map. A million miles an hour.
Beautiful aggression there. Beautiful play. And he's tied it up 4 minutes in.
And he's got this Mega as well, and he's got Inject as well. So he's got so much stack to work with right now. Full health, a bunch of armor, and if he takes a bad fight, he's even got that extra 50 to just bolster himself back up. And that's a great way to start it. Huge rocket coming in. The LG fight works out well in his favor. Injecting an F-Force as well. He's going to try and get off the spawn. Cam not picking the right side, though. Dan going towards rockets, and this heavy will be up momentarily, and Cam is actually going to leave it. He's going to allow Dan to take it. He's going to stick to this Mega side. Respecting him there. Oh, and a beautiful shot. Dan just trying to use that Berserk to fly across quickly, but gets a bit of damage in return. Cam is going to be able to get this upper T, and Dan just flying up. He was not prepared for Cam to be right in front of him. Neither player really did too much, actually. I think they were both shocked at each other.
Oh, whoever wins this map is going to be on match point after that. And there's a lot on the line on this map, because after this map, it gets really wonky with the champions. Both players going to be feeling uncomfortable, and you don't want to be feeling uncomfortable when your back's against the wall.
I hope we see the last two. I love the wonky matches. They're always the most entertaining. Kama not quite hitting that rail from below. Both players pretty even right now, and I think because it's still so close, there's plenty of time to go, neither of them want to make a mistake. Cam in the lead. Dan's sort of happy to just try and get into a position where he can take a fight that he likes. Kama on this low ground tri-bolt. The prediction is correct, but just a little bit too late. Nice rail there from Dan. The prediction rocket coming through. Good return damage. Again, it's just enough to try and force Dan back, but Dan wants to take this fight. LG out, the rail connects, and the inject's used as well. The rail doesn't connect, and here we go. This is an opportunity for Cam to extend his lead. The missed rail, though, that would have got the kill, and now the rockets from above. He's got to be careful. Dan is not healthy, but he's got, oh yeah, that armor has put him in a better spot.
Oh, the tri-bolt was good. Oh, the rocket was good too. And that will keep Kama at bay. And Dandaking now has an opportunity to make something happen.
So people always say that Dan the King's that player who, if he's on 50 HP, you've got to be careful because he'll put out 150 damage with that health.
He's more dangerous on 50 HP than when he's 150 HP.
And he's proving it right now. He just refuses to die. He sits there with 120 health, no armor, and he just gets so much damage in return. And it's won him this mega health. He's completely back into this. Nice rocket there as well, forcing him back. Kama respecting that. He goes back. He does not want to take a fight. It's going to end poorly for him. He's only got 3 rockets as well. Dan just pushing in again. You can see Cam's just hearing this. He doesn't want to get caught close, but there we go. The LG out, massive amount of damage. Wants to push in. Dan with the double jump goes above it. The injection and forth. A close, scrappy fight, and Kama will get the 5th frag. Be ahead by 2. 4 seconds. He's going to be able to get this free, but he's got to be careful. The rail would be bad for him right now, and this could be a chance for him to go and maybe even get a kill here. Dan is just missing these shots. Very uncharacteristic. And there we go. Cam finally getting some damage off heavy with that little scrap, though, that took so long. It meant that Dan was free to sort of walk back over there. He had the position. Cam just had to get a little bit more damage a bit earlier.
And the time is ticking for Dandaking now. 3 minutes left, 2 frags, definitely doable, but Dandaking needs to get his foot in the door, and Kama just still laying out the damage. Dandaking needs to be able to fight over this mega, and Dandaking setting up the trap. Kama waiting for it. Both players playing very passive right now, trying to wait for each other to make a move. But Dandaking actually not doing any damage as Kama comes through there in the end. And, oh, Kama loves that teleporter rail. And Dandaking heavily on the back foot now.
Yeah, we've got 2 minutes to go here, and Kama ahead by 2, and he doesn't look like he's... Hayes looks like he wants to make this ahead by 3. The LG fight runs out. He's got the inject as well. And, oh, he picks back in. The rail doesn't connect him.
What was that rail?
How do you hit that? Where was he even peeking from?
And he's... I don't know how Dandaking flipped that fight on his head. Dandaking had like half the stack, had his corner... Oh, my goodness.
But that's what we literally just said, right? Dan is so dangerous on 50 HP, and he was cornered in the back there and did so much damage. But it has gone perfectly fine for Cam in the long run. He's managed to get this heavy. Megas for him. And 6-3, a minute and a half to go, and a beautiful direct as Dan tries pushing. He's going to push in there with the LG. Dan just trying to do what he can, and the rocket around the corner. Cam, he's looking good. He's looking good. He's locking in. Dan pushing through with that round.
Oh, and you got to raise your crosshair when you got the rockets out.
Got to raise your crosshair.
You got to raise your crosshair, as Cam will famously say.
And I'm sure if he wins this,
yes.
yeah, there you go.
Beautiful
Another one.
shots here, and he's just fully extended his lead. This is becoming out of reach for Dandaking now. He needs to make something happen immediately. He's hit a lot of LG, actually, and he does convert. Okay, there is a chance here for Dandaking. 5 frags, 1 minute. Can he do it?
Problem for Dan here is he's not super healthy, and Cam's going to have this LG, so, in fact, or is he just going to play quiet, right? With this many frags, I think Cam's just going to sit it, right? He's doesn't need to go. Okay, Dan's now heard this, but yeah, he's just going to play his passive game. He's not even going to worry about these fights. Just run away. Dan will catch him, but look at that, the speed of the Anarchy. He's gone. He's out of there. He's going to have inject up in a few seconds as well. And then again, not going to peek in 30 seconds. That will be map going to Cam.
Map 5 going to Cam.
3,
4. Map 4 going to Cam. That means that it will be 3-2 in Cam's favour because of the map in hand. And that puts Cam on match point.
Tournament point.
Tournament point. Tournament point for Cam. Wow. And the GGs come out. So, Fuzzy.
Wow.
How do you feel about Cam being on tournament point?
Well, look, I thought Cam was going to take it to begin with, but then after those, those next 2 maps from Dan, I was like, oh, okay, this is, Dan is on point. This is looking scary, but Cam has managed to bring it back over these next 2 maps. The Veil and then the Awoken have just looked. He's woken up, right? He's ready for this. He's hitting in more shots. He's playing smart, and he's able to sort of keep Dan down a little bit more. And I think that was the biggest problem in the first 2, right? Dan was just on free reign. He could do whatever he wants. And when he's in that playstyle, nothing's going to stop him.
So, next up, we got Blood Covenant with Dandaking on Death Knight and Kama on Sorlag. Now, Death Knight on Blood Covenant versus a Sorlag. I don't know how that's going to play out because Death Knight doesn't move very fast. Sorlag moves fast. Pretty big map. Death Knight's ability, not particularly useful on Blood Covenant.
And Cam himself has said that Death Knight is by far the worst champion currently. So
yeah, the new Fire Trail is not very well liked by the top players. They say, you have to stand in it to take damage, basically. And they say, who the hell is going to stand in that Fire Trail for more than 1 second?
Exactly.
And also, you can just strafe through it and keep fighting and hardly take any damage.
If you just jump through it, you're going to take, what, 2, maybe 3 ticks.
So let's see if Dandaking can find some way to utilize this Fire Trail. Otherwise, we're just going to see a pretty vanilla medium champion versus a fast, heavy champion on 100%. A big map. I think this is looking difficult for Dandaking. And Dandaking's back's against the wall now. Cam is on championship point.
And even if Dan does take this, looking at the next map, Corrupted Keep, the champ picks there don't look great for him either. Keel versus Scale, and Cam's got Scale.
Yeah,
on CK.
Yeah, Dan's going to have to make some magic happen.
Dan is going
to take out this tournament from
I definitely see why he was saying he needs 4 of the first 5, right? Because this is exactly why he didn't want to get to this point, because these maps here are going to be rough.
100%.
They are going to be rough.
And if you think Kama can take it out in this final match, give us a round of applause. Let's hear you. Let's hear you if you're going for Kama. All right, and if you think that Dandaking can bring it back with the Death Knight on Blood Cov, let's hear a round of applause. All right, both players fairly favoured.
I can see you're not confident with the laugh halfway through that. So
yeah, I'm feeling nervous for Dandaking, I'll be honest.
Let's start with Dan. Let's see what he can do with this champ. And nice little bit of machine gun to begin, and he's going to get this mega side spawn. Jumping down, he'll have this machine gun, but he doesn't have much else. And Cam is going to have that speed to work with. Heavy's actually still up, and there we go. Now it's going to be engagement. Cam has gone for the rail instead, and wow, the machine gun damage coming out, but he's got to be careful of that spit, and immediately gets reprocced as well.
Oh, so good to put the spit on the bubble. So even though after you get the bubble, you still take the damage, and that will give Kama the info he needed to know exactly where Dan was going to be. But the Fire Trail comes out. Does the Fire Trail hit the ground at all there? It did, but it didn't hit in the right spot. And Kama will just come out on top with that frag. Kama with an early lead will have the rail to his name. Does have position, hits a follow-up rail, can convert, and uh-oh, this is not looking good for Dandaking.
No, and this is exactly what he was worried about. Running into, because like Sorlag's, again, not the ideal pick here, but it's certainly better, I think, than the Death Knight. And right now, Cam is looking locked on. Rail after rail is connecting. Dan hasn't even touched the railgun at this point, right?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed.
Yeah. Now Kama knows this heavy is going to spawn soon. Goes up. Dandaking playing a good job of keep away, but you still can't really go for that heavy armor because he'll just trap you in this room. He still goes for it anyway. He's got the lightning gun, but
the rail, too good.
The rail finishes off Dandaking.
And that's the thing, Dan still hasn't had the rail. And so Kama's been able to play this advantage, but these long-range duels have just been working out for him. Beautiful prediction rocket there. Rail not connecting, and he'll probably just fall back here. The Flame Strike, the only time we might see the Flame Strike actually doing its job right there. Wait for this, and look at that. Cam sees him for a bit, but he keeps the aim perfectly where he wants, waits for Dan to walk into it, gets the shot, and he can flick as well though. He doesn't have to wait for you. Great shot, and Dan's still just raining shots from above, and I don't see him, so he takes another one, and great swap to the machine gun as well. I love that. Cam's one of those players who he knows exactly what sort of stack you're at, and he's not going to take that risk. He's just going to clean it. He makes it clean. He doesn't want to make it fancy, unless it's rockets. He'll make that fancy.
And Dandaking desperate for a railgun right now. He needs the railgun so badly, but Cam is not letting it happen. And Dandaking just trying to make something happen, just trying to force his way in, but he just can't do enough damage. There's too much health with the heavy champion, and Kama just keeps capitalizing.
Yeah, Kama is looking like an unstoppable force right now. 5 kills in almost 3 minutes. And this is a big map. But the thing is, he's got the speed. It's going to be so hard for Dan to just run away from him. When Kama wants these kills, he's going to come in all guns blazing. And again, 3 minutes, no railgun. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, I know. 5 frags on Blood Cove when you're the slower champion as well is extremely hard to come back from. We're going to need to see Dandaking pull out some magic to make this work, and it's just looking so tough for Dandaking right now. Kama is absolutely on fire.
I think Kama took those first 2 map wins from Dan personally, and he came back from that quick break, and he was just like, I'm not dropping another one. That's it. I'm sick of losing. And this is probably going to be another one here. The LG, though, coming out from Dan, really strong. Kama does turn up, but Dan's surviving. 25 HP, Mega will be his. This might be his chance, finally, but Kama's already trying to put pressure on this item, right? He does not want Dan to get that railgun.
No, this is brilliant. This is brilliant for Dan. He can deal so much damage here, but he actually takes so much damage instead. And
look at the stack right now.
Huge stack for Kama.
And he can't even peek here. Like, in fact, Dan's actually just going to go in. I know he does have that 50 shard beneath him there, but I think he's just playing around this weapon advantage, right? He knows that Cam's very limited on Arsenal.
Oh, the plasma has been brutal.
And smart play, they're just double backing through the TP, trying to get away safely. And now it's Dan's job, right? He's now got to do the rail denial against Cam, because we've seen how powerful that's been for Cam so far this map already. Not to mention the last few maps as well. Cam just defend this spot, the spit as well, going to make it impossible to come in. And they can't keep us going forever. Dan's only got 4 rockets left, and Cam just wasted this time here. He's just sitting here waiting, but there we go. There's the opportunity. Pushing straight in with that direct. Cam is not healthy. 100 health, maybe 10 armor at that, and especially
nice
after
rail.
that.
But the Mega gets picked up. He's not in a good position, but he does follow it up. What a tough rail to hit when you're mid-air, just flying through the air. He's able to capitalize. 3 frags in it. Dandaking is looking good right now.
And trapping into this LG, but Dan doesn't have much stack to work with.
He misses
the shot. Cam, this is a lifeline for him. This was looking good for Dan for a moment there.
This isn't spawning. This isn't spawning.
Cam doesn't have rail, so at least he can't just pop around the corner with a rail, take him down. But Dan wants to keep this aggression going. Beautiful rail. Cam low, does have that Mega. Back up to 100 health, but he's still not in a spot where he wants to fight whatsoever. The spit has been used, and Dan almost gets the angle. He's ready again. There we go, though. Sort of like not quick enough to get past. Hits one more rail. Kama does go through, just steals it and jumping over the rail.
He shot between his legs.
The little B-hop was enough. And look,
the rocket jump up. He gets the rail himself. Kama has the rail now. The stacks are about even.
And Dan's only got 1 rail left. He needs to go back and get more. Look at his ammo. He's read everything. 40 LG, that's nothing against sort of like 1 rail, and he knows that. Oh, beautiful rocket though.
It's basically a rail.
That one's a rail.
He doesn't have a rail. He doesn't have a rail. He just realized.
But Cam, he's not healthy, and Cam doesn't realize. That's the thing, right? If Cam knew he didn't have rail, he would probably have stuck around and try and get that extra shot, but he didn't have it. Cam above, not healthy. Dan is just going to push straight through here. The spit's going to come out, not going to be enough. Again, Cam doesn't realize there's no rails. Here we go, finally. Dan will rocket jump up. He's going to get that rail ammo. Crucial here, but Cam, what a beautiful rail there. Dan's pushing. He's just going to keep aggressing here. The LG, beautiful from beneath. These rails not connecting. Dan, he can't keep hanging around here. But the Flame Strike does hit 11 damage. There you go. That's why that's why no one likes the Flame Strike.
Yeah. 3.5 minutes left. 3 minutes in it. I feel like if Cam gets a frag right now, it might be all she wrote. But Dan is hanging on. Dan is making it work. And Dan, all he needs to do is get another frag, but he's taking so much damage.
What are those rockets?
Able to capitalize. Kama with full control now, all the weapons to his name. It is not looking good for Dandaking. 4 frags in 3 minutes on a big map like this. This is tough.
This is more than tough. This is going to be a mountain that he has to climb if he wants to get back into this. And especially after a beautiful, almost direct 93 damage rocket. And Cam, he's just going to be starting to run these items. This time is so strict, especially the fact he's playing this heavy champ. It's going to be hard to refrag quickly. So Dan needs to start making play now. And taking a rail like that is certainly not what he was hoping for. The rocket's coming up, even the splash damage behind 50 damage. He is critically low. And look at this Cam immediately. Oh, even going in for the play. He wants the aggression. He does not want to allow Dan a chance to get back into this.
Kama showing why he's in championship form, showing that he can do it, showing that he is earning his spot as #1 place. 2 minutes left, 4 frags in it. It is Kama's tournament to lose right now. Dandaking on the back ropes. All Kama needs to do is hold on, and he's got his bragging rights. He's got his $1,788, and yeah, Dandaking needs to make something happen.
And that spit, not doing a huge amount, but like it is chunking him down. He's lost most of his armor from that, and Cam's going to try and keep aggression. 2 minutes, 4 frags. It's doable, but Dan has to play absolutely perfect from here on, and that's not the way you want to start. Immediately losing 100 health. All of his armor just gone. And when you look at these, just the stacks alone, this looks so hard for Dan. And the LG, hey Mo.
I think we might have a GG
Is that
in
it?
a moment.
Is that it?
We might have it.
7-2. Look at Cam on the cam there. He's not moving, and so even though
he's locked in.
Even though there's a minute and a half, he's 5 frags ahead.
He's not letting up. He's not letting up.
He's not going to show a single bit of emotion until this is over, until the GG has been called.
Yep.
1 minute to go until Cam is going to be the KDC Championship winner. And that's it.
There we go.
The
We get
GGs
the
have been
GGs,
called.
and Kama is your Kawachi Cubs dual championship champion. He has won it. He has done it. And he is our victor.
What a performance from Cam, right? It started out so dire. 2 maps looking so rough for him, and then bringing it back 3 straight. Just a phenomenal performance from him. He just didn't look back, right? And that's what we said. He's that sort of player. He doesn't care how the previous maps go. He's just going to go for it. He's going to gun hard, and he's just going to win it. He didn't even think about him. Well done, Cam.
We're going to have a trophy ceremony, and then we'll have Cam on for an interview. Check, 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 check. All right.
And here he is.
Is it? Are we on? Are we
We're
on
on,
live? And we're here with Kama, the champion of the Kawachi Cubs Dual Championship. He came out first place. And Kama, how are you feeling about securing the win?
Oh, it just happened so quickly. So, you know, like I went from thinking this guy is just maybe he's just too good for me. Like,
Yeah.
A few people say that he's too good for me. Not without reason, because he's fucking insane. But I was believing it halfway through the third map. And then I remember once it got to Awoke, I won that map. Probably, you know, I thought I should have won Vale, but he was in a winning position, even in despite of that. And then I managed to, you know, that spawn, that rail I hit where I was at rail, and they spawn in near the rockets,
Yep.
and I jumped back and railed him.
Yep, yep.
You know, I only found that out about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, yeah?
And I've been practicing it constantly.
Yeah, right.
I mean, we got a bit of time?
Yeah, go ahead.
because,
Yeah.
I remember Dan was watching me play a duel when we were in the downstairs hall.
Yeah.
And I did that, he was watching me, and I did that spawn rail when I was in there, and I just looked up to see if he was watching or he was on his phone, just like, does he know that one or what?
Yeah.
Because it was like, I only just found that out. So it's like bizarre that was what got me that map in the end. Like,
Yeah, right.
You know, if I just went to LG, he probably doesn't even go to Rockets. So,
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
So that was bizarre.
So the first two maps,
Oh, he was just
Dander King got, I don't know if you realize, but maybe the first 5 frags of the first 2 maps, Dander King was less than 15 health
Yeah, I know
after
he was
every
weak.
single
I knew
frag.
he was weak, but you know, he's good at, you know, it's just good players in great champions. If you don't finish them off, it's pretty much better off to go split control.
Yep.
Unless you have a clear fragging opportunity.
Yep.
And you know, and the problem is I played too passive. I should have been charging, because even in the previous interview when I got him on the split, I said you can't give this guy full control, because if he's got full control, he's too good.
Yep.
Because he's so fast around the map. He knows where you are, and you're trying to hide. You haven't got shit all, and he's so ruthless with. And the other thing that he is, he's so fast on his initial damage. And when you have less stack than someone and they're hitting you fast, well, you're dead.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I shouldn't have been playing like that. Having said that, you know, I always said that when him and Fraser, because they're both arrogant arseholes, so
Yeah.
they shoot their rails so quickly.
Yeah.
So him and Fraser, I always used to say, if they're hitting their rails on me fast, well, it's just God mode. I can't do anything, because
Yeah.
you know the way I usually win my games is, you know, a bit more slow and methodical with my aim, but insane consistency.
Yep.
But if they've got that same consistency at a faster rate,
Yep.
well, what's my advantage? I don't have one. So yeah, I didn't think you know, what I did before the start of the third map, I said, okay, it's only 2-1.
Yep.
Ruins the start of he is better than me on that map. And Demon Race, I don't think he's better than me on that map, but he had Athena against Nyx, which is clearly in favour of
Yeah.
Athena.
Athena.
The only
Yep.
reason I picked Nyx was because I beat him in the online tournament.
Yep.
But the fact is, I knew that's not a matchup I would usually want.
Yeah.
I just figured I beat him in that, I'll just do it again.
Yep.
But generally speaking, he has the advantage in that matchup, and he made it show. I mean, I was using all my ghost works to literally hide on health levels. So
Yeah.
it's like, you're not going to win
Yeah.
when you're playing like that. And his damage with his LG was so fast, I was just thinking, well, big money Dan, you know, and he's here to play, and you
Yeah.
know, he is that good, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he is fucking very good. But, you know, then I thought, Vale's my map.
Yep.
If I can't get this one, well, quick 4-0 job.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? But,
and it was a very close map, that Vale as well. Were you
Well, I
feeling the pressure on Vale? Or?
Not really, because, you know, you'd lost the first 2 maps, and I was thinking, well, you know, I've shown I can at least compete. Not
Yep.
that I wanted to go down, but,
Yep.
you know, it's like, I'm not getting smashed like
Yep.
4 games in a row.
Yeah.
And, like, you know, I can't say anything, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's just the best, you know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
So, no, I always felt that was my map. When I died at the lower green, when I got hit by his totem, hit by a good midi,
Yeah.
and died in the slime,
Yeah.
I thought, oh, that was just unlucky, and I've lost.
Yep.
But then there's only 2 frags, it was still like 40 seconds.
Yep.
And he has, in previous matches I watched online, I don't know if you watched when he lost to Chain, these type of things. When it's only 1 frag,
Yep.
sometimes he lets it slip.
Yep.
Because he doesn't, you know, and it is hard in Great Champions,
Yeah.
because if they catch you on spawn, you got no gun. You literally, the LG destroys you.
Yep.
The rails, 2 rails, you're dead.
Yeah.
You know, Rockets is whack dead.
Yeah.
You've got the ability, you know what I mean? But he has led a couple of games like that split I've seen in the past.
Yep.
So I felt I've got a chance. You know,
Yep.
obviously he has the advantage because he's a winning position.
Yep.
But yeah. And then I haven't played that much Anarchy on Awoken, but I felt, you know, I'm just going to play well, you know what I mean? I'm just going to attack him when
Yeah.
I've got
I thought
LG.
Anarchy was a strange pick too. You know, it's like it's not usual on
I've
Awoken.
been practicing it.
Yeah.
But it's not like a first pick. It's like a fourth map.
Right,
pick,
right,
which is what
right.
It was. It was a
Yeah,
fourth map.
yeah.
So, that's why I picked that.
Versus Doom, not very favourable matchup on that map.
You don't reckon?
Well, typically Doom on that map's pretty strong, I think.
He is, but he's also vulnerable to lightning gun, and Aniki's quite hard to hit back with lightning gun when he's moving fast, attacking.
Okay.
So it's kind of like the opposite of clutch, you know what I mean? So that's why I kind of thought if I'm attacking him with lightning gun, I will have the advantage because Doom's easy to hit than Aniki. Everyone knows that.
Yeah.
I played my stack well, even when I was weak. And as Aniki, it's hard because you got to hide. I remember this one match where Fraze lost to Deniking in the QuakeCon qualifier, and he had like an 8-0 lead start on CK and lost.
Oh.
And that was to go to QuakeCon.
Yeah, right.
And then he got beaten in the third match. That was literally to go to QuakeCon. He choked it insanely.
Yeah, yeah.
And I remember saying to him, and I don't play that much Aniki, I said to him, Fraze, when you're Aniki, you can't sit still. He can hear you, you dumb cunt.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, you just got to do doughies around the map and, like, bluff him this way and bluff him that way. He can't keep up with your speed, so
right.
that's what you've got to do. So, that was what I was thinking on that map. Once I killed him at the, I got that really good burst. I don't know if you guys noticed, but Fraser and I are very strong at this. When he's shooting rockets, I just stop still for 1 second. And then it fucks his timing. Is he pushing? What's he doing? And I don't know, the other thing, I don't know if you noticed, when I'm dropping on someone, I switch back to rocket launcher so they can't hit the LG in midair.
Right. So you knock them a bit and then you drop.
I'm not shooting rockets. I'm diving around to the right-hand side of
Oh, right.
But whilst I was attacking with LG, I switched to rockets while I'm in midair so he can't hear me dropping.
Oh, you can't hear you.
You can't hear it.
Right.
Because you can hear the little buzz of the LG.
Yeah.
And then I switch to LG just about to hit the ground, I'm on you.
Oh, yeah.
Because when they hear you drop on a Woken, for example, when they hear you dropping with LG, they just got the jump pad on the right-hand side and they're gone.
Yeah.
But if they think you start there, they can't got the jump pad.
Yeah, right. Well, you're giving out your industry secrets now, aren't you, Cam? You're always so generous with all of your info. You're giving it all out.
Like that. I got my YouTube channel now. I'm going to make a few more videos. Fraze had all his videos, so that's why I've been doing it in honour of him.
Yep.
And then, once I killed him at the rocket launcher, because I stopped still for a second, like I was trying to get to, and then I hit him with a big burst LG. I missed the rail when he was jumping me there. Doom can be a bit funny when he double jumps at the right time. It's hard to hit him with the rails. But then when I killed him there, I thought, well, fuck, for a series you look like you were dead and buried in.
Yep.
You're actually one map away from winning.
Yeah, totally.
And did I told you before about my dream that I had?
Yeah. Tell the stream.
And I told all the boys in Australia. Fraze, I told him many times. I told Fraze many times. I told a few people many times. I had this dream that I won the Quake World Championship. It was just a dream, obviously.
Yeah.
And the opponent was Death Knight on BC.
Really? Yeah.
And I think it was Kilson or Rafa who it was in the final. I can't remember.
Yeah.
It was one of the two. And I said, he's a dumb cunt. He was picking, he was picking Death Knight in BC. So I said to Dan before that game, when we started, we're having a laugh. After every night, we're having a laugh. It was pretty friendly.
Yeah, for sure. It's the Australian way.
Yeah, exactly. I said, mate, it's my dream. You're DK.
Yeah.
And I'm Sorlag. I thought I'm not that experienced on Sorlag either, but I'm very experienced on Aniki on that map.
Yep.
So I think I'm just going to play it like Aniki.
Yeah.
Only I've got a bigger stack. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I thought I played well that map. That was the best map that I played. Like, I put it away. And he didn't have much. What's DK got? DK's the worst champion.
Yeah, tough matchup for him. But that's just how it rolls. He didn't put you away in those first couple of maps. You were able to bring it out.
He put me away in those first couple of maps.
Not enough to take it away.
What's the quote from John Wick? You take the swing at the king, you got to fucking have a go. He's the king though, Dan the King.
Yeah, for sure. So you've talked a lot about Dan the King, but let's hear about you. What does this championship mean to you? Do you have anyone to thank back home while you're on stream? What do you got to say?
Yeah, my family. My dad. I would never have got into this game if it's not for him. 15 years ago. We got our own computers for uni.
Yep.
And Dad always played Quake 2. We played a little bit when we were younger. And he said to Fraze, because Fraze he was an arsehole, so he was living with Dan at the time.
Yeah.
And he said, Fraze, get Quake, we'll play and it'll be fun.
Yeah.
And Fraze said, no, I'm not playing that shit, Dad. It's fucking crap. I'm not playing that.
Yeah.
15 years later, here we are, you know what I mean? So that's how we got in the game. So shout out to me, old man. We never would have played this game. And this game's given me a lot.
Yep.
In terms of, me as a man. And that's what Dan said down at that memorial for Fraze. It's like Fraze had made him a better player, but it also made him a better man.
Yeah.
And I feel like blokes like Dan in this community, that made me a better man too.
Absolutely, yeah.
With the humbling, just the competitive side of it, everything. Thanks to him. My mum's watching. Mui, it's just me and Mui now out of the three of us. It's it's a strange feeling, what I mean?
Yeah.
But no, I love Millie, I love Mum, I love your dad, and I love Fraze. You know what I mean?
And if anyone is at home right now and they don't know, Cam's brother Fraze passed away in November, and so this is an emotional weekend for him. But we better wrap this
I
up.
want to say thanks to my wife.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
No,
You got to thank your wife.
No, honestly, Aaron,
Yeah.
I love you so much. I'm so thankful for what you've done for me in this life. You know,
Aw.
10 years, I don't know how many chances I've given you to just find someone better, find someone nicer, you know, and you're still with me. And you're just so beautiful, and I just love you so much. So proud that you're my wife, and I just want to say thank you. I love you so much. And to her family and that, my mate Zane, he wanted to come, but he just had a kid, my mate, because since Fraze passed away, I've been a lot closer with him. And he wanted to, because we always had each other, you know, so we excluded Michael, our brother, we excluded all our mates, you know, just me and Fraze, you know what I mean? And my final thank you goes to Fraser Hockley.
Yeah.
You know, I just miss you, man. Like, I love you so much. I'm just so sorry what happened. You know, I don't need to say anything because he knows, you know, he knew how I felt, it's just like I talk to him every day, you know what I mean? And it's just so difficult because I just love him so much. You know, he taught me so much, you know what I mean? It was a two-way street. We taught each other so much, but, you know, I just love Fraser, you know, and I just miss him so much, man. It's every day's fucking hard, you know? I hardly got out of bed for 6 fucking months. That's why it was daunting to come to this tournament because I hardly got out of bed. So, and, yeah, that's pretty much everyone. I think I named everyone, yeah.
All right, Cam.
Sorry, getting emotional, but
mate, it's totally fine. You got to let it out.
just so everyone knows, I'm not crying because I won the tournament. It's just a fucking, it's just a low class tournament. I was happy, but no, I'm happy. But that's not why I'm crying. So,
all right, everyone.
I think
Well,
so.
we got to wrap it up. We're past 10 p.m. now. I think the staff want to get us out of the venue. So thanks to everyone who put this together. Thanks to Fuzzy for doing a great job with the stream. Thanks to all the players. Thanks to all the spectators. And well done, Kama, for taking it out. And that's us. We're going to sign off.
Thank you, Hamo. You've done a good job. Congratulations, everyone. Congratulations, Cam. Thank you all for coming. It's been a fantastic time. And until the next one.